3 under par as well for their day too. The wind this morning is not of significance. What is the forecast saying, Michelle, for the rest of the day?
Yeah, obviously it's a little bit of a different wind today as it was yesterday. We had a west-northwest yesterday and north-northwest today, and I think the wind is obviously going to pick up in the afternoon. It looks like it's going to be gusting up to 30 kilometres an hour this afternoon, so the groups like Minjee Lee and Charlie Hull might have a little bit of wind to contend with.
Yeah, I mean, that's significant, isn't it, when it's gusting at 30 miles an hour? You get to the driving range right now as one of those players that's off in the next couple of hours, and you're thinking, the gods aren't on my side as it stands. But that's the way it goes, isn't it? It's the AIG Women's Open, and you never know. You could be out early Saturday morning, it could be the same, and you can make a little charge up the leaderboard.
Yeah, exactly. I think what they'll be thinking that they got a little bit unlucky with that draw, obviously having the wind yesterday morning and the wind this afternoon. But if they can hold on and get into the weekend, you never know what could happen.
Yeah, just looking a little further down the leaderboard right now, Anna Norquist, we mentioned, was going really well, but she's just dropped a shot at the 11th, so she's back at 1 under par. With those winds getting up, though, is there a chance that maybe the cut could go out to more than +1?
Well, I think obviously at the moment you've got 72 players and ties at +1, and I think potentially, obviously, I have half the field still to go out. It could move, but I see it being 1 over. I think these girls are too good, and I can't see it going above +1.
And there's 2 players that had really poor days yesterday who have made a charge straight to that mark at 1 over par. First one is Pauline Roussin-Bouchard, who went birdie at the 8th, eagle at the 9th. She did drop a shot at 10, but has just birdied the par 3 12th. She is 3 under par for the day, 1 over par for the tournament. And Jenny Shin has just birdied 11 and 12 to get herself 4 under par for the round and 1 over overall. So we heard from a birdie at the 6th. They're now at the 7th, Sophie and Ian.
And Lottie Woe's licking her lips because she's got exactly the same yardage into the 7th as she had into the 6th. She very nearly holed that, and it yielded her first birdie to move to 1 under par. So she'll be looking forward to this shot with the flag located in the middle of the green, but just to the left edge.
And if it is left, it will catch a slope and go into a valley. So she'll be looking down this right-hand side. A high draw from 165. It's walking to the right as if she wants it to turn from right to left. Oh, it was on a good line. It pitched about 10 yards short of the flag, but into an upslope, and that's where it stopped, had a slight release, and has got 25 feet short right of the pin here. That is the pros side to miss this flag on.
It's the Lottie Woe side as well, and she is every inch a professional golfer. Only her 2nd tournament in the paid ranks, victory in the 1st, so she is the rarest of professional golfers. She has a 100% win record, and not many golfers can ever say that. It's an extraordinary start to her professional career with that victory, as she enjoyed it at Dundonald last week in the Scottish Open. Lilia Vu finds the green in regulation, will be putting for birdie. And Sophie, you said to me, perfect 9-iron here for Lydia Ko. She could hole this.
Okay, that wasn't with a mic in my hand, but you never know. And this Lydia Ko, she won a major championship at 18 years old, so we're waxing lyrical about Lottie Woe at 21. But Lydia was doing it as a teenager. 130 yards. This is a gripped 9-iron. The links sounding turf there. It's looking down the right hand side. It is pin high, but she has erred on the side of caution and played a high fade off that white flag, which is limp on the left hand side of the green. And that one, 28 feet left for her birdie, so it didn't go in, I'm afraid.
But it was inch perfect for length, so I'm going to give you deep kudos for that. Absolutely right on the yardage that Lydia Ko would have wanted. Richard, Michelle, honestly, hearing you talk about the prospect of, really strengthening winds later on today is so hard to compute, because it is incredibly still out here on the golf course right now. I mean, it actually feels surreal to be on a links golf course with so little air movement right now. And I do think that the players, all of them out here, will sense that they've got to capitalise at the moment, and especially with Yamashita doing as well as she is at the top of the leaderboard.
Yes, quite right, Ian. And Yamashita, by the way, has just made another birdie. Incredible run. Birdies at 9, 10 and 11. She has got to 9 under par. Well, for those of you listening on the BBC, if you want to continue listening to the golf, well, you can find it all day on Sports Extra 3.
I'm Jonathan Agnew and welcome to Test Match Special for the second day of the 5th England-India Test. We'll have all the build-up from 10:30, but first, here are the highlights from yesterday.
Back in London, the Kennington Oval, where the coin will go up one final time in the 5 Test match series between England and India for the Anderson Tendulkar Trophy. As we come up to toss time, the two captains, Ollie Pope, Shubman Gill, match referee Jeff Crow, all in readiness. Ollie will give it a flick.
Up it goes, and it lands on the mat.
Heads is the call.
He's lost it again.
The law of averages
That is
catching up. You
extraordinary.
had lost 4 tosses, 4 matches as captain. You win it. And what have you decided?
We're going to have a bowl first today.
No surprise there. Well, that is extra. How can you lose the toss 5 times? So, a little message here from Andy Zoltz. If India lose the toss, it'll be the 15th toss in a row in all formats that they've lost, which is a 1 in 32,768 chance. Do tell Shubman that was how many hours? 32,000.
Well, that's
in all formats.
That's in all formats. And
I wonder what it is in all 5. But anyway, that's one that they really 1 in 32. Well, I don't know how they work that out, but that's a good start for England. Here's the first ball of the final test. India need to win to level the series. Wokes comes in and bowls, and Jaiswal covers up quite tentatively and plays the first ball out to mid-wicket. And there is no run. It's fielded by Atkinson.
Yeah, you just get the feeling there's a bit on this game, don't you?
Yeah.
You know, and also looking forward to the future. India come back 2-2, they go back home. Not bad, well done, you know, and won here. When was the last time India won here? And then England, well done, 3-1. Let's all go to Australia full of confidence. So
yes,
you just get the feeling that there's a bit on it. I think Chris Wokes wouldn't have minded seeing the pitch and the conditions, and just to oil up the rusty robot again.
Yeah, absolutely. In he goes, kicks up his heels round the wicket, bowls to Jaiswal. There's some bounce, but he fends it away around the corner down to long leg. And that'll be Overton down there, I think, way in the distance, who throws that back again, and India are away. They're 1 for no wicket. In goes Wokes, bowls, and that's tucked away off the hip by KL Rahul, out towards deep wicket. The ball running away over what is a pretty damp outfield. It's slowing up now. Overton, down he goes. Well, like watching one of the Lions there scoring a try. He leapt full length. He's demolished. He's demolished the boundary edge. Just talking about that. I mean, I don't know what he's going to do with that rope. But he's have to leave it for one of the ground staff to mend that, I think. But he's a very big man. And he went down there. He's like one of the prop forwards scoring a try.
Well, he's absolutely taken out all the bungee spouches, all the ropes, smashes into the advertising hoardings. But what a bit of timing that was.
Still 4 runs.
Yeah, of course, timed that absolutely sweetly.
He's waving towards the dressing room. I think his trousers might be wet. Here comes Atkinson.
Oh,
he's in on the pad. Appeal flag before wicket. Umpire Raza says no.
Oh, he don't give many, does he, Raza?
Round the wicket. Jaiswal's looking at his bat, actually.
Outside the line. Really? Or outside the line? It just nipped back. And if anything, just scuttled along the floor a bit and thumped into the back leg. I think they're having a look.
Well, they're reviewing. It's Pope's first decision as captain, apart from deciding who's going to bowl which end.
He hasn't had a lot of luck, Ollie Pope, I think.
No.
With the decisions.
Well, he's having a look. Ben Stokes, by the way, is
TV
looking on.
umpire
He's in the
director,
conservatory.
we have a player review for LBW. Original decision is not out. I've checked the feet. It's a fair delivery. Can we go to front on, please?
This is Rod Tucker, who's third umpire today. It's quite a strong angle.
Front on coming up. There's a gap between bat and ball, so I don't need ultra edge.
Close.
Go straight to ball tracking when it's ready.
I'd say going down leg side.
Ball tracking coming up now, Hassan.
Hold on.
Impact is in line.
Oh, it is
And
hitting
it's
leg
the
stump.
wickets, so
It's hitting
three
leg
legs,
stump.
So you'll be overturning your original decision
Wow,
of not out.
what a
to
good review
out.
that is from Ollie Pope.
So
And everyone else
Hassan,
who-
you're on screen now. Overturn your decision to out.
There he goes, the fingers up, Jaiswal walks off.
Yeah, great start for England. Just a bit of nip back, wasn't there? Perfect length as well. Nip back. Well, Ollie looks happy.
Very happy.
I think that's the first decision he's got right as captain, I think.
And Josh Tongue is coming into the attack here from the Vauxhall end. He picked up 11 wickets in the first 2 tests of the series before losing his place to Jofra Archer. He's going to start with 3 slips and a gully. Rahul on 9. Sudarshan on 5 as Tongue comes in on an angle to Rahul bowls.
Oh.
Short one that Jamie Smith can't get to, down the leg side and down to the boundary. That was a real loosener.
That's gone between the keeper diving down the leg side, full stretch, and leg slip. And the leg slip, Ollie Pope's quite, well, he's about a second leg slip. Oh, that's loose. I remember my good friend Steve Harmison got a bit of stick for a ball like that. That would have gone straight to second slip, wouldn't it? That was a Justin Langer ball.
He gets another opportunity here as he's past the stumps. This time Fuller wide of the off stump this time.
Don't like the look of those two.
At the same time, this is where I guess KL Rahul's going to have his wits about him
Not
because
easy.
this next one might be on target.
Yeah, and you know, as a skipper, you just whisper in his ear and say, just somewhere in the middle of those two.
He pushes forwards now. KL Rahul defends on the stumps and he pushes at it to the offside. They'll come through for a single. As predicted, he does get it nearly on the money as India moves to 24 for 1.
Yeah, I mean, India, they've got to really fight. I mean, Geoffrey Boycott used to always say that you can't win a test in the first session, but you can go a long way to losing it if you bat really badly. And it's the kind of conditions that if you go kind of chasing, you know, those length deliveries, you could easily lose 4 or 5 quick ones in the opening session. So far, they've just lost the 1.
And I guess that's where there's a lot of intrigue around this test match in particular, because India have to make the play 2-1 down in the series, and if they want to try and win this test, they've got to take 20 wickets, and that means at some stage probably having to up the ante with the bat, as Chris Woakes has just picked up some sawdust and placed it on the crease line there, as Tongue will come round the wicket to the left-hander Sudarshan. 3 slips and 2 gullies as he bowls round the wicket, down the leg side again. Jamie Smith diving to his right. There's a leg slip in play as well there. So he hasn't quite got it right here, Josh Tongue. That ball before as well was a no ball. 24 for 1 India.
It looks to me like he's forgotten his radar.
Tongue bowls down the leg side. It's gone again through keeper and leg slip. That's gone to the boundary again. Well, Josh Tongue back in this test series, his first over, and it's gone all over the place. 12 so far, and he's just bowled the 3 balls.
Well, this is miles down the leg side. Bit of swing.
Right, Woakes is going to continue from the pavilion end. 3 slips and a gully. KL Rahul on strike. Cuts. Oh, and bowled him. Cuts under edge, back onto the stumps. Woakes has got the breakthrough. Not a great shot from Rahul. Too close to him. Went after it, and it's clattered back onto the stumps. And India suddenly are 38 for 2.
Yeah, and that's the reason Woakes can be so dangerous. The length that he bowls are in between length. And like you said, it wasn't too short and it wasn't wide at all. It was too close to his body. Got a big inside edge onto the stumps. Little lapse of concentration. He was batting so well, KL Rahul. And this is big for India because he's been the rock. He gives you that calmness, that stability. He goes for 14 and India 38 for 2.
Tongue running away round the wicket, bowls, and Sai Sudarshan drives him down the ground for 4. Bit of a half volley, but we haven't seen really drivable length bowling so far this morning. There's Overton bowling, forced away off the back foot by Gill. That'll be 4 runs. Is, I think anyway, is just holding up. Yeah, it just creeps into the boundary. Woakes for a moment there, thought he had a chance. And so the 50 comes up for India. It's been a bit of a struggle, 50 for 2, given that they have to make the running in this game to try and level the series. 58 for 2. Overton over the wicket. Bowles, and Gill flashes out away through the offside. A little bit straighter than perhaps he thought originally. That would look destined for the point boundary, but it's just going to trickle into the extra cover boundary instead. Doesn't matter, it still runs to India's captain, who's enjoying the series of his life. 62 for 2. Sudarshan 19. Gill has 11.
Works bowls, it's full, it's driven beautifully for 4 by Sudarshan. Real venom in that shot, back where it came from, back past the stumps, just to the onside, up towards the pavilion. He hit that hard. He's up to 23, and India put into bat this morning, 66 for 2. The outfield is lush green, and the pitch has got that greenish tinge to it. I imagine if that will just gradually turn brown as the match goes on. It usually does here at the Oval. They do leave grass on at the start, and it often becomes an absolute belting pitch. 68 for 2. Gill on 11. 3 slips in the gully go down. Overton bowls. A guided pull from Gill. Fine shot 4 through square leg. Economy of movement. Flicking it away on the guided pull from Shubman Gill. Nice shot. 72 for 2. He's up to 15. Overton is a pick for this game, Ebbs. I mean, I think we worked out, or Zolt said he's taken 2 first-class wickets this season. And is he... Oh, it's suddenly raining. Where did that come from? There's blue sky above. Suddenly it's hammering down. I think it's taken everyone by surprise. The ground staff are scrabbling as well, and got a lot of water. It's just getting onto the pitch at the moment. It's suddenly someone just turned the tap on. It's lashing down out there, and the ground staff are running out with the Hessian matting on a kind of a wheelbarrow contraption, and everyone's rushing.
It's just gone from 0 to 1,000.
It has.
Everyone, it's gone manic. People are sprinting all over. They're trying to pull off the covers.
But it's really quite bright above, and in the distance, I can see blue sky above and in the distance as well. But it must be a
Like
black cloud just coming from behind us over the stand in which we're sitting. So the matting's out there now covering up the pitch, and the big tarpaulin has been hauled out as well. I imagine that'll be an early lunch. It's 5 to 1 or 12:53. Well, there was talk, wasn't there, of a shower around about 1 o'clock, and well, it's duly arrived. Here's Gus Atkinson, play's about to break out. He's bowling to Sudarshan, who lets it go outside the off stump through to Jamie Smith. I mean, you still feel, I mean, we said it this morning, you still feel these are good bowling conditions. Yeah. It's overcast again. It's not cold today. There was a humid feel to it. It's cool in our box because we've got the air conditioning on, but it's out there, it's a sort of humid feel to the day.
A little breeze as well.
Breeze across the ground.
It is ideal, and on a flat pitch, you want to be making some inroads.
So Jamie Overton from the Vauxhall end goes in, bowls to Gill, and a nice full swinging delivery. Gill outside edge on it, sets off for a single. It's not there because it's very well stopped by Bethel at point, away to his left-hand side.
Yep, I think it is.
And there's no run. Overton bowls an away swing, which is driven beautifully by Gill through extra cover for 4. Well, to be fair, he pitched it up there and allowed it to swing, but Gill was equal to it. Ease through extra cover. Lovely stroke. First runs after the resumption. Gill to 19. India to 76 for 2 on this grey afternoon at the end of July.
I think he's got one of the most pleasing extra cover drives in the business, actually, Shubman Gill. Just makes a different sound off his bat, doesn't it?
That one, I mean, it was quite full, but he took a risk, didn't he? If it had gone away a fraction more, then it might well have caught the outside edge. So, you know, that's what you've got to do as a pace bowler, to get them to drive, and sometimes it will go off the middle of the bat for 4.
It didn't particularly feel like a risk, though, did it? As he just...
No, not the way he played it.
Stepped towards, gauged the swing beautifully, and thumped into the middle of his bat. But I know what you mean. You've got to test them out there when it's swinging.
Here's Atkinson starting a new over and strikes the pad. Shubman Gill with one that cuts back into him. There's been a bit happening in the last 10 minutes.
Yeah.
You've been oohing and ahhing like no one's business, Tuffers.
Well, I think that absolute downpour, which came from no one, which kept everyone, took everyone a bit by surprise, might have just just juiced it up a little bit. I mean, what was it? A couple of minutes before they could get the covers on.
And then it comes on.
Yeah.
And then it sweats, apparently.
Yes. And it just has given it a little bit of oochki.
Oochki?
Yeah, but
that's a technical term for it.
Yeah. Bit of oochki.
Right, speaking of that, sandpaper's being put. Sandpaper?
Oh, steady.
Not sandpaper. What do you call it? Sawdust. It's been put down on the bowler's footmarks as Atkinson runs in, and Gill pushes forward in defence.
tight.
Down the ground now, the shot. The stump's got him! Got him! Shubman Gill's run himself out. Great work from Atkinson in his follow through. There was never a run there. Absolute madness from the Indian captain. He simply pushed the ball defensively into the offside, but only about 3 yards to his right. Atkinson ran through in his follow through, picked up, in fairness, he had a lot of stumps to aim at. He composed himself and threw down the stumps. And Shubman Gill, who's been batting all summer, how do you get him out? Well, that's how you get him out.
Oh, he set off like a jackrabbit as well. Great bit of fielding from Atkinson. Great bit of fielding, but you're right, never a run. And England get the prize, scout for Shubman Gill, but it always does. It didn't particularly go square. It sort of went to mid-off.
Yeah, it's directly in his follow through.
Absolutely. I mean,
it just went to Atkinson,
and he just set off. It was like a greyhound, out of the stalls. He's just gone, and no chance of a run there. And if he hit, he was always gone. He was miles out.
83 for 3. Well,
big wicket, huge wicket,
absolutely massive. What that'll do for morale, because they've been in that changing room watching Shubman Gill bat all summer, and now they're thinking, ooh, it's green, it's overcast, it's zipping about a bit, and we don't have our skipper out there to blunt it.
And they've got out of jail with that a little bit, England, because they haven't bowled great this morning. And now you look up there, you got rid of the top gun, Shubman Gill, and 83 for 3. Stick 2 on it, all of a sudden becomes 100 for 5, and then things are looking a bit rosier. But they were cruising along there, that partnership.
Well, they will.
Oh, you'll be kicking yourself.
Breeze is picking up as Overton is in and strikes the glove or body of Nair as he looks to defend. Again, a ball's a little too short to threaten the outside edge, perhaps, but it's well negotiated by Karen Nair, who's yet to get off the mark. 85 for 3, 29 overs gone. As the clouds look quite high to me, but I've seen some umbrellas, and I really think that it's wrong.
Yeah.
That you come to a cricket ground and there's 25,000 people here who are relying on you not to give the umpire the idea that it might be raining.
Yeah.
And they're coming off. And I'm blaming the umbrellas.
Yeah. Keep your brollies
it could
down.
be the rain, but
keep your brollies down.
Yeah.
Try and fox the umpire.
Yes, exactly.
Is it raining? Why?
No, it's raining. No. Well, the players are walking off, and now you can put your umbrellas up if you like to, because you can't do much about it.
You've already let them in on it.
Yeah, so Lee Fortis and his ground staff have been very busy today, and they're hurtling out to the middle.
England won't mind.
Nice little mini session that.
Nice little break, feet up, juice up the pitch a little bit.
Umpire Hassan Raza removes his arm from his side and allows play to resume as Atkinson comes in to Sai Sudarsan, who comes forward in defence and defends very solidly up the middle of the bat. Atkinson 1 for 13 in his 9 overs so far today, and a stop-start day.
Overton tries again, goes wide of the crease and bowls, and that one bounces a bit, but really well played by Sudarsan, up on his toes, guiding it down towards deep third for 4 runs. Beautifully played, because that was quite a difficult ball to control. It seemed to have a bit of extra on it from Overton. He went wide of the crease, hurled it down, and it was beautifully rowed by Sai Sudarsan. So he goes to 34. And India to 96 for 3. Overton goes wide of the crease. Ball to Sudarsan, who nicks it through the vacant 4-slip area. It's gone for 4. If there'd been a 4-slip, it would have been a straightforward catch. Well, he gets lucky there. Overton's bowled really well. Apart from his first spell, he struggled to get going, but since then, he's looked a threat. There was a genuine edge through 4-slip. Well, you can't have them everywhere. And then with 3 slips in the gully, that would have been safely pouched.
Yeah, brilliant delivery. And that one was a little bit tighter to the body, whereas he's been going round and around, bringing the ball back in, just angled it across, and with that bit of bounce, was that full shot.
India's 100 is up, 100 for 3. Tongue bowls. Oh, and there's a absolute beauty. He caught behind, he is. Sudarsan's gone. There's a fine ball from Josh Tongue, and he's nicked it behind, just left him from round the wicket. And there we go. A bowler who sprays it around a bit suddenly produces a Jaffa, and that can be a real problem for a batter. Sudarsan's gone for 38, and India are 101 for 4. It's a fine ball. It did just enough. He had to play at it this time. He couldn't hold the bat, on the line of off stump, and it left him a fraction, just enough. Found the outside edge, and Jamie Smith took a straightforward catch. 101 for 4.
As Tongue is in to Naya, who's driving beautifully. Wide open space on the offside. That's gone all along the floor, out to the boundary for 4. There's Jadeja, that waving in the air to Tongue. Down the leg side, and again, how many times have we seen this today between keeper and leg slip? More buys.
He just really hasn't found his radar, as we call it. You know, he hasn't been able to just hit that consistent line and length on a pitch that I think would have helped him. He's just been a bit wide off the mark. I mean, he's tried hard and run in, but just not quite on it at the moment, Josh Tongue. Too wide, offside, leg side. Sometimes can be difficult to face as a batter.
Because there'll be one on the money at some point.
Absolutely, and I'm afraid Mr. Sudarshan caught that one.
Tongue is in. He's got him, has he? Yes, he's edged him. And this one, line and length, catches the outer part of the bat of Ravi Jadeja and has dismissed him.
And there's the beauty, and we were talking about it, one down the leg side, short and wide outside off stump, then an absolute ripper from Josh Tongue, angled in from around the wicket to the left-hander, similar delivery that got Sudarshan out as well, and then just stood up, sort of just held its line, moved away, finest of edge, and he's giggling to himself a little bit, because I think he knows he's a bit wayward, but he's copped for twofer.
There's Jadeja removing his gloves now as he heads off the field. He's gone for 9, 123 for 5 then. England keep picking up these wickets. Josh Tongue absolutely elated. One person who wasn't celebrating too much was Jamie Smith. He's had a tough time behind the stumps today.
Covered in grass stains, he's been flinging himself from left to right, but as we were saying earlier, sometimes that is difficult to face because you just don't know roughly where the ball's going to be landing, and then you get that absolute corker and you get an edge on it. England now in a great position, 123 for 5.
Oakes runs up, bowls to him. Oh, he's got inside edge, just gone for 4.
That was the innings, I think.
He had no idea where that had gone. And he played from the crease. He wasn't sure which way the ball was going to move. And Jamie Smith's got his face covered by his wicket-keeping gauntlet. Let's say, how on earth did that get through there?
I think that might have been your wobbler, or your in-swinger.
I think it was.
Yeah, little wobble.
Oh, just over the leg bail.
That is a coat of paint.
Yeah.
Or coat of varnish, whatever it is.
Takes India to 132 for 5.
Wokes in, that's Wokes off the hip, fine. It's going to run down to the boundary and it's going to get there. It's nicely played by Jarrell, straying onto the hip. And Jarrell just turned his wrists on the ball, long legs quite wide, and picks up the boundary to take India to 141 for 5. Jarrell into double figures on 11.
Jamie Overton bowls outside the off stump, up and over, and it's gone for 4. That from Jarrell. It was a great delivery from Overton first up with a long hop outside the off stump. And crashed away by Jerome, perhaps not hitting it quite where he meant to, but he played it over that area on the offside, went up and over, and it went very high actually, flashed away down towards deep third. It would have been, if a fielder had been stationed down there, it would just drop nice in his lap, but we don't see fielders down there very often these days. 150 on the board for India, 152 for 5, Jarrell to 18. Atkinson. Well, outside the off stump, there's an appeal for LBW for no shot. He's given him out. Finger raised. Jarrell played no shot. He must have just flicked the pad. And he's reviewed it. It seemed to keep a bit low as well.
You mentioned the bounce being low, and I hadn't really thought about it too much.
TV umpire to director, we have a player review for LBW. Original decision is out. I've checked the feed, it's a fair delivery. There's been no shot offered, so we go into the review with no shot offered.
Now, is this hitting the stumps?
Coming up now.
No, I'm not sure. I'm not sure that is.
Flip the pad there.
I'm convinced it's not.
We can go to ball tracking whenever that is ready.
Unless it's umpire's call, unless it's clipping 0.1%.
Just
You're
building ball
shaking
tracking,
your head,
Hassan.
Well, Hassan Raza, they finally got him to raise the finger, and I think it's going to be not out.
It's just got to hit the wickets.
Let's see.
Impact outside, but
it's missing.
Missing the wickets. So it's missing off stump, so you'll have to overturn your decision to not out. You're on screen now if you change your decision now.
Well, we've seen a few of those in the series where a batter played no shot and it's flicked the pad and they've been given out. This one, it didn't look right. First time I saw it, we're looking from behind the batter, and you play no shot, you cause yourself some problems, less for the umpire to think about. Overturned. Jarrell stays there. He's 19 not out, 153 for 5. Atkinson tries again and bowls to Jarrell. It edges it, and this time he is out. He's caught by Brook at slip, away to his right. He went after it, thick-edged it, and Brook snaffled it to his right in 2 hands. Good catch from Harry Brook. He's 153 for 6. Atkinson makes the breakthrough. Jarrell out for 19.
Well, it was there to play the shot. It was short and wide. I wonder if he just beat him for a little bit of pace. Oh, it's just jagged back, actually. It's jagged back. That's why it's cramped him. So it wasn't there for the shot. It probably was to start with. Atkinson genuinely nips the ball back into the right-handers, and a really good catch from Harry Brook at second slip. It's gone quickly. It's gone over his shoulder high. Normally you'd go reverse hands. But as he was probably rising, he's carried on the traditional way, elbows together, and it's hit his hands hard, but very good catch at second slip.
Overton to Nair, who clips that out to deep backward square. That's flown to the boundary. That was a shot of real class, very Indian style. With that wristy flick for 4, 176 for 6, Karen Nair to 38.
Yeah, just chasing him a little bit, Overton, trying to desperately get this wicket.
Overton again. Bowles now drives him through mid-off. Nice shot. Another chase for Woakes. The second time he's had one of these in a couple of overs now. And he's going to have to dive. Down he goes. Well done. Oi. Oh, no, he's hurt himself. Oh. He's done his shoulder. Oh, you see this happening. He's done his left shoulder. And I think they've called dead ball out there. Oh, no. He dived full length.
Landed on his shoulder.
Landed straight on his shoulder. And Chris Woakes is in a great deal of pain down there. He's clutching his left shoulder. Dear oh me.
Tongue into full toss, horrible ball, and put away. Just all he had to do was place bat on that, and it speeds across the fast oval square of the wicket for 4. It's been weird watching Tongue today. 2 for 47 from 13. He's got 197 for 6 at the end of the over. Washington 16. Karen Nair has 48. Well, Jacob Bethel is going to bowl now. He's going to bowl his left arm spin. He is a replacement in this game for Ben Stokes, isn't he? He has 3 test wickets to date at an average of 25.6, which is not bad.
All right.
I mean, I wouldn't say it's exactly like for like replacing Stokes with Bethel. He's just 21 years old, which has shocked Ebony.
I didn't realise he was 21. I knew he was young.
You are old enough to be his mother.
Stop that. Stop that. That is an outrageous statement on air. If anyone was listening to that, please delete from your mind. But more importantly, he's impressed, I think, the point I was going to make. He came across as more of like a 24-year-old. He actually looked quite experienced in the way he applied himself.
He's going to come round the wicket from the pavilion end with a slip and a leg slip in place. I gave the evils from Ebony now. And first ball's down the leg side, whipped away off the hit, down towards long leg. They've run 1, and that is Karen Nair's 50. They've come back for the second. He's stuck at it today. They've been in testing conditions, and they've needed him to be there because they're only 1 wicket away from the tail, and it's a tail, that particular part of the tail, that hasn't really wagged a great deal in this series, but he is stood between England and that tail. Bethel is in, and Washington just gently pushes the ball back along the ground. To Bethel, digs it out, end of the over and end of the day. A day when I didn't think we were going to see 64 overs, but we have. And I'd say, for me, honours almost even. 204 for 6. England, I think, got the advantage of winning the toss, Ebony, but you've seen plenty of cricket here at the Oval, and 204 for 6 on the first day is not a bad score to find yourself on.
Yeah, I think India would argue with the 2 quick wickets up top. they've actually rebuilt and had to weather on and off play, the ball moving, the surface sweating after it got wet a few times, and so many changes in concentration. And arguably, going in overnight, Washington Sundar, someone who you know could stay at the crease, Karen Naya, an experienced batter, there is that ability tomorrow, like you say, no Chris Wokes, Josh Tongue, who's, you know, hit or miss at the moment. It's not the strongest looking of attacks, really, so they'll be going in feeling the momentum going in overnight and thinking a couple of good sessions tomorrow, and they've set themselves up a decent total.
Indeed, moments when England were on top, but India have hung in there as they have done all summer.
Atkinson tries again and bowls to Jurel, edges it, and this time he is out. He's caught by Brook at slip, away to his right. He went after it, thick-edged it, and Brook snaffled it to his right in two hands.
Another chase for Wokes. Second time he's had one of these in a couple of overs now. And he's going to have to dive. Down he goes. Well done. Oi. Oh, no, he's hurt himself. Oh, he's done his shoulder. Chris Wokes is in a great deal of pain.
Well, the good and bad of yesterday's play at the Oval. Welcome to the second day of the fifth Rothesay Test match between England and India. And this relentless series claimed another injury victim. Later on yesterday, Chris Wokes suffering a shoulder injury. And the news from the England dressing room this morning is that he will play no further part in the game at this stage. So there's that phrase, at this stage. So we'll wait and see what that means. I mean, I suppose it means that if there was a dire emergency at the back end of the game and England had one wicket left and they needed two to win, he might come out and stand at the non-striker's end or something like that, or whatever. But to all intents and purposes, he is out of this test match, and his shoulder will be assessed at the end of the game as to what that means for future, really, the future, you know, how fit he is going to be. But it was a really sad moment yesterday to see a stalwart England cricketer walking off the field. So we're at the Oval then. The weather this morning is a bit overcast, but it's bright as well. It's reasonably mild. It's actually quite a nice day for playing and watching cricket. But I wonder what the weather's got in store for us today. Are we going to get a full day's play? We didn't have one yesterday. Let's find out from Stav Denias. Good morning to you, Stav. So what do you say, full day or no full day?
I wouldn't say a full day. I think for tomorrow we're in for luck for a full day's play. But today it's not going to be as showery as it was yesterday. Yesterday we saw those torrential downpours, which were mostly just to the south of the Oval area, but we did clip a few. Today started a cooler and fresher. We've lost that humidity, which is the fuel to generate these powerful showers, so we'll continue to see a bit of sunshine through the morning. I think we'll start to see a great chance of seeing some stronger sunshine. It's been a bit hazy, a bit cloudy this morning, but as we head into the afternoon, the temperatures lift a bit. It could set off a few downpours again. Now, some of them could be on the heavy side, not as torrential as yesterday, but it's still likely that we have that risk of interruption into the afternoon. Winds moderate north-northwesterly, and temperatures, like I mentioned, lower than yesterday, hitting the 20 Celsius mark, I think, at best. And then tomorrow looking much better. We're into a ridge of high pressure. It's going to be a cool start. We should see plenty of sunshine through the morning and into the afternoon, so I'm hopeful for a full day's play. Lighter winds as well, northwesterly direction, and feeling a touch warmer because of more sunshine around lighter winds. After that cool start, we'll see those values rise to around 21 or 22 degrees. Sunday's an iffy one. It's a tale of three, in fact. It's starting the day off with some early sunshine, and a very early sunshine, before a band of rain starts to push in from the west during the morning. Hopefully it will clear into the afternoon, so we should maybe get some play later in the day. But this is a frontal system, so the rain will be more persistent rather than showers. Timings may change slightly, so do stay tuned. And temperature-wise, around the low 20s again. Monday at this stage, a very unseasonably deep area of low pressure will sweep across the UK. The greatest impacts on this will be to the north and the west of our patch with severe gales, heavy rain. So I think for the southeast corner, we'll see some early sunshine. It will be quite blustery before some rain arrives into the afternoon. But again, stay tuned for that because there could be some changes. But that's how it's looking, Simon.
Great, Stav. That was a really detailed weather forecast, and it sets out the picture for the next few days. It sounds from that as though India have got a bit of a race against time because they want to win this test match. Of course they do. Well, England want to win as well, but India have to win it to level the series. Anyway, it's sunny at the moment at the Oval, and a full day tomorrow, and then perhaps some rain at the back end of the game, fifth day. Alistair Cook is with me, Phil Tufnell as well. We're down on the outfield. The players practicing in front of us. India going through some fielding drills. So, Alistair, did you get a chance to have a look at that pitch this morning or not?
It's very hard to get very close to it, Simon. There's been a lot going on in the news about how close you're allowed to get to test wickets. So no, I got within the 3 metres. So those balls are making that little indentations and a little bit across the surface, I can't confirm or deny that, unfortunately. But I can tell you it's 22 yards long and there's 5 bits of wood each end. That's all I can say about it.
And it's still quite green.
Still quite green, but it is very dry underneath.
The Chris Woakes news overnight, it's not particularly surprising, is it? At this stage, he will play no further part in this test match.
Well, it looks really serious, didn't it? There's lots of things that can go wrong with shoulders, ligaments, and dislocations and all things. And if you land on it like he did, I'm not quite sure what the diagnosis is, but I can't see him playing much of a further part, unless, like you said, he perhaps, needs to score the winning run or something. But no, I think that will be the end. And I think that will give India a bit of hope in a funny sort of way. They've only got 3 bowlers now. Tung was a bit wayward, wasn't he? Atkinson bowled beautifully yesterday. And the likes of Jacob Bethel, the spin bowler. So they'll be seeing that as an opportunity to put some pressure on this England bowling lineup.
The only positive I can say for Chris Woakes is his left shoulder. So if it was his right shoulder and he's a right-arm bowler, the damage that does to your bowling arm and then the recovery, it is his left arm. So for the Ashes and further career, it's not as bad as it's not as bad as it could be.
It's a big morning for England, and for India as well, because down to 3 bowlers, as tough as mentioned. England haven't even got that backup spinner, the holding bowler like they had at Old Trafford in Dawson or Shoaib Bashir earlier in the series.
Well, if you're Gautam Gambhir and the Indian coaching staff, you'll say, well, we've got 14 wickets to play for in this game, and they've got 3 bowlers, really. If we get bowled out by Jacob Bethel and Joe Root, we don't deserve to win any games of cricket. And so this is the elite level. So you've got Atkinson, Overton and Tung, all bowl 16 to 20 overs already. So a few more miles today. The second innings, that later on in that second innings, that's where India are going to have to grab the initiative if they can bowl England out.
No, absolutely. Where are we going to be at tea? They've got to get a move on, India, as you say. They've got to win. They've got to win this. They've got to win this Test match. So they can't sort of hang around. They've got to try and get as many runs as they can, even though they'll be disappointed. I don't think England bowled great, but they've somehow found themselves in a pretty good position. Perfect cloudy skies and a green pitch. So India have got to try and take the initiative today, get some quick runs, and just think that all those runs will be worth double because England are a man down.
Yeah, it's one of those strange days, actually, where you perhaps feel that England should have bowled India out for 160, but 200 for 6 is kind of like, you can work with that, or potentially they can work with that. Let's hear from Gus Atkinson, who was England's best bowler yesterday, picked up a couple of wickets, also affected the run out of Shubman Gill. He came out of the dressing room soon after play had finished yesterday and spoke to me, and he gave this assessment of the day's play.
Yeah, I think it was a good day. I think there was, pressure on for the bowling side with the conditions that were overhead. So we didn't want to get too far ahead of ourselves, but I think 200 odd for 6, we'll be happy with that. An early wicket tomorrow and we'll be in a good position.
Do you think you could have made a bit more of the conditions?
It's tough to say. We had a lot of play and misses and stuff like that, but I think we bowled well. I think it's a hard pitch to get it hitting the stump. So there were a lot of play and misses, but being hypercritical, maybe we could have hit the stumps a bit more.
What about your return to Test cricket? How pleased were you with your efforts today?
Yeah, I was pleased. It's been 2 or so months since I last played for England, so I was happy with how I bowled. Obviously, I've play my county cricket here, so I know the conditions and the pitch. But yeah, no, I'm very happy with how it went.
Obviously, there was that potentially serious incident at the end of the day's play where Chris Woakes came off with a shoulder injury. You've not long come out of the dressing room. What's being said about that? What was your feeling about it out on the field?
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't look great, but we haven't really spoken about it yet. But yeah, it doesn't look great, and I'd be surprised really if he takes any further part in the game.
And of course, it puts an extra burden on the bowling attack as well. How do you feel about that?
Yeah, I mean, hopefully the batters can nestle in and give us a nice amount of time off so we can get refreshed and be ready to fire in the second innings.
Not just your bowling today, but that was the run out as well. I mean, to see Shubman Gill off like that, I mean, what a moment.
Yeah, it was great. I was surprised when he kept coming down the wicket, and then I got the ball and I was like, oh, I need to hit here. But yeah, no, thankfully I hit, and it was pleasing to get him out like that.
What's the summer been like for you? Because you picked up that injury right at the start of the Test match summer. How frustrating has it been?
Yeah, it's been frustrating. It's been very stop and start. Got back from the Champions Trophy and had a few weeks off and then played a few county games. And that was it. And then the Test match against Zimbabwe, which I unfortunately got injured in. So since then, I mean, I haven't really played much cricket. So it's pleasing that I was available to play in this last Test. And I feel good now, so it's great.
Yeah, you do feel ready for this game, do you?
Yeah, no, I felt fresh. And yeah, it's a shame to only play this one Test, but no, I felt good.
Yeah. And you play here a lot. You know these conditions. What do you feel about this pitch going forward?
Yeah, I think people come here and expect, they see the pitch and there's grass on it and it's green. They expect, low scores, but I think if you don't bowl and put it in the right areas, you can go for runs and score quite easily as batters. So I think it's just a good cricket wicket all round. If you bowl well, you'll get your rewards, and if you bat well, you can get your rewards.
Do you think it'll flatten out a bit for the batters?
Potentially, I'm not too sure. Maybe it might get a bit harder over the next few days. There could be some divots, so it could be quite difficult for batters moving forward.
There we go. There's Gus Atkinson, who knows this pitch pretty well, saying he thinks there'll be something for the bowlers throughout, and it could get quite tricky for batting. We'll think of the oval. Perhaps difficult first day. It's green. It'll then flatten out. But Gus Atkinson saying not necessarily so.
Yeah, slightly strange. Go to Old Trafford. There's been no results there all summer. It gets flatter and flatter, and it stays very true. The Test match pitch did exactly the same. The oval starts green and then gets better and better to bat. It started green, and I think it'll get better and better to bat. Slightly strange comments, but we're going to have to trust him a little bit. He has played a lot of cricket here, but I just think this is not going to be an absolute belter by the end, but I still think India have had the toughest day to bat would have been day one, and I'm just not sure what it'll look like on day 5.
Yeah. Ebony's here as well. Good morning to you. What do you think?
Yeah, I think it's also something you have to say as a bowler. You want to think that the pitch is going to get better or have something in it for you. But the reality, I remember coming here early season, watching Surrey, Yorkshire, thinking the same. Oh, it's green. Is it going to be, like that for a good stretch? And actually, it kind of played out the same. A bit of movement day 1, a bit in the morning on day 2, and then got flatter and nicer throughout. So I think that might be the theme. And then if that is the case, I think India are actually in a good position. They might have potentially weathered the worst bit yesterday, lost too early, and then kind of managed to salvage. But if they can get through with a weakened attack, if they can get a little bit out of today, then they've got a chance, later in the game to bat big.
Yeah, no, absolutely. England were a bit fortunate, as I said yesterday. Run out of Shubman Gill. What was he doing? He hit that and just sprinted off like a greyhound. So, England are a little bit fortunate. India are still in this game, simple as that. They've got a full complement of bowlers. They would have seen, some movement in this pitch, and they'll be looking to get it out. I think England might bat well on this kind of pitch, though. They're going to look to be positive here. We might even see a bit of Bazball this afternoon.
Well, that'll be something to look forward to, I suppose. England got 3 seamers left. India have only got 3 seamers. They didn't pick the 4th seamer. They've got 3 and 2 in this game. Now, Ebony, you are wearing a headband today. The reason being, it's a day for Thorpe today, and Graham Thorpe used to wear a headband like that, and they're being sold around the ground today for £5 to raise money for the mental health charity Mind. We know that Graham Thorpe took his own life just over a year ago. He would have been 56 today. Now, before play, Issa Guha caught up with Graham Thorpe's former teammate, Alex Stewart, to tell us more about the day at the Oval today.
Well, one is it's a very special day, and it should be a celebration of the great little man, but it's also about the mental health, mental awareness. Obviously, it's supporting Mind, which is a great charity, but it's so important that everyone talks about it. It's not a stigma. We now know that it is an illness. If you go back a few years, it was almost sort of get on with it. No, now share what you're thinking, because if you're sharing it, then people can help. And that is a really important thing, that you have support. You shouldn't feel embarrassed, whether you feel just a little bit down or a lot worse than that. But please talk about it, because so many people now can help. The expertise is there. And what we don't want, sadly, is to see something that happened to Graham.
We see Graham Thorpe as someone who was incredibly resilient, someone who was seriously gritty when he was playing for England. Also, after playing as well, when he was involved with the England side, he was always there, ready to get into the fight and really support everyone around him. And I guess this just highlights that this does not discriminate mental health, that it can affect anyone.
Now, 100%, and you say Thorpe was one of the toughest cricketers I played with. I first met him, he was probably 14. Played a lot of cricket with him. He was not just a teammate, a really good friend. And to see what happened to him and the way he went downhill was horrible. And he is a fighter, he was a fighter. But sometimes, you fight a battle, you don't always win. And that's the thing. So if it can happen to someone like Thorpe, it can happen to anyone. And that's what I talk about. No one should be embarrassed. No one should feel lonely. Please share what you're thinking and be honest. That's the important thing, because on the outside, everything can appear, everything's fine. But inwardly, we don't know what's going on in someone else's mind unless they're prepared to share. Admit it, it's not weakness, it's actual strength to share your problems and then trust those people who can help you.
Well, that is Alex Stewart, who of course knew Graham Thorpe very well. If you are affected by any of these issues, you can go to the BBC Action Line for help and support, and that's available through the BBC Sport website. And of course, tough as you knew Graham Thorpe very well as well.
Yeah, no, very much so. Played a lot of cricket with Graham. Used to be my roommate on tours. We had a lot of laughs and a lot of good fun touring all around the world. Fabulous batsman, in a time when we didn't get too many with the bat. He was the one wicket that the opposition saw. If you could get him out, there was always, you were moving through the batting order. Great player, courageous, cuts and pulls, took on the quicks, and also very, very skillful. And then later on, when he finished playing, an amazing coach as well. And I've listened to the likes of Joe Root, Ben Stokes, and these guys. Had a real influence on the way they play the game and the way they went about their business with the bat. So support today. He was a great lad, and great sense of humour and a top man.
Yeah, very sad, obviously, but he was actually one of my heroes. So Gucci was, like when I was younger, but when I was like 12, 13, 14, trying to think about cricket a bit more seriously, he was the guy I was checking scores, left-handed, played the couple of shots I played, the cut and pull, well, the only two shots I could play really.
You had the forward defence as well.
And the leave, I'm not sure you can count that as a shot, Simon, but I'll be CFAX checking Essex scores first, then Surrey scores to see how Thorpe got on. And I was lucky enough actually to bat with him on one occasion, the MCC versus West Indies in 2004 at Arundel. And my dad, who's takes loads of photos, took one photo for me, like to say it's mad, isn't it, how life can work. And there it was, us two batting together, him with his blue Missouri earpieces on the helmet. I don't know, I think we both got like 40 or something. So very special moment. And Thorpe's right, he's had a massive influence on this team. We're not talking about the Cullen Stokes like leadership stuff, but Root in particular as a batter, Stokes as a batter. I remember selection meetings when we were discussing the next generation. He only ever had one person on his mind, and he was right. But Joe Root, and he kept saying, "You've got to get Joe Root, get Joe Root in." And so he has had a lot of impact on this side. And hopefully it's a good day, and they can raise a lot of money.
Well said, Alistair. Thanks for now. Alistair's heading up to the commentary box. Ebony is here, and so too is Dick. Well, Ebony, I mean, you would know Graham as well through your Surrey connections.
Yeah, I think a bit like Alistair actually, because we're similar sort of age. I grew up and my Surrey heroes were Alex Stewart, Thorpe, Butch and Alex Tudor growing up, and it started, I guess, you know, detached. You're looking at your heroes from afar, and actually, honestly, sometimes heroes disappoint you when you get to know him, and I was fortunate enough, once I became part of the Surrey family, to really get to know Thorpe, and he was just always so warm, so open, so supportive. And then you move into commentary, and you know you're travelling the world, and he's with the England boys, and you know he'll make time for you, and you'll be in the bar having a drink, just getting to know him and catch up. For me, he was stylish on the pitch and also warm off it, and I don't think you always get that from your heroes. You sometimes get what you like to see on the pitch, but also they're not that warmth and depth behind it. So he was a lovely man and meant so much to me and the whole Surrey family.
Well, you got your headband on. The England players are going to come out fairly soon with their headbands on. It's a day for Thorpe here at the Oval, and much more about that during the day and at lunchtime as well, when we'll hear a full interview with Alex Stewart. Deep Dasgupta is here to give the Indian perspective on what we might see today. Now, I mean, this feels like 204 for 6. It feels, Deep, as if India just escaped a little bit yesterday, because England didn't bowl particularly well. They bowled some good balls, didn't bowl particularly well. And, of course, England down to a 3-man attack this morning. So there's a bit of an opportunity here for India. The sun's out at the moment. It's blue sky. You know, potentially not bad batting conditions. What say you?
Yeah, first of all, really sad about Graham Thorpe. And, yeah, I've only seen him as an opposition, played against him. So quite sad, obviously, what has happened. But yeah, so coming back to the game. Secondly, for me, I think both the teams weren't at their best yesterday and got away with it. I thought England didn't bowl as well as they could have. They could have got a lot more than the 6 wickets that they got on day one. India as well, I think they gifted a few wickets, especially Shubman Gill's run out. But they still managed to get to 204 for 6. So I think both the teams, without playing their best cricket, got away with it on day one. Day two, better batting conditions. Would be looking to get at least 250 here from here on, if not 300. They're batting well, both these guys, but unfortunately not much batting to come after this. So everything would depend on these two right now, how much India is going to go on and score. So bat for as long as possible. I think the Indian team management have decided to go in with a lighter roller. So they want these conditions for another maybe a day and a half or whatever when they come into bowl. So I think that is a good move from the Indian perspective, a more attacking move, even though they've still got 4 wickets in hand. So yeah, it's going to be an interesting day.
Karen Nair, I thought he played so well yesterday, because this is a player who's basically, he's batting for his Test future, wasn't he, yesterday?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And the best part is he's stuck to his strengths, which is not really chasing outside deliveries, just waiting for the ball to come to him. If you see his scoring areas, it would be from the stumps, either on the onside or straight down the ground. Anything that he had to play at it, anything which was outside the off stump, he let it go. So he batted to his strength and did not try and do anything else apart from that. And it is such a difficult thing to do when, like you said, and he's not a young guy. I mean, this could well be his last opportunity as far as Test cricket is concerned. So I don't think if he doesn't utilize this, he's going to make any more comebacks. So keeping that in mind, I think it's been a superb effort, but need more from him.
I think he did a fabulous knock yesterday. You have to put into context as well. Someone who's batted a bit around the order, you know, come in at 3, come in at different positions in a tour. Also, that pressure and the weight on you, you know. And then you see Shubman Gill, who's been mostly arguably the rock. I think mentally he did a really good job yesterday, holding things together. And if they can just rebuild today, I really think that if they get to 270 or up, I think they've really got themselves a decent first innings score. And he's been vital to that.
What about the balance of this Indian bowling lineup? I mentioned England down to 3 pace bowlers. Of course, they haven't got the 2 class spinners that India have, but they've only got 3 pace bowlers in this game, Deep.
Yeah, I mean, that was a bit of a surprise looking at that, playing 11. But also, if you look at Washington, the way he got those wickets in the last 2 Test matches was not really turning the ball, but he gets a lot of drift. So on this surface, or rather not surface, these conditions, he's still going to get that drift going. So if he can manage to get that drift and bowl the right areas, so he can still be quite useful. For someone like Jadeja, he depends a lot on the surface. So maybe Jadeja comes into the picture as an attacking option a little later in the game. But yeah, I mean, India definitely one pacer shot, I would think. But it would suit places like Akashdeep, places like Prasidh Krishna as well. It would suit their kind of bowling.
I just add as well, Edgbaston, where you felt India came back when they didn't have Jasprit Bumrah. It was those three actually that stood up as a unit. Akashdeep and Mohammad Siraj kind of lifted their game without Bumrah, knowing they're going to have that extra seamer missing. And I thought Prasidh Krishna did a good job. So they're going to have that memory of bowling as a collective, needing to deliver and knowing that they've got that one less seamer today. I think they might actually click again like we saw them do in Edgbaston.
Yeah, I mean, that's perverse, isn't it? That's the only game that Jasprit Bumrah has missed so far. India have won the game. He's not playing in this match, although I dare say he would have looked at the pitch. I think Jofra Archer actually came back yesterday before the match and sort of looked at the pitch and thought, hold on, it wasn't like this when I was bowling the previous two test matches. The light roller has just finished its course going up and down the pitch. Good spot there deep that India have used the light roller this morning. The other thing to say as well, 98 overs today. We are going to make up some time, although if you heard that forecast from Stav Denios, suggestion that we will get some showers this afternoon. So we may be going through to 7:30 again in this long and a relentless series. There's some tired bodies out there. There are some injured bodies. If you are just joining us, Chris Woakes, the statement is, at this stage, we'll play no further part in the match. And I think that's just to give England the caveat that Chris Woakes might bat in an absolute emergency. And we've seen it in the past. We've seen the likes of Paul Terry and Colin Cowdrey and Markham Marshall come out with serious injuries and bat and just try to hold an end up. And indeed Rishabh Pant, actually, in that last test match at Old Trafford. OK. So we're not far away from getting underway today. There is a little ceremony at the far end. The England players are going to be wearing their headbands, and a really fascinating morning and day's play in prospect. Let's hope the weather stays good for the most part and allows us a decent chunk of cricket today, because this game is really nicely set up. It's really hard to say, I think, what 204 for 6 was worth yesterday, but we're going to find out in the next day or two. So we're set fair for the first session of this second day in this fifth test match. The players coming down the steps at the far end. Let's go to the commentary box now and say good morning to Jonathan Agnew.
Yes, thank you, Simon. Good morning, everybody. A warm day here at the Oval, but with, yes, the threat of showers, which is such a shame, isn't it, this crucial game. Let's hope it's not going to be too badly affected by the weather. The ground is being cleared, and the England players are coming down wearing the white headbands that Graham always wore under his helmet when he was batting, and this is a day for celebrating the life of Graham Thorpe. It would have been his birthday today. He'd have been 56, but who died almost a year ago now. And today money's being raised for the awareness of the mental health charity Mind, and we're going to be concentrating more on this during the lunch break at about 1 o'clock. But anyway, England players there, they're wearing the white headbands. I can see Nasser Hussain walking off below us here, having done his bit on telly. He's wearing one as well, and the crowd are coming in on what is a warm day. Well, as soon as the sun comes out, it really does. The temperature soars, and there's much more blue sky around today than there was this time yesterday. So we're all set up while we're waiting for the umpires to appear at the far end, and yeah, looking forward to this. It's, I mean, England are a wicket away, Alistair, from getting into that tail. Good morning to you. You're on that one.
Good morning, is that all right?
That's
Sorry, because I just panicked there. I thought I'd pressed the right one. They are 1 wicket away from a long tail. They're also, if you're India, you'll be thinking, we've got 14 wickets. England have got to take 14 of our wickets with really 3 bowlers.
Yeah.
So this is an opportunity to get as many runs this morning, even if it's only 30-40. There is still in this game. I'm a bit fearful about the forecast for Saturday, for Sunday. It takes too much time out to force a result, but they need to go and grab this, India, don't they? I think all series they played some really good cricket, and they probably won, probably won more sessions than England, but They haven't won them well enough to take big steps forward in many of the games.
Now, England have had one huddle, then they broke up, and now they're having a second go. So not quite sure what that's all about, but the photographers are in, taking their pictures, and all wearing their white headbands there, some wearing caps and so on as well. But they're coming out, they've got a job to do here, and they are one man down, of course. And the word on Chris Woakes was, well, basically that he's not going to take any further part in the game. But they just left that little option open at the end, haven't they? I suppose just in case there's 2 balls to survive or something at the end of the match. But it doesn't sound as if really he's going to take any meaningful part.
Well, what shots could he play? He could play the little scoop, maybe get inside the line, scoop, one-handed scoop over fine leg.
We talked about Paul Terry batting at Old Trafford against the West Indies.
How
one-handed.
many balls did he face?
I'm not sure, but there's a great picture of him digging out a Joel Garner Yorker with his right hand because his left arm was broken. So he actually did go out there and he faced the West Indies of 1984, which I suspect wasn't a lot of fun with your leading arm in a big pot.
In one sense, that's got a cast on. That's just
It's got
an arm guard. That's an arm guard. Well, you can't arm guard you can't really arm guard a shoulder.
Yeah.
There's the picture.
There's the picture. He's actually got his arm tucked under his England sweater, sort of out of the way. Big Bird bowling down a thunderous Yorker, and he's dug it out with his right hand. I mean, that's pretty special, isn't it?
I mean, if you weren't double taken, that is the position of Phil Tufnell would get into batting with 2 arms.
Yes, there are some similarities there. How many balls did he face? I suppose, do we know how many? Because he'd obviously faced some before his arm was broken, but anyway. Josh Tongue is going to bowl. He had a very mixed day yesterday. And he bowls a couple of terrific balls, and then quite a lot where the radar was completely awry. But maybe he'll be better for the bowl. I mean, he bowled 20 overs for Nottinghamshire but in a recent match, but that's not real preparation for a test match. He was very rusty. In he comes. First ball is on target and edged and slices away down through third man for 4 runs.
It's also ended up flat on his face.
Yeah.
I mean, they had all kinds of issues in the morning session with the foot marks and slipping, which could be an indication, could have been used as an excuse. But they've obviously filled him in. He's fallen over, and that was very full for Caranair. They'd have gone straight to 4th slip, a low catch to 4th slip if there had been a 4th slip.
Yeah. But it's 4 runs instead, and it's 208 for 6 at the start of this second day. Crowd coming in, excited, looking forward to what will happen during the course of the day. Now there's a low full toss, clipped away into the onside, didn't come out of the middle of the bat. It's pursued by Overton, who slides on his knees there. Sends it in. I got a very angry message from one of my old colleagues today saying, what are these fast bowlers doing, diving on boundary ropes? What could be done? Can you imagine Fred Trueman or Bob Willis doing it? Of course, the answer is no. I can't imagine Fred Trueman or Bob Willis doing it. But
did you ever dive?
Oh, I dived, but I wouldn't have dived, I don't think, like that. I think you dive in the field to stop a ball, but...
What year did the dive come in to stop the ball like?
I remember watching the Pakistan team, so I'm now in the commentary box, sort of learning how to do it. So that would have been very early 90s, I suppose.
And then in county cricket? No.
Not when I was playing. Not the dive like you see today on the boundary edge. I mean, for the sake of 1 run, if someone does get injured, you think, why on earth are they doing it? In goes Tongue then, and bowls, and that thumps into the pad. And Washington there getting on the front foot. That would have missed the leg stump, I reckon. 209 for 6, but now it's just you are expected to do it, aren't you?
And you also taught to do it. Actually, Chris he did get in a slightly awkward position because it's one of those where you normally do the, I don't know what you even call the slide where you tuck your left leg under your right leg and just kind of slide on your, I don't know what the actual technical term for the slide when you're on your side of your leg, but he kind of was too close to the boundary to do it, to try to flick it back.
Yeah. Goes Tongue again and bowls outside the off stump. There's no stroke from Washington, and I mean, same with Leach, didn't he? Banged his head and got concussion from doing it incorrectly.
But the only thing I will say about it, if you then don't dive, and then you go back to 2005 Ashes, and Australia win that game, you go back to you go back to certain moments and go, well, I left that ball. There's only 1 run there. There's only 1 run there. I think
Yeah, but there's also the expectation that it's commitment, though, isn't it? You are demostrating commitment to the team if you dive.
And it's the only way to play. You can't play sport.
In goes Tongue, bowls on the leg stump, called away down a fine leg. I don't think the fielder down there saw it, actually. Not that he could have stopped it. It just rolls away into the boundary down at fine leg. So the second boundary in the over, 213 for 6.
Well, I mean, we'll just go back to that point in a minute, but being a poor start from Tongue, a full toss. The first ball wasn't too bad, although it went for 4, and then a full toss And this one's an in-swinging, very, very gentle, help yourself leg stump half volley.
Poor ball, that.
So out of the 5 balls he bowled, 3 have been average.
Yeah. England need a good start here. They've got to get, well, India out for 250, 260. Tongue again, past the umpire, bowls. That's a better ball outside the off stump, which climbed 2 on the way through. And that illustrates, doesn't it, as that overends what there is there if you bowl consistently and bowl in the right place.
I still think they're below par, India. As in, like, as the game revolves, I think the scores will get better. It's just actually India's second innings with two main bowlers, Jamie Overton, who's kind of was picked as a fourth seamer to balance the side, and no specialist spinner. That's where I think England might struggle to take those wickets.
I could be a bit obsessed with rollers, but I see that the Indians used a light roller today, which I assume is they don't want the heavy roller to flatten it out for England's innings, whenever that may be.
There's a chance, I reckon, they're thinking there's 2 heavy rollers, could be quite quickly, and we know the heavy rollers will make it flatter.
Big queues outside. We mentioned yesterday about not everybody being in the ground for the start. They seem to be sort of segregating people off, splitting up the queues. So I hope we're not too frustrated waiting out there. I just saw a shot from outside of the ground. 2:13 for 6. Atkinson's going to bowl from the pavilion end. He's bowling to the right-handed Karan Nair, who waits the first ball, pushes into the offside, and it's picked up by Bethel there at point, who's still got his white headband on.
Just going back to that point about Chris Rhodes died, you can't play sport though fearing you're going to get injured.
No.
It's part and parcel of sport. You can't run into bowl thinking, oh, I better not bowl this at 100% because I might do my hamstring, or I can't face this bowler because it's always. There is always that product you might get injured. We never think about it when you play. You can't think about it. That's not a...
If you do it half-hearted, the odds are you're going to get injured. Here's Atkinson. Bowls. Oh, there's no shot played. That must be out, LBW. Surely. Be given not out. Mr. Raza doesn't raise his finger very often. There's no shot played there. It looks straight. And the only thing here, surely, is the height. It was a straight ball, a complete misjudgment. Very straight ball. Umpire, no, he's giving it not out. Well, they're talking about it. No, they're not going to review it. It must have been height.
It had to be.
Dead straight from here.
Yeah. I mean, you're the bowler. It has to be out. He's played no shots. It has to be out.
Let's have a look. We'll see the length is important. It's short of a length. It cuts back. Oh, it becomes miles back. That wouldn't have hit a 5th stump. That's absolutely rocketed back.
Jeez, that has gone more than Joe Root would spin it.
Yes.
By a long way.
Well, there's a good decision by Mr. Raza. But for this angle, there's no way you could see that. But it did cut back a long, long way. 2:13 for 6. Atkinson again comes scuttling in, bowls, and Nair defends this and pushes it back up the pitch again. I suppose another word about the injuries, though, is that the problem is they do tend to be serious. If you those ones on the boundary edge diving full tilt, you tend to land on your shoulders or your head or whatever, and and it's the bowlers usually, isn't it, the big lads who go after it, and they do tend to be serious injuries.
So you don't get many injuries standing at first slip, John?
No, you don't. No. Unfortunately, the bowlers are down there in the long grass, aren't they? 2:13 for 6. In comes Atkinson, bowls, and Nair forward. Plays that along the ground up to mid-on. That's followed by Overton. Good morning, Andy.
Morning, Agus. I've got some details on that Paul Terry performance you're talking about. When he came back out to bat England 9 down.
Say, by the way, with that headband on, you look very John McEnroe.
Well, I'm sure he'd be delighted by that comparison.
Do you think? That
two of the great left-handers.
I'm sitting next to John McEnroe. Do you think?
Well, long curly hair, slightly balding. Yeah, you're right.
Well, I emphatically cannot be serious. Devoted my entire career.
We need a photograph. I think that is definitely John McEnroe. In comes Atkinson, bowls, pushed away out to point. Go on anyway, Paul.
Terry suffered a broken arm from a short ball from Winston Davis.
Yes.
Came back out with England 9 down, needing 23 to avoid the follow-on. Alan Lamb at the other end on 98. Lamb played out 5 deliveries of the next over, then hit the 6th ball to fine leg. This is from the Wisden Almanac report. Then ran 1 as if to keep the strike, but then ran a 2nd to complete his century, leaving Terry on strike to face Joel Garner.
In comes Atkinson. Over the wicket, moves in, bowls. Oh, that's very close, that off stump again. They're playing no shot. And I was under the circumstances, and the ball that he got earlier on, that was a very tight leave indeed. 2:13 for 6. after 66 overs, so 14 till a new ball.
There appeared to be some confusion over whether Terry had been sent out to allow Lamb to complete his century or to allow England to complete the follow-on, which in the context of the mild disputes at the end of the last test is shows these things keep coming back round. Personal milestones versus the team. Gower, the captain, waved them to stay on. Terry survived one ball from Joel Garner, was bowled by the second. And that was the end of his test career.
I reckon that's the calmest John McEnroe has ever spoken on the radio.
Jeez, that's a proper John McEnroe, that. Anyway, it's interesting. I remember that very, very clearly. 213 for 6. And, well, Tongue's coming round the wicket. There's a problem here for Pope, is he doesn't really know, I don't think, what field to set. Ball seems to be going all over the place. So he's coming round the wicket to Washington Sundar. There's a poor ball down the leg side, and Smith can't get on it. It's byes. It's impossible, really, for the keeper to stop. Another wayward ball, fired way down the leg side.
Well, they set a 5-4 leg side field, so they're asking Josh Tongue to bowl around the wicket in swing to Sundar, try and cramp him with room. It's not easy to control it, how much he's going to swing, and on that angle it's really got away from him. But I know Sundar doesn't like it in there, but the balls he bowled to Jadeja and Sai to get out were the nipping away balls, which you'd have thought it's a bit easier to defend against.
Here he is again, bowls a better ball, pushed into the offside by the left-handed Washington Sundar. Duckett will field there at point. Now I must message and mention, before it melts, I mean, we've had 2 extraordinary cakes. This is in the category of 2 extraordinary cakes. We had an amazing one up at Old Trafford in the form of the hat. This is another one which comes from Chantal, who's a well-known chocolatier. And this is a cricket ball, but this is just not an ordinary cricket ball. This is a cricket ball. That's incredible. There's Tongue. Bowls and pushed away by Naya. He runs down to Gully. She writes, I'm afraid this may be even more fragile than recent Duke's balls, but thankfully far less painful if it hits you in the mouth, and tastier too. This is, I mean, this is the same size as a cricket ball. The seam is generous. I think you wouldn't complain about bowling with that.
You might nip one.
You might hit the seam every now and then, but the colour is perfect. The seam is perfect, and the joint between the sort of the quarter seam, as they call it, perfect. Here's the next one from Tongue, pushed away down to mid-off. She writes, I made this entirely out of chocolate to mark 50 glorious years of listening to TMS. I hope you might enjoy a little break from our normal chocolate cakes, cookies and brownies. It's a bit more on message. Thank you for the joy, the laughter and precious broadcasting moments, come rain or shine. With very warm wishes and slightly sticky fingers. This comes from Chantal. And see, the problem is, everyone's been touching this. How do you sterilise this? Here's Tongue bowling. Oh, there's peel flag before wicket. He likes it. And he's walking. He actually walked off there before the umpire raised his finger. Well, just he bowls these extraordinary balls, and then suddenly he produces something like that. And in fact, he's changed his mind now and has come back and reviewed it.
Well, they have 3 left.
Yes.
So
but he was walking off, wasn't he?
He was, and this is why England like Josh Tongue.
TV umpire,
because he's a wicket taker.
We have a player review for LBW. Original decision is out. I've checked the feed. It's fair delivery.
Plumb.
Can we go to front on, please?
It looked absolutely plumb, and he did start to walk
front
off.
on coming up.
Full length.
That's hitting middle stump about halfway up, I think, looking at that replay. It's nowhere near the bat.
It's clearly missed the bat. There's a large gap between bat and ball, so we can go to ball tracking when it's ready.
I like Rod Tugger, doesn't mess
Ball
about, does
tracking
he?
coming up. Kumar.
That's hitting
Impact is in line
middle
and
stump
hitting the
halfway up.
wickets. So you'll be staying with your original decision of out.
So there they go. Well,
now
I
on
guess he's got
screen.
3 reviews left.
Kumar, you're on screen now, signal man.
He's missed a straight ball, really.
Well, it has nipped back a little bit, but it was no foot movement whatsoever. He's been quite. He's not big foot movers. He doesn't move big strides in, but he's been very stout-like in his defence. He's just almost looks like he's just had a massive concentration fade.
Yeah.
And just forgot to watch the ball.
Very full ball played round. Well, that's just what England want, because the stable door, as it were, is now open. They got a chance here to to nip out these last 3 wickets. But thank you, Chantal. That's a lovely start to the day. As I don't know how.
I think someone's just going to have to go for it. I think someone's going to have to
It's
quarter seam it with a knife and just go.
It's rather like breaking open an Easter egg, isn't it? But it's a work of art. I don't know how you've done that with a seam. It's fantastic.
I do think. Are we allowed to eat it, or do we? Is it for? Just for
chocolate use original beans, Congo Femme de Virunga, 55% dark milk. Possibly the only ball that will improve the little age and a cup of tea. So definitely.
It's not a new ball anyway, is it? Because that looks like it's done a lot of overs in the dirt, doesn't it?
It's done a few overs, but that was brilliant. Thank you, Chantal. Very kind of you. We shall enjoy that. And delivered, yes, by cameraman Jim, who we always see pottering about down at our end of the ground. So Akash Deep has arrived, and he'll be a threat with the ball on here. We'll see how he gets on with the...
This morning, it's nipped a lot already.
Yeah.
He does nip the ball.
He does. 4 slips, a gully, and Tongue on his way with a short leg bowls. Oh, very wide outside the off stump and moving wider. And again, taken by Jamie Smith, who's been leaping all over the place this morning. 218 for 7, but a valuable wicket there with Naya LBW. And now India have their tail exposed.
It's been a big 2 days in the Cook household, or the Hunt household as well. It's a lot of sheep are sold yesterday and today,
right,
at the Tame Sheep Fair. So all organised, all been dipped, all been sorted over the last 3 weeks. Obviously, I'm probably not the most popular man at home at the minute because I haven't been home for the last 3 weeks to sort or help any of these out. So I think my wife Alice was up at 4 this morning. So I just want to everyone who is at Tame, and there's massive cricket fans.
So we're not going to tell her about the lovely night out we had last night?
No. I was in bed early last night.
218 for 7, and Sundar checks his guard and settles over his bat, and Atkinson is going to bowl from the Mickey Stewart members pavilion end. Here he comes, scuttling run, bowls outside the off stump. He keeps it a little bit low. Smith
Can
his boots.
you say a night out, just a couple of drinks in the hotel bar, is a night out, Agnes?
I was thinking that you might be in trouble at home.
Well, hopefully it goes well. I think the lambs will be going in about now to be sold. I think she said around 11 o'clock. So yet to hear any information.
Well, good luck with that. Atkinson wheels round in the sunshine, moves in, bowls. That's played by Sundar off the front foot. Again, finds Bethel at backward point.
Karanaya 57 from 109 balls with 8 fours. His second 50-plus scoring test after his triple 100 in late 2016, enabling David Lloyd to reclaim the record for highest score by someone who's only reached 50 once in Test cricket, 214 not out, which Karanaya had stolen off him for 8 years, now back in its rightful Lancastrian hands.
It's lovely watching that innings. If you look back at some of the fielding, here comes Atkinson, bowls. Oh, there's a funny old pull shot from Washington. Like Kevin Peterson's flamingo shot there. He had a leg off the ground entirely and then hoiked the ball away into the leg side. Looks like a helicopter shot. 220 for 7. He gets a couple of runs for that. Now some of the field, Daryl Bishan running after the ball very slowly and then sort of putting a foot on it. Mind you, if Chris Wokes had done that, he'd have been bowling this morning. There was no chance of Bishan pulling any muscle. Chasing the ball as he did at Edgbaston that day. 220 for 7. Here comes Atkinson, bowls. He's gone for the pull shot again, and it's in the air. Caught. Yes, he is caught by Overton, and Washington has slumped to his knees. He can't believe he's absolutely picked out the man there. He's still slumped to his knees, and umpire Ralph saying, "Hey, mate, you're out. On your way." And well, now he finally gets up and drags himself away. But he's pulled that straight to deep square leg, and he walks off looking absolutely desperate.
He can't believe he's just helped himself to hit it straight to him. He didn't try and hit it very hard. It's almost as if he thought the man was at square leg. Yeah. All he had to do was get over square leg, and Jamie Overton's taken a very comfortable catch. But
it didn't move.
He didn't have to move, and didn't. But he didn't, like, in the modern player, the power that everyone's got.
He's not halfway off the ground yet.
I know.
That's one of the slowest walk-offs. Oh dear. Well,
he'd a bit like Lavashane takes forever to walk off, doesn't it?
He's devastated.
But he's devastated because he could have hit that.
Yeah.
Like 25 rows back. But
Into the Archbishop Tennyson School.
Yeah, he's just tapped it straight to Jamie Irvine to walked off. I think we've had 2 brain fades.
Yeah, but he's still not off the ground yet. That's a very, very slow walk over the boundary edge finally. And he's got that long trudge up the stairway now into the dressing room. If you want to see a batsman truly heartbroken at getting out, I offer you the sight of Washington Sundar leaving the ground now.
Is he heartbroken, or is he like in total and utter despair of what he's done? As in, like, he can't believe he's just done it.
Bit of both.
Disbelief.
He's still going up the stairs.
He might stop there.
Well. Oh, he's going up the final set of stairs.
Isn't it? Not yeah. They're going to bowl a ball, and he's still.
Right, finally arrives at the dressing room, and in he goes. 1 or 2 slaps on the back. 220 for 8, and in comes Atkinson. He bowls a bouncer there to the new batsman Siraj, and it flies through to wicketkeeper Smith. But Overton did not move. Well, he moved. Well, I won't exaggerate. He moved 1 pace to his left to take that catch. Absolutely picked him out.
And then just slid on his knees.
Yeah. He was in the right depth. He was just everywhere to take the catch. 4 slips a gully, and there's a leg slip as well. As Atkinson runs in and bowls, and he fends away at this one, or flies through to the keeper. And that's the end of a successful over. So England taking 2 wickets in those 20 minutes. 220 for 8, the 2 wickets they'd have wanted as well. So it's deepens Siraj, and there's only the number 11 to come. So Cookie, a good spell from you, from England's perspective. Thoughts from you. And then we have either thoughts from you or from John McEnroe sitting beside me, and then Isha's coming in.
Well, John McEnroe hasn't got a racket in his hand, so it's down to me, but just a dream start for England. 2 main batsmen who could do any of the damage you'd have felt are gone. And India's long tail are in with Deepan Siraj. Morning, Isha.
Morning to you, Alistair.
You're trying to turn me
Oh,
on.
sorry. Just realised that's tongue is in. And that's struck on the pad. Akashdeep, that one jagging back, looking to defend it. Missed it completely, hit the top of his pad and plopped on out to the offside.
Plopped? Good
yeah.
word. Good word.
I haven't used that before in Test match cricket.
Very-
Thought I'd use it today.
Very summery as well.
Thank you.
That is.
Pink?
Yeah. Well,
Brighten it up.
Very light colours.
After a grey day yesterday.
Yeah. Soft light colours. Pink and
Pastel.
beige. Pastel, that's the word I needed. Me and fashion aren't really.
They don't go together. No. As tongue bowls full, this time played nicely by Akashdeep to short mid-on.
It's not they don't go together, I say very, very safe.
Okay.
I don't put myself out there.
Okay.
Not like
Makes it easy though.
Yeah, not like
T-shirt
someone
and
like Stephen
trousers.
Finn or someone who tries to be someone who's all these baggy clothes. Which
He's
he's
very
in
Shoreditch,
fashion.
isn't he?
Very. Whatever that means, but yeah.
And his Saltzman's a little bit Shoreditch, that loud shirt. As tongue is into Deep, who sways out of the way of that one, just leans back gently. Back of a length delivery from Tongue. 87 miles an hour, that delivery. So 2 wickets have been picked up this morning already. And already it's much nicer conditions than we had yesterday at the start of play. Bit of blue sky, we can see a lot of cloud cover and plenty in here on day 2, which has been renamed Thorpe Day in honour of the great man Graham Thorpe, as Tongue past the stumps. Deep misses it completely. That's one of those deliveries that, well, it's a good ball to a good player. To a tail ender, it's missing everything.
How much is that nipped? Because in initial thing, that's gone absolutely miles. In a way swinger, it's gone a little bit. I think it's made to look better from deep because he was trying to hit it through kind of mid-on or mid-wicket with no feet movement and a big bat swing. But it feels like the pitch has nipped more this morning than it did yesterday, of England just bowled slightly fuller.
Tongue in the channel this time, a little bit more outside the line of off stump, and again it just shapes away. I think maybe because bowling more deliveries in the right area, potentially.
His first 5 balls he didn't, but this is what Josh Tongue is in one sense. I think we've seen the extreme version of him in this game where his radar isn't right, but he has that ability with his angles and he creates different pitches for batsmen to look at. And he has brought some real seeds.
Deep this time down the leg side, and has that caught any pad on the way through? No, it's just byes, and another one that Jamie Smith can't get to. Josh Tongue, well, how many byes has he now bowled? Zoltz,
Are we blaming the bowler for byes now?
224 for 8.
We've had now 12 byes in the innings. I think we've had 2 sets of 4 byes today, and I think the other set of byes was also another set of 4 byes yesterday, all off Tongue.
Are you saying that Jamie Smith could have got there?
I think on that one, I think that was possible to get in.
38
it wasn't wide, was it? It was just brushed his pad. I thought it was leg byes.
So 38 extras in total now, joint second top score.
Atkinson, he bowls, and that's beaten the edge of Mohammad Siraj, squaring him up. Bit of nip off this surface. It's still looking very green. 4 slips and a gully in play.
Just wonder whether it might have quickened up a smidgen, maybe.
I think so too.
Just that initial moisture, just leaving the wicket, so just hardens a bit, and the ball's carrying through better. India won't mind it. Obviously, they'll be disappointed to lose the 2 wickets, but if they bowl a deep in particular, Nipper can bowl anything like it won't be easy for the initial England.
Siraj bowled. Gus Atkinson is through, and he has been the pick of the bowlers for England over the course of the 2 days. This one, he zones in on the stumps, and he is successful. India then 224 for 9. Siraj out for a duck.
That's nipped back, but it's that fuller length. I know against the tail, but it's good bowling. Try to swing away and just nip back a smidgen, and Siraj does the universal sign to his partner using his 2 fingers, suggesting it nip back, but his feet went nowhere as a tail ender. And Gus Atkinson's 4 for 33. He's bowled beautifully. It's amazing when the pitch with a bit more bounce, a bit more pace, tail enders don't hang around, do they? They don't get in line as much. And it's been a very good morning so far for England.
Just 20 that's been added to the score for India. They've been able to remove 3 wickets as Prasidh Krishna heads on out to the middle. I'm glad you finished that sentence. Universal sign, 2 fingers.
Yeah, the 2 fingers to his partner. Just, I don't know, the flicking, the indication it's going in. Thanks, Ish.
Thanks for the description.
Is that fair enough?
Yeah.
How else would you describe
No, you're right.
The 2 finger signal?
The weakness of India's tail has been a massive factor in this series. Their leading seamers in the series, Kamboj, Bumrah, Prasidh, Akash, Deep and Siraj, have yet to make a double-figure score at any point. And currently they've totaled 48 runs at an average of 3.4 between them.
Atkinson sets off bowling from the pavilion end to Krishna, who looks to defend it, but a bit of nip off the pitch again, goes away from him off a good length. 4 slips and a gully and a leg slip. Jacob Bethel there at leg slip, sporting the Graham Thorpe headband. Joe Root as well. We are here in the commentary box, of course, in association with mine today, Thorpe Day, on day 2 of the Oval Test. On their initiative, bat and have a chat as Prasidh Krishna sets up. Big wide open gap on the offside. And that's got him, he's got him! And another test match fifer for Gus Atkinson. He completes this innings. India all out for 224. 5 for 33 for Gus Atkinson. He has enjoyed being here at home, his 4th Test match fifer.
Well, he can do no wrong in an England shirt, Gus Atkinson. Ben Stokes on the balcony, clapping his fast bowler off. He has been the pick of the bowlers, and today he's bowled that fuller length. And that was an away swinger, which would have been just going over the top of our stump. Far too good for India's number 11. It would have been a good ball for any of the top order. A great morning for England, but also encouragement for India. And this pitch, there is plenty of movement there in the air and off it.
He does the customary raising of the ball to the crowd, Gus Atkinson, and now leading his team off the field of play as he raises his ball once again. Everyone on their feet applauding what has been a fantastic performance by the Surrey man. 224 then on the board for India. Gets a nice close-up shot from Philip Brown down on the boundary there, and Ben Stokes is on the balcony clapping as well as he sees his team walk up the stairs into the dressing room. So a good morning for England. They wanted to rattle through these wickets quickly. They picked up 4 for 20, and Gus Atkinson with a Test match fifer, outstanding with the way he bowled, 5 for 33. Needed to step up as well because of the injury to Chris Woakes yesterday, and very likely not being able to take further part in this match with the ball. So Atkinson stepping up. Josh Tongue, 3 for 57 for him from his 16 overs. It was a bit scattergun, but he did extract wickets. Jamie Overton, luckless for none for 66 from his 16 overs, and Jacob Bethel with just a couple of overs yesterday for 4 runs, as India all out for 224. The top scorer then was Karan Nair with 57. He resumed this morning. He was LBW to Josh Tongue with a ball that just nipped back off the pitch. And someone playing probably for his future place in the Test side, the 36-year-old. He needed to try and hold the innings together. They were hopeful this morning that him and Washington Sundar could establish a bigger partnership and take this score to 250 plus. But it was all England this morning, 224 to India then. Alistair Cook mentioning that it might encourage the Indian bowlers, that there was a bit of nip this morning. Still very green out there as the heavy rollers going over the top of the wicket. Bit of breeze in the air, overcast, but not too gloomy. But still, if India are able to get it in the right areas, I'd imagine they'd feel that they can extract a few wickets cheaply here, as Michael Vaughan has stepped into the chair. What did you make of that morning session?
Yeah, quick. Good morning, everyone. I mean, it's doing plenty. Whether this heavy roll that we see is going up and down the surface just kind of deadens it slightly, we'll have to wait and see. There was a few indentations from yesterday. There was moisture yesterday, and the ball hammering the pitch all day. You just make these indentations, and that's what the heavy roll England will hope will kind of flatten it out. But in these conditions, with a bit of cloud around and a bit of green grass, you would think there's going to be lateral movement. Gus Atkinson bowled beautifully. That's as good as I've seen him, actually.
He talked to us last night, spoke to Simon Mann about how frustrating it had been after the Zimbabwe Test to be out injured with a hamstring, and a bit stop-starty for him in terms of being able to build momentum and having to wait to get his opportunity once again. But he'll be delighted with the way he performed here.
What's this? I've got a cricket ball in there.
Not entirely sure what that is. Oh, here we go. You can read that out.
Right. Is it a cake or? What is it, Andy? Is that a cake?
It was, yes, a cake cake or chocolate in the shape of a cricket ball. I think we read the missive earlier on.
It's chocolate.
Big seam, looks like that'll move around quite a bit over the balls.
Well, the one thing I'll say about, usually we talk about particularly this Duke ball, for the first 30 overs it does plenty, and then it kind of deadens out. You think about that ball there, which was 70 overs old, Andy, 68 to 70 overs old.
Yeah, that was the 70th over.
Yeah, that was still swinging around, still seaming. So that tells you that there's plenty of life in this surface. The Baz ballers have been quite sensible throughout these series. I think they've played with quite a lot of maturity. I've got a sense that the Bazbors might come out dashing here.
Mm.
I think they'll see
Okay.
this pitch and think we don't want to wait for one with our name on it. And I think they might come out and play a few shots, which is very, very risky. If the likes of Siraj and Akashdeep get it right, and that would be the big if. If they do it, it'll be difficult for England. If they just knock them off their lines and lems, I think we'll see the ball flying to all parts.
Just looking at the deviation statistics, and this innings compared with the first innings, the other 4 tests have seen more seam movement and more swing. But specifically from over after the first 40 overs, which we've been looking at through the series, way more deviation than any other first innings of this test in the same phase of the innings. Around about 25 to 30% more than the average over the first 4 tests. That's deviation off the pitch, and considerably more swing in the air. Sort of almost like 3 times as much as we saw in the first innings at Manchester, Lords and Edgbaston, and also significantly more than we saw in the first innings at Headingley.
They've left a bit on, haven't they? Sometimes it's just to hold the pitch together here at the Oval, especially later on in the summer. It can get quite dry, and we have seen reverse swing here quite a bit the latter part of the summer. But here I'm not imagining that there will be too much of that, because there's lush green outfield and still a really green tinge. So the batters who will be striding out: Zach Crawley, Ben Duckett, 212 at 30 for Zach Crawley, 365 at 52 for Ben Duckett, missing out on another Test match century in that last test, out on 94. Duckett, Crawley on 84 up at Old Trafford. And they'll be heading out. Akashdeep, you would think, holds the key for India with his 11 wickets at 28. Just someone who can bowl a hard length, and what I mean by that is someone who can really just bag it into the pitch and really extract as much movement as possible, because he's not necessarily floating it up there. Might prove crucial in the opening stages of this second innings. So England brilliant this morning. 4 wickets they picked up for just 20 runs, and you can watch the wickets that have fallen on the BBC Sport website and app. And Today at the Test is on BBC Two and iPlayer from 7 o'clock. You can watch the highlights of last night as well, which is available on iPlayer. Not as many highlights because of the rain that truncated the day, but we still saw plenty. And also to mention, our BBC coverage of the 100 starts on Tuesday. 68 games, all live across BBC Radio, including 16 games on iPlayer and BBC Two, starting with London Spirit against the Oval Invincibles Tuesday afternoon from 2:30. Plenty of people milling around in the stands. Seen plenty of action already here today. Ground staff just repainting the crease lines here, and the Indian players gathering together on the outfield as they're getting themselves ready to head out there.
Yeah, Shubman Gill will be hoping it's you get it in cricket that days that just wickets fall, tumble, and India will be hoping that it's one of those days. But from an England perspective, they will come out and try and score quickly. You know, they'll look at that 224 and think, all right, we can bat for 50 overs. We'll get up to that score and then beyond. If they bat the day out, I'm sure they'll get a lead. But by doing so, if the ball seams around and swings around like we've seen, it's not going to be easy. And if India can catch, I'm sure England will give them a chance or two. It's just the way that they play. It's just whether they brought the hands this week, which obviously cost them so dearly in that first test at Headingley.
I can see little and large. And it's not you and me, Michael. It's Ben Duckett and Zach Crawley in the distance, walking down the stairs. Out of the changing rooms is Shubman Gill is getting his team together. They've got arms around shoulders in a huddle. The final words being spoken by him. What do you think he's saying there?
Well, you would think he'll be saying, you know, you just got to be very patient and consistent in terms of your lines and lengths. You don't need to chase it. On this kind of surface, you just need to do what Gus Atkinson did, which was very controlled, decent length, bring the batter forward, on and around the off stump, and you let the rest kind of look after itself. What they can't really do here, India, is go searching for early wickets, and then give Ben Duckett that flying start that we saw him get at Old Trafford. A few nice leg stump half volleys. If they get it right, it won't be easy, but you know, it's not easy bowling, particularly to Duckett. He's such a hard batter to bowl to. And getting their lengths right will be crucial to the little and large combination.
Well, they come, the players. Duckett and Crawley striding out there with purpose. Plenty of spectators wearing headbands here today in honour of Graham Thorpe. Day 2, a day for Thorpe.
So you've got yours, Anish?
I have,
Where's
indeed. I'll have to go and get you one. As Michael, you can talk us through the importance of days like today in association with Mind. We'll be talking more about it, obviously, at lunchtime. And remembering Graham Thorpe, but someone that you knew very well, Michael. And
Yep.
here you go, you've got your
Got my
headband on now,
for
and then
Thorpe.
we'll be hearing from Dan Norcross.
Yeah, great teammate. Such an influence on a lot of these England players that are out there playing. Joe Root in particular, he was stood at first slip for 28 minutes with his headband on. So was Ben Duckett at Gully. Yeah, a big role within the England side did Graham. That's of Ollie Pope.
I put mine on. It's a bit tight. Do you find it's sort of
you got a big head?
squeezing? Well, I don't think I have. But it was sort of squeezing me.
It's nice. It's a nice look at. Yeah, the Graham Thorpe headband.
It's a great band.
Times, yeah, he'd take that helmet off, celebrating a century.
Seen a few of them around and about.
I remember bringing him back actually for the Test match here against South Africa in 2003, where he got a tremendous 100. Trescothick got a double.
Crawley to face the first ball from the bustling Siraj. He's tickling it away for a single, probably off the pad. And England are underway. 224, it is a leg by. 224 feels under par, but at the same time, I mean, it's doing a lot. As Andy said, did you say, Andy, more deviation?
Yeah, more deviation off the pitch and in the air across, compared with the first innings, across the same period as in the first 70 overs, but specifically from after over number 40, when we've often seen batters dominate. Much more movement in the air and off the pitch compared with the first innings of the previous 4 tests.
Is this a different batch of balls, Michael? Because they've not been changed, have they? It wasn't changed at Old Trafford.
I'm not an expert on balls.
No. Well, the man who is an expert on balls just completely baffles us with the science of it all. The man from Dukes, you know, the cows. Is it the right leather?
Well, they certainly have improved as the series have gone on.
Right, Siraj is into the left-handed Duckett with 3 slips and a gully. And he just pushes it. Well, tries to leave it perhaps, and it angles down into the gully. Stefan Schemmelt, our correspondent, our chief cricket writer, I should say. He says England are one good batting performance away from winning the series. What do we mean by that?
Well, if they bat well in the first innings, they're going to get a big lead, get 450. Then
you need it's 450. Is that the lead?
Over, yeah, it's quite clear and obvious. But I guess on a pitch that's doing quite a lot, it's not going to be easy.
Well, a good batting performance today might be just getting in the lead and having 5 wickets in hand or so.
Well, they've only got 3 seamers. And they've
Yes.
obviously not got that 4th seam option this week.
Siraj into Duckett, who cuts at this, doesn't time it. It goes rolling out into the offside, picks up at mid-off. No run. He looks at the bottom of his bat suspiciously. Yeah, and of course England only have 9 wickets. Presumably Wokes isn't going to bat, is he?
You wouldn't have thought so. It'll be interesting to see how Shubman Gill uses this attack. Prashid Krishna is a hit the pitch style bowler. And this is a surface really that you want to be kind of just probing away on that full length.
Here comes Siraj again. Duckett smashes this away through the offside. First run's off the bat. It's being pursued eagerly. Should be hauled back in. Will be. And they'll come back for 3. Hit through point for 3. He loves that area, does Duckett. And England are 4 without loss.
Yeah, I mean, for India, if they can say they can keep England to 300, they'll feel that they're still in the game, because obviously no Chris Wokes in the second innings. Sun's meant to shine tomorrow. Not going to be worried about Jacob Bethel and Joe Root, so they've got 3 seamers to face.
A pitch that gets better. Tongue spraying it around.
Yeah, he's certainly
Overton a little bit undercooked.
He looked hard to face, Josh Tongue, because he was all over the place, and every now and again he bowled a Jaffa. Good luck trying to line up Josh Tongue this week.
Here comes Siraj into Crawley. And Crawley's beaten on the outside edge. Ball in the channel outside off stump. Just pushes forward at it, goes through to the keeper. There's definite movement to nibble, slightly overcast today. The breeze has changed direction completely. It's now sort of east to west. It was going the other way, yeah, maybe a bit of northeast to southwest.
I mean, they're saying showers, aren't they, later on today, about 4 o'clock?
Yeah. Notoriously difficult to predict a shower, though, isn't it? This time of year. But we've had high drama already this morning. 4 wickets going down. The last 4 in double quick time in half an hour. Siraj is into Crawley. Clatters this through the offside for 4. A bit of width. Almost a cut shot, really. And slams it to the boundary, the Archbishop Tennyson School side. Then England end the first over 8 without loss. Pretty typical Crawley, that.
Yeah, that's a really good shot. It's not a great delivery from Mohammad Siraj. I mean, he's bowled so many overs, hasn't he? Played every single test match, and he has to be a little bit tired and a bit jaded. This is the way England will play. They'll certainly play more shots today than they have done in previous weeks. I think they've realised that in the last few weeks the pitches have been so true and flat, you just bat and the field will get spread and you just kind of milk it. They've played with great maturity. Whereas on this kind of surface, there's a great argument that you really do need to go dashing. Get after the bowler and put them under pressure.
Akashdeep is going to open from the Vauxhall end. Played a couple of test matches so far in this series, picked up 11 wickets. Bowled really well in their victory at Edgbaston. And he took 4 for 88 and 6 for 99. And he's starting up around the wicket to the left-handed Duckett. And Duckett defends a ball that comes into him from round the wicket. Just pushes into the offside, there's no run.
How long does it take a roller to just wear off?
Well, do you have to have a roller?
You don't have to have one, no. You can say... You
can say no roller. See, I don't understand the light roller in that case. Either you want it rolled or you don't. So what's the thinking? There's... we look at Gareth Southgate in the house. What's the purpose of...
Well, the heavy roller you would hope would flatten out any bumps or kind of indentations.
Akashdeep in. This is driven nicely by Duckett, but straight to mid-off. There's no run.
Yeah, I guess the light roller wouldn't...
Because India used the light roller this morning, didn't they?
Ah, did they?
Yes, they did.
Oh, okay. And England have just used a heavy roller.
So it should be quite a well-rolled pitch, you'd think. Oh, Peter Reed's also here.
Well, I guess it's an indication that India obviously don't want it to flatten out. They know that they need the pitch to... Roy Hodgson's here as well. It's
football-tastic today.
Ex-football managers.
Here is Akash. And Duckett just pushes into the offside square of the wicket, picks up a single, a favoured spot of his, moves to 4, 9 without loss.
Yeah, I mean, India hope that this pitch is a minefield for the rest of today, and then tomorrow it flattens out a bit.
Well, it has done that quite a bit at the Oval. Andy, are you able to get the average second innings of the match scores?
Yes.
Have you done that?
No.
Oh. I'm finding it quite difficult to take you seriously in this garb. I mean, you're a man with a relatively eccentric hairdo at the best of times, but somehow this has enhanced your look. Is that possible? What do you think?
Yeah, I like it.
I might stick with the headband for a...
Yeah? You've got it at a slightly jaunty angle.
A bit like Bjorn Borg.
Yeah.
I've had McEnroe earlier on, now I've had Borg. I'm collecting all the greats of late 70s, early 80s tennis.
I think you're more Borg because of the hair at the back.
I want to be Vitas Gerulaitis.
Oh, yes. Akashdeep is in. And Crawley... Oh, he's struck on the pad. Big appeal. He likes it.
Bit high.
Bit high, yes. Did Vitas Gerulaitis not brilliantly say once... I've probably got the number wrong, but when he finally beat Bjorn Borg after about 36 attempts, said, no one beats Vitas Gerulaitis 37 times running. Just seeing this again. Oh, actually,
it's high.
I think it's on the knee roll. It's not a million miles over the top. Oh yes, it probably is actually. Look at that angle.
Seam movement though, seam movement away from McCroy. He's just trying to whip it. I remember his first dismissal to Bumrah at Headingley, where he whipped one across the line and was caught.
Akashdeep in down the leg side, taken by the keeper.
He looks the most likely. I know we're only into the second over, but he hits the seam on a regular basis. There is that dismissal that I was talking about, where he went just a little bit square on the onside to Jasprit Bumrah at Headingley. The outside edge was found. That was very similar to that one that he just missed, where he was kind of a bit too square on the onside. Deep, he hits the rope. He takes it either way.
So important moments in this series here. This opening pairing up against a new ball on a pitch that's doing stuff. Akash in to complete the over. And Crawley, just drives at this, but not perfectly. Goes up to mid-on along the ground, and there is no run. End of the over. 9 without loss, England after 2. After India, if you're just joining us, were bowled out for 224, losing their 4 wickets in double quick time. And it was Atkinson and Tongue that did the damage. Atkinson with 5 That is his, fourth 5-wicket haul. Now averages under 21.
He does, I think it might be exactly 21, but 60 wickets in his first 13 tests, and 4 5-wicket hauls. The last England bowler to have 4 5-wicket hauls within the first 13 tests of his career. Well, it's Ryan Sidebottom. Before that, Phil Tufnell.
Really?
And Angus Fraser. Both of them had 8.
Siraj starts a new over. He's cut by Duckett into the offside. A good diving stop will keep them to 1. That's really good work in the covers, at extra cover there from Akashdeep himself. It's brilliant work. He sprawled and dived at extra cover, saved probably a couple of runs, 10 without loss, Duckett to 5.
Both of them had 8 5-wicket hauls in his first 13.
8 in his first 13.
Tidy. Tom Richardson, Surrey legend.
Yes.
Back in the late 19th century, he had 10 5-wicket hauls in his first 13. I think he only maybe played 1 or 2 more after that.
George Lohman.
He had 5.
Sid Barnes.
8.
I will stop just saying names of old cricketers to you shortly, Zoltan. But this is a game we quite enjoy playing, isn't it? Siraj into Crawley, who works his ball into the onside but can't beat mid-wicket, a full ball on the pads.
I had a good debate with Sunil Gavaskar just early on.
Oh, yes.
Indian television about, because he was obviously the Chris Woakes dive.
Yes.
And he was saying, well, he's a stupid bowler diving wide just to save 1 run. And I said, well, what about Shubman Gill trying to steal a run? And he gets run out. Who's the silliest? Bowler or a batter?
Oh, yes. How did Sunil take that?
Yeah. It's a good debate. Chris Woakes on the screen, actually, is obviously in and around the dressing room.
Here comes Siraj once again. Crawley drives on the up through extra cover. It's running up towards the boundary. It's a very fine shot. It's going to bring him 4. Wow. I mean, that was really nothing like a half volley, and he's found that gap to the left of extra cover.
Well, the difference with the 2 bowlers at the minute is that Siraj isn't hitting the seam. He's not getting the ball to move. It's just, if you look at Akashdeep, he bowls wobble seam, and it's kind of just nipping either way. Whereas Siraj is just presenting a kind of an upright seam, and it's just hitting the middle of Zach Crawley's bat. He's batting out of his crease. He wants to nullify LBW.
Here comes Siraj, turns in from the pavilion end, and Crawley whips this off his pads. That's going out through mid-wicket. It's going to be 4 more. A very fine shot again. Just plops onto the boundary sponge. Again, not a half volley. Siraj looking grim. 18 without loss.
Well, if England can hit one of the bowlers, one of the seam bowlers, that takes India down to 2 seamers. Not saying that the 3rd seamer won't bowl, but if you can really damage one of them and get one of them losing a bit of confidence, it's going to be a hard toil for India.
It's not the trumpeter guy.
I'm sure he wasn't here yesterday.
He was. He was, yes. I'll tell you in a minute. As in comes Siraj. And this is defended on the front foot up to mid-on, no run. Finchy, he was... we gave him a shout-out because remember we mentioned his stag do. He was here. He played halfway there, living on a prayer. when they were 5 wickets down. And then his phone blew up because we were talking about his stag do.
So he only played one tune yesterday?
I think he must have played more than that, but maybe I don't know, were we absorbed in the action? Or maybe he got water in his trumpet. It was very wet. In comes Siraj to complete the 3rd over of the innings, and Crawley just defends a full ball back to the bowler. No run. How many off that over? Just 8, was it, or 9?
9.
Thank you. 18 without loss after 3.
Yeah, Siraj, 2 overs, 0 for 16 so far. Might be that when the lacquer goes, it just swing a little bit more.
Yeah. Well, found that quite a bit here, the first few overs. I mean, actually, a normal first day at the Oval is frequently about 90 odd for 2 at lunch. And then things happen in the afternoon as that ball gets, as you say, less lacquer. Alex Stewart's here. Of course he is. Basically lives here.
How many days he's actually spent at the Oval in his life? Do you have any stats on that?
And how many hours of each day? I mean, whenever I come here to do commentary, he's here way before me, and he's always here after I leave.
He'd have played for Surrey schoolboys, would he?
Akash deep in, round the wicket. It strikes the pad. Slightly hurts Duckett this time, actually. He's gone off, he's dropped his bat, he's taken his gloves off. I need to see this again. Where did it hit him? I think, sore on the thumb. This might require the physio. Not seen a replay of this yet.
You sure it's not hit him in the...
I don't know. Amidships. Could do with a replay here. It could be amidships, actually, although he's also looking at one of his thumbs, but he's on his haunches at the moment. And here is the physio, which suggests if it is amidships, there's not a lot they can do. Oh, it is.
Yeah.
No, it is.
That's bullseye.
It is.
I think there's a little edge as well.
That's only going to make matters worse, you fancy? Right, yes.
But if there is an outside edge, so it might have edged it onto his...
Abdominal protector?
Yes.
Yes.
So it's actually saved him from being caught behind.
Oh, yeah.
Price worth paying. Just on, we're talking about the Oval, Gus Atkinson's 5 for 33. The first time he's taken more than 3 wickets in a first-class innings on this ground.
Is that right?
He's only played 8 matches here for Surrey. Done okay without major contributions. So his best was a 3 for.
Well, I suppose he's often part of a 4-man pace attack. Doesn't take the new ball for Surrey particularly. It would be Worrell and Jordan Clark. He often comes on as a second change, doesn't he?
Well, Surrey didn't even pick him.
They didn't pick him, I know.
Against Yorkshire a couple of weeks ago.
And they ended up with a draw. Let that be a lesson at Scarborough. Speaking of...
So Alex Stewart, would he have played for Surrey schoolboys? Just trying to work out. But the schoolboys wouldn't be necessarily here at the Oval. So he'd have been a professional from, the age of 17? His dad would have been here, so he'd spent a bit of time. How old's Alec?
How old? I know how old he is because his birthday is the number of runs he scored. It's the 8th of April
1963. 8463, which is his career runs tally.
Career runs tally, 8463, so he's 62.
So 62, so I reckon he's spent 47 years here. And I'm saying he's obviously spent probably more these days than he used to.
Well, in the last 10 or 15 years, had a big office with a gigantic whiteboard, which he peruses every day, as Akash Deep can now continue. Duckett fit to resume. And he's, struck on the pad, big appeal. He likes this, but is it going over the top? Sometimes hard to tell with Duckett, given his height. It's hit him quite high.
He likes this.
Now he's trying to convince him. He's trying to convince him here. He's trying to convince Shubman Gill that this is out. He's going to go for it. Okay.
It's that nipper again. Angle from around, nip away, misses the
TV
outside
umpire,
edge.
Director, we have a player review for LBW. Original decision is not out. I've checked the feed. It's a fair delivery. Can we go to front on, please?
Right, well, this is our first time viewing it up close.
Front on coming up now, Kumar.
Oh, that's a good shout.
Okay, it appears there's no bat, but we'll confirm that with Ultra Edge.
It's hit him above the knee roll, but he's not
Ultra
a tall
Edge coming
man.
up now. Got a flat line and a gap between bat and ball as it goes past the bat. So we can go to ball tracking when it's ready.
Hits the pad flap. Here we go.
Ball tracking coming up now, Kumar. Impact in line and missing the wickets, going over the top of the stumps. Kumar, you'll be staying with your original decision of not out. You're on screen now, signal now.
It's a couple of inches above that middle stump. By the way, since we were talking about Finchy, the Barmy Army trumpeter, he was accompanied by Nathaniel Dye when he played Jerusalem. Nathaniel has terminal cancer and on his bucket list was playing trombone with the Barmy Army. They'll be playing some tunes together at lunch as well.
Yeah, that's that extra bit of bounce you get at the Oval. That's what saves Ben Duckett, because it's a decent length.
It's quite full, isn't it?
Yeah.
Still to be going over the top.
Still seamed. There's a good amount of seam movement, which is promising for Akashdeep. I reckon Alex Stewart is on average 100 days a year.
Oh, easy.
Over 47 years.
Ooh,
it's a lot of
4,700 days. Here's Akash in again, defended by Duckett on the front foot, back to the bowler, no run. Have you seen his office?
I'm guessing it's nice.
It's big.
Whereabouts? Obviously near the dressing room.
Yes. From memory, it's sort of above the sight screen, through there a bit.
What's his role here now? Is he still?
Well, he was, wasn't it? Director of cricket, basically. So all the signings that everyone complains about Surrey making, they're all Alex Stewart inspired. Looks around the world, sees who's available. Akashdeep in again. Goes for a big swing and a miss. It's a wild yahoo from Duckett. An extraordinary shot that misses.
Well, that's what England will do. They won't allow India just to sit on that decent length. They'll be saying, we're not going to wait around for a ball with our name on it.
I mean, this is particularly ugly swipe, it has to be said.
Seamed again.
Yeah, nowhere near it. Taken waist height by Dhruv Jurel. By the way, we've had questions about heavy rollers. We've had people asking what a Jaffa is and whether what happened at the end of the Old Trafford test was in the laws of the game. I'll come back to that in a moment. As Akash is in. Oh, edged in the air. It's going to land just in front of Gully. I think it was an edge onto pad. It ballooned. Need to see it again. Akash is now chatting to Ben Duckett, letting him know that he's got the better of him. And I think Ben Duckett possibly knows this.
Well, at the minute, I think Zach Crawley's doing the best thing. He's staying down the other end because Akashdeep's got this ball talking a bit.
No, what's that glove? I need to see front on there. Was it glove or was it arm?
I think it was off the shoulder of the bat. Oh, yeah, straight off the shoulder of the bat. How's that not carried to the corner?
It's amazing. It's landed about a yard and a half in front of Gully. So, by the way, if you've ever had queries about any aspect of cricket, you can put your questions to our panel of experts. Go to the Ask Me Anything section on the BBC Sport website and app, as Akashdeep is in to continue. He's gone for the reverse. Reverse ramp, flip, up and over the slips for 6. Why not? That's exactly what you do after the ball's hit the shoulder of your bat and balloon to Gully. That's an extraordinary shot. And with that, Duckett goes to 11, Crawley to 12, end of the over 24 without loss. I'm going to get out of the way, but just a reminder, go to the Ask Me Anything section on the BBC Sport website and app. You'll see where you can submit your questions and we'll answer them for a piece you'll see at the end of the game. Right, I'm making way after that shenanigans and handing over to Simon.
Yeah, that's brilliant. It really is. I mean, it's a short boundary down there, but to think that the ball before had bounced and hit him on the shoulder, well, he decides to just turn around and be a right-hander. And just flicks it over the cordon, and it's a lovely 6. That's the way to play the moving ball, Simon. Forget this digging in. Seeing the new ball off.
Well, it was an extraordinary shot. One thing I thought, actually, the ball that did balloon out towards the gullies, why didn't someone at least try to dive forward? I think you might have been able to get that. Not guaranteed to get there, but you might have been able to get there. Right. Siraj going into bowl to Crawley, and that's a beauty. Snakes past the outside edge. And through to the keeper.
Pressing your glasses.
This is not a great start to my commentary day, actually. My glasses have fallen apart, and they're actually fairly new as well. There we go. I'm not sure I'm going to be able to mend those. It's all because I don't know whether to put the Thorpe headband on. I was trying to.
Do you generally need the glasses to commentate on?
Well, it just sharpens things up a little bit, that's all.
Could be a tricky day for you.
It could be, yeah. I've got another pair at home. I'll have to pop home at lunchtime. 24 for no wicket. England exactly 200 runs behind. Siraj bowls, Crawley defends into the onside towards mid-wicket. Washington Sundar comes in to pick up, and there is no run. It's overcast at the Oval at the moment. A bit of blue sky to our right, but mainly cloud cover. There's a breeze. Change round from yesterday. It's over the behind Siraj is coming in from the pavilion end by the looks of it. Whereas yesterday it was going from right to left as we look. So we're at the Vauxhall end. So that'll be going into Crawley, or across Crawley from right to left. The right-hander batting at the Vauxhall end of the ground at the moment. 24 for no wicket. 12 to Crawley, 11 to Duckett. Siraj bowls, Crawley's forward, playing defensively away into the offside, and there is no run. So India all out today for 224. So England have had a perfect hour, really. They took the last 4 wickets for 6 runs, and so far they have not lost a wicket. But you feel as if there could be a wicket round the corner. I mean, this is a big test for these openers. And we've already seen Duckett charge down the pitch and try and hoof one down the ground, then play the reverse ramp and pick up 6. And there's just a feeling that you might have to play in a slightly different way to disrupt India today. 3 slips in the gully. Crawley waits for Siraj, and Crawley defends. He nearly got the ball snaking back in there through the defences of Crawley, but he got the bat down in time. Siraj walks back with his hands on his head, goes up towards mid-off, and there's no run. Eben is here.
Hello, Simon.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon even. Interesting 55 minutes ahead. Like you say, the ball is definitely moving. We thought there'd be a bit in it at least this morning, and so for the Indian bowlers who went with the light roller option, just giving their bowlers an exciting opportunity. Can they nip out 1 or 2 before lunch, and that gets them in the game? And equally England, as we know, are going to be coming at you, so something is going to happen.
Siraj bowls to Crawley, drives for 4, through mid-off. That was a powerful shot, emphatic, beautifully played. He's played some excellent shots already, Zach Crawley. That was a fine stroke. 28 for no wicket. Crawley goes to 16.
16 with 4 fours, all off Siraj so far.
It was a firm-footed drive. Pummeled it through the offside. 28 for no wicket. England have avoided the follow-on.
There is someone who watched a lot of cricket in the 80s.
This is Siraj bowling to Crawley, and Crawley gets one that nips back, strikes him on the thigh pad, down into the gully. There it is, picked up by Sai Siddharthan, and there is no run. Well, I'm talking about the 1980s, and also talking about what we were discussing yesterday during the rain break, that Jessup Test match in 1902. I'm just having a conversation with one of the production staff down the way there from TV, saying that the first, or at least one of the early View from the Boundaries that Brian Johnston did, which apparently is still available on BBC Sounds, was an interview with Ben Travers. He was a playwright, and he was here for Jessup's 100 in 1902. So that interview was in 1980, and he talks about it in that View from the Boundary, which is still on BBC Sounds.
He didn't count balls by any chance, did he?
It'd be very useful if he had it done, wouldn't it? Yeah. It's going to be Akash Deep to bowl from the Vauxhall end. 28 for no wicket. Duckett on 11. He goes round the wicket to bowl. Tim Duckett is beaten, groping for that one. The ball goes past the outside edge through to the keeper. And I think he saw Grace play as well, WG Grace play. And he said that in the interview, apparently, he says that when he got 100, that's Jessup, everyone was throwing their top hats in the air.
That's pretty cool. That is pretty cool.
Yeah. To be there that day.
So that would have been what sort of era he would have seen that?
1902.
1902.
So when Jessup made his 100, we talked about that yesterday with Simon Wilde. He's got the book out about cord chasing Jessup. I don't think.
Top hat. Have you got a top hat?
I haven't, Ebony.
Have you got a top hat, Andy?
I do not.
I can't imagine a circumstance in which I would wear one.
I don't know what happened to them all. They'll
Ascot.
throw them in the air. How do you reunite with your own top? Or they just like shared public property?
Well, they could easily get lost, couldn't they? Easily.
Ascot. Would you wear a top hat at Ascot? You could get away with it at Ascot.
Well, I wouldn't, but each to his own. Akash Deep bowls to Duckett, comes down the pitch and then size it through the offside for 4, square with the wicket. bit like a one-day shot, really, in the first 10 overs of a one-day innings, trying to take advantage of the power play. He hit that well, advancing, and then had to adjust. Just dragged his length back, the bowler, and cracked square with the wicket by Duckett. 32 for no wicket. Gill comes down to have a chat with his bowler from slip.
That wasn't actually a bad length, but just he made it into something, didn't he? He just shuffled down a little and then took it, rode it on top of the bounce. There's nothing worse as a bowler when you've actually bowled a decent ball. The batter is coming at you.
Akashdeep tries again, bowls to Duckett's full, he clips that into the onside, it's stopped at mid-on by Siraj, coming to his right-hand side and bending down. A piece of fielding, it was hit well by Duckett. Well, this is going to be we're some fascinating cricket today, aren't we? England look as if they want to play positively, not necessarily because that's the way they play, but because they feel that is the way to play today in these circumstances, with the ball nipping around a bit. 32 for no wicket, so you take your chance while you're still in. Akashdeep bowls to Duckett. Duckett cuts that for 4 as well. Cracked away. Again, really well timed. Bowler stands in the middle of the pitch with his hands on his hips in frustration. And that was another wonderful stroke. England to 36 for no wicket, and Duckett moves to 19. I was in an interview with Gus Atkinson last night. I was talking about the fact that they're down to 3 pace bowlers, basically 3 bowlers. I mean, I presume Bethel might have to fill in a bit, but he's not a mainline bowler, so they've basically got 3 bowlers left. Gus Atkinson was saying, well, we need our batters to bat time to give us
a little bit of rest,
the recovery time. But
if they do a big innings like they did,
well, if they extend it. But this is helter-skelter cricket at the moment, isn't it? Which it's high risk, and therefore you're in danger of being bowled out quickly, but for a lot of runs. Akashdeep bowls, Duckett turns that away. It's going down fine towards deep back of Squelling, and this might be 4 as well. It is. There is a fine-legged fielder in, but he's quite fine, so he had a long way to go to his right-hand side to stop that. That feels a bit quicker today than it was yesterday. Quite a few seemed to be chased down yesterday. I was actually down on the boundary edge. I thought, well, we were down there this morning for our pre-show, but yesterday evening you could stand just on the boundary edge where Chris Woakes slipped, and you could put your foot down on the ground and water would come up. Okay, they might be just dumping some of the excess water possibly in that area, but even on the outfield as well, it was quite greasy just walking around last night on the way round to the far end to do the interviews. 40 for no wicket, Duckett to 23. Akashdeep bowls to him, and he has a massive mow at that one and misses it. It's through to the keeper. Well, Duckett has set his stall out to attack, and so you're going to get a shot like that. You might get him nicking off, you might get him playing an ugly shot for a dismissal, but that's what they feel is the right way to go today, these two. 40 for no wicket. Having said that, Crawley's played in a more classic way so far. Duckett has been more extravagant.
Yeah, I think one thing it does as well is, sorry, I'll come to you in a moment, Andy, is just it knocks the bowler off his line, doesn't it? It means that Akashdeep, who can settle in, like we saw in Edgbaston, into a nice line, getting that ball tailing back in to the left-hander, it means that he has to keep adjusting his line and length. Anyway, Andy, over to you.
Just England's score after 6 overs, 40 for naught. In their first innings scores in the Bazball era. It's the joint second fastest start they've made to a match.
Wow, I mean, that says something, doesn't it? Here's Siraj bowling to Crawley, drives down the ground. This might be 4 more. It's going up towards the straight long arm boundary, pursued by a fielder. Unsuccessfully pursued by a fielder. Another excellent stroke. So Crawley dealing in boundaries. It's 20 for no wicket. 20 to Crawley, 44 for no wicket. Start of the 7th over. Where are we in terms of that? That's early days. Where are we in terms of that Jessup record, balls for batters? I mean, it'll take something to break it in these conditions, I tell you. Especially with the degree of extravagance with which, say, Duckett is playing. Duckett is 23 off 19, Crawley is 20 off 18. Crawley waits. Siraj goes in and bowls to him, and he clips that one into the onside, but straight to mid-wicket. Picked up by Washington Sundar, who's alert away to his left-hand side. And there's no run. Duckett had to scamper back at the non-striker's end.
So I'm just thinking about this batting approach. So let's say England get ahead 100 and odd pretty quickly. Then they have the opportunity to bat one big innings knowing that their bowlers are under pressure. So if they can weather this sort of tricky bit and still be aggressive, and then later on pile on the runs if they still have plenty in the hand, that gives them that chance to actually really rest the bowlers.
Siraj from the pavilion end bowls to Crawley. Crawley's forward, playing that to Washington Sundar again at mid-wicket, just to his left, and there's no run.
Pile up that first innings score, which gives them the advantage, get ahead reasonably. Then that actually comes back into their favour. They haven't quite got the bowling attack, but they've got runs on the board, and they're, do you see what I mean?
Oh, totally, yeah. In an ideal world, they would score 550 in 110 overs, wouldn't they? That's
and then that gives them a
lot of chance to rest the bowlers and a big lead.
Yeah.
And that's the ideal world, but I mean, you feel India should be able to hold England here. There might be a wicket or two around the corner. 44 for no wicket. Siraj bowls to Crawley. Crawley forces that way into the offside. He gets a run. The right of backward point. Ravi Jadeja there wearing a short sleeve sweater. Picks it up on an old wicket end. One more. 45 for no wicket. Crawley to 21. It feels as if so far the batters haven't changed ends very much. Duckett did face Siraj at the start, but the field changes over now for the left-hander. Siraj bowling from the pavilion end. What have we got? We're down to 2 slips in the gully. They put that deep backward point in, and they're also putting a deep backward square in as well. So 3 men on the boundary for Duckett. All right, I can sort of understand that. Okay, you want close catches for the edges, but also you've 2 slips in the gully and a wicketkeeper to take the outside edge, and then also men back to stop the fast scoring. India haven't got that many to play with. Siraj bowls, Duckett covers up to a straight ball, plays it back up the offside of the pitch, and there's no run. The pitch today, it does look a little browner than yesterday.
It does. It was definitely almost, if you come across 3 strips, that's how it felt yesterday, how green it was. I like this. I like the sort of deep backward point. I've seen Duckett coming down and trying to slice through that offside, so he knows he won't get that value in the same way. That keeps him in check. I guess the question is, will he come down and try and pump a little bit more through the V?
Yeah, you're going to see that sort of fielder for Duckett throughout his international career, aren't you? That deep backward point. Siraj bowls him. Duckett goes to the ramp and gets it. It's coming down fine, and it hits the rope. So something for the umpires to decide there whether that's 4 or 6. But it just half volleyed the rope. It did hit the rope. It was looping towards it. I think we're just going to check whether this is 4 or 6. Again, expertly played. Such confidence to play it. Turning himself around and ramping it over the keeper's head. I mean, it's a startling shot, really, in a test match. Now, is this 4 or 6? It does hit the rope, but we need a different angle than the one we're seeing. You can't see whether it's half volleyed the rope or hit the rope full on. If it's hit the rope full on, then it's 6. Here we are, is the better angle. Oh.
I think that's 6.
Do you?
Yeah, I thought it was straight into the, from my eye, but I mean, I'm not close, but it looks like a 6 to me.
I think they might have to go and do the old close-up there. I agree.
I saw the sponge go there.
Yeah, it's right at the bottom of the sponge.
Tell you what, though, I wouldn't mind Ben Duckett being my motivational guru. I'm just thinking he's got someone
6.
charging in.
6 has been signalled by umpire Raza. They've had a look. I broke my glasses, Ebony, so your eyesight is a bit better than mine.
They brought up a 50 partnership in exactly 7 overs, and that is the fastest 50 opening stand England have ever had in the first innings of a test. They've had a few in 4th innings, generally in rapid chases of relatively small targets, but that's the quickest 50 opening stand for England in a first innings.
While ball by ball data exists?
Yes, that's most of Test cricket.
Right, okay. Right, here's Prassi Krishna into the attack. Bowls to Crawley, defends into the offside, and there's no run. So first change from India. Prassi Krishna, who at times was taken apart by Jamie Smith at Edgbaston, back into the side for this test match. Got a big job to do. India with 3 seamers on this pitch. They've gone 3 and 2. So they've got those steady, reliable spinners in Jadeja and Washington Sundar. But I mean, you feel at this stage of the game, You actually really want
Need
four
that full
seamers.
seamer.
That's why cricket's such a beautiful game, really, because you've got to make that decision about your 11, isn't it? You're
That
always
balance.
making compromises and trying to look for the right balance. Prassi Krishna bowls. Crawley gets an inside edge down towards the fine leg boundary. That's gone for 4. That's streaky. Well, we saw 1 or 2 of those from India yesterday. That was really fine margins. Jack Crawley, very fortunate not to play on there. Past the stumps with England racing away. 55 for no wicket. How many 4s have we had now? Results.
We have had, just getting it up here, that was the 9th 4 to go with the 2 6s.
9 4s and 2 6s already, just past leg stump.
Yeah, he inside edged it. A quick ball, 88 miles an hour. Went through in between.
Crawley on 25. Prassi Krishna bowls from outside the off stump. Big wipe from Crawley, misses it, and it goes through low to Jurel, India's wicketkeeper. I'm not sure whether it went through on the full there. It was very low down by his boots. We saw yesterday 1 or 2 bounce, 1 or 2 kept low. Crawley looking just to crash that away without much foot movement. Just looking to see whether it carried, but the angle, the camera angle, just focusing on Crawley rather than where the ball was going. 55 for no wicket. Now they've eaten into that India score already of 224. Last 4 wickets going for 6 this morning. 5 for Atkinson. Prassi Krishna bowls and Crawley comes forward and defends. That was an away swing, a bit like sort of the deliveries we saw Jamie Overton bowl yesterday, but it was covered by the Batal on the front foot. Back towards Prassi Krishna. And there's no run.
It's interesting in cricket, isn't it, how the same shot, if you could get away with it, looks amazing, but if you don't, it looks awful. I was just thinking about 2 of these Crawley shots, the one that's just gone through to fine leg and then the other one wide. If he would have hit, though, they came out the middle, it would have looked amazing, but it ends up looking quite streaky.
Three slips in the gully. Rashid goes in and bowls wide of off stump, hammered away by Crawley, and that's gone for 4 as well through extra cover. India have a man on a deep point boundary, absolutely no chance. It raced across the oblong, a huge oblong square here, if that makes sense. We call it a square, but it's really an oblong. There's so many pitches. It does go quickly across them. On the other parts of the ground, it's a bit slower, but across all the pitches that are here at the Oval, the main pitches that are used and the practice pitches, it scoots across them. And it's 59 for no wicket. Crawley and Duckett both on 29. Prassi tries again, bowls to Crawley. Crawley tries to swing that way into the leg side. It goes through to the keeper on the bank, so under edge on that, or possibly hit his pullover on the way through, his sweater on the way through. Pullover? No. Off his sweater. It's the end of the over. It's 59 for no wicket. 29 to Crawley, 29 to Duckett. It's been a wonderful entertainment for the England supporters that have turned up this morning, not so much for the India supporters. Right, time for Jonathan Agnew.
Just quickly on Mohammad Siraj, his 8th innings of the series, and England have got after him in 4 of those in his first spell. He went for 0 for 23 in 3 overs in the first innings at Headingley, 1 for 29 in 4 in the second innings at Edgbaston, 0 for 26 in 4 in his 4-over opening spell at Old Trafford, and today 0 for 31 in 4 as he's being replaced by Akashdeep at the far end.
Well, what a start. 59 for no wicket. And England really rattling along here. And we've got Duckett on the strike, and he's hit on the pad there. Ball from deep from around the wicket. He sets off for a run. There's some excitement there from the fielder at point, closing in quickly, and the batsmen quickly retreat to their positions. But they're being so busy. 59 for no wicket. They trail by 165, and what a morning England are having. And they've already, of course, a one-man down. They're just getting on with this. It's wrestled the initiative. The ball did a lot first thing this morning, and England's openers not allowing India to seize the initiative here. 59 for no wicket. 3 slips a gully. Deep again. Dips his head, scuttles in, bowls to Duckett, who nudges into the leg side, immediately calls for a quick single. Well taken run there. Siraj couldn't prevent it at mid-on. Another one to the score, 60 for no wicket, only in the 9th over. Positive play, and yes, they're taking the risk here and there, but in the context of the game, if it is a low-scoring game, really put the pressure on the bowling team. So it's the way to go, and they're already looking at Shubman Gill there, wandering round, and he's wondering what to do. And he's waving Siraj across into the leg side. Some of Crawley's offside shots have been extraordinary, imperious shots. He's so tall, he stands up on top of the ball. Is deep again, moves in, bowls to him, and he's forward. That's an edge though, and runs down to Gully.
Question for you as a bowler, because Akashdeep has just changed ends. How much in your career did changing ends actually make a difference? Was it the surface or is it psychological? I don't like it. It's not working, let me move.
Yeah, it's interesting. I suppose wind comes into it. What you're trying to do with the ball, isn't it? I mean, if you're an outswing bowler, which deep is predominantly, I think, you would think you probably prefer to bowl at this Vauxhall end where he started. But, I mean, there isn't much of a breeze today, but that's usually the thing, isn't it? Or a slope, a hill.
Do you think it's
Ball up the hill,
psychological as
down
well?
the hill. Oh, I think so.
It's not
probably.
working.
Yeah, have another go. Here's deep bowls outside the off stump. It's a good lead from Crawley. Just lining that up. Oh, I'm sure some of it is. If you haven't had a very good first spell, have a go the other end. See if it works
Reset.
better for it. Yeah. But the breeze doesn't really come into it here, does it? And the oval is very flat. There's a slight climb at each end up to the
Did you get first
square.
choice?
Depended who's playing, Ebony. And Andy Roberts is playing. No. I was just grateful to be in the same team. 60 for no wicket. Deep turns round again at the far end, comes in past umpire Raza. Bowls short. Oh, he's put that away. I think you'll have heard that wherever you're listening, in the car or at home, in the garden or wherever. Crack there of the bat on ball. And it's flown away the deep square leg. And it's not a bad ball, that, you know. And I was looking at some of those ones that he drove through the covers. Had no right to go there, really, and that's just short of a length, and he's pulled that off the front foot. And what's called, he's 6'5", 6'6", and he's a very tall man. Big fella, and he's standing there, and as a bowler running in, he just dominates the crease.
Yeah, you would have seen classically sort of just getting back, trying to work it down, but not in this mindset. It's at high and take on the bowlers. Really going to get in the bowler's mind.
Wonderful shot. Oh, deep, little chastened. Comes in again, past the umpire, scurries up, bowls to Crawley, thumps into the pad this time. He tries to work the ball into the leg side, and that ends the over. England going along at over 7 and over at the moment. 64 for no wicket, after they took the last 4 Indian wickets for just 20 runs this morning. So very much England's day, despite the loss of Chris Woakes, who we've seen on our screens. He's here at the ground, he's being monitored, but certainly the statement that was put out makes it very unlikely that he'll be playing any part in this match. Nasty injury directly below us. The closing overs of last night. 64 for no wicket, a happy sounding crowd here. People coming in and out, up and down, off to the bars and so on. And Krishna, who conceded 8 off his first over, is on his way again. He bowls to Duckett short and fended away into the offside. Duckett says yes. And Crawley scampers past him. Another run, 65 for no wicket. And that's what's such good cricket, isn't it? You're hitting boundaries. Field therefore inclines to go a little bit deeper. Well, what do? You nudge and run.
So annoying.
Yeah, bring that field in again.
As a bowler, he's bowled a decent ball there.
But these two are so important too, because they're just so different, aren't they? Left hand, right hand, very tall, short. I mean, everything is different, so the bowler has to adjust every time the batsmen change ends. Still got 3 slips and a gully. There's a deep backward point now as Krishna bowls. It's edged for 4. Over the slips, a despairing look there from Shubman Gill as the ball flew over his head and down to the third man boundary. It was a bit of a waft, but he wafted hard. And that's what they say, isn't it? The ball flying away right over the Indian captain's head there.
Was it catchable at all? It went quick. Was it catchable?
It was too high, wasn't
No, too high.
So a bit of a streaky boundary. They all count. He was looking really to hit that through point. Moral victory for the bowler, but not when you look at the scoreboard. 69 for no wicket. Crawley 37 now from 32 balls. And Duckett is catching him up 31 from 24. Chap there with 2 pints, walked straight past the sight screen, holding up play. Now Krishna runs in, bowls to Duckett. That's to Crawley. That's where he was aiming that previous one, down to that deep point fielder. It's deep. Who throws that back? So another single, another change of the field, another change of line and of length for the bowler, and also of angle. It's going to come round the wicket to Duckett. Some of Duckett's shots today have been absolutely extraordinary. That one over, I mean, he got hit absolutely amidships. Tears in his eyes and really, really painful. Beaten a couple of times, hit on the glove, a ball looped up, and then a reverse ramp for 6. Incredible. Some Krishna bowls short and has pulled that away across his body, finds deep again in the leg side field. So again, round they go. Change of angle, change of length, change of line. Very difficult for the bowlers. 71 for no wicket. So 153 runs behind now. Crawley 38, Duckett 32. After India were bowled out for just 224. They fell in a bit of a heat this morning. There's my friend Richard
Yeah, I
Stilgoe.
thought that was your mate.
Having dinner with him
You're
tonight.
catching him up on
Well, you recognised him, anyway. It's more than some people do.
Yeah, I've met him a few times. Lovely guy.
71 for no. Oh, he really is absolute gent. Right, this is pushed away by Crawley to the onside. I've told him I'd be late though.
Working.
Well, we're in overtime, aren't we?
Of
Tonight?
course.
But yes, Sir Richard Stilgoe, to be accurate.
As he says.
Alongside Alex Stewart, he's sitting there in the crowd. Lots of headbands being worn here. It's a day for Graham Thorpe, they're calling it. It would have been his birthday today. It's sad. We'll reflect more on that during lunchtime. 71 for no wicket. Sun shining at the moment. As this next one cuts back and hits Crawley on the pad. Bit of movement there for Krishna, and there has been all morning for the bowlers, but India lost those wickets, whereas England simply not allowing the bowlers to be the boss. Really playing well. Some handsome shots, 1 or 2 streaks of good fortune, but that's when you play this way, that's what you expect. If it comes off, the scoreboard rattles along. It's a lovely, it is afternoon, yes, 12:30 now. Best weather we've seen so far in the game, but there might still be some rain around, unfortunately, possibly some showers this afternoon. Afternoon, Tuffers.
Afternoon, everyone.
Lovely to see you.
Yes, lovely to see you too.
You've been giving a low profile this morning?
No, I've been enjoying the cricket.
I saw a stunning message on our WhatsApp today.
What was that?
I don't need transport, I'm walking.
I walked. And
that's at least half an hour, wasn't it?
Well, no, 25 minutes.
Well done.
Yeah, no, it was a nice walk.
Here's deep, moves in bowls. Oh, he's down the pitch and he hammers that for 4.
Wow. The Baz ballers are back.
Yeah, it's
The
like a
Baz
T20 game, really. Just charging down the pitch, and Duckett has swung the bat and thrashed that through mid-off.
Crikey.
They do love it. What I love about Crawley and Duckett, there's always a smile on their faces. They absolutely love this, don't they? They love batting together. They love batting in this
style. And I think they've rattled the Indian bowlers a bit, because it was doing all sorts this morning for Tongue and Atkinson, and quickly as well.
It's just charged.
And now they've
thrashed it through the cover.
The Indian bowlers would be thinking, wow, well, we're in here, and they've just completely sort of taken the game to them.
Well, deep again, bowls, and Duckett drives again. Doesn't quite time that. And it's able to scrambling sort of stop there at extra cover. There's no run.
It's their 18th 50-plus stand together, 5 century stands amongst those, 54 innings, averaging 47 per partnership and scoring at just over 5 and over as an opening pair. It is an extraordinary weapon.
I haven't tipped Tuffers off yet, but who is sitting to my left?
Andy with the head, with the grove.
Yes, but who's it? Come on, who is he?
Who is he?
Yes.
John McEnroe.
Correct, there you go. Thank you very much. I said that earlier on and he gave me a filthy look.
Oh, No,
That's John McEnroe, isn't it?
It is a little bit. Suits you, Andy. There you go.
He's serving now.
A left-hander.
75 for no wicket.
Can't be serious.
Deep again, and bowls pushed away out towards point for a single. And through they go. I'm glad you backed me up there.
Yeah, very good. Yeah. Yeah, the headbands. Why not get them on? Yeah. Great man, Thorpe. Yes.
76 for no wicket.
Yeah, no walked.
11th over.
Yeah, no walked. Yeah, no, it was quite nice actually. Me, Varney, Sharkey.
Yes.
Did
he walk at a good pace?
Well, I was lagging behind a bit, but and Sir Alistair, they're very fit, isn't he?
Oh, that's a good little group.
Yeah, no, that's right. But it was a very nice little walk actually.
Yeah.
Lovely warm. Yeah, it was good.
Yeah, good. Put your steps in.
Yeah.
And comes deep. Bowls. Oh, beats the groping Crawley. It's just that little bit of luck that India want.
Yeah. Yeah, you need to get off and running, don't you? 'Cause you feel under pressure as a bowler. It's a little bit when it's spinning, you know, and if you get some chap when it's spinning, you know, just wants to sort of drop anchor, it's nice to bowl. And if he comes charging down the pitch, and it doesn't matter when it's spinning, if he keeps hitting you for six, you throw that pressure right back onto the bowlers.
76 for no wicket. He walks very slowly back to his marker. A lot going through his head, I think, at the moment. What length am I going to bowl? Crawley drives so strong through the offside. He pulls. He bowls. Oh, look at that.
Wow.
Well, he's slashed that over cover for 4. Got a bottom hand in there. I was talking about the length and how you bowl. What you mustn't do with Crawley is give him any sort of width. No. He just swings the bat at it.
And this is why they're so good together, isn't it? As you say, short, slightly shorter and left-handed.
Well, quite a lot shorter.
No, yeah, and then taller and right-handed. As a bowler, you're in a bit of a muddle. You know, where's your line? Where's your length? Every ball is different, virtually.
That was a poor delivery. That was simply the length is okay, but it was the width, and he's able just to swing the bat.
You've almost got to block it out a bit. Who's batting, haven't you? And just sort of concentrate on your line and length, and hopefully the results will come. But they really have. Swung it in England's way. Very, very positive batting.
And often the harder you think about, I mustn't bowl it there. I mustn't bowl it there. You go and bowl it there, don't you?
Always.
80 for no wicket. Last ball of the 11th over. Deep comes in, bowls to Crawley, does it again. Driven in for 4 more, over extra cover. And Deep standing there with his hands on his hips, rather like a man who's just resigned. So I just don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. I drop it slightly short. I get pulled through mid-wicket. Pitch it up, that little bit of width, bang, it goes over cover.
Well,
what do I do?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, say that really. I mean, it's a great shot. I mean, you know, completely, you know, fraught with danger and risk. But if you see it and you fancy, it's the perfect position. It's the perfect little passage of play here for England, isn't it? After getting it done all sorts, and bowled India out, to then just come out and go, right, okay. Let's not poke and prod around. Let's really go for them and try and completely throw them off their you know, off kilter.
That's superbly entertaining. I mean, it really is. And in these circumstances, it is right to play like this. It is right not to let the bowlers settle.
No.
And goes Krishna, bowls to Duckett, hit on the pad. Yeah, there have been times where they've been guilty of playing like this when actually the situation didn't want it necessarily, but this is absolutely right. If it comes off, they're playing like this, a seized initiative, but all that pressure on the bowlers who know they should be snaking the ball all over the place, finding the edge, taking wickets. It's just they're just not allowing it to happen. It's not to doubt yourself as the bowler. 44% of Crawley's runs have come through cover.
Clattered.
Basically, Stands so tall, doesn't it? It's right on top of the ball.
Well, if it's his day, very, very difficult to bowl that.
Shubman Gill's wandering around. He's at mid-off now.
Not what you need in the last Test match after a gruelling series.
2 slips and a gully. There's now a deep point and a deep square leg as Krishna runs up and bowls to Duckett, who hits it hard. Square out to that fielder on the boundary to our left.
17 boundaries in the first 11 overs, which is the 3rd most ever in the first 11 overs of any Test innings.
What? Really?
Yeah. India hit 20 in the first 11 overs against Bangladesh last September, and then West Indies against Australia at Perth in the 1975-76 series.
Roy Fredericks.
Roy Fredericks played one of the most famous 169 for 145 balls. I think there were 8 ball overs in that series.
It would have been, yeah.
So this is third on the list.
Oh, well. Krishna again bowls. Oh, with a bit of luck again for Crawley there. To chop the ball away to point, but getting a bottom edge. Running past the stumps. Down to fine leg. He leaned on his bat and reached the non-striker's end. And the rotation of the strike is just constant.
Yeah. Yeah, no respite for the bowler. You know that I might just get myself a little maiden and hang a few outside off stump, try and get a few dot balls. It's they're coming for you.
Yeah, I mean, if they can't hit the ball for 4, they'll take a 1.
Yeah.
Haven't been in maidens yet, have they? I suppose.
There's only been 1 over without a boundary so far.
Here goes Krishna again, bowls. Duckett plays that out towards mid-on, but finds Siraj there.
I mean, I don't know whether they'll play like it all the way through the innings, but I mean, it certainly is. It's off-putting when there are 2 openers who you think are going to leave, and you can get into a rhythm and do all of that. If they come out and start munging it around everywhere, you're a little bit scratching your head.
Yeah.
Just see Jadeja there and Washington Sundar. I don't think they're going to have too much.
Well, I wouldn't have thought so.
I think they haven't been great on their selections, really, have they, India?
They had to get a 4th seamer in yesterday.
Yes,
surely.
I would have thought so.
Right, it's short and flogged away through deep mid-wicket. The fielder hasn't seen it, and there's another boundary. Oh. Not a great ball, that, to be honest. Not to someone of Duckett's size. It was short. And a no ball. It's all gone a bit wrong there for Krishna.
They've just gobbled up that lead. I mean, it's all of a sudden only trailed by 134. Shubman Gill scratching his head.
Well, he doesn't look very happy, does he? If I'm honest, I think you could go up to Shubman Gill and tell him the funniest joke in the world at the moment, and he wouldn't laugh.
No.
Not that I know what the funniest joke in the world is. Probably one of Andy Zoltzman's.
Yeah. I've got top 3 at the moment, Aggers.
There you go. 91 for no wicket. In goes Krishna again. Bowls turned away into the leg side. This time the fielder there does see the ball coming towards him, and they take 1 run. 92 for no wicket. Ball to go in the 12th over. You can always tell what our friends on TV are talking about by the dots on the screen, and Shubman Gill's face is all over it at the moment.
Yeah, you've got to try and keep a cool head.
Yeah, I mean, they've got to win this game. How are they going to win this game where it's going at the moment?
Yeah, they're going to struggle. I mean, they would have thought when poor Chris Woke sort of was helped off that, we might have a chance here, England a man down, but they've seized the initiative this morning. Wow.
In goes Krishna, bowls on the off stump, and Crawley defends with a slightly crooked bat. So it's 92 for no wicket. Terrific start for England here. 12 overs gone. They're rattling along. So they're 132 runs behind. Great entertainment. Toughest thoughts from you, and then for the 20 minutes up to lunch, it's Isha Goa.
Yeah, just see the pictures of Shubman Gill there, head in his hands. They would have been desperate to draw level in this series, but England really this morning with the ball and now with the bat have they've almost not far away from a knockout blow. Ish, oh, that looks nice. You look nice with your headband on as well. We think Andy looks like John McEnroe. I'm just racking my brain to see what you think. Like that night, very nice.
All right, Tuffers.
All right, mate.
Thought I got away from John McEnroe at Wimbledon.
What's he like?
He's really lovely.
Yeah, I think he looks like a good chap. I can imagine I'd get on well with John McEnroe. I've never met him.
He's very elusive, though.
Oh, is he?
Yeah. There's Akashdeep bowling round the wicket to Duckett inside part of the bat. He's looking to drive it, finds its way to square leg, no run.
I reckon he might have made a good fast bowler, you know.
I reckon he'd be a good chirper as well.
Yeah, well, yeah, in your face.
Short leg.
Yeah.
Have you converted him to cricket yet?
I don't think we've quite had enough time to talk about cricket. He generally just flies in. He's not like Tuffers, who turns up early for a little segment.
Always
comes in with enough time. John McEnroe literally comes in 30 seconds before you're about to go live on there.
Bit loose.
Duckett advances, hits the Q end of the bat as he looks to flay the ball away to the offside, heads towards cover. He's really moved around here, Duckett, in and out of his box. He's played the ramp beautifully. Incredible skill on show there. If you could just watch back some of those ramps that he's played, the timing, but also the timing of the wrist flick to get the elevation.
Makes it look
It's an
like
absolute masterclass.
It just makes it look so easy, doesn't he?
You can catch that on the highlights tonight, 7 o'clock, BBC Two, and on the iPlayer.
He's a fabulous little player. You know?
Yep.
I really enjoy watching him. I mean, his edge of his seat stuff and whatever he does.
They make a nice partnership, don't they?
Well,
Zach
we were
Crawley,
just-
tall
yeah,
at the other end,
That's
is
right, we were saying.
deep is in, and
Ooh.
beats the edge. The angle change, bowling over the wicket to the left-hander, angled across Duckett.
Yeah, nightmare for bowlers.
Well, left-hand, right-hand combination first of all, but then you've got the height to contend with. Plus, you've got one of them that's coming out of his crease all the time. Zach Crawley staying in his crease. That can be very unsettling to the bowler. And just on the highlights just now, we were looking at the pitch map, and not a lot of balls going on to hit the stumps, but Crawley and Duckett aren't allowing them to bowl in the right areas either.
No.
As Duckett gets the ramp out again. This time it just hits him on the body. The first one that he's missed today.
It was about a metre outside off stump and he tried to flick it over his shoulder.
Maybe the roly-poly ramp would have been the best ploy
That might
there.
have been the best one, yeah. I mean, I think he's seen him going to do that, to be fair, Akash, and he's just followed him onto the offside. Decent bit of bowling that. Thudded into the thigh pad, but entertaining stuff.
Well, he's tried a few different options, hasn't he, deep, when he's seen the ramp coming. He's tried to go full, he's tried to go short, and that one just getting more outside the line of off.
Middle stump Yorker's pretty good when you see the...
Deep in the reverse ramp, and he's out. He catches a bit of bat on the way through to the keeper. And Akash Deep is putting his arm around the shoulder of Ben Duckett. They're having a chat here. And he's being pulled away by his teammates, Akash Deep. It looked like a friendly chat. But Ben Duckett is departing for 43.
Well, one reverse too many. That was the... What was that then? That was the reverse. That was the reverse scoop, which he's managed to just get a feather of an edge on, and it's gone through to the keeper. And then as he's walking off, I don't know whether you can do that. Can you go up and sort of put your arm around the batter that you've just got out? It's a bit cheeky, isn't it?
It does look a bit cheeky.
Yeah.
It felt like it was injustice. KL Rahul pulling him back.
Yeah.
As the crowd applaud what was an entertaining knock from Ben Duckett. 43 from 38 deliveries, and England 92 for 1 inside 13 overs, trailing by 132.
I know a few batsmen that I've got out at the time that if I did that, I don't think they'd appreciate it. I don't think they'd appreciate that as your sort of...
Mark Waugh?
Well, absolutely. Yeah, brave of Akash Deep because... You know, you're not in the best frame of mind.
Still got one more innings to go from England.
Yeah.
Well, maybe.
Even if you're sort of, sort of enjoying the spectacle and the reverses and what have you. But that might be looked at, I think. But great, yeah, what a great knock,
38 balls, as you mentioned, for 43, 2 sixes and 5 fours. The partnership 92 in 12.5 overs. They were on course for the fastest 100 opening stand in the history of Test cricket, which is 13.2 overs. But 5 scoreless balls before that wicket have removed that. I was getting quite excited about that stat. Anyway, I think one of the more influential innings of 43 that we've seen.
Staggering, really, isn't it? Because it wasn't fireworks. It was, they were still playing good cricket shots. I know there are a lot of ramps as deep as into Ollie Pope now, the captain for this Test match, who's off the mark, flicking it away to backward square for a single. Bright pink bat handle as he heads down to the other end at the end of the over. So he will retain the strike. Pope 93 for 1 then. England after 13 overs, trailing by 131. A real buzz here on day 2 of the Oval Test, the final test of this series. 2-1 up in the series are England. India having to make the play, but they've had a poor morning session so far. 4 for 20 they lost as they were bowled out for 224, and England out the blocks, blazing it to the boundary with Crawley sitting on 47.
out the blocks like Shubman Gill. They were when he was trying to take that single. I mean, they've obviously had a little bit of a chat about it. Come on, lads, there might be one with our name on it. So they've obviously made a conscious decision just to take the attack completely back to the Indian bowlers, and it worked. I mean, they've gobbled up 93 runs there, and they're just scratching their heads a bit now. Now, hopefully, the bowling side, you might just try and slip back into a bit of rhythm.
2 slips, 2 gullies for Prasidh Krishna. Bowling to Ollie Pope, back and across, allows it to pass in the channel. He must love batting here, Pope. What's his average here?
Oh,
Thoughts?
plenty.
Loves playing here at home.
But it's
plenty of centuries here.
70 odd.
I reckon it's about that.
Yeah, won't be far away.
Prasidh Krishna is an interesting bowler, isn't he? He's gone for 23 into the 4th over, but I just get the sense that the batters like to get after him, but he is someone who can produce wickets.
There's a bit Josh Tungy, if you know what I mean. He's got that good ball in him.
He hustles in now. Pope flays at one outside the line of off. Back of a length delivery. Just keeps on going. Away from Pope, who just rehearses a cut shot. He's now coming down to do a bit of gardening on what is a green-looking surface.
I think these are the kind of pitches England wanted all summer, really. And they've finally got one in the last Test match. You know, the Indian batters wouldn't particularly come across pitches like this, would they? Swinging and seaming and bouncing. Now they've got a bowl on it.
Wide open space on the offside. Krishna bowls, allows it to pass again in the channel. A good length, this time slightly straighter, going over the top of the off stump. Well left. Marcus Gothic sitting on the balcony there. He's got his Graham Thorpe headband on.
Yeah.
2 wonderful lefties.
Cool, yeah, not half. A couple of great players for England.
They shared a big partnership here in 2003 against South Africa. Just Gothic made a double 100.
I watched that.
Thorpe made 100 and turned the game.
Yeah, that's right. Great knock. Oh.
Timing from Ollie Pope, who drives this through the covers, out to the boundary, all along the floor. He will have enjoyed that one as he moves to 5. Slightly fuller from Prasidh Krishna. England move to 97 for 1.
Well, he won't hang about either, Ollie Pope, will he? If he gets himself in, he likes to score at a runner ball, won't he?
Pope at the Oval averages just under 75. Has come down a bit up to April 2023. 24 matches, averaged 94.5 with 11 centuries. Made 150 here last year, 154 against Sri Lanka last year on this ground.
Always a good delivery from Krishna, a good length, just lifts off the surface. He does think about playing it, but then just pulls his bat inside Pope.
Flying along, absolutely flying along England, but there is that one in this oval pitch that, I mean, that's fingers pointing to the air by the keeper, and that beat him playing his forward defensive, really lifted and whizzed past the outside edge.
Pope still in his crease. Oh, again he reaches for one. This one slightly fuller outside the off stump. He tried to leather that through the offside. It just kept going with shape away.
Do they know that the 100's on Tuesday? Is it Tuesday? They've gone a bit early, I think, for the 100. The England batters, they are going after everything, really looking to put that knockout blow on India today, I reckon. You know, and if they're still batting by the end of today, what will that? They'll have
1,000.
They could have hundreds. I mean, they're going after every delivery once they get in.
We're going to run out of words to describe boundaries and 4s and 6s.
Well, it's slowed down a bit. That previous over from Akashdeep that brought the wicket was only the second of the innings without a boundary. We've had a mere 2 in the last 3 overs after 17 in the first 11.
There's a man that's just been sent out to deep backward point to Crawley, as deep as in to Crawley, driving past the bowler to mid-off is Shubman Gill, who's sitting quite wide there, rushes around to collect the ball. They'll come through for one. Crawley then to 48, 98 for one. Gentle breeze blowing across the ground here.
It's lovely out there. Nice and warm.
Yeah, perfect conditions.
Pope at the Oval for Surrey averages 76. For England, 64. This is his 4th test, and he's made at least a half century in each of the previous 3.
3 slips in a gully for Deep, who steams into Pope, who allows it to pass.
Yeah, feels very much at home here, doesn't it?
It made a very good 81 against India 4 years ago, a game that England ultimately lost. 67 against South Africa in the low-scoring first innings in September 2022, and then that 154 against Sri Lanka last summer.
Sawdust being retrieved. Once again here, we saw it a lot yesterday, just in the delivery stride of the popping crease, but also in the run-up as well. Just a bit of moisture there, just to allow the bowler to get some grip. Akashdeep, who really bustles in.
Josh Tongue had an interesting sort of day, didn't he? It was either 4 down the leg side.
Oh, it's Ollie Pope looking to work that through the leg side. Is there something on that?
No, I don't think so. Yeah, it was Josh Tongue. It was either sort of 4 down the leg side, wide, big wide down the offside, and then absolute Jaffa. He does have that ability to bowl like that, Josh Tongue, but very good. Yeah, what did you see, Nish?
Yeah, just down the leg side, that one, but it does clip a bit of pad on the way through to Jarrell behind the stumps. Looking to clip that away. Pope, as Deep is in again, drives, does Pope. It hits the bottom part of the bat, but it races away the outfield here. It will be retrieved inside the rope by Jaiswal as they'll come back for 3. Big square boundary here at the Oval as England have brought up their 101 for 1 inside 15 overs.
Wow, well, edge of your seat stuff. What entertainment this Oval crowd have got this morning. England have been rampant with the ball, knocking over that Indian tail, and now just come out and swinging from the bootstraps, looking to get it done early here.
Crawley guides the ball past gully, out to the boundary again, another 4 as he brings up his 50 in 42 deliveries. He raises his bat to the crowd and everyone is up on their feet because they really enjoyed that one. 19th Test 50 for him.
Got a standing ovation for 50. You're right. Yeah, they're loving it here at the Oval.
105 for 1. Aggers is just showing me a picture of John McEnroe with his headband on. I think that might be a wig, that, hey? Well, yeah, there is a resemblance there to Zoltz as Crawley. Well, it beats the edge from Deep. That is a good delivery, good line and length, bit of nibble. Still something in it, which makes it even more extraordinary. 105 for 1 after 15. Crawley to 52.
You just haven't let them settle at all. And if you're moving around the crease, all of a sudden, as you say, your good ball that you're sort of, is honed in your action and in your muscle memory, all of a sudden perhaps comes a half volley if some bloke's running down the pitch looking to hit it over extra cover. Really difficult to bowl that when batters are in this sort of carefree mode.
Question.
Yes?
What do you think Gotham Gambhir is going to be saying to the bowlers at lunch?
Much, does he? I haven't seen his face change. The only time I've seen any expression on his face was when he was having a go at the
Pope drives. Oh, that was met. That was met. You could hear the sound off the bat. Another glorious drive. Through the covers for 4.
What an extra cover drive that is. Great foot towards the pitch of the ball. And then, head really still and in line and just nailed that through extra cover. Not a real flourish, but a real sort of strong punch. And as you said, you heard it through the earphones, cracking off the bat.
Details on Zach Crawley's half century come to after this ball.
Krishna goes again. He bowls to Pope, who guides it down to Gully, catches the outer part of the bat, but manages to keep it down.
Reached in 42 balls with his 12th 4. So, yeah, an extraordinary 48 of his 52 runs in boundaries. You ever managed that, Tuffers?
Yes, I did. No, I did.
Yeah?
Yeah, 67 at Lords. I got them all in boundaries, virtually.
Well, it's kind of
Edges.
quite all, but
No, I did.
Are they down to third man?
No, I got them all in boundaries.
Right.
Virtually all of them. All
Well, obviously, you've inspired Zach Crawley here today.
It's true. It's true.
Pope, back and across. Oh, it's a brilliant
Jaffa.
delivery from Prasid Krishna. Every now and then you just have to say, well bowled. But they haven't, as much as England have been attacking and aggressive and positive, India haven't had that much luck. That is a good length delivery, just nips off the pitch.
It's his 24 50-plus scoring test, 5 centuries amongst those. His 4th fastest test 50, and his 5th at better than a run a ball.
As Krishna is past the stumps to Pope, working the ball to mid-on.
I will find out how many 50s there have been in which 48 or more of the runs have been, other than Tuffers, of course. But that wasn't quite a test match, though, was it?
No.
I'm intrigued now.
Right.
Some lunchtime work for you, Andy. Tuffers, may I ask where you scored those runs?
Lords against Worcester.
And where on the ground?
Mainly on the offside, giving one some room and carve. A little bit like Zach Crawley, actually, carving it over point and extra cover and third man.
As that's defended by Pope, but nearly chops onto the stumps. He has to try and ride that ball. Prasid Krishna does get a bit of extra bounce off a length.
What a session of Test cricket this has been. Just
all action cricket. Every ball has been something
just
happening.
Popped in, isn't it? After a real arm wrestle of the series, and then all of a sudden it's just exploded. Wickets, runs.
It's getting us prepped, isn't it, for Tuesday? London
Yes,
Derby.
absolutely. Yeah, looking forward to that.
The 100 starts.
Yeah, Lords, London Derby. That would be great.
Final ball before lunch is Pope cracks that away, but it finds point on the bounce. Will they get another in?
I'm going to say
No. So all England this morning. 109 for 1 after 16 overs, and the crowd have appreciated that because they bowled India out cheaply. 4 for 20 this morning before the changeover. Ben Duckett, outstanding with his knock. He was playing all sorts of shots, looking to carve it through the offside. Getting down to play the ramp, the reverse pull ramp.
Yeah.
He was making it very difficult for the bowlers. 43 from 38 for him, with 5 4s and 2 6s at a strike rate of 113 before he was finally dismissed by Akash Deep. Zach Crawley remains, though, as he heads off the field. 52 from 43 deliveries, 12 4s in that with a strike rate of 120, and Ollie Pope getting into his work nicely with 12 4 off 16 deliveries. So they will very much enjoy their lunch. India will also enjoy being able to have a break after the carnage of that 16 overs.
Yeah, England's session completely blown this game up, haven't they? Just ripped into the Indian batting lineup and disposed them really well. Gus Atkinson, I thought, bowled beautifully. Bit of luck for Josh Tongue, but sometimes that's what you need. And then come out with the bat, and it's just been edge of your seat stuff. Brilliant.
A few more words from you, Tuffers, here on day 2, which has been renamed Day 2 Thorpe Day here at the Oval, in memory of the late great Graham Thorpe. Some words from you on your great mate there, Tuffers, and then Aggers will be coming in here.
Yeah, fantastic chap. Played a lot of cricket with Graham, and yeah, we all miss him. Great player, great sense of humour. Courageous player. Those cuts and pulls, and got stuck in nuggety. Very, very skillful against the spin bowlers as well. And then when he then left the game and retired, went into coaching, and just listening to Ben Stokes and the likes of Joe Root had a huge influence on a lot of these guys out there playing today.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Tuffers. You go and have your lunch. Quick question for Zoltz here from a friend of mine. Did Geoffrey Boycott ever get caught behind scooping in the 13th over with 92 on the board?
I'll just check the database. No.
There we go. It's been an extraordinary morning. On the field, at least, England very much in charge here. 109 for 1 in reply to India's 224. But it's also been a very poignant day here at the Oval. August the 1st would have been the 56th birthday of the former Surrey and England batsman Graham Thorpe, who a year ago died after struggling with depression and mental health issues. Thorpe played 100 tests for England before his last match 20 years ago, but as Tuffers was saying, he meant a lot to the current England side as well, having worked as a coach to many of them. He was a hero to many for the way that he played the game.
Here comes Julian again, left arm over the wicket. And this ball is a short one that's pulled away, or in fact it was hit in the air. Now it's going to bounce over Slater's head, and that's his 100. Unbelievable way to get it. It was in the air. Slater thought he had a chance of catching it. He moved and then stopped, realising that he wouldn't. It bounced straight over his head, and Thorpe has made 100 in his first test. 101. What a great way to start a test career. And let's let the crowd tell you the tale.
And Thorpe takes a short single on the offside, and he's got his 100. His first 100 in Australia, his second test 100. He is celebrating before he completes the runs. A quick dab away on the offside. He gets the run that takes him to 100. I'm sure that's a very big moment for English cricket. Certainly a big moment for Graham Thorpe.
So Morrison is on his way. Thorpe has 97. He drives through the offside. That'll be it. A great roar from the Barmy Army, who stand and applaud Graham Thorpe, who is absolutely thrilled. He's waving his bat. He gestured there to the England dressing room. He's pulled off his helmet. And a bit of a hug there from Dominic Cork, his partner. All around the ground, people rise to Graham Thorpe, who's had a battle.
And still it is in, both Thorpe turns that round the corner, and there it is, that's his 200. It goes down to fine leg, and Drum the fielder there. Thorpe waves his bat, he looks like a sort of animated, I don't quite know what, takes off his crash helmet, waves his bat, his hands, his crash helmet. The England dressing room cheer, the stand at the far end cheers to Dad's army, or the Barmy Army, and Hussain has clapped his hands and brought them in.
Kaiser Abbas comes in to bowl to Thorpe, who is 97. Left arm over the wicket, bowls to Thorpe, who leans into an on drive. It's going all the way down to the long on boundary. It may pull up just short. It's been caught up just yards inside the boundary, but Thorpe is back for his third run. That takes him to his 100, a well-earned 100 for Graham Thorpe, and what a splendid rescue act he's played for England.
In comes Sacklin now and bowls to Thorpe. Thorpe goes back, and those are the winning runs. They've crossed for a single, they're back for the second. Graham Thorpe has won. England have won for the first time in Pakistan since Ted Dexter's side won here in 1961-62. And England have won with 2 overs and 3 balls to spare.
Well, today Graham's life is being celebrated here in A Day for Thorpe, which is also raising money and awareness for the mental health charity Mind. Graham took his own life. It's obviously a very difficult subject to discuss, and if you are affected by any issues, please use the BBC Action Line, where help and support is available. We'll hear from Amanda Thorpe, Graham's wife, shortly, but first, earlier today, Isha Goa spoke with Graham's longtime Surrey and England teammate, Alex Stewart.
Well, one is it's a very special day, and it should be a celebration of the great little man, but it's also about the mental health, mental awareness. Obviously it's supporting Mind, which is a great charity, but it's so important that everyone talks about it. It's not a stigma. We now know that it is an illness. If you go back a few years, it was almost sort of get on with it. No, now share what you're thinking, because if you're sharing it, then people can help. And that is a really important thing, that you have support. You shouldn't feel embarrassed, whether you feel just a little bit down or a lot worse than that. But please talk about it, because so many people now can help. The expertise is there. And what we don't want, sadly, is to see something that happened to Graham.
We see Graham Thorpe as someone who is incredibly resilient, someone who was seriously gritty when he was playing for England. Also, after playing as well, when he was involved with the England side, he was always there, ready to get into the fight and really support everyone around him. And I guess this just highlights that this does not discriminate mental health, that it can affect anyone.
No, 100%, and you say Thorpe was one of the toughest cricketers I played with. I first met him, he was probably 14. Played a lot of cricket with him. He was not just a teammate, a really good friend. And to see what happened to him and the way he went downhill was horrible. And he is a fighter, he was a fighter. But sometimes, you fight a battle, you don't always win. And that's the thing. So if it can happen to someone like Thorpe, it can happen to anyone. And that's what I talk about. No one should be embarrassed. No one should feel lonely. Please share what you're thinking and be honest. That's the important thing, because on the outside, everything can appear everything's fine, but inwardly we don't know what's going on in someone else's mind unless they're prepared to share. Admit it, it's not weakness, it's actual strength to share your problems and then trust those people who can help you.
And the Thorpe family are very keen to support Bat and Have a Chat, which is an initiative that has been set up by Mind. How important do you think that's going to be, certainly in the cricket community?
100%. It's going to be so important, because obviously cricket was a massive part of Thorpe's life, and the fact now that people can go and hit a cricket ball and then have a chat about it just makes great sense. And Amanda, his wife, has been big in promoting that along with the rest of the family. And if that can be the case, and if it only helps one person, then that is one more person than if this hadn't been set up. So anyone who's listening or watching and know that either you're suffering as an individual or you know people who are suffering, get out there and help and talk about it.
It's important to talk and remind everyone that it is okay to not be okay too. But you talked there about celebrating Thorpe and his life, and the way he played his cricket as well. I mean, what will be your fondest memories of him?
On the cricket field, probably his debut, getting 100 on debut. Remember driving him up to Trent Bridge as a young Surrey player he was. Missed out in the first innings and then obviously got 100 in the second innings, and just the amount of games I played with him. My last game here, it was his comeback game, and he got a big 100 against South Africa. When he scored 100 in Pakistan, I think he only hit one boundary when we won that series. But he was just a wonderful all-round player in all conditions. I've said, look, if Graham Gooch was the best England player I played with, Thorpe was the best player that I played with in all conditions, whether it was quick bowling, whether it was spin bowling, a seaming pitch, a spinning pitch. And he just found a way. And then he was able to transfer that across in his coaching role. The great Joe Root. He speaks fondly of the input and impact that Graham has had on his career. So he wasn't just a fine player. He was a fine coach, obviously a great person, but he had a great eye for a cricketer too.
He did well to see the ball in the dark in Pakistan. That was a really special moment for a lot of people watching. That grit, that determination that we speak about with Thorpe. You talked about him as a cricketer, but what about as a friend?
As a loyal friend to the outside world who didn't know him, probably thought he was a little bit quiet, a little bit reserved, didn't give much away. But if you're in the inner circle, he's one of the funniest people you'll know. He's cheeky, was always there with good humour, loved a laugh, obviously a Chelsea fan, which is important, so close to his family, but just a great person. We sort of talk about someone who's been in the public eye about what they were good at, and that is obviously he was a brilliant cricketer, we know that, but as a person he was even better, very loyal, very funny and great fun to be around.
And we've spotted a few headbands already today. Everyone's going to be sporting a Graham Thorpe headband. How important is it that people coming in here today, as well as the players, get behind it?
No, it is. Look, there's so many charities. We have the Ruth Strauss Day at Lord's, which is fantastic. Glenn McGrath out in Sydney. But today is Thorpe's day. And yeah, the headband, that was sort of his trademark. He would have that. We could have had everyone had a bat grip because he used to fiddle with his bat handles forever, but I think the headband is easier to wear. But no, if we can promote this, raise some good funds which goes on to help others, and then potentially and hopefully turn it into an annual thing. And it's important to celebrate. So celebrate his life and then celebrate the fact that this money is going to help others in the future.
You mentioned his relationship with Joe Root, but I know a lot of the players really looked up to him and really enjoyed having him as part of the setup.
Yeah, he cared. That was the thing. I remember he sat up in my office and he came and said, I've seen a good young player. I said, go on, who's that? It was Joe Root. And I think Joe was just 19, may have just touched 20. And obviously, Joe has spoken fondly of the input and impact he's had on his career. But it wasn't just Rooty. All the players said, whether it was a conversation, whether it was a session in the nets, that the knowledge that he imparted and the help he provided was second to none. But he had a great understanding of the game, and that's what I talk about. He was quite quiet to the outside world, but he was a real student of the game and understood the game, and had that skill of then transferring that knowledge across to those players that he was working with. And you know, only had to be at the funeral to celebrate and say goodbye to him. The number of players and ex-players that travelled a long way to come and say goodbye, but also to say thank you.
What do you think he'd say about the way England are playing cricket at the moment?
He was positive. You know, batting it, well, cricket in general is taking it to the opposition, playing with good intent, playing with a positive attitude and approach, both in attack and defence. So he just liked to see people develop, progress, and also be allowed to show off their talents. So what they're doing under McCullum and Stokes, he would have enjoyed. He really would have done. He liked the relaxed atmosphere. He was hopeless at sticking to rules and regulations. If he was told to wear jacket and tie, he might turn up in T-shirt and shorts. But having said all that, when he was at work, then he was dedicated and very thorough in how he went about things. So, yeah, he'll enjoy seeing what's going on here. Say, whether it's Joe Root breaking all kinds of records, whether it's a Harry Brook or a Jamie Smith striking a ball for 4 or 6, the bowlers running in trying to take wickets, he'd have been all over it. And hopefully he's upstairs looking down going, yeah, I'm enjoying it.
Well, that's Alex Stewart with Isha Guha earlier today. And as Alec was saying, the Thorpe family have been working with Surrey and the charity Mind on this day for Thorpe to celebrate Graham's life and also to provide a legacy for him. Amanda Thorpe, Graham's wife, spoke before the game with our chief cricket reporter, Stefan Schemmelt.
Amanda, in 1993, I was 8 years old.
Yes.
And I remember watching Graham Thorpe walk out to bat against Australia and make 100 on Test debut. And that was a time when no one did that. England were rubbish. Right. Australia were brilliant. And he instantly became one of my heroes. And the reason I mention that is because you must have heard so many stories similar to that over the past number of months.
Yes. Yeah, so many memories. I mean, then I didn't really know anything about cricket, so that's not one. Obviously, I look back on it, and I read about it, and also, yeah, in particular, so after he tragically died, I mean, I was surprised at all the outpouring of love and stories, and actually, just this week, someone said, you know, I'd met Graham at an after dinner speaking thing, and we talked about he'd had a bit of anxiety, and we had a nice chat, and you know, Graham could talk about cricket till the cows come home, and yeah, so lovely stories like that. Yeah.
The thing that I remember about Graham as a cricketer is he was cool, and the England cricket team was not cool at that time. There was a number of individuals in that team that were not cool, but he was cool.
I think that was accidental, maybe. I'm not sure. He's cool because, not that he wasn't cool, but maybe because you're not really trying to be cool. He definitely was his own man, wasn't he? I mean, he wasn't going to be doing anything he was supposed to be doing, God forbid. You know, he had his own mind.
You met Graham, I think, when he'd been an England cricketer for a number of years. Did you know what he did?
No, I Googled him, okay? You've got it now. Okay, I've said it, all right, afterwards.
And was there a cricketing education for you to undertake, I guess?
Yes, but I think cricket is one of those things where if someone says, right, I'm going to explain all the rules to you, you can't, because your mind starts drifting, it's too much. So having watched a few, I mean, the first time I watched him play, actually, I think it was at the Oval, and when he came back after he hadn't played for a while, and you know, he was so nervous, and then he was something like 20 odd not out overnight, and I remember saying, oh well, that's fine, you know, 20, it's fine, like, and he was still focused on it. And the next day, being in the ground, and he got to about 80, and I was thinking, well, I mean, come on, that's good enough, isn't it? What's the problem? What do we have to sort of think? Can we open some champagne? Oh, what's the thing with the 100 thing? Literally no clue.
And how forthcoming was he when you first met in revealing what he did for a living? You said you had to look him up to know who he was, to know that he was famous, to know that he was well known. Was he happy to reveal that, yes, I'm a cricketer and yes, I play for England?
Well, actually, he was, going through a tough divorce at the time. So I thought he was, I mean, actually, I fell in love with Graham because he was just so humble. And actually, he never changed, and he was always humble. And for him, I think he'd said it a few other times, or he'd give everything back to be happy and in a good space mentally. And so, yeah. So he just said, I just, chase a ball round or something like that. And I thought, oh, what? And then I looked up, and then, so I was figuring it out. I do remember once when I watched sort of this after some time, and I remember saying to him afterwards, do you think they might send out a night watchman? He looked at me, gave me this look like, what? What are you talking about now? You see, I've been listening, Graham. I've taken notes.
And how were you with watching? Were you a nervous watcher, or were you just happy to take it all in your stride because maybe you hadn't always been invested in it?
Well, I never watched it before, honestly, Graham. And but yeah, it is nerve-wracking. Of course it is. I think for the batsman as well. Although I'm kind of like, whatever, sort of take that. But duck's not great. I don't know. It was nerve-wracking, but I don't know how he kept so cool, really.
Did you know, and did Graham know? And I touched on it then about how when I was young, Graham was one of my heroes. Were you both aware of the affection that people had for Graham?
I'm not sure Graham knew really how much he was loved by the wider, the cricketing community. I mean, he was so ill in the last few years that not sure that wasn't really sort of getting through or breaking through. But certainly I was, quite astonished at the outpouring of love, and especially the girls thought, because Graham wasn't really, he was just my Gray.
That is what this week is all about, and we're sitting here now at the Oval, and on the scoreboard over there it's the day for Thorpe, and it's that image of certainly how I remember him with his bat raised and his helmet in the air and the headband around his head, and we'll come to the headbands in a moment. But this week is about that affection as well as what you're trying to do for Mind.
Yes. I think so. Friday is his birthday, would have been his 56th birthday, and it'll be an emotional and a sad day, but it's been great having this focus. Charity, something good can come out of it, anything, even if we help, however many people, something to focus on and raising money, but and remembering him. I mean, that part, I think he'd be sort of like, Amanda, what's all this? Stop all this fuss about. But it's like, we're doing this. We're gonna, he loved life, and I think he had a great time.
Because what you and your girls have been through over the past year, and you've explained that on a number of times, and you've talked about it. But what you're actually looking to do here this week is to turn what has happened into something positive.
To help others, yes. To help to shine a light on the families and loved ones of people who are maybe in a particularly bad way, like Graham, so with quite bad mental health problems, trying to support them and help them when often you don't really know how to. That's really hard. I didn't know that, you're not alone. That we did feel a bit alone, but to highlight there's lots of, there's support and help out there, Mind, and they can tell you, other avenues of help, and of course to reduce the stigma of the people who are suffering, and it's not. I think Graham was known as quite a mentally tough competitor, everyone would say, who watched him play. He loved it. He loved a challenge, step over the rope, and I'd be quivering there. And so mentally strong, the juxtaposition of then being, well, you might say, he's had this mental health and he was weak, but it's not weak, that's the point. It's an illness, and it's nothing to be ashamed and embarrassed about.
Have you found that? You used the word stigma. Have you found that over the past couple of years that stigma is attached to mental health problems?
Well, I think perhaps I would, from our experience as well, men and middle-aged men. I mean, they're the providers, they're the strong ones, the family and everything. And also Graham's personality, he was the life and soul. He was fun and entertaining. but you don't always have to be the person. Sometimes it's okay to not be okay and let someone else step up a bit and ask for help.
Tell us about the work that you've done with Mind, and tell us about how the idea of a day for Thorpe came around.
Well, the fact that it's on his birthday and it was a test match, it's all just, I don't know how that happened. So that was luck. But I guess we saw the day for Ruth, Red for Ruth, and it's something really nice to work towards and to raise money. So I think we probably thought about that as an idea, and then we just started thinking about where we wanted to focus it on as well. And mental health was kind of the obvious one, and I think it needs to come out of the shadows a bit more.
And the headbands are a brilliant idea. And again, looking at that image over there with Graham with his headband on, it's certainly what comes to my mind when I think of Graham batting, when he takes his helmet off and he had that feeler headband around his head. So they're going to be all over the Oval. So who had the idea for those? And on the headband is also the image of Graham with his bat raised. Who came up with that?
I think it was kind of we sort of have a group of us in Mind and Surrey, and we all sat around a table and we had these ideas back and forth, and for the logo. So it was a joint effort. But when I first heard about when I saw this, it was like, yes, it's brilliant. And
the money raised is partly going to the Bat and Chat sessions that are run by Mind, and you've been to visit one of those in Burton. What are they all about?
So they're about, it's one morning a week where you have for 12 weeks, that's a course, and you come together for a morning to do some physical activity, which is some cricket drills and so on, and then also talk about your feelings and be more open about any stress and anxiety you have. And it was amazing to go there, and I spoke to a few people and they were on week 10 actually, and they said, I loved that they made new friends and locally and people in a similar position. I mean, it was a sort of kind of not middle-aged men, but it was mainly men, but that's not necessarily should be the case. So someone said that they sometimes don't get out of bed in the morning, and that this gives him a reason to get out of bed and come to do that, and that's good enough for me.
How involved were you when it came to the cricketing side of things at Bat and Chat?
Well, I thought when I was going up to watch, I would be, observing and speaking and meeting people, but no, I had trainers on, and I had to put the headband on and do some catches and drills. I thought, oh my Lord, but yeah.
What I want to know is how much coaching had you had in your time with Graham?
None. Short answer.
And the hope is that the money raised will help roll out those sessions in other parts of the country.
Exactly. So the more money we get, the more people we can reach out to and help, and different parts of the country. Really exciting.
You mentioned that Friday would have been Graham's 56th birthday, and you touched on what he would have thought of it. What would he have said to you, really, if he'd seen that all this was being done in his memory?
Oh, he would have just said, Amanda, what on earth do you think you're doing? Can you just stop this now? That's enough now. And about the sort of the thinking about Graham and his memory, he was, like I say, he was sort of humble. He was quite shy as well. However, he would definitely be 100% on board with the helping others, and he actually did have. He went through a couple of periods in his life. For example, as I said earlier, like he got divorced, and of depression and anxiety, and coming out of that, he always sort of spoke about wanting to help others and do something. He said maybe when he sort of stops coaching a bit, and he'd like to. So he even spoke about that. So he'd be 100% on board with that.
Have you thought about how you will feel, or will you just be too busy?
Oh yes, I have thought about how I'll feel, but even being back here at the Oval, which is his, home from home, it's emotional because I'm here. What am I doing here without Graham? But I want to. So it will be emotional, but I think it's going to be actually incredible, and just to feel the love, and everyone loves cricket, and we're remembering Graham and the life he had, and so I think it's going to be really, really special.
Good luck. I hope you enjoy it, and I hope you look good in a headband.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
That's Amanda Thorpe with Stefan Schemmelt. So, as Amanda said, she's been working with Mind on this day for Thorpe, and the Mind Chief Executive. Sarah Hughes is with us now, looking very colourful.
Thank you very much.
Sarah, it's
Thank
lovely
you
to
for
have you
having me.
here. Gosh, how do you make something positive out of such a terrible thing?
Look, firstly, I want to say thank you to the Thorpe family for inviting us to be part of this great way of honouring Graham. Look, it's an incredibly tragic and difficult story to talk about, and we know that we need to think about it carefully, talk about it carefully, because there will be people in the stands, people listening, who've been directly impacted from the loss of Graham. So, look, we want to honour him. We want to share information to help as many people as we can, and we won't stop until mental health doesn't pose a risk to people's lives in the way that it has for Graham.
Yeah, and when you know someone who has taken their own life, there's that feeling on you as well of, I don't know, guilt, all these sort of emotions that you feel, could you have done more to help? It's all those things that go through people's heads as well, and the Thorpe family.
Absolutely. Losing someone to suicide is devastating, and the pain of that will continue for decades and generations to come. And I think, what we want people to know is that when people do feel really unwell or in crisis and taking their own lives feels like the only way forward, they often do that because they think that we would be better off without them. And I'm here to say that's not true.
Yes.
And that there is help out there, and that, people who feel that way often just need a conversation at that moment, and the world could be incredibly different.
Yeah. Graham actually is a really interesting example of mental illness, in that outwardly, and you heard it with Alex Stewart's conversation there with Isha, he was a fighter, he was tough, he was gritty. He didn't show anything out there on the field apart from this, this iron will. And yet, clearly inside, there's something different going on.
And I think this is really problematic for men particularly. So this idea of, the tough exterior, there can't be anything else going on. But of course, the majority of men I know, there's always something else going on, right? And, we're all trying to strive for things, and men are trying to, really kind of struggle with this whole idea of identity, etc. Nowadays, this idea of masculinity versus, being vulnerable, etc. We see it played out in lots of elite professional sports people, particularly this kind of sense of not being able to be vulnerable, not being able to share how the pressure is impacting them.
So
but of course,
why
it
is this?
exists.
Why are we unable to? I mean, you're a woman, but why does a man find it difficult to talk about?
Oh, it's so difficult. You know what? I mean, I often think about this because I feel incredibly sad about it, because it's really related to the image, to this whole idea of, this kind of gender identity of, you've got to be strong, you've got to be, don't expose that weakness, because if you do, then, people will feel like you're a letdown.
Right.
And of course...
You might lose a job.
You might lose a job.
Or they might look negatively at you.
Yeah, people really worry. And of course, in many situations, that's not the case. But that feeling of shame, stigma, and in some instances people have felt like looked over at work, or their family relationships have changed and so on. So, it does have an impact, but the issue of shame and stigma is really something that we must conquer, because, being able to break that cycle of silence would, mark a revolution in mental health, certainly for men.
You were saying, was it 75% of suicide cases of Graham's sort of age are men?
Yeah, I mean, I have to say that the majority of people who take their lives from suicide are men, and that's been the case for a long, long time. And often what happens is that these individuals also have not been to see their GP, or they haven't actually sought support for their mental health. So they're experiencing this distress for a long, long time. Haven't got support, and then have felt so bad that this is what's happened. And so the reality is that Most people don't get help when they need it. We need people to make those steps. And of course, there are people, and in some instances, people are let down when they reach out. But actually, if you call our helpline, the Samaritans and many other organisations, we're there to validate you, to hear you, to understand and provide you the support in that moment. And right now, today, we are fielding hundreds of calls from people who are in this very moment needing help.
How do you know, as an individual, when you need to do that, though? I mean, how do you know?
Yeah.
What's the difference between feeling down about something, feeling disappointed about something, feeling depressed about something's gone wrong in your life? Is that the same as mental illness? And when does it move into that area?
Thank you for asking that question, because it's a really important one. So we all have ups and downs in life, don't we? And we've got a spectrum of mental health. We've all got mental health like we all have physical health. But we don't all have a broken leg all the time, do we?
No.
Right? So our mental health kind of moves and shifts in relation to how things are going in our lives. Some conditions are a bit more pervasive, so some of them more serious conditions. But if the way you're feeling is stopping you from doing things, if it's stopping you from going to work, if it's stopping you from having relationships, if it's really impacting all of the things that you do in your life, at that moment you need to seek help, because mental health, certainly depression, anxiety, is treatable. These are treatable conditions. If you get them early, they can absolutely be managed.
Right. Well, see, that's a positive message.
Absolutely,
as
yes.
well. I mean, although I suspect that maybe the cause of that illness might still remain. I mean, if you have lost your job, if you've been divorced, or whatever it may be, that might still be there even when you've been treated.
Indeed. And so, the reality is what we'd like a situation at Mind where, there wasn't so many social pressures for people, and, there weren't so many people struggling with poverty, and etc. But nonetheless, if you are experiencing difficult things in your life, if you get mental health treatment, it will at least, in the very least, help you deal with all of that stuff.
Yes.
So if you're dealing with homelessness, but you don't have any mental health support, that's going to be catastrophic. But if you do have, it will alleviate some pressure, not resolve it, but help to some degree.
And what about friends and family, or someone who you suspect actually isn't actually very, very well? I mean, how do you broach that?
Well, I think I think Amanda has said it in some of her interviews, that you ask and then you ask again. You kind of sit with your instinct. I mean, I know the people I love the most really well, and so I know when there's changes in behaviour, in the way they're talking about things, their mood. And I'll say, you're right. You don't need to be a psychiatrist or a psychologist. You just need to be a human being and say, are you okay? Is there something I can do? Do you need to talk to someone? Do we need to get some information? And the idea of making it into this kind of big thing defeats the object, really. We just want people to have ordinary conversations like, how are you doing?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
You don't seem yourself. How can we help?
Do you think attitudes have changed? I mean, you've been involved in this for a long time, haven't you? In that time, have you seen it changing, that you're not weak or pull yourself together? Those are comments of years ago. It
is different. Look, I've started working in mental health in the early 90s, so a really long time, and I know that I used to speak about mental health at in a family situation or with friends, and the room would go silent, and people would be looking at the floor, eyes would roll.
Yeah.
But now if I do that, people will follow me around the room because they want to continue the conversation. So the appetite to talk about it is hugely changed. We are a bit more literate, so people do know a bit more about mental health. But fundamentally, we are still in a place where so much shame and stigma is attached to it that until we really get rid of that, in the same way as we've got rid of the stigma around cancer, because remember, if you remember in the 80s,
the big C,
it was, the big C.
Yeah.
We can make it so that people can access help and not feel any way about it.
Yeah.
It's possible.
Yeah. Do you get positive vibes out of what you're doing? I mean, you do?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
This is my life's work. I've been very privileged to work in this space for a long time. I know the power of what giving people good mental health support can do. I know that people who have seen the information that's around this stadium today, I know that somebody's life will be saved today because of this. And I know that confidently
Well, that's
from the
remarkable.
bottom of my
Yeah.
kind of pit of my soul.
Yes.
And therefore, this is worth every single minute.
Right. Bat and chat. Come on, talk
Yeah,
me through
Bat and
that.
Chat.
So what's that all about?
Yeah, so one of our amazing minds came up with this extraordinary program, which is a 12-week program that invites people to come and talk about their mental illness or how they're feeling. Do it while playing a game of cricket, talk to their mates, get a little bit of education, because actually we want to defeat the myths around mental health.
Right.
So people get some good information, they get a bit of love and support, and they get to play a round of cricket. So what more could you want?
No, that sounds really great. But I mean, how does it actually work? I mean, how
Yeah,
you register somewhere?
Yes,
Or you,
so you go to our website, and the links and the directions to where you need to go will all be on there. Many of our local minds will be doing it over the coming months. So it's a very exciting time for us. And of course, not to plug, but do fundraise for us, because we want to do it everywhere, all of the time, as much as we can, because we know it works.
yeah, and I mean, what sort of numbers are you expecting to come along to this? Do you have any ideas in your head about?
Normally,
Would you have to be a cricketer to come and do it?
No. I mean, you just need to be someone who wants to get out and be a part of a group and a community. And cricket is a great way of doing it, because most people do love cricket in some way, shape, or form. So, register, pop along. Normally, it's about groups of anything between 12 and 16 people. But that is an amazing opportunity for people to get together. And if we could do as many of those around the country as we want to, it would make a massive change.
Right. Well, Sarah Hughes, thank you for coming in and talking so positively about what is, a difficult subject, isn't it? And thank you for doing that.
No, thank you for having us.
Today, very much. There you go. As a reminder, if you've been affected by any of the issues we've been discussing, then do go to the BBC Action Line, and you'll find details of that on the BBC Sport website and the app where help and support is available. Sarah, thank you very much. Again, a vision, if you can see. Blue, white, silver, there's a lot going on there. But thank you so much for coming in. Email from Grace. In honour of Graham Thorpe, I wanted to share my experience of watching the great man play. My first test, I was age 11, was Thorpe's 100th and final test at Riverside against Bangladesh in 2005. It was a privilege to see Graham receive his commemorative bat right in front of us, and to watch him playing so beautifully with Ian Bell. It helped to spark in me a passion for Test cricket that's endured for 20 years and brought me so much joy. And as someone who's struggled with anxiety and depression over the years, I wanted to send my love to anyone who might be listening right now and alone feeling pain. You're not alone, that I can assure you. And it's so important to seek support from family, friends and mental health professionals. At this point, I'm very well, enjoying a lovely walk with 3 dogs, listening to TMS, and I can say that it truly does get better. Thank you, Grace, very much indeed, for a good positive way to end that. 109 for 1, and it's been certainly a positive morning on the cricket field for England. They've wrapped up India's innings for 224. They've spanked the ball all over the place. They have lost Ben Duckett, but Crawley's on 52, Pope is on 12, Deep Das Gupta is alongside me, and Dan Norcross is starting commentary.
Thank you, Agus. Before we get into the cricket, I think this is a wonderful initiative. Obviously, Graham Thorpe, super batter, kind of grown up and also had the opportunity to play against him. That's besides the point. But as an initiative, and especially through cricket, and as sports people, that is something that got to be aware of.
Akashdeep
with the first ball after lunch gets a thick inside edge and squirts down towards long leg. Another run for Crawley. He moves to 53. 110 for 1, and it's been so well supported here at the Oval today. I suppose you'd expect that. He's one of Surrey's own, but seeing the number of headbands out there from the start of the day, it was a very moving scene. Yes, it's been quite the day.
It is, yeah, and why it, I believe, for sports people, it is quite an issue at times. I don't know, out of chivalry or whatever, we don't admit to it, but. Yeah, when I kind of left the sport, I had a few years where, I saw the other side of things.
Akashdeep in now to Pope, who defends a full ball up to mid-off, goes straight to Siraj. There's no run. I mean, it's a problem, especially in cricket, isn't there? There's a book out recently about mental health in cricket, isn't it? It says stories
as old as cricket. Arthur Shrewsbury, one of the first great cricketers, took his own life in his early 40s, soon after really retiring. I mean, it was at the point when his career was coming to an end.
That's the challenge, Dan, isn't it? You retire in your mid-30s, where everyone around you are kind of either peaking or on their way up.
Yes, you sort of had your best years.
Exactly.
That's you feel, or you think you have. As Akashdeep is in again. This is dug out well by Pope, fallen into the covers, no run. And the likes of Aubrey Faulkner as well, South African player. I mean, this has just it's been happening for a long time, and it's difficult when somebody's so fated and lauded, and life is so.
And as sports people, we generally are in a business of managing failure.
Yes, cricket especially.
Cricket especially. I mean, you fail more than you succeed. So how you manage all of that?
Especially as a batter as well. I mean, I think Graham Fowler once told me to ruminate on something, which I'll come to in a moment, as Akashdeep is in. This is beautifully driven, but straight back at the bowler on the bounce. There's no run. The England opener, Graham Fowler, he said, how many times do you think I finished a day at work and I thought I'd done a good job? And I sort of puzzled on it. He said, well, take out all the times I was fielding, because I wasn't bowling. And all I could do was get it wrong. I mean, the most part I did it right, but I didn't really feel like I'd necessarily contributed a great deal. And then you break down the innings that I had, and maybe 1 in 7 or 8 I'd have been actually happy with. So then that's like 1 in 16 days you go to work and you feel like you haven't done much.
True.
I used to work in an office, and although nobody ever applauded my Gantt charts or spreadsheets, I didn't also feel like a failure 15 times out of 16 days, It's a very strange world, cricket. Akashdeep in again, flashed at by Pope, and it goes to backward point on the bounce. There's no run. As for this game, well, it has been a dramatic day so far. India losing 4 wickets to some very good bowling from Gus Atkinson and a good ball from Josh Tongue. Josh Tongue has bowled 3 very good balls.
Exactly. Exactly so. But yeah, I thought the first half an hour, those 4 wickets, England bowlers, they got their length right. If you look at the dismisses leg before or bowled, 1 caught behind, but that too was off the front foot. So got the length right. Then came out to bat and batted superbly. You can always argue the bowling bit.
Akash in to complete the over, defended by Pope on the front foot. Ball rolls up to mid-off, no run, 110 for 1 off the first over after lunch.
Yeah, I mean, batting-wise, were absolutely superb. I mean, Zach Crawley, obviously, generally you see it's the other way around. You see Zach Crawley being a little tentative, Ben Duckett more free-flowing. But today, Zach Crawley looked so solid. Whatever he did, whether he defended, he left the ball, hit a few shots over covers, that was superb.
He feels to me, Crawley, like he's taken a lot of Jasprit Bumrah in this series, and as a result, he's done that quite nobly. But today, he felt a little bit released from that pressure. He thought he'd have a... And also, I suppose, is it when you go out to bat and you bowl a side out quite cheaply? I mean, the cheapest first innings score this season, this Test match season. Do you then think there might be demons there, we're going to be especially positive? I mean, that's the England way, isn't it?
True. I think that is what Bazball is, isn't it?
Prasid Krishna to start up from the Vauxhall end, and he's clipped into the onside by Crawley out towards deep backward square leg. They'll just take the single. 111 for 1. If you're of a superstitious disposition, this is about as Nelson-y as Nelson can get.
Yeah, but bowling-wise, won't be too critical of Indian bowling, but I thought when something like that is happening, when you've got 2 batters who are batting really, really well, they could have been a little more consistent in terms of length. If you look at their pitch map, and it'd be a little scattered, that it was a lot fuller. The exact length with what we are talking about.
What did you make of the send-off? Was it a send-off?
It wasn't a send-off. I believe a while ago, I think Ben Duckett had told Akashdeep, you can't get me out, something on those lines. And then I guess it was just a friendly reminder, I've done it.
Yeah, the cricket gods will come to bite you. As Prasid is in again, beautifully driven by Pope, but straight to short cover. Andy.
Just a couple of things to finish up from before lunch. Zach Crawley's half century contained 12 fours.
That's a lot in 50 runs, isn't it?
Well, there's only ever been 1 Test 50 with more runs in boundaries in the first 50 runs. And that was Tim Southey on debut. When he reached 50, and I'd have to check exactly how many he'd scored.
Prasid
into Pope, who guides this into the gully region just past fielder. I don't think it was catchable. I think it did bounce before him, and it's run away down to the deep third boundary for 4, but it was close to the fielder there, Sai Siddharthan.
Just get a feeling that did carry, and that's a good length to bowl to Ollie Pope, because he loves getting onto the front foot. His initial movements on the front foot, you've got to push him back. That was a good length, again a flash outside off stump. That did carry. That'll go down as a drop catch.
Would have been a good one. He was diving away to his left, but he got 2 hands there. Didn't really get them on the ball.
I wonder if
he's dived past it, has he?
I wonder if it's gone through his hands.
4 more to the total, 115 for 1. Pope in, lets that go by through to the keeper. No run, so Nelson is done and dusted. Why is Simon Mann poking his head through our window?
Dreaming of what could one day be.
Does he want a 99 flake? It looks very much like a man seeking an ice cream, doesn't it?
Just to finish that stat on Crawley's boundaries, Southey hit 7 6s and 2 4s when he brought up his 50.
7 6.
Might be that he was on 49 and hit a 6 to reach 55. But so Crawley is. So
that's 50 runs in boundaries.
Yes.
Yeah. Prasad in again to complete the over, and Pope lets this go by through to the keeper, and there is no run. So Crawley's got 12 4s in his 50.
Yes, 12 4s in his when he reached 50 with his 12 4. So that's.
And what was he on at the time when he got to that?
It's 48, moved to 52.
So I see. So he got 48 out of his 52 in boundaries.
Yes. So the point is, only once has a player reached 50 with more runs in boundaries than Zach Crawley did.
Well, I'm glad we got to the point.
Good.
We've got to the point.
We got to a point.
Yes.
I don't think we ever get to the point. It's cricket.
But what a time to be alive.
Yes.
We're witnessing records tumbling left, right and centre.
In terms of England's 100, 14.4 overs, England's 5th fastest 100 and their 2nd fastest in the first innings of a test, behind their Rawalpindi, 13.4 overs, the first time Crawley and Duckett opened together. And it's joint 13th fastest ever 100 by a team in test history.
Thanks, Andy. Akash Deep starts a new over into Crawley, upright, bat raised, and he defends. Full ball back to bowler, no run. I mean, that's amazing, isn't it? 13 overs in Rawalpindi. It was a very different kind of pitch.
I was going to say that.
Well, were they 506 for 4 after 75 overs on the first day?
But again, right through this series, and this is what I want to see the Indian bowlers do more, is start planning a little better. We saw very first test match when Sai Sudarshan came out to bat, there was a leg slip, very first ball.
Absolutely. Deep in to Crawley, who works this into the onside round his front pad, gets it to short mid-wicket, no run. And they sort of alighted on that line of attack after 1 innings, didn't they?
True. And so why I mentioned that point was, you've seen Ollie Pope play in India and now 4 test matches before this, and you still bowl full to him. If you look at Ollie Pope, he loves his initial movement is coming forward. He would love to get onto the front foot.
So where are you bowling at him?
Just back of length. Don't allow him to come forward. I know this pitch has help, but then again, the back of length for him.
Akash Deep in, driven straight back past the bowler for 4. 2 full, straight, and Crawley loves it there, and it hits it almost into the bowler for 4.
Same with Zach Crawley. You've seen enough of him. Where do you bowl? I mean, he loves driving. Anything from covers all the way to mid-off, mid-on. That's his strength.
Are they, though? I mean, they're missing the length they're after, though, aren't they, here? I mean, that ball's getting no one out. It's a really full half volley. He's trying, presumably, but I mean, he's missed both line and length because Crawley will nick off.
True, I do get it, but at this level, that can happen once in 2 overs, 3 overs. That can't happen once every over.
Deep's 50 is up, 1 for 51. He's in now, and this is clipped away in the air, and it's just past a diving Siraj at wide mid-on and up to the boundary in front of the pavilion for 4. His sun hat came off in spectacular fashion. It was about a metre or 2 away from his right hand, but a risky shot. They often are. 123 for 1, and the deficit 101.
But again, this one, if you look at it, was again full on the pads. Risky in the sense, yes, he wanted to hit it in the air. It's a different thing. More than him, I think the shot was still on. It's just that he didn't time it. The execution wasn't perfect, but still had enough bat on it to sail over the diving Mohammad Siraj.
It's a great effort from Siraj, actually. He's gone with his right arm after seeing what happened to Chris Wokes yesterday.
As Akash is in again. Crawley down the leg side, and it bounces in front of Dhruv Jurel. They're going to get a bye. A wayward delivery. This hasn't been a great over from Akashdeep. His pace is up, 87 miles an hour, but very wayward both sides of the wicket now.
Yeah, and that's the thing. I mean, you get driven, fair enough. So you get driven, but don't get flicked then. And that's where I guess these young Indian bowlers, again, Akashdeep hasn't played a lot of test match cricket. I hope they learn and from this experience, just try and be a little more consistent. What do you want to do?
Aside from Atkinson, so the bowling throughout this match has been not great, you would say. As in comes Akash. And beats the bat. That's a beauty. Beats Pope with a beauty that leaves him. End of the over, 124 for 1. England still 100 behind. Pope 16. Crawley 62. As I've been thinking about it, what was Gus Atkinson's figures in the end? 5 for 33 of how many overs was it?
21.4.
So he's going at 1.5 and over. Dare I ask you what's the economy rate of everyone else combined? Because it feels like it's about 5. That's probably an exaggeration.
A little bit. Wokes went at just over 3, 46 from 14. Tongue 57 from 16, so just over 3.5. And Overton 66 from 16.
So that's 4.
Just under 4. But India's bowlers, I probably can't say what their economy rates are before 10 p.m.
Krishna into Crawley, who clips into the onside but finds mid-wicket in the ring. There's no run.
Yeah, I think they've gone for plenty, isn't it? They'll be over 5, apart from Prasidh Krishna.
Well, 19.1 overs, 124 scored. So Prasidh is going at about 6.
So I think all 3 of them. And now the danger is, because India's gone in with only 3 seamers, and all 3 of them are going at the rate of knots, you don't have a seamer, a 4-back seamer now.
You really did need Jasprit Bumrah, perhaps.
Oh.
Prasidh Krishna in. This is defended on the front foot by Crawley, solidly into short extra cover. There's no run. 87 miles an hour. Those speeds are up here.
I mean, he does bowl that range. He's bowling much better this innings. In fact, the last test match he played, the last innings that he bowled, I thought he bowled much better because he does use his height really well. He's 6'2"-ish.
But he was asked to bowl bouncers, wasn't he, at Headingley? And that they went the distance.
And
was it Jamie Smith?
That's not his strength. I mean, Prasidh actually hits the bat hard as well. He bowls that heavy ball.
He's in again, and Crawley defends well on the front foot. And, and now Prasidh Krishna throws the ball at Crawley, and it hits him. But Crawley is impassive. There's a slight sorry. And he's mentioned this to Dharma saying, if this happened in the county championship, that would be an automatic 5-run penalty. That's happened a lot this season. I don't know if the same conditions apply in Test cricket, but Crawley was just standing in his crease, and Krishna's just hurled it at him, and it's hit knee and bat, and Crawley's looked at it with utter disdain.
Yeah, I mean, they really need to do it, but he straight away apologised to Zach Crawley, who acknowledged.
In comes Prasidh again. That's defended into the onside, just plonks it down, just back with a square, gets a single. By the way, I don't want to scare everybody, but I saw a news item this morning when I was preparing to come into work that a wasp hive has been found in a radioactive or nuclear testing site in the United States. Now, make of that what you will, but radioactive wasps? Is this something the world needs, by the way? I was thinking about it because the way Crawley sort of looked at that ball like it was a sort of irksome wasp. But as Prasidh is in again, it's left alone through to the keeper, no run. And I don't quite know why it was an item on the BBC News unless there are some frightening ramifications, Deep.
Right, I'm trying to get my head round it because
you think Spider-Man?
No, I was actually thinking of Prasidh's length and line and all of that, and suddenly you're talking about radioactive
Sorry about
wasps.
that. Well, it was my fault. I sort of felt there was an air of a wasp came into my mind. Then I was reminded of the story, and then I got thinking about Spider-Man. I'll get back onto the cricket, but
no. I mean, it is scary.
It is scary, isn't it?
It is.
Radioactive wasp hive. In comes Prasidh to Pope and gets one on the pads, just tucks it into the onside. They go through for a quick single, good running. And England's positive approach continues. Pope moves to 17. He does have a very good record here. It's not as good a record as it was a couple of years ago. His average has dipped a bit at the Oval. There was a time when he had a
sort of Bradman-esque average around the late 90s, even early hundreds. Maybe Andy can get us Pope's oval average. It was a source of great conversation for a while.
It had dipped down below 75 before this innings. After 24 matches, we talked about it just before lunch, he was averaging 94 at the Oval.
Not bad.
Not bad at all.
And it's not as if, this is necessarily a run-drenched ground, although you might be forgiven looking at some of the scores this season. Surrey got 820 in one innings. As Akash starts a new over from the pavilion end and Pope defends. Full ball back to the bowler, no run. But you do have to play slightly differently here sometimes. There's a lot of mileage through backward point, square of the wicket. Obviously also the square is very helpful. You'll often see people try to hit the ball, especially from the Vauxhall end, down towards what was the Galadari stand.
Yeah, but also
and he likes that shot.
Leave a lot of grass for county games, isn't it?
Yeah. Akash deep in again, dabbed into the offside. Crawley wants a run, it isn't there, sent back as it rolls to about short point.
Bowling much better to Ollie Pope and Zach Crawley after lunch, because I guess both of them, I think it's how they bat. They want to come onto the front foot, and both these guys, especially Prasid, has tried to bowl that in between length. So that's where I guess Moni Morkel, who's the bowling coach, got to sit with these guys and gonna get them to start thinking about their bowling.
Akash into Pope, drives into the offside but can't beat extra cover. Sai Siddharthan does the fielding, there's no run.
Again, too full. Good shot there, but straight to Yashasvi as well. I know, and also looking at the movement early this morning, the first half an hour, the amount of movement and pace off the pitch that the English bowlers got.
Dampened down a bit, that, hasn't it, now?
Oh, that's died down. I mean, obviously, could be because of the sun. I mean, it's been beating down quite hard.
A bit of that. Akash in again. Clipped away, fine. Down towards fine leg, just be a single, strays onto the pads. Pope to 18, 127 for one. Yeah, I mean, this morning it was a bit more overcast. Atkinson, I thought, got a good line going. Tongue, it's difficult to understand, really. No ball, by the way, has just been signalled. Post hoc to proc. Because with Josh Tongue,
a scary customer.
I mean, you'll take 3 for 60 odd off 15, won't you? He just doesn't tell the tale of the bowling. Akash into the upright Crawley, drives up to mid-off, there's no run. I mean, he bowled a number of wides yesterday. He bowled an absolutely spectacularly appalling ball early on.
The first
two Jaffers.
Yeah, I mean, that's what those 3 wickets were off 3 absolute Jaffers. So, yeah, in
How
general.
do you play that?
And that's why it's more difficult as a batter, because you don't know what to expect. I mean, suddenly, and you know that he can produce that wicket-taking delivery, so you can't line him up per se.
Here's Akash to complete the over. Defended into the offside. They'll get a signal, though, as it goes square of the wicket. Oh, there's one ball to go because of the no ball. Crawley to 64. Brings Pope on to strike. People coming back from lunch gradually.
Yeah, I mean, they've started off well, a lot more consistent Indian bowlers. Got to be careful. Just lead of 95 right now. I still remember 2021. I think England got a lead of 90 odd. But then India batted really well in that third innings.
Well, it can get better. That's the thing here. Akash into Pope. Drives to short extra cover. There's no run. End of the over, 21 gone. England 129 for 1. More from you deep. And then it's going to be Simon Mann.
Yeah, this pitch definitely will get better to bat on. Maybe day 3 would be the best day to bat unless there's rain around or overcast conditions. But day 3, day 4, and that's where the first thing that India needs to do is make sure they get England out cheaply in the first innings. Because if England go on to get a big score and a big lead, then it doesn't really matter how much you do in the third innings. Then you're behind the game, and then you kind of batting that third innings to save the test match rather than win it.
Bit of weather around potentially as well on Sunday and into Monday. Here's Prashi Krishna bowling to Crawley. Crawley lofts that away into the onside. He can be caught mid-wicket. He is. It's the second wicket for India. Crawley goes for 64. Krishna gets his first. It was hit high in the air. He was looking to hit it out towards deep mid-wicket, but he lofted it to mid-wicket, and the catch was comfortably taken. And England 129 for 2. Crawley walks off shaking his head. He's tried to be positive. High up on the bat, it just went up rather than long, and Jadeja was underneath it and safely patched it.
That's exactly what we were talking about, how good Prasidh Krishna especially has been post-lunch, how consistent he has been with his length, the back of length, and he has that ability of hitting the bat hard. Again, this was one of those things where it was back of length, came in a lot quicker than Zach Crawley expected, got very high up on the bat, and then he got Jadeja under the ball. Chances are he's going to grab it. 64, well made, looked very confident in that innings. Now comes Joe Root, 129 for 2. Well, looking a lot more settled, the Indian bowlers now, especially after the fall of Ben Duckett wicket, because he's a scary batter for the opposition. So difficult. I was just talking to a few of the other bowlers as well, and they're like, it's so difficult to bowl at Ben Duckett because he's got a lot of shots and he plays 360 degrees. He's got that lap, reverse lap and all of that. He'll step out and hit you. It's very difficult to bowl at someone like Ben Duckett. So post his wicket, been a little more settled now, this Indian bowling.
Yeah, they've got a foothold in the game, whereas they didn't have that when that first wicket partnership was cantering along. 92 for the first wicket, but those 2 wickets now, 129 for 2, just got them back in this match. Prasidh Krishna bowls to Root, and Root takes one hand off the bat there, surprised by a bit of extra bounce from Prasidh Krishna. That's a quick ball first up, might have hit the glove, went down into the slip cordon. No run.
Zach Crawley, 64 from 57 balls with 14 fours. It's 24th 50-plus score of his last 11 since he made that 189 against Australia at Old Trafford in 2023. Just 100, that was against Zimbabwe, and he now has 8 50s against India in his career in 14 tests, but without reaching a century.
129 for 2. So Root's in, 2 slips, a gully, kind of deepish gully as well. It's a backward point. Here is Krishna bowling. Root tries to turn that away into the onside. Hits it out to Jadeja softly at mid-wicket, and there's no run.
And Simon, this is why...
That's a no ball, 130 for 2.
And this is why Prasidh is so highly talked about, because of the extra bounce, hits the bat hard. He's got a really good release. Obviously, the first couple of test match, or first few innings that he bowled here in this series wasn't really what Prasidh does generally. So this is a lot more like what he's good at.
Going into bowl to Root now, and Root covers up to a ball on off stump, guides it down into the gully, and there is no run. Siddharthan picks it up. Possibilities now for India. Okay, England are only 94 runs behind, but India know, in the back of their minds, they know that England have only got 3 bowlers for the rest of this game.
And this pitch will only get better to bat on.
You'd think so, wouldn't you?
Oh, 100% yes. There's no two ways about it. But again, minute changes in the length for Joe Root. You want to be a little fuller.
I see bowls, that's full, that's clipped away straight to Jadeja at mid-wicket, who tumbles to stop it. That felt like a 4 ball there to Joe Root to get off the mark. He hit it sweetly. Straight at Jadeja, wasn't going to miss that one.
When I said full, not that full, that was like a half volley on the path. That was a gift. But because again, Joe Root is very different from Ollie Pope. Ollie Pope wants to come onto the front foot. Joe Root wants to hang back, play from the crease.
Root tapping away at the crease and the bat raised. Prasidh Krishna is with him now, and Root gets a good one that snakes past the outside edge. Root holds the pose as if to say, well, nothing much more I could do with that one. And he comes down the pitch once the ball is dead and does some gardening. A lot of that in this test match, a lot of batters going down and prodding and pushing at the surface. It's a fine ball, that.
which has still a lot in it for the bowlers.
I think that's the point, isn't it? That will encourage India. They know there's something there. Can they get that out of it before England do too much damage? It's only the 22nd over. Prassi Krishna bowls. Root cuffs it away for 4. Typical Root shot. Beats Sudarshan in the gully to his right-hand side. I've seen Root play that shot so many times. Oh, and then there's a bit of afters there. Prassi Krishna having a chat with Root and the umpire. Dharmasena just stepping in.
I think it's the other way around. I've never seen Joe Root so animated. I don't know whether Prasidh said something before that ball when he beat Joe Root. And then Joe Root, kind of on his way back, said something. And he looked quite animated, Joe Root, there. Now, Dharmasena is kind of having a chat with Prasidh, and the whole Indian team is kind of circled around Dharmasena. Now the captain's getting involved.
It's really quite demonstrative as well from Kumar Dharmasena to initially Prasidh and then to Gill, and then is he going to say something to Root as well? No, he's now talking to KL Rahul. I must say, I was watching the ball go down towards deep third, and then you saw the Root and Prassi Krishna having a chat, and umpire Dharmasena stepping in.
But I think KL's got a point there. KL Rahul's having a long chat with Dharmasena, saying, listen, fair enough, you've told the bowler, how about Joe Root now?
There's a lot going on between the two of them. Root definitely saying something to Prassi Krishna saying something back to him. Anyway, it's the end of the over. It's 134 for 2. Akashdeep bowls. Pope drives, scuff drive really, down towards backward point where it's picked up by Jadeja. And there's no run. I wonder if they'll all go into each other's dressing room at the end of this series and,
they would.
And sort of have a chat with each other and put their arms around each other and say, well played.
That's going to happen. That is surely going to happen.
Root's having a chat with the umpire Raza now. Step forward to say something to him. Siraj is at mid-on.
He wants a piece of that.
Here's Akashdeep bowling to Pope wide of off stump. Pope leaves it, goes through low to the wicket-keeper. It's been an intense series.
It has. But I was a little surprised. Generally, you don't see Joe Root react like that. He's very calm and collected. And the way he kind of approached Prasidh, I was like, oh, what happened here?
Yeah, we just have to play detective from up here. And you're right, it might have been something said the ball before.
Yeah.
Well, he beat him outside the off stump, and the next one was cuffed away. 134 for 2. Pope on 18. Goes wide of the crease there. Nips back, struck on the pad. Shout for LBW, really from the bowler, but nothing from anyone else. He was leaping down the pitch there, Akashdeep. Just sense this is a moment here for India. They've got rid of the openers. And if they can get one of these two into Harry Brook, anything can happen with Brook out there, the way things have been going with him recently.
Yeah, they just need to be really patient, Indian bowlers. Don't try too much, which they did in the first hour or so of this innings. Just be patient. There's enough in the pitch. Let the pitch do what it is doing so far.
Akashdeep bowls. Pope is forward, thickish inside edge into the onside towards square leg. They're off for a single, then they decide against it. Washington Sundar closing in. They thought there was one there initially, but Sundar was quick. Washington Sundar quick to his right-hand side. Picked it up. And there was no run. So Crawley out for 64, Duckett for 43. India today, 4 for 6. The last 4 wickets going for 6 runs. A real bonus half an hour for England, that was. 224 all out. England 90 runs behind. Akashdeep wide of the crease again, bowls to Pope, who drives, doesn't time it, goes up to Siraj at their mid-on. There's a spring in India's step at the moment. Just sense an opportunity.
Yeah, it could have been 134 for 3 had Sai Sudarshan got that.
Yeah.
Kali, that was Ollie Pope's opportunity. I mean,
he was diving away to his left-hand side low. He got 2 hands to it. It was a chance, difficult one, but we've seen them taken. It's been one of the stories of the series for India. Drop catches, or certainly early on. Anyway, that Headingley Test match probably cost them the game. Deep goes in and bowls to Pope. Pope is forward, guided edge down towards deep third for 4. Between second slip and gully. Soft hands. I think he was playing it there. England moved to 138 for 2.
That was very well bowled. Went really wide of the crease to deliver that particular ball. The angle, kind of, because of that angle, Ollie Pope, even though it was wide, it was around 5th stump, maybe 6th stump, had to play at it. Oh, back at it again. Hussain and Prasidh Krishna.
Yeah, he's a very experienced umpire, Kumar Dharmasena. I wouldn't like to say how many test matches he stood in, but it feels like quite a lot. It's on the sheet, is it? Results. Well, look, I've got my commentating glasses on. I haven't got my reading glasses on at the moment, so just tell me how many he's...
This is 92nd.
There we are. That just confirms he's a very experienced test match umpire. A bit of a disaster with my glasses earlier. I've only got one, what do they call that? One arm on them at the moment. They're just delicately on. I don't want to take them off and put my reading glasses on. Here's Prasidh Krishna bowling. Again, forced away by Root. This time he hits it straight at Jaiswal at cover. I think he will feel that he's missed out there. So this battle is rejoined between these two, Krishna and Root. 138 for 2. Michael Vaughan's here. Have you ever seen Root so animated out in the middle?
I'm trying to work out what's gone on. I mean, Joe Root played and missed it at delivery. I think Prasidh Krishna might have said a few things, and Joe Root hit him for 4. I think Joe Root might have responded. And then the umpires have got involved. Umpire Dharmasena has had a long chat to Prasidh Krishna at the end of the last over and the start of this over.
Krishna bowls full, driven by Root for 4 through backward point. I didn't think he got that perfectly. But went flashed away to the boundary. The outfield is quicker today. I think they've scored a lot of 4s already in this innings. 142 for 2.
Yeah, that third man wide will stay on the boundary because Joe Root just loves that area and he just always seems to find the gap. Krishna's looks like one of those bowlers that you wouldn't mind facing. He's got a good ball in him, but he gives you a bit of width, doesn't he? He's a right-hander. He just almost says to you, go on then. Do you fancy another drive?
He's rushing in again to bowl to Root, and Root gets a really good one. There you are, you see. So he's got a good ball in him. That was around that off stump. He had to play at it. It nipped away, and Root was beaten through to Jurel.
He had a good stare there, didn't he? To England's finest. I don't remember a situation where Joe's been so verbal out in the outfield and has maybe called one or two of the Indian batters a name or two. I don't recollect that. Maybe they're just targeting the best player. Maybe they've had a chance that, you know what, when Joe Root comes out there, rather than giving him an easy time, we're just going to get stuck into him.
Prasidh Krishna's bowling from the Vauxhall end. Bowls to Root, it's full, it's on the pad. He tries to clip it away. Is he caught down the leg side? He might be. They're appealing for it. Umpire Dharmasena unmoved. Jurel dived away to his left to claim the ball. Root was looking to flick that through square leg, stroke mid-wicket. What are India going to do here? Timer's on 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Nope. Gill doesn't go for it. There's a confident appeal from both bowler and behind.
Oh, it was Edgbaston who was caught down the leg side, wasn't he? Was it Akashdeep or Siraj? One of the pair. This time it's Prasidh Krishna. I think it's a good non-review. I think it just clips that left pad.
Just seeing it now. Yeah, nothing on ultra edge. No, that's something on the pad. Yeah. 142 for 2. 2 slips and the gully go down. Prasidh Krishna bowls to Root and Banks a bit, surprises him. He jerks his head back, guides it down into the gully. It's stopped by Sai Siddharthan. And Krishna just stands there and offers an... Well, difficult to say whether he offered a word. With his facial expression, he was kind of saying something there to Root.
Well, there's definitely been a change of tactic. That bounce quite steep. Play off a length. Umpire Dharmasena's back involved here. I'm not too sure what he's saying now, but it clearly looks to me like India have had a team meeting and they've gone, do you know what, to Joe Root, rather than just be nice to him, let's just get stuck into him, see if it can distract him. See if he'll play 1 or 2 shots that necessarily wouldn't at the start of an innings.
Krishna bowls again, full. Root drives inside edge onto the pad, goes away into the offside, and there's no run. Prasidh in the middle of the pitch with his hands on his head. There was a hard stare after that previous delivery, one that bounced a bit more than he expected. Now, umpire Dharmasena is just standing there for a moment. Is he just making sure no one says something? I mean, he should be going off towards square leg.
KL Rahul.
Oh, he's having a word with KL Rahul now.
They're not happy with the ball. So the first time the ring piece has come out for a while.
It's gone right through it there. On you go. No problem with that.
I reckon that's been I don't think we saw the ring piece at Old Trafford.
No, I don't remember it.
No. First time at the Oval, day 2.
Right, Mohamed Siraj is going to bowl. He bowled 4 overs earlier for 31. It's 142 for 2.
As I mentioned earlier on, that was the 4th time out of 8 that his first spell has gone for more than a run a ball in this series.
He's going to have another go from the pavilion end of the ground. 2 slips and a gully in, bowls to Pope. Pope guides it away towards backward point. Jadeja is there, cat-like to his right, flicks in ball towards the stumps of the non-strikers out. He just checks the throw and kind of lobs it towards mid-on.
This is a big spell in the course of this test match. Mohamed Siraj went for 31 in his first 4. Didn't get the new ball right at all. But he is a good old ball bowler. He just needs to get better. He's going to try and get that ball in that fuller length zone, hope for a bit of movement. The field is a ring field, so they're trying to force England to hit through the ring.
Siraj bowls, Pope covers up, plays it back to the bowl, and there's no run. Are India at the moment thinking, oh, love a four-seamer?
Absolutely. Shardul Thakur or Nitish Kumar already had been perfect for this kind of surface, but they went for their extra batter, which you could argue worked. Aaron Nair got a good 50. Without that 50, India probably would have been bowled out for what, 170, 180?
Siraj turns at the pavilion end under grey skies, bowls to Pope, who drives, nice looking shot, but hits it straight at mid-off. And immediately, rather than throwing the ball to the bowler on his way back, Shubman Gill, he lobs it to the keeper, Jarrell. Pope strolls out towards square leg. Big crowd in Friday this test match. Really engrossed in this fascinating day's play, which England have dominated, but India just threatening to come back into it. The loss of those 2 wickets, one before lunch, one after it.
I reckon they need another couple in doing the space for the next 30 runs. And then they are right back in the test match.
England 82 runs behind. Siraj bowls. Pope is struck on the pad, one that nips back. Is this LBW? No, says umpire Raza. And Siraj goes again with the appeal. He walks towards the umpire, beseeching him to give that out. Well, that sort of appeal, surely they're going to review it. It did nip back. It seemed to keep a bit low as well. And the one thing that could save Pope here is, did it nip too much? Oh, they go for it right as the time it went for naught.
He's not convinced. I think you're right. It nips back so much.
Well, the umpire Raza just turning around and saying, have you reviewed that or not? It was really almost as it went to naught.
TV umpire to director, we have a player review for LBW. Original decision was not out.
Joe Root suggested down the leg side.
Can we go to front on, please?
Right, here's our front on. We're watching from
front
behind.
On coming up now.
Now we're seeing front on for the first time. Is this nip too much?
Oh,
that's a good shout.
Okay, it appears there's no bat there. Just rock and roll that. I'm pretty sure, yeah, there's clearly no bat involved. So we can check ball tracking when it's ready.
This looks out to me.
Ball tracking coming up now, Hassan. Impact is in line and hitting the wickets. 3 reds. So we'll stay with your original decision. Sorry, you overturn your decision to out. I'll let you know when you're on screen. You're on screen now, Hassan.
Well, he's raised the finger. Ollie Pope is on his way. LBW and nip backer that looked absolutely plumb, didn't it?
How's he not given that? It's very similar to the Yashasvi Jaiswal LBW for that first wicket that fell yesterday morning. Maybe he thought there was an inside edge, but that is so out.
Yeah.
It's a great delivery, it really is. Siraj has got that ball to nip back a long way, traps Ollie Pope on the back foot, and I think it does skid a little bit. Well, India now are just sneaking themselves back into this test match. Remember that England are 4 down, really, with Chris Woakes looking like he's not going to play much more of a part.
Well, they went for it right at the last moment there, India, and they come up with a great reward. Pope is LBW for 22. It's interesting, I mean, why he didn't give that out, because first time we saw it from front on, because we're watching from behind. Oh, we both thought that's out, didn't we?
Interestingly,
anyway, he's just coming in.
It did take Shubman Gill right up to the last second to review it, so it wasn't a case that the Indian fielders were going, oh, we must go straight away. It was an obvious one, so clearly maybe there was an element of a noise, and there was a chance that they thought there was an inside edge, but it's out. England 3 down. Harry Brook strolls out there. Get ready, Isha. I think Harry might play a few shots here, which could be entertaining, but it could bring for his downfall. Joe Root having a good conversation with Washington Sundar at mid-wicket now. It's all getting a bit heated.
Yeah, a lot of courage there from Prasidh Krishna, going at Joe Root when he first came in, a man that scored over 13,000 test runs. And it's the first time we've really seen Joe Root get so irked.
Yeah.
He really bit back.
Not too sure what was said, but Harry Brook an average of 56. We've just been talking, if India could get 2 wickets before the deficit's around 50. They trail by 8-2 in the first innings, England. Jacob Bethel in next, not been playing much cricket.
142 for 3 then, England, and Siraj bowling from the pavilion end to Harry Brook. 317 runs at 45 this series, but his strike rate 74. With a century and a 99 in the very first innings at Headingley, as he's in, back and across and defending to the offside. There's a couple of fielders in catching, 2 slips and a gully. Backward point, extra, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a man down at fine leg as well. Still a fairly green tinge on this pitch. So animated, we're just watching the replay back. Mohammad Siraj getting into the contest, bowled the 3rd most overs in this series, so his body has been flogged, but he keeps coming. Finally, a smile on the face of Shubman Gill as Siraj bowls inside edge from Brook. He looked to take it down, up and over the pavilion, but it's an inside edge down to the fine leg boundary. He's off the mark with a 4, 146 for 3.
I'm sorry, that's a shocking shot. It really is. Your second ball. I know Ben Duckett and Zach Crawley came out and they were expansive, but they were expansive from the second ball. I mean, Harry Brook, he was out last week stumped. He's not doing so much that you can't give yourself just a few balls. Remarkable shot.
It's the way they play, Michael.
Well, it is, and you know he's got away with it. That goes back onto the stumps, and England are in a bit of a pickle.
Well, here we go, the battle we didn't know we needed. Prasidh Krishna has gone for 1 for 47 from his 9 overs. Does have a knack of taking wickets. Up against Joe Root on 8. He bowls, Root defends, back down the pitch. Just has a gentle glance up, Root, because every time Prasidh Krishna receives the ball, he shapes to throw back at the batter. And he made sure he didn't on that occasion. Giving that ball a ferocious shine. KL Rahul at second slip.
Well, I think that England have to realise that they've only got 3 seamers, India. And Prasidh Krishna's into a spell that can't keep going, then they'll have to turn back to Akash Deep.
Root back and across forwards and defending. Gets that bat right in behind that front pad as he pushes it to the offside.
And then they're down to spin. And as a player facing spin on a day 2 oval wicket, it's quite nice. Especially finger spin. I reckon England are only about 8 or 9 overs away from facing spin. That's all that India have to go to.
All action cricket today here at the Oval, day 2. As Krishna is past the stumps to Root, looking to clip down the leg side, nearly a strangle. I think that might have brushed his pad on the way through to Jarrell, who's diving to his left to stop it.
Shubman Gill, he's on the screen. He's quite a cool customer, but he knows his team have just got to keep picking up wickets. And it's the wicket of Joe Root. I mean, Harry Brook's dangerous, and he can take a game away from you. But Joe Root's the key. They have to find a bit of magic. They need to try and get rid of England's finest.
Still in his crease now, bat high, as he cuts that out to backward point. There is a fielder patrolling. Washington Sundar down there, 20 metres off the rope. He throws it in. He'll pick up a single. Joe Root moves to 9, 147 for 3. That was a nice, easy one for him. Shubman Gill very calm and composed. Bright blue sunglasses perched on top of his cap as he tosses the ball to Prasidh Krishna. So Harry Brook, where's this going? 2 slips and a gully. Deep backward point remains. Cover mid off, mid on, mid wicket, and fine leg is just moving that a little bit finer. Old high 80s is Prasidh Krishna as he shuffles forwards now bounding in. He bowls to Brook, very wide of the off stump. Just lets it go.
Yeah, I'm surprised they've put wide third on the boundary for Harry Brook. I'd keep him up just for his first few deliveries to try and force him into one of those big shots. He's a player that you just know he will take the bait. You know, you just dangle the carrot to Harry. He's going to go, okay, I'll challenge that. He's not going to try and leave too many. You just can't allow him to get in.
Here comes Krishna again. Brook, he shapes to drive the ball, but that is seriously wide from Krishna. Not an actual wide though.
Well, Harry Brook's been out there 4 balls. He wants his jumper off. He's already got warm enough to take his short sleeve woolly sweater off.
It's that big swish. No, he doesn't actually look to play the shot. It's more of a teaser for the bowler and the crowd. So trailing by 77 here, England. They picked up 4 for 20 this morning. As India were bowled out for 224, and they got things moving pretty quickly, Ben Duckett and Zach Crawley.
Yeah, that was great to watch, wasn't it?
50 in no time.
What was your favourite? I like the reverse switch for 6. I also like his little...
Yeah, I like the reverse ramp. Because the timing on that has to be so perfect.
And he got out playing it.
Yeah. They finally worked it out. Siraj bowls to Root, nearly chops onto the stumps, just plays it so late under his eyes. It's his pad and trickles towards the offside, no run.
Yeah, Shubman Gill will be hoping for one of those balls that nip back onto the stumps of Joe Root, similar to that one that Ollie Pope has just received. That was a beauty. So there's still a little bit there for the seamers. Every now and again something happens off the surface.
Well, it's patience for the bowlers for India as Siraj moves in. Root, inside edge onto the pad, to the leg side. Good length delivery that just jags back.
Yeah, he looks more comfortable, Siraj, with the older ball. The new ball, he's bowled some decent spells. He bowled nicely at Edgbaston, but he's also travelled a bit. And when he gets the old ball in his hand, he seems to get the ball doing a lot more. That one did nip back quite a long way.
Sometimes it does with the lacquer coming off. More movement in the air off the pitch. And it is overcast here now. Grey clouds above. That breeze just getting up as well as Siraj. And he comes to Root, who allows it to pass. Good channel length delivery. 147 for 3 then here for England. But it hasn't taken them that many overs to get there. India will see an opportunity as well with Chris Wokes and his injury.
Oh yeah, well they're 4 down England, realistically. If they can put another 1 or 2 in the next 30-40 minutes.
Root defends to the offside. Thuddy sound at the bottom of the bat. Just getting a little bit darker here. Haven't seen those lights go on though yet.
They don't take long. Everybody's been telling me all about these new lights.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, the Surrey
Are they pointing in the right direction?
What, you're saying they're not? You think they're...
Oh, look over there, look.
Which one? The one into...
Look at the bottom of that far tower.
It's lighting up the street
Yes.
outside, I think. Just in case it gets dark when you're driving later.
So go on, what does she say? As Joe Root taps his bat down, he's batting out of his crease to Siraj, who's into Root, who again just quite late on that one, stays low, looks to drive it, but hits the bottom part of the bat onto the pad and towards Jaiswal, extra cover, no run.
Well, they're in the shape of the Surrey feathers, and all she said...
Oh, that's what it is.
Yeah, she said they are the best in the business, even though they're facing the wrong way.
What is she judging that on?
I think she just thinks everything at the Oval is the best in the business. I don't think there's any kind of data research into
What makes it the best in the business? So speed of coming on, the power of the light.
She didn't quite go into that detail.
Okay.
But it would, you're right, it would help if they were facing the right way.
Root turning the ball out to deep backward square for a single. Another one that just nips back.
Maybe they're just ahead of the game here, and they just want to make sure that kids that are playing in the street get a bit of light as well later on at night.
Maybe she wants a light stand named after her, a bit like Alex Hartley.
Yeah.
Up at Old Trafford. That's the end of the over, 148 for 3.
What you got, Andy? Got the bat?
Well, I think they are pointing the right way. They're just curious wedge-shaped things that point out of a small slot at the front.
I see you think that they got it spot on. They haven't got it in the wrong spot. Okay.
What are those ones at the bottom there?
What you think that? Oh, you think that the lights kind of?
They don't look like they're pointing towards the ground to me.
No, they don't. They don't. Surely someone can explain what's going on here. Even this one here, in the right corner, top right. That's. I think that looks like it's facing towards us.
No one needs to see any more of us. Akashdeep has replaced Prasad Krishna at the Vauxhall end. 1 for 62 from his 11, and he has been unlucky. He's bowled with a lot of consistency. And here he comes on an angle, bowling to Joe Root. Catches the inside edge onto the pad and through to the keeper, but on the bounce. Just bowls at a nice hard length, doesn't he, Akashdeep?
Yep. Yeah, very skillful. The wobble seam that goes down, one nips back onto the front pad of Joe Root.
Regulation field again, 2 slips in a gully, but he has that deep point out. Deep bustles in, full, Root drives, no run. Any rock stars in today? Had Mick Jagger in yesterday.
Well, there's some football managers, ex-England managers, in Roy Hodgson and Gareth Southgate. I saw Peter Reid as well, ex-Man City player. Everton. No, I think he managed Man City, didn't he? Sunderland. Played for Everton. Likes his cricket, Peter Reid. The keeper's going to stand up for Akashdeep just to keep Joe Root back in his crease.
Yeah, he wants him rooted to the crease. Says Akashdeep, which means he has to bowl a little bit fuller. Brings in LBW as he bowls full, and Root leans forwards and lets it go into the keeper's gloves. Bit of shape on offer there away from him.
He's averaged 84.7 miles an hour in the innings so far, Akashdeep, which is pretty quick for a keeper to be standing up.
Yeah, he's renowned as being a high quality keeper, Juve Durrell. But this is tough, particularly on a pitch like this, that the odd ball bounces, the odd ball's keeping a bit lower.
Yeah, especially from this end. There's deep bowls to Root, who again lets it go in the channel.
Easy as you like. Straight into the buckets. It's a good move though, because I noticed Zach Crawley was batting a long way out of his crease to try and nullify LBW. And you're just trying to bring all the different modes of dismissal into the equation.
Well, there hasn't been a lot hitting the stumps today, Michael.
What's the percentage?
Root back and across, looking to drive. He had to reach for that one. That stayed low again as well. As Jaiswal picks the ball up and throws it in. No run. Saw Gareth Southgate at the IPL. He's out there with the Rajasthan Royals in Calcutta. His first IPL game.
Was he working or was he just watching?
I think he might have been working a little bit.
For Rajasthan?
I think he might have done a talk to the guests. But it was, I think, in a social work capacity. Root clips out to the deep backward square boundary. It is long, wide square of the ground, but that has travelled to the boundary in no time. As England across 150, 152 for 3, as Root goes to 14.
Well, he just gets into his flow, Joe Root, so early in an innings. This is a leg stump half volley, but it's great balance. Just rolls the wrist. It's a nice one to get. He's moved to 14 from 28 without really, well, he's not taken any risks yet. Just played good shots. AC/DC in the crowd. A couple of blow-up guitars. Is it AC/DC? Who they were? No?
Sure that was.
Who were they? Do you know who they were on?
Looked like two gods.
Yeah.
I think it was two gods.
Two gods, were they?
Yeah.
Gods with guitars.
I didn't realise they had a band.
I think that would be BC/AD rather than.
Right, Harry Brook, what's he going to do this over?
If you're just tuning in, England are 152 for 3 in just 28 overs, trailing by 72. Although there has been a period of calm since these two got together, although Brook has only faced 4 deliveries. Here we go. Siraj runs in. Brook works the ball to mid-wicket, no run. The sunshine just coming out here at the Oval.
Just to highlight that, the first 50 took 7 overs exactly, the next 50 7.4 overs, and then the third 50 to take into their current score 13.2 overs. So India have had an element of control, but still going just under 4 and over. That's 4 and over since they reached 100.
Well, there are a few clouds around, but they don't look nasty clouds yet.
A little bit grey.
You don't look like Farouk Engineer. He's here again. He's been at quite a few of the days this summer. In the corporate hospitality is Farouk. Sure he's having a glass or two.
He would have been up there at Old Trafford as well.
He's got a stand named after him now.
Brook ducks underneath the short one. There's 2 men back in the deep on the leg side. Siraj, we haven't seen too many short deliveries here in this innings.
Yeah, I think this is a good option to Harry Brook. They put square leg on the boundary, got a fine leg back on the boundary, hit into the bigger side. The ball bounces from the Vauxhall end. The kind of danger is that you can get flicked into the small boundary down towards the dressing room area. So this is the good end to bowl bounces to right-handers.
Was he considering coming up again here? Yep. Dhruv Jurel just moving in, putting the helmet on.
Oh, he's got to be crackers, hasn't he?
Well, is he going to put that plan away then?
Well, I guess so. Square leg's now coming up to an orthodox square leg.
Here comes Siraj again, sprinting in. He bowls full and Brook calmly defends back down the pitch.
Yeah, he gets his trigger movement in early, Harry Brook. Just watch him, he goes back and across and that front foot kind of opens up. He does it so soon. Looks like he's got all the time in the world.
You were a backer and across, weren't you?
Yeah, I changed it a little bit. I went back and across to start with, then I pressed forward with my front foot. I kind of took my right foot back and across after. Just played around with it a little bit. Just the most important thing is get it in early. And, whatever your trigger is, just make sure you're still on the release of the ball. So I'm just giving it a good polish. Haven't seen a great deal of swing, have we? It's been more nip.
Past the stumps, Siraj. Brook advances, it's up in the air, but I think it's going to land safely up and over extra cover. Shubman Gill speeding around towards the boundary, and they'll come back for a couple.
This is shocking play. He got the keeper stood up and he's still dancing down. He's done one and it's gone past the leg stump. He got away with that. How he's got away with that second one, I'll never know. It's just landed in between extra cover and mid-off. I mean, getting stumped to an off spinner is one thing. Getting stumped to a seamer.
It's a real slicey shot.
It's a shocking shot.
Brook defends this time as it goes to Gully. Just watches it on. Still charging in is Mohammad Siraj. He really has put it all out there this series.
He was here against Sri Lanka last year where Sri Lanka went wide to Harry Brook. And just dangled the carrot and wasn't he shouting at them, stop bowling boring, or didn't like it, and then he got out. Kind of fetching one. You just got to look at the game situation at the minute. England just needs to bat another 4 or 5 overs and spin has to come on. Then you can go a bit. But at the minute, you can't gift a Siraj or an Akashdeep a wicket.
Shubman Gill just moving himself a little bit further back and a bit more square at mid-off. Quite wide there. There's Siraj. Bounds in again, and again Brook in and behind it, defending it to the leg side, no run.
And so Harry Brook is at times he plays like a genius. You know, and he plays shots that you go, wow, but the 2 shots that he's taken on of Siraj so far that have looked completely too high risk have not been the right option. And then he plays defensive strokes with all the time in the world. You think just play for 3 or 4 overs and see the seamers out the attack.
Just 3 bowlers used so far. Krishnan bowled a 10-over spell, split by lunch, 5 either side. Deep bowled essentially an 11-over spell with a change of ends, breaking that after 3 overs, and then lunch break intervening as well. Siraj had now bowled 7.
Here comes Deep. Bowling to Root, who's on the back foot, defending to the offside. Trailing by 70 here, then England 154 for 3. Ebony Rainford Brent has come in here with a nice looking cup of tea. And she can talk us through what she's made in the last half an hour or so. And also, I've heard that you can explain a bit more about these lights and why they might be pointing in the wrong direction before Aggers will come in here.
Thanks, Ish. Well, of course, they're the 3 feathers, also known as a wingsuit, a squirrel, and many other things people have said they look like. But obviously, the 3 feathers, Aggers.
Hello, everybody. Well, this is exciting cricket, isn't it? It really is. There's runs for England. Root might have got something on that. It might be byes. We'll have a look, see what the keeper's. Yep, it's byes, signalled by the umpire. So I think maybe Terrell got his gloves on that. But this is extraordinary cricket going on here now. It's aggressive. There's hostility out there. What Brook's up to, I don't know. There are moments when he plays those shots, you know, and I sit there and I think of Geoffrey Boycott or Graham Gooch watching their telly and what's going through their mind.
Yeah, I can imagine
absolute hacks.
Coffee being spat out.
Wow.
Some of the interesting shots. He's living his best life.
Just wild slugs. I mean, what happens if you get out to that? You return to the dressing room. In goes deep bowls, and that's pushed away down to long leg for a single. I think what you get is a little sign there, say taxi for Brook, and his kit is outside there on the Harleyford Road as a taxi, and it takes him home.
I think it's even more contrasting when you've got someone like Root who's organised, you know, just there, gets back, tucks it away, looks very tidy. So that contrast at the other end of, at times it seems very, very manic.
But the last one, the wicketkeeper was standing up for a start. He came charging out of his ground. He lost grip of the bottom hand on the handle. It's an absolute swipe. Could have gone anywhere. He's got away with 2, so maybe luck's on his side today. He's got 6 from 10 balls. Key part of the game here. England, of course, down to 10 batsmen. 159 for 3. Deep's on his way. Bowls, and Brook gets a good delivery there. It swings away a little. And he plays it carefully back for the bowler to pick up and give a rub and a polish. Sun out. There are some heavy clouds to the right. I'm just watching a weather rain front coming in, which we might miss. It might just skim across North London and leave us unscathed. Should be great. 159 for 3. Akash Deep again dips his head, runs in over the wicket, quite wide of the crease and bowls short, and that's cut hard by Brook, the man on the point boundary, or at least near it, who throws the ball back again. 160 for 3. So 64 runs behind. Root on strike on 15. Quite a confrontation between him and Krishna earlier on. It certainly from this distance looked as if it was very much instigated by Krishna. You don't see Joe Root respond like that. I've ever seen him respond like that. Something that was clearly said to him, and that happened twice. The umpire stepped in. 160 for 3. Goes deep again, bowls. That's tucked away into the leg side nicely by Root for a single. And yet this is such a key series, isn't it? You can see why India are very fired up for this, because they can get 3 or 4 wickets in this session. Really keeps them properly in contention in the game. But if it's England's session, well, they could be ahead by tea. Having a drinks break now anyway. Ground staff are running on, and the support staff. It's a delayed tea, isn't it, today? What time is tea?
I think 3:55.
3:55.
So it's a 6.5 hour day, plus potential extra half hour to make up for the overs lost to rain yesterday. We lost 5 overs to bad over rates and 21 overs to rain yesterday. 64 bowled in total.
And if we do get a shower, that can be added on today too, can't it? We can add up another half an hour today, I think, in case we do get a sprinkle. But anyway, people are stretching their legs, which is nice. It's a pretty warm afternoon out there, but the cricket is just intense. It really is. Nothing.
Who's ahead for you?
I think while Root's there, you have to say England, don't you? But they are a bowler down.
And arguably all-rounder batter down. I mean, Chris Woakes, can offer.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's Bethel to come next, and Smith. And then into the bowlers, isn't it? So it is critical. So you can see why India are fired up. A couple of stewards arrived. They're a little bit late, but there they are. They're on duty now, making sure that nobody comes running on. I don't think anyone's in a mood for that, to be honest. Doesn't happen often these days, does it? I mean, it's expensive for a start. You come running on and they catch you.
£1,000 fine.
I think it's 10,000.
Is it 10,000?
I think it might be 10,000.
1,000, you might have risked it, but 10,
wow.
10 is a bit extreme.
No, I mean streakers.
You must have seen a few in your day.
Oh,
I've seen photos from back in 80s. It was rife then, wasn't it?
There was a lot of streaking going on in the 90s.
90s, yeah.
And it seemed to be set up by, so the word said it, by tabloid newspapers.
Oh, really?
To get some good photographs. There was some quite.
Was there running and jumping over the stumps? And there's a picture.
That was Michelangelo, the original streaker, who John Arlott described so memorably. He vaulted the stumps.
Is that his real name?
Michael Angelo. That's why I can remember it.
Michelangelo's never afraid of nudity.
No, he wasn't that day. But I think he came a bit of a cropper on the picket fence as he vaulted it at the end. Then there were quite a few after that. There were a couple of quite daring young ladies. One vaulted the stumps at Lord's, I remember.
At Lord's?
Yeah.
The home of cricket.
Another one, this caused quite a breakout of, not quite heart attacks, but some excitement in the old members' pavilion. She did a cartwheel below the members.
The thing is, you've got no chance of getting out, right? So you're getting caught, so you're just up for it.
I think one or two of the well-planned ones, if they've got someone on the other side of the ground with some clothes as well, they get them into it and off they go. And that was Headingley. I think a couple might have got away with it. I know it was a phase. It was just
rampant.
Yeah, it was quite a regular occurrence for a little while. Then the fines came in, and it sort of knocked it on the head, really.
Anything in your county days?
In the county days? No.
In your no.
I mean,
nothing in Leicestershire.
I don't think the average supporter at Grace Road in the 80s would have made it from one side of the ground to the other, with clothes or without, to be honest.
They'd have not got as far as unbuttoning the cardigans, would they, Eddie? Hackers?
Probably not, Andy, but there we go. And some greetings to everyone who used to faithfully watch Leicestershire in the 1980s. But, no, it was, in South Africa as well, they dug a huge moat around the grounds and had Alsatian dogs on.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, you wouldn't go streaking with them around.
Yeah, no.
No, they took it because they went through a real phase of it as well. 161 for 3. They've had the drink. A lot of nonsense talked in the process, but never mind. Siraj is continuing. Elbows jutting out, bowls outside the off stump. And Root, who's got 16, allows that to go through. It's been quite an eventful 16. There's been aggression out there and tension. He had a lot of verbling going on with Krishna. This adds to the excitement of it all, really. This is such an important match. Nothing being given, and also when the value of every run is so important, if it's a low-scoring game, this adds to that tension. Every run, every boundary, every nick through the slips for 4. Root waits, Siraj bowls to him, and he's well forward. Their head right over the ball. Finds Jadeja, busy as ever at point.
And a huge number of boundaries. It's dried up a bit, just one in the last 5 overs. In the first 25, there were 28 boundaries in total. That's the joint third most ever in the first 25 overs of a Test innings.
161 for 3. Root batting outside his crease, the wicketkeeper standing back now. Siraj has played in every Test match, like Chris Woakes had done. The only players to do so, bowlers anyway. Rushes in and bowls outside the off stump. Bit of bounce there. Root allows that to go through. He goes up, checks that everything's okay. Does a little bit of gardening there, tapping at the pitch.
Little swivel of the bat. Not quite Alex Stewart, but a bit of flair.
Yes, he was the master twiddler, wasn't he?
Yeah. Kind of before the bowler bowled, didn't he? Just twiddle at the top.
And it always came around the right way round.
Yeah.
Didn't it?
I tried it a few times.
Yeah.
Gave up.
Never ends up with the back facing the facing the bowler. 161 for 3. Change to the field there, at least Siraj waiting for a moment. There's 3 in the offside, 2 slips, fine gully. Siraj comes in, bowls to Root, who leans into a drive, and the ball skims away over the green surface to the cover point boundary. Lovely stroke as Siraj there, just over pitched, just a little bit of width. And Root is so strong there, just opens the face of the bat enough. Sends the ball skimming away. It's a lovely shot, beautiful balance.
His rhythm looks so good, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Just lets it come to him, doesn't overhit, let it grace through the shot. Really nice.
Big innings this, while Root remains. And you feel that England are ahead of the game, but if he gets out, especially a bowler short, Siraj bowls. Oh, Root's in on the pad, appeal for leg before wicket. One of those theatrical appeals of Siraj's, and now glares at Root. Root saying, it's not my fault I'll be given not out.
It felt high.
He's got a smile on his face. I thought he might have nicked it. I thought I heard something, a hard sound, but he's not getting any support anyway, Siraj, there from his teammates regarding a review. Very tight, the Pope one. I think it was on 1 second to go when they called for the review. It might have even been on 0. It was very, very tight. A little nick there into that one. It was complicated. I was doing the TV next door, and we got 2 TVs there, and there's a bit of a delay between one. I wasn't sure if it was on 0 or 1 when they actually went for it, but I think it might have been 0. My colleague to my right is saying that. So I mean, England haven't sort of protested about it, but it was very, very tight. 165 for 3. Siraj again bowls, and Root covers up and pushes that away down to mid-off. And there's no run. 165 for 3. 31 overs gone. England are 59 runs behind. They're effectively 4 wickets down. I think they'll be pushing Chris Woakes out there in his current predicament. Unfortunately, he could have been rather useful batting on here, actually, just sort of getting stuck in and giving support to any batsmen that remained.
And getting the bowlers a bit more rest as well.
Yeah. Was Bethel next? What a greeting for him. He's facing about 220 balls all summer, hasn't he?
Well, he's what has he played? 3 tests.
In New Zealand, yes.
He's got some scores.
He got a half century in each of the 3 second innings in those tests. Highest of 96.
Gareth Southgate here. Roy Hodgson, I remember interviewing him here. A very hot day. Got a bit of a sweat on, poor old Roy. and goes deep. Bowls and it's pushed away out towards cover. It's one of those where you sort of say to them, look, it's only 10 minutes, Roy, is that okay? Oh yeah, okay then. So he sat out there, the blazing heat, the entire lunch break with him. He was great though, very, very nice man, loves cricket.
That pavilion gets stacked with the old celebs, doesn't it?
Yeah, a lot of footballers in today.
Any Prime Minister on show today? Yeah.
Don't know about that. I think Mick Jagger's coming shortly. Gareth Southgate, Mark Nicholas, all sorts of celebrities. 165 for 3. This is outside the off stump. And no stroke offered. Nicely taken by Jarrell.
It is a good do up there, isn't it?
I wouldn't know, Ebony.
I'm sure you've...
You're probably on the board of some sort here, on every other board that's going.
I've enjoyed that hospitality once or twice.
Yeah, I'm sure you have.
But it is a good view of the game, though, isn't it? You're
Brilliant
right in
view.
the mix.
The last time I went in there, I think was 2005, the day we won the Ashes. And I went up there, because largely because we were staying on the air and I needed somebody to interview. We ran out. And Jim Maxwell was wandering around somewhere with one of those wireless microphones, and I had one. I went up there, and the only person there was John Major, actually. So he was in that committee room, and I had a chat with him about the result. They came back down. That was the last time I've been in there, I think. And goes deep bowls on the off stump, pushed away, and that's well taken there by Root, actually, who called Brook through for that signal. He played it carefully into the offside. I assume Mickey Stewart's in there. I haven't seen him for a little while. Pavilion named after him, of course. See Alex there.
Yeah.
But yes, they sit out. It's a bit exposed, a bit like the Royal Box at Centre Court at Wimbledon, isn't it? I mean, you can see exactly who's up there in the very posh seats. Deep on his way, bowls on the off stump. That's fiddled away by Root, that favourite area of his, just to a square gully. He goes to 21. Another one chips away at the lead.
What would be your preferred seat?
I'm watching side on, actually.
Or side on?
I quite like side on as a change. In fact, I'm going sideways on, now you mention it, in a minute, because Nathaniel is here. I think Simon mentioned him earlier, playing the trombone. He's raising awareness of bowel cancer, and I'm going over to see him, so I've got a little break here. So if you're over there, Nathaniel, with your trombone,
fire it up.
Come and try and find it. Yeah, not sure I'll get a note out of a trombone. It's the same mouthpiece size as a euphonium.
Oh, is it?
But yeah, I think the sliding bit's a bit complicated. In goes deep and bolt. Oh, that's hit hard at him, very hard, and that hit him somewhere on the body. Cool, that was a thumping shot.
That hit him in his head?
Well, my initial thought was it hit him on the head, and umpire Damascene is inquiring. It looked like it. He sort of recoiled.
Oh no!
Those hands right in front of his face.
Oh, from behind, honestly, I thought it hit him in his head.
That was a ferocious shot. I mean, fair play. He sort of shrugged it off now, and now he's wringing his hand. Phew, dear.
So for a moment, that could have been.
It looked like he'd taken
nasty.
a punch. Last ball of the over. It has been a remarkable afternoon, this. It's been gripping. Deep runs in, bowls to Brook. A little defensive shot there. Plays the ball out to cover. That's the end of the over. He then plays something rather more extravagant. Anyway, right, well, I'll let you know how I get on. So I'm going square on over there where the bar is.
Give it a whirl. Give it a whirl.
Yeah. What, the trombone? I don't think so. Ebony, thoughts from you? And then Daniel's coming here.
Harry Brook, you can tell, wants to play shots here. He played a solid defensive back, and then batters always shadow the shot they want to play afterwards, and he shadowed a full-on hoik out the ground. So you can feel he's just feeling that tension. He wants to get moving, put more runs on the board.
It feels like he's resentful of the fact that he's not allowed to just thwack it.
Yeah. It's like,
because he has tried a few of those.
He's tried a lot.
So what do we reckon? In about 10 minutes' time, if we hear the most blood-curdling squelch from a trombone, we'll know that Aggers has got his hands on it. Right, next ball, start of a new over, has been glided away for 4 by Roots. Quite deliberate, and it was close to second slip's outstretched right hand, KL Rahul. It was quite a deliberate guide through a very risky area. 171 for 3, Root to 25.
I think deliberate. Let's have a look at this replay. I wasn't sure. Yeah, I guess it was, wasn't it?
It was.
It was a
It's
risky,
opened the face of the bat.
I knew he was in the business end where the slips were.
A lot of width, I suppose, to that ball, so he could kind of pick the spot. He does like hitting it down there. It has been an absorbing day, frenetic at the same time. Absorbing is normally slower than this, I would say. The nature of absorption is, you stick a sponge on top of some water and it slowly rises. Whereas this has more been sort of cascading down on us, like a particularly powerful shower. As Siraj comes into Root, and Root guides it again for 4. Better shot this time, perhaps. It was closer to him, and he's guided it down past second slip, once more for 4. And Siraj is, I love it when Siraj is slightly annoyed by something but knows he's been done, because his eyes go really wide. And in a kind of playful way, not...
He's seething inside, though. You could see that look.
He's a fast bowler.
Two have gone through that slip region. The first one, I would say, arguably maybe a fraction streaky. That one was perfectly guided right into the gap.
Route to 29, 175 for 3. Andy.
Root turned to watch the replay though on the big screen. If he's looking for something technical, make sure he played it at the right time, but studying it intently.
Here comes Siraj again into Root, who defends a full ball on the pads, rolls up to mid-on off the front foot, no run, 85 miles an hour. So they tried the keeper standing up ploy.
Didn't work.
Didn't quite work. We've seen the ball jag still though, haven't we? There's still something in that pitch that's giving purchase off the seam. There's a few have nipped back. Yesterday, the main threatening end was the pavilion end. I don't know if that's been the case again today.
Bowling from the pavilion.
Yes. Yes. I never really think of batting from the pavilion end particularly. But I mean,
I'm a batter, so I would always think batting.
Yeah, but here's Root from the Vauxhall end. Here's Siraj into Root at the Vauxhall end, and that's tapped into the onside, picked up at short square leg. There's no run.
All right, mister.
You're still
on thin ice.
You're seething after yesterday.
You're on
aren't you?
thin ice after yesterday, Dan.
I am. When I received that missive from you at about
midnight,
I got it about 1:15. That's when I finally saw it.
AM.
Yes, I was moderately scared you might actually have published it somewhere. For people who don't know what we're talking about, I don't know whether I probably shouldn't dredge up yesterday's wounds, but I upset Ebony with an inference about her possible relationship to Jacob Bethel. As the next ball strikes the pads and goes into the onside, there's no run of a maternal nature, and from that point on you have been giving me the evils.
You are not on my Christmas card list.
As I'm off it.
Has been shortened. Bang, you're off.
It saves you a bit of bother as well.
It
Are
does.
you still doing Christmas cards?
No, to be fair, I haven't done them for a while.
I was going to say, 'cause
Do you think
I've
people
not
still
received
do
a Christmas card from you, I think, possibly ever.
Do you do Christmas cards?
Do you know, I still weirdly do. It's I don't know why I do it.
We should have a TMS Christmas card, like themed Christmas card.
Oh yeah?
Do you think people would be up for that? I think people would be up for that. The Ashes this winter.
Yes. Root on strike, Siraj into him. He's struck on the pad. This looks closer, and he's given him. Umpire Raza raises the finger, which you so seldom see. Root has instantly gone to refer. I mean, whether he knows that he's hit it, or he thinks it's gone way down the leg side, or whether he just knows there are 3 reviews available.
TV umpire to director, we have a player review for LBW. Original decision is out. I've checked the feed, it's a fair delivery. We go to front on, please.
Right, now we can see this better on the replay.
Front on coming up now.
Ooh, I think this is out, you know.
It appears there's no bat. We'll just confirm that with Ultra Edge, please.
He just scrambled that seam, got it to
coming
cut.
up. Thank you. I've got a clear gap between bat and ball, so we can go to ball tracking when it's ready.
Yeah, it's beaten the inside edge by a long way. Has it done
Ball
too
tracking
much?
coming up now, Hassan. Impact in line and hitting the wickets. We've got 3 reds, so you stay with your original decision of out. I'll let you know when you're on screen. You're on screen now, Hassan. Signal now.
So, big wicket. Joe Root gone. Trapped on the crease. We've seen him LBW a few times, and it did jag back, and it was from the pavilion end, as we were saying. There's still a bit of movement from up there. And, well, off the last ball of the over, Joe Root has to go. And England are 175 for 4. It's beaten his inside edge, beaten him for pace, and it's moved appreciably.
I think Siraj has worked quite hard for that wicket. A couple of overs ago, he was bowling to Joe Root, got wide, and he drove him out on the off stump. So he tried to bring it a bit tighter to that off stump, and he guided him down through the slips. And I think he was just thinking, look, let me just try and keep that line but get one to jag back rather than that line that Joe Root could expose on the off stump. And got that LBW. You could just see what he did with the seam. He was just trying to get a little bit of cut or jag back in. That was a really good ball.
It was. And Root goes for 29. It brings Jacob Bethel to the crease, who was... Well, there's a lot of controversy around him earlier in the season. There was perhaps a moderate misspeaking from Ben Stokes when he seemed to imply that he was going to come back into the side, and what he meant was actually he's going to come back into the squad. He'd gone off to the IPL. They played 3 test matches in New Zealand and did very well when England had a bit of an injury problem, Jordan Cox and the like. And he batted up at 3, showed a lot of ticker against Matt Henry with the new ball, then got those half centuries in the second innings of each game. But how many balls has he faced in professional cricket since the beginning of June?
Well, we looked at from the beginning of April during the last test, and it was 254 balls faced since the 1st of April.
That was IPL in large part, wasn't it? Akashdeep starts a new over into Brook with England a spot of bother here, and that ball leaves him, goes into the gloves of Dhruv Jurel, low and to his right.
Root 29 off 45 balls with 6-4. Siraj in his first spell 0 for 31 off 4. Since then, in his second spell, 2 for 19 off 5.
Well, I mean, he's played all 5 games, bowled a lot of overs, and he's still running in hard, isn't he?
That was a really well worked out wicket. He just kept adjusting until he found that line and movement that worked.
In comes Deep. It's a Brook who comes down the wicket and then gets a thick inside edge that squirts away through square leg. They've run 1, it'll just be 1. 176 for 4. Brook to 9. It's been a frenetic 19 balls that Brook has faced. And now Jacob Bethel's going to face his first ball in Test cricket since December. When was that series?
December.
Yes.
It's interesting now, if you're India, you're thinking we've got one less batter down, you've got the main wicket Root, you've got a new batter at the crease who hasn't played a huge amount, Brooks, Techi. There's just a little opening if they can keep this pressure on.
I'd say quite a big opening. I mean, without Wokes, it's sort of effectively 5 down. And yeah, Surrey. England have got quite the tail. And partly I say that because it's mostly Surrey's tail. Atkinson, Smith, and Overton still to come as Akashdeep's round the wicket to Bethel, beats him. Root goes straight through him, really full outside the off stump. Brief appeal, but I think that was bat on ground making that noise.
He didn't move his feet very well, I have to say, on that one. He comes to sort of crease and you've got to get moving quite fast. And there he just misread the length. It's quite full.
It's really wide of the crease though, and then it slightly left him, didn't it? Eyes wide open.
Away come up. Welcome to the crease.
Well, he's either gone wow or he's yawned. I don't know which one it was.
More likely wow.
3 slips and a gully, a backward point as Akashdeep is round the wicket to Jacob Bethel, who lets this go by outside the off stump to the keeper, no run. His leaves were a notable feature, weren't they, in New Zealand? He left Matt Henry very, very well. Just played on his off stump. It was a very tricky first innings, I think he had. Did he get something like 12 in his first innings? One of the better 12s I seem to recall. He played, you know how on those sort of first day pitches, you know, got Matt Henry
moving it around at good pace.
And he was batting at 3. I was slightly more impressed by that innings than I was by the 90th.
Really?
Yeah.
Interesting. Well, he weathered a tricky period.
Even though he got out to a Jaffa from memory. Round the wicket again comes Akash into Bethel, who guides this into 3rd slip along the ground. And there's no run.
Yeah, his scores in that series in New Zealand in the first test, 10 off 34 balls in the first innings, and then an unbeaten 50 in the second. Coming in a sort of difficult position, Zach Crawley been out for naught. It's a very difficult series for Crawley against Matt Henry. And then the second innings made 50 not out as England chased down a small target to win. In the second test, 16 and 96, England won.
Akashdeep comes in once again. Bethel advances and then shoulders arms, goes through to Jurel on the bounce.
No run, end of the over, 176 for 4 off 34. Come back to you in a moment, Andy, but just a reminder, there's plenty to talk about in the TMS podcast tonight, which you'll find later on BBC Sounds, and also on Sounds you'll find a new series of Sport's Strangest Crimes, focusing on the Hansi Cronje affair. Sorry, back to Bethel.
Bethel concluded his maiden series with 12 and 76 in Hamilton. The 96 and the 76 scored, and the 50 all scored pretty rapidly. He was more cautious in the first innings, didn't get big scores, but did shape well in difficult circumstances.
Did shape well.
Good part in England's excellent series victory.
Ebony's left us to go and concoct more scurrilous rumours about me, and Alistair Cook's back. Hello.
What are the rumours?
Oh, she's trying to take me down for a moment of yesterday, but now then, we've got a very, very intriguing match situation going on here, with a new batter to the crease, Bethel, after the loss of Root. Brooke playing a curious knock, 9 off 19. I mean, many of his knocks are curious, it must be said. Brooke, yeah, he's charged down the wicket at various points. He's not really timed the ball well, not really looked comfortable yet. Still a bit in the pitch as Siraj runs into him from the pavilion end, and he guides this away. Down past second slip for 4. That's not going to improve Siraj's mood, because that's the third time he's leaked a boundary past second slip in the last 7 balls he's bowled. But he did at least get the wicket of Root. 180 for 4, the deficit 44.
I haven't got a third slip. I watched the replay, a bit of swing. Yeah. I wouldn't have carried a third slip, but it's a bit like England's ball. It started to swing after 30, 40 overs, and actually this morning swung probably more than anything.
These don't feel like the same balls, do they, that we had at the start of the summer?
Just quickly, also John McEnroe's back. Welcome back, Zoltz. John McEnroe's gone.
Well, he was Borg a moment ago. Now he's McEnroe. Yeah.
No, McEnroe's gone. He's back to Zoltz with the headband on.
Right. So here is Siraj in to Brooke. Brooke is a short ball. He thinks about playing and doesn't in the end. He's done his double figures, by the way, with that boundary up to 13.
Fair play to these Indian three-seamers, because that first 11 overs when they went for 90 or whatever they were, there's only 3 of them. They're going back after tea. They managed to pick up Duckett and then Crawley, and then since then they run in and run in and run in. I keep thinking, when's Gill going to turn to his spinner?
Well, indeed. I mean, they've bowled 15, 10, and now this is the 10th over. They've been at it here. Siraj in. Brooke pulls in the air, up and over mid-wicket. It's got onto the square, and it should make it to the boundary. It will just trickle into the sponge or more. Didn't quite time that, but got enough. Moves to 17, 184 for 4.
Just felt like he was going to do something in his stance. I thought he was going to the dance down, but he hung back. Siraj, you're right, he didn't time it at all.
Back turn of that hand, didn't it?
Hit him up almost on the stickers of his bat. It wasn't a short ball at all. But enough power to get the 4. If you're India here, you're thinking, well, they're effectively 5 down. You know, we might have to give up a bit of a lead in this first innings.
You don't mind 20 or 30. I mean, you know England have only got 9 wickets in their second innings as well.
Yeah, or 60, 70.
Here's Siraj, and Brooke defends. Ball on the pads. He wants to run. Siraj was slightly in his way, but he gets around him as the ball trickled up to mid-on. 185 for 4 with that single. Brooke to 18.
Yeah, 60, 70. If England, they bowl England out, what do you say, under 300, they're still in the game, aren't they?
Very much.
Although this wicket hasn't flattened out.
Not yet. It's only the second day.
When does it flatten out?
In the county championship this year, it's flattened out on days 3 and very much on day 4, if we get that far. So the key is, in some ways, England won't mind, or rather, they won't necessarily know this, but they know they're bound to because they've got 4 Surrey players in the team. But if they were to go hard and get bowled out with 30 overs to go today, then that might not be the worst thing to get to bowl again today.
I'm not sure that
I don't think they're thinking.
I'm not sure the England bowlers are
No.
the day and half in the day.
No, I don't.
Simon's shaking his head next to me.
I don't suppose they would like to do that, no. But Siraj is into Bethel, who defends, full ball to backward point, no run. I mean, you're not going to plan to do that, you're going to plan to bat for as long as you can. But what I guess I'm saying is that the upside would be
because they didn't spend very long in the field today, did they? They spent half an hour in the field today. They bowled 64 overs yesterday, in between showers. So
I think
they should still have something in the tank, really.
I think if you asked all three of those bowlers now,
yeah, but Cookie,
when do you want to bowl?
You ask a bowler when they want to bowl, and they say ideally never. They would love to turn up.
They chose
to
to bowl,
and watch their batters bat for 5 days. Stephen Finn, for heaven's sake, when did he actually want to bowl? Siraj Innis is defended away, turned away really by Bethel down towards deep backward square, and he's going to get a run, his first run. And score advances to 186 for 4. Bethel on 1, Brook on 18. And England are now 38 runs behind.
They also keep picking up wickets just at the time where you think they might bowl spin, don't they?
Yeah,
bowl spin, and then you think, well, I can't bowl spin now. So it's the same. Keep going. You're going to have to bowl deep at Bethel, aren't you? Another couple of...
Deep's bowled 15 overs.
He has, yeah.
I mean, that's a lot, really.
He bowled 11 of the first 23, then a 4-over break, and has come back and bowled now into his 5th over of this spell.
Start of a new over. Akash in again. He drives does Bethel back to the bowler into the ground. There is no run.
Well, he charged him.
Yeah.
Charged him. Not quite as aggressively as Harry Brook or Ben Duckett. It's definitely advanced down the wicket, yeah.
How much have you seen of Bethel in red ball? I mean, not many of us have seen a great deal. There's been the 3 test matches.
Well, I've never seen him live.
He's not got 100. Have you never seen him live?
For England, I reckon I might have played in one of his first ever first-class game results.
In comes Akash. And Bethel leaves this alone, just draws the bat inside the line, goes through waist tight, 82 miles an hour, pace down just a little now.
I reckon at Chelmsford, I'm going to say down Mousley definitely played, and I reckon Bethel might have been in that team, because I remember they did who was the Warwickshire coach? Came up to, do you mind having a word as our 3 young batsmen about? I mean,
no,
no. Obviously,
I did talk. The game, after the game.
Well, I said that after they batted twice. I can't actually remember. I think it was a draw. I can't remember if anyone got any.
Essex won by 9 wickets.
Oh, I was definitely that wicket.
Akash deep in, he plays this into the gully region off the front foot, guiding it away. Does Bethel no run?
You're up for 9 in the first innings to Hassan Ali, Pakistan international fast bowler.
Is it Chelmsford?
Yep, 23 not out in the second innings. Jacob Bethel, 37 and 36.
Okay. So he's there for quite a while.
So I have seen him.
I've seen him live, yeah. Maybe just worth watching. Were you at Slip?
That's a good indication. I wasn't watching. But that's a long time ago, Dan. So I can't remember.
An epic 2 years ago.
Yes, long.
Is it 2 years ago?
Over 600 days.
Akash deep in again, left alone once more by Bethel. No run. I mean, he's famously not got 100, hasn't he? How many first-class games has he played?
This is his 25th, his 39th innings, an average of 28 850s thus far.
I mean, that is extraordinary, isn't it, that we're talking about him in these terms. And the average is 26, did you say? 28? 28 average.
It's the modern way.
Josh Hull last year.
Josh Hull.
The epitome. As deep. He's in and it's clipped away. Oh, and nearly caught at square leg. Diving away to his left was Jaiswal. I'd like to see that again, see if it might just have carried. No, just bounced in front, you think?
I think bounced in front.
Bethel to 2, 187 for 4, the deficit 37. Here we go, see on the replay. Perhaps not this replay. It was nicely timed and flicked off the pads, but a bit too close to Jaiswal for comfort. Here we'll get a good view of it.
Just for a split second, he would have been worried that would have carried. It was an in-swinger from deep, got gone around the wicket, across, away from Bethel. That was the in-swinger, just fell over a little bit.
Brook on strike, he nudges this away at the onside nicely. Going to pick it well, this could go all the way, it's on the square. It's just slowing up now. It will be just hauled back in, but they'll get back for 3, which gets Brook into the 20s. He moves to 21 at the end of the over. England 190 for 4,
The deficit now 34, Bethel 2. More from you, Alistair. And then it's going to be Simon Mann.
Well, Siraj chased after that. Like his life depended on it. And he's in the middle of a spell, so he could have done without the run. A nice little clip of his leg, and the game just, as always, the series, not one side can quite put the opposition away. One side always find a way of fighting back in, fighting back.
Well, it's such a fascinating game because of the Chris Woakes situation as well. The fact that England are playing with 10 basically for the rest of this game, and that has consequences for both their batting and their bowling, more so for their bowling. Also fascinated here how Gill can keep these pace bowlers, these 3 pace bowlers going. So we've had 36 overs now of pace, 3 bowlers, and they're gambling here. I mean, they're gambling kind of bowling England out quickly, aren't they? If England play the longer game, then they're going to get to the spin sooner or later. 190 for 4, Brook on 21. Here's Siraj bowling, it's guided away, it's half stopped in the gully. They go through for a single. Siddharthan dived away to his right-hand side, preventing it going down towards deep third for 4.
Well, they just keep picking up a wicket just when you think they might rotate. Seemingly, you don't want to be that captain think, oh, we bowled a spinner when Bethel just came in, we allowed him an easy 20 or 30 to get going before I went back, and you lose the initiative.
England have got batting to come. They've got Jamie Smith to come. They've also got 3 players that are reasonably capable. I mean, Overton and Atkinson. One's got a 97 in a test match, one's got 100 in a test match, but they haven't batted very much recently as well. You talk about not bowling very much, they haven't batted very much. They'll have to do some work. But it's this partnership and the next one, really. Siraj bowls to Bethel. Bethel, does he play at that one and take the bat away? Possibly. Siraj stands there with his hands on his head, frustrated that Bethel had a dabble outside the off stump. I mean, there's a lot of focus on him. He's only playing his 4th test match. I mean, he'll be feeling the pressure out there. Coming into a game like this, crucial game right at the end of the series, lots expected of him. He's obviously a talented young player. We did see him in that West Indies series play fluently. He played one fine innings at Edgbaston in the one-day internationals. He has played international cricket this summer. But this is something very different. Something in this pitch for the pace bowlers. Siraj bowls and Bethel flays that away for 4, coming down the pitch through backward point. Well, that was Ben Duckett-like. A shot of real intent from Jacob Bethel. He's been not quite poking around, but he's just finding his feet out there and trying to measure up this attack. But there he took it on and thrashed it through the offside for 4.
That's one way of trying to get some rhythm. Danced down, gave himself a bit of room. I'm not sure we've seen the ball hit harder than that in this game. He's crunched that through the offside.
195 for 4. Bethel moves to 6. India have 2 slips, a gully and a backward point, and then 4 others saving a single. So it's a conventional field actually. Siraj bowls, good Yorker length delivery, struck on the patch, out for LBW, out. Siraj he's by the wicket keeper already to celebrate. He just knew that was out. Umpire Raz has given another one. Well, that was a good ball, straight and full. Bethel tried to get the bat down on. He's not reviewing. He is on his way. And another twist in this game. 195 for 5. And India really have fought back strongly this morning. This afternoon, I should say.
Full credit to Siraj, who's just been absolutely crunched through the offside to outthink Bethel. Full in-swinging Yorker. And hit Bethel absolutely on the bottom of his shin. I just wondered in that first replay whether it might have just swung a little bit too much, but a best umpire's call. And Bethel's short innings to go for 6. And yet again, India just finding a way of staying in this game. India's leading run scorer walks out. I think that's right, isn't it?
Jamie Smith's on his way, on his home ground. And this is now the partnership for England. Smith and Brook joining forces. It was the partnership for England at Edgbaston. And a dramatic stand that they put on ultimately unsuccessful because England lost the game, but they've got to produce something here. They're 29 runs behind. They're effectively 195 for 6. And we said India last night 204 for 6. What was that worth? Okay, they fell in the heat this morning, but England are roughly in the same position now. So this game's right back in the balance.
Jamie Smith, coming into this game, was England's leading scorer. Joe Root's just gone 8 runs ahead of him. Smith, 424 runs in the series. A couple of half centuries and a couple of 40s, along with the 184 not out that he made at Edgbaston. His last 2 innings have been 8 and 9. Rishabh Pant, 479 runs in the series, overtook Alex Stewart for the most by a wicketkeeper in a test series in England, so Smith is currently 55 behind that.
Shows that stats never sleep, do they? I thought I was ahead of Zoltz. I thought I was doing some good commentating and walking down the stairs.
We're only in the 37th over of England's innings. They're 195 for 5, effectively 6. Overton, Atkinson and Tongue to come. Well, they're going to be bowled out by the 3 seamers here. This is Siraj. He's picked up 3 LBWs this afternoon. Bowls to Smith. Smith is quietly into his work there, pushing that away towards short extra cover, and there's no run. Jaiswal fielding there, but I mean Siraj just kept on going. It was one of those, the LBW, it kind of hit his pad before he even played the shot. He was right on the boot, and yeah, hitting middle and leg really. And Siraj, he knew it was out. He did not turn back to look at the umpire until he was level with
the old celeb appeal, isn't it?
Yeah, he was just celebrating. He just knew it was out, and then he kept on going. Siraj bowls to Smith on the pads. Easy ball really for Smith to get off the mark. Turns it to deep backwards square leg. I see Krishna is there. 196 for 5. England 28 runs behind. I just had a feeling coming into this England innings that Harry Brook was the key man for them today. He's been under the microscope a bit, isn't he? He's played a couple of iffy shots. He was involved in that, bowling those pies up at Old Trafford. There was a bit of comment about that. I think mainly from the kind of like Indian followers about sort of being arrogant and that sort of thing. A few comments being made, and I think there's a lot resting on him here. He's 22 not out from 25 balls. 196 for 5.
Siraj has 3 for 35 now in 7 overs in his spell since lunch, all LBWs. 3 for 66 in 11 overall.
And he's got Hassan Raza to raise the finger, which has been quite a hard task. Akash deep bowls to Smith outside the off stump. Smith leans forward and allows that to go through. We've got 25 minutes to go until tea on this second day because of the delays we had yesterday. So we're playing an extra half an hour, 98 overs today. So play can go on until 7 o'clock. We've had no rain today, despite a suggestion this morning with our weather forecast at the beginning of the programme. We might get a few showers as it got a bit warmer this afternoon. Well, we might, there might be some around. It looks quite dark. Where are we? I'm just trying to get my bearings here. That's over towards the southeast, possibly. The south. Akash deep bowls to Smith. Smith covers up. Runs away down into the gully. And there is no run. But I mean, it really is game on. It's a belting game, a very different game from the 4 previous matches we've had in this series, and I think that's a merciful release in a way. Just have something a bit different rather than watching that kind of that same game over and over again. Tough as that, fair to say. Tough alongside me now.
Absolutely. It's been a breathless day of Test cricket, hasn't it? We haven't finished yet. Only had 2 sessions.
No.
Yeah, afternoon, Simon. Afternoon, everyone. It's been fantastic.
Well, it says remaining 53 overs on the board. Akash deep bowls, forward goes Smith, plays it towards cover and there's no run. Have you got a chance for a result today?
Might be pushing it a bit, I think, today, but India have fought back brilliantly. I mean, they looked a bit sort of shell-shocked, didn't they, after that opening stand from Crawley and Duckett, but then they regrouped at lunch, didn't they, and they've bowled their way back into this Test match. It was sort of running away from them there for a little bit, but
Winviz has England at 67%. I'm not sure I do.
No, nor do I.
Akash deep bowls to Smith, wide of off stump, cracked away for 4, square with the wicket. Bit of width, and Smith lent into it. Well, it'll be 67% if Smith and Brook get going.
Absolutely.
Might be a few more than that, but not yet. 200 for 5. I think there's the Wokes factor. Is that factored into the Winvis? Because you're down to 3 bowlers really in the second innings.
Yep.
I know India have done their work with 3 bowlers, but I just wonder whether this pitch will be a bit easier tomorrow.
Yeah, they say it gets flatter and flatter and flatter here. So the third day usually still a bit in it. That's probably when England are going to be bowling, and it could have sort of dropped just about nice for them.
Smith on 5. A full delivery that swings, and he drives at it without much foot movement. Gets a thick outside edge, and it runs out towards cover. That was a bit of a loose shot from Smith.
I know it sounds a bit obvious, but I mean, you get the feeling that any sort of lead is worth a double almost here, don't you? And if England could probably get 30, 40 lead, that's going to be crucial. But this Indian side, they like batting on a flat pitch. And I don't think Shubman Gill's going to run himself out again, so they're going to take some prizing out.
Yeah, at the moment this game, it's
50-50.
Yeah, not far away. Akashdeep bowls full. Smith drives towards mid-off. Picked up by Gill, whose spirits must have been raised this afternoon by what he's seen from his bowlers, particularly Siraj. He's picked up those 3 LBWs.
Well, I think that little bit of banter just fired them up a little bit as well, didn't they? With Krishna to Root, I think that just got everyone going, because that, this was going to be the session that, you feel is crucial in the whole overall game, don't you? This session, and if England could have just got on top and really carried on with that really free-flowing, free-scoring batsmanship, the series and the game was gone from India. So they've battled back hard, and they really have bowled nicely. Siraj, you know what Siraj is going to give you. He's just going to give you wholehearted, isn't he? But they've done well.
He's going to continue. Taking 3 for 66. Harry Brook on strike, and Siraj goes into bowl to him. Brook plays that off his hip down towards fine leg. The keeper's after it. I'm sure a leg bye is going to be signalled here by umpire Raza. He turned to the scores.
And I think it's what you're right. I think it's what the series needed, wasn't it? We have had some pretty, not dour tests, but real struggles of tests. You know what I mean? Sort of like energy and stamina sapping tests.
Quite attritional cricket at times.
Yes, it was, but which I kind of like, really. You have your 4.
But you actually like it's nice to have different types of games.
I agree.
Not the same game played over and over again.
Yeah, and it has been a bit batter heavy, hasn't it? So it's nice just for the bowlers to be able to get their teeth into something, and makes it exciting.
201 for 5. Smith back on strike. Siraj bounds in to bowl to him. Smith drives up towards mid-off, and there is no run. So tea 20 minutes away on this the second day. England were 92 for no wicket.
Flying along.
When Ben Duckett played a reverse sweep and was caught by Jurel, or reverse ramp, and Crawley lofted one out to mid-wicket and was caught. And if you look at those 2 wickets in isolation, they were awful shots, but actually England got there because they were being positive, and they were trying to take India on against the new ball on the pitch that was doing something.
Yeah, I don't think was a bad...
Siraj bowls to Smith, who defends on the back foot, back to the bowler.
Yeah, I don't think that was a bad plan, actually. Those 2 guys, that's the kind of way they play anyway, and if you do get a bit of a kickstart like they did, India looked rattled, didn't they? They didn't quite know what was happening. This pitch should be doing something. They're 90 for none off of 15 overs or something. But they've regrouped and they've come back and bowled well. It's now whether England can just get their noses in front and push on a bit.
And to be fair, this afternoon the 3 wickets have all been bowled out, haven't they? When I say bowled out, they've been LBW. What I mean is India have earned the wickets with good bowling.
Absolutely.
The batsmen have been defeated this afternoon. 201 for 5. Smith waits for Siraj, and one that bounces perhaps a bit more than he expected. He rides it on the back foot, guides it away to Sudarshan in the gully.
And you just start to have a look at this pitch. It is just turning a sort of a shaded brown now, isn't it? I mean, it was sort of brilliant green yesterday and this morning, and you can just see that perhaps that life will go out of it. I think it's going to be a warm day tomorrow, isn't it? I think the sun's meant to pop its head out tomorrow. And so
I feel that could be a good day for batting.
Yeah.
It looks as though India are going to be doing the batting tomorrow, but it's a question of how many they're going to be behind, or indeed they might be ahead. It's 201 for 5. England 23 runs behind. Siraj bowls. Smith on the back foot plays it back to the bowler again. Puts a boot down and traps it. There's no run.
I think what it's done as well, it's just done it quickly, hasn't it? It's swung, which it didn't particularly swing yesterday. I think Overton got it to swing a bit, but it wasn't really swinging. It was just sort of shaping and a little bit of nibble off the pitch. But it's genuinely hooped around today. They've obviously been working hard on the ball, and when it has seemed, it's done it quickly. You know, you're not catching up with those ones that have been thumping into the pad like, Ollie Pope and what have you. So it's quickened up a little bit.
Back with Siraj. Complete is over. Bowls to Smith. Smith is forward, playing that carefully towards mid-wicket, where it's picked up by Washington Sundar, who we haven't seen with the ball.
Well, no.
We've just seen the 3 pace bowlers bowl 39 overs.
I think they've had a bit. I think actually, looking back at some of the selections of the Indian side, I think they've got kind of most of them wrong a little bit, haven't they? We saw no Kuldeep early on, a mystery spin. We saw Kamboj at
Old Trafford.
Old Trafford, which seemed the wrong. Oh, we are going to see.
Here we go. We're going to see Ravi Jadeja for the 40th over. We're going to see a 4th bowler.
Yeah, but I think they've just perhaps got a little bit confused with their selection, and now they're playing 3 seamers and 2 spinners on a pitch that's been doing all sorts.
I suppose you'd want, the thing is, the 2 spinners are 2 kind of main batters for them.
Absolutely.
You wouldn't leave those out, but I suppose the question was over Karen Nayer's position in the side. Would you have left out Nair and played Shardul Thakur, say?
Well, yeah, could have done, but it just seems that they haven't quite found the balance for each of these pitches.
Right, Jadeja, 330 Test wickets to his name. He's going to bowl to Harry Brook. And Brook leans forward and plays that away into the offside towards cover.
I mean, England won't mind facing a bit of spin on this, that is for sure. You know, been doing all sorts for the seamers.
Well, they had to turn to spin eventually, didn't they? You can't just keep the seamers going the whole time.
Flogging them.
Jadeja from the Vauxhall end bowls, a little dab sweep from Brook, gets it down fine. He's not running this hard because he knows that is going to go for 4. Very delicately played by Brook, a nudge guided sweep going down fine up towards the dressing rooms at the far end of the ground from us. We're at the Vauxhall end, up towards the pavilion. 205 for 5, Brook to 26.
Yeah, you just feel that this is a big knock. It was a strange start to his innings, wasn't it, Harry Brook? But you just felt that it was sort of quite a big innings for Harry Brook in some way. I mean, he's a wonderful player. But, this is when you've lost a few of your main guns, the likes of Root and people around you. It's down to him now to get us into a lead.
Leg slip in now. Brook leans forward and drives it up towards long off. Karen Nayer's up there. So India have 3 men on the boundary, long off, deep backward point and deep backward square leg. Brook moves to 27 and England to 206 for 5. I mean, first thing, just get ahead, isn't it? Get up to that 224 and then what can you
eke as many as you can
what
out?
Can you gather after that?
And you start getting a bit panicky as the side in the field as well.
Smith on strike down the pitch, flicking that into the onside through backward square leg.
Didn't get anywhere to the pitch.
He didn't. No, he got the bat on it, just enough bat on it, thickish inside edge.
I think he was looking to come down and launch him back over his head, but got nowhere near the pitch of it, and then just managed to catch up with it and get a little sort of flick through square leg.
207 for 5. Smith to 6. What was their stand at Edgbaston? I want to say something like 300.
Was it? Yeah.
Jadeja bowls. Back goes Brook and plays carefully in defence. Back to the bowler. And there is no run. 303 it was. Yeah, exactly that.
In 60.4 overs, almost exactly 5-0.
Jadeja bowls. Brook offers the full face of the bat out in front of the pad. Plays it to Jadeja, who bends down to pick up. So Jadeja's gone for 6 in his first over. First over of slow bowling after 39 overs of pace. England are 207 for 5. They are 17 runs behind. We've got 15 minutes to go until tea. And Isha Guha will take us there.
Yeah, you feel this is a crucial partnership. India will be desperate just to break it, and then they're into the bowlers. Obviously, no Chris Wokes. And England will just be thinking, if we can come out, make it a tea, and then play well after tea and get a decent lead, they're going to be in the box set. So it's beautifully poised. Who's going to make the breakthrough? Harry Brook seems to have calmed down from an erratic start. to his knock and looks to be sort of realising the situation. Isha, good afternoon.
Afternoon to you. Yeah, it was very frenetic, wasn't it? And
Not sure what was going through his mind.
well, I don't think anyone does. With Harry Brook, as Jamie Smith drives beautifully to mid-off. That lovely flowing bat. Smith on 6, Brook on 27 then of 31 deliveries. England are 207 for 5 here into the 41st over, and India have been able to wrestle back a little bit of control in this afternoon session after lunch. England were going at a fair clip in the morning with Ben Duckett and Zach Crawley at the crease. But here they trail by 17 with Krishna bowling to Smith. Bowls a seriously wide delivery that Smith thinks about and then pulls his bat back in.
Who's your money on? Who's your money on? I'm quite
Oh, it's a
excited.
difficult one, I think.
Yeah,
At one stage, England were looking like they were going to get a healthy lead by the end of the day. But, yeah, India have just brought themselves back in. And that's the thing about this surface, is there's always something in it. Still a green tinge out there is Krishna, who is quite a feisty bowler, isn't he? 1 for 48 into his 11th over. Bowls to Smith, who's dabbing at the ball to the offside off the front foot, no run. It's quite an intimidating character, isn't he, Jamie Smith? Tall in his stance.
Well,
makes it look so easy, doesn't he?
Yeah, he's a big unit, isn't he? Sort of fills up the crease, doesn't he? I never used to like bowling to great big chaps, you know. You want to be able to sort of see where the stumps are and see what they're doing. You just see this great big blob of white in front of him and you think, well, how am I going to get it past that? Like a big barn door looking at you.
How many times did you have to bowl at Joel Garner?
No, never bowled at Joel. A little bit touched before my time.
As Smith drives ferociously, puts so much power into that shot. Almost hits Jaiswal at extra cover.
Beefy was like that, though. You know, Matt Hayden, all these guys,
Oh,
you know,
yeah.
big solid.
Oh, Matt Hayden
Yeah.
bowling into his scoring zone.
Absolutely. Everywhere you seemed to bowl it was his scoring zone. He just couldn't. Yeah,
He had a big lunge, didn't he?
and it was difficult to try and find where your length and your line was to him.
Talk about Prassi Krishna being a bit feisty. Mini altercation with Joe Root earlier on as Smith guides that, gets it past Jaiswal this time with the misfield.
Yeah, it wasn't great behaviour, was it? It looked a little bit shabby, but I mean, listen, everyone loves it, and it just shows that when the series is on the line, you know, let's get stuck in. This is where it's all. This is what it's all about.
Well, it felt like it'd been bubbling away a little bit, especially with Prassi Krishna. Every time I've seen him bowl, he has had a bit of a chirp.
Yeah.
And I think Joe Root had had enough. Decided to chirp at a man
and I think
on 13,000 test runs.
Well, you know, sometimes
he wanted to give it back.
Yeah, I think sometimes you think to yourself, well, hold on a minute, you know, we might have been a bit too nice to him. He's come out there, he's flogged us around for.
As Brook guides the ball past Gully out to third, deep backward point, rushing around to his left. Ravi Jadeja there, collected in front of a lot of Indian fans down there by boundary. He's come back for a couple.
Yeah, for a couple of hundreds, and he's always looked very calm and assured and relaxed against this Indian lineup. So I think they might have just thought, right, come on, we've got nothing to lose here. Let's give them a little bit of shtick.
210 for 5 England at the end of the over. As Jadeja will continue. The Vauxhall end. Gentle breeze here at the Oval. Fair amount of cloud cover. Some dark grey clouds in the distance there, but it's been good today. We've had plenty of play after a truncated day yesterday. Trailing by 14 as Smith crouches down and guides the ball to mid-off, no run.
Yeah, we've been lucky, we've missed it, haven't we? I think it's been scooting around. It has been raining other parts of the country, but it's been a good day here and the crowd's loved it. I mean, it's just been edge of your seat stuff from
As
ball one.
Smith drives out too long off.
Too busy looking at the clouds there. I think we'll miss it as well. I think we'll get a full day.
There's a few planes flying around here. as Jadeja gets himself set again, this time bowling to Brook. A lot flatter as that is guided, but I think catches the outer edge from Brook, leaning forwards. Smith has moved to 8, 211 for 5, England trailing by 13. I think they're just trying to get themselves to tea now, aren't they?
Yeah.
And then maybe up the ante again afterwards as Brook leans forwards with an angled bat. He defends back down the pitch.
You won't see Chris Wokes coming out, will we? Seconding.
Unless his arm is completely strapped to his body and he's
Doing a
literally
Malcolm.
batting
Yeah.
with one hand.
Seen it done before.
Again, Brook just lunges forwards, gets right on top of that one.
One to win, perhaps, or something. Hope not.
Malcolm Marshall at Lords.
Yes, that's right. In a few. Colin Cowdrey, I think. A bit before my time.
Graham Smith is.
Yes.
Brook drives nicely out to deep cover, and my word, the timing on this, unbelievable. It's the longest part of the ground. There is a man out at deep point, and even he couldn't get it. It just lent into that stroke off Jadeja. Brook to 33, 215 for 5. And you can watch that shot back on the BBC Sport website and app. Plenty of clips today from all of the action that we've had. We've seen 9 wickets fall, 215 on the board for England. And today the test is on BBC Two and iPlayer from 7 o'clock as well. And you can catch up on last night's highlights on the iPlayer too. And to mention our BBC coverage of the 100 starts on Tuesday. 68 games, all live across BBC Radio, including 16 games, also on iPlayer and BBC Two, starting with the London Spirit against the Oval Invincibles. The London Derby on Tuesday afternoon from 2:30.
We'll be there.
Yeah, we'll be there.
Yeah.
It'll be a big day.
Who are you cheering on for this season?
As Smith, forward press, edged, caught. KL Rahul takes the catch off the bowling of Prasidh Krishna. And it was a good catch. High up above to his left. So England lose their 6th. They're 215 for 6. Smith gone for 8 and trailing by 9.
Loose shot, wide and short, trying to play it on the up. That big sort of booming square drive, but couldn't catch up with it. Thick outside edge, comfortably caught by KL Rahul. And you were saying, can they just get to tea? Well, the answer's no. And that will give India a real boost going into tea now. They can regroup, have another chat with the bowling coach and freshen up and what have you, and come back out after tea really fired up. Big wicket for India just before tea. That you get the feeling that was the last real sort of partnership England would have been looking for, but they've made that breakthrough.
Jamie Overton. Comes down the stairs, now out onto the field. Warming up his shoulders. Short sleeve jumper on here. It's quite cool conditions at the Oval. And, well, you would say at lunchtime England were way ahead, but India have really brought this back now.
Yeah, they looked rattled, didn't they? They looked rattled from Crawley and Duckett, but they came back after lunch and just sort of put that to one side. Said, right, come on, we didn't bowl well there. Let's get ourselves back into this test match. The wicket's still doing it. Don't worry about what's happening that other end. Let's just bowl nicely and concentrate on lines and lengths. And they've put pressure on this England side, and the pitch has done the rest.
Talk about big units.
Yeah, he's a big lump.
There's one positioned right in front of the stumps right now, making those stumps look miniature. Jamie Overton as he taps his bat down, facing up to Prasidh Krishna. 2 slips in a gully. Overton lets it go, and he's been struck on the pad. He left the ball, so the impact outside the line of off. They're appealing here, India. Shubman Gill's now heading up to his bowler. It was given not out by Asim Raza. Did that nip back enough? He's got a smile on his face, the captain. Unsure. 2 reviews remaining for India, and they've decided to go for it.
Well, why not? You got 2 up your sleeve. It did nip back, but it just clipped the pad. It didn't sort of thump into that front pad of
TV umpire to director,
Overton's.
we have a
did
player
it do
review
enough?
for LBW. Original decision is not out.
You're hearing the voice
Check
of Rod
the feed,
Tucker,
it's a fair delivery. Can we go to front on, please?
the TV umpire. Pitch is
I've had it
outside.
confirmed from the on-field umpire that there's no shot offered. So we can go to ball tracking when it's ready, please.
Hits the back leg.
Ball tracking
Must be
coming up
missing.
now. Impact outside off. They're missing the wickets. Hassan, you can stay with your original decision of not out. You're on screen now. Signal now.
Worth a look. Worth a look, I suppose.
But one review remaining now for India. Did stay a bit low, didn't it?
Yeah. It was a glancing blow, wasn't it? Instead of a real thump, sort of zip back in and thump into the pad.
So Krishna to go again from the pavilion end. He pushes forwards, running towards us here in the commentary boxes. Overton looks to tuck that to the leg side. This time a bit of extra bounce on offer. He pushes it in front of him. No run.
Jamie Smith's series has tailed off a little after a phenomenal start. 407 runs in his first 5 innings, at an average just over 100 with one not out. Since then, scores of 8, 9 and 8 in his last 3.
Yeah, it wasn't a great shot, was it? You know, it's a bit playing it on the top, on the rise, on the front foot, on the rise, trying to slash it over a point.
Big wide open space on the offside, and Overton just lets it go, and that was a good leave. Prasidh Krishna's got a smile on his face, and now he's having another chat. That did stay low, and it nipped back, and it very nearly rocked back to the top of off. Does well to cover that off stump, Jamie Overton.
Yeah, he's bowling those sort of scrambled seams, isn't he, on wobble seams. England just started to bowl well. That Josh Tongue and Gus Atkinson was really getting some sideways movement from using that sort of technique with the ball.
I imagine these are the last 2 balls before the tea break.
Yeah, go and have a breather.
And then it'll be a big final session as Overton struck on the pad again. Prasidh Krishna turns around, it's been given out. Hassan Raza raises the finger. Overton remains in position, and he's going to have a chat to his partner at the other end.
Ed.
2 reviews remaining. That timer ticking down, he's decided to go up for the review.
Yeah, it looked pretty good from here. We're a long way out, and also at the wrong end as well to see it. But it
TV
just
umpire to
looked good.
director,
Didn't
we
get-
have a player review for LBW. Original decision is out. Check the feet. It's a fair delivery. You can go to front on, please.
Didn't get a stride in, caught on the crease and thumped into the pad that time.
Front on coming up now, Hassan. Appears there's no bat. We'll confirm that with Ultra Edge, please. Ultra Edge coming up. Yep, I've got a clear gap between bat and ball until the ball strikes the pad, so we can get a ball tracking. Ball tracking coming up. Impact in line and hitting the wickets. 3 reds, so stay with your original decision of out. Hassan, I'll let you know when you're on screen. You're on screen now, signal now.
And with that wicket, it will be tea as well. So 6 wickets that England lost in that session for 106 runs. They sit on 215 for 7 going into the tea break. India very much fighting back, as we've seen right throughout the course of this Test series. And this game is moving quickly. Prasidh Krishna bowled with a lot of heart in that session.
Absolutely, he got a bit of fire in his belly, didn't he? He sort of had that little run in with Joe Root, and you can see it just completely lifted this Indian side, and they've got themselves now right back into this Test match. If the first session went to England, well, that second session has definitely gone to India. Shubman Gill will be absolutely delighted with the character and the fight that his bowlers have shown.
Trailing by 9, it's Mohammad Siraj that will lead the team off the field. He's really put in this series. Bowled the third most overs of all the bowlers. And, well, it's been an intriguing Test series. It's been an intriguing contest here in this 5th and final Test match at the Oval. Day 2, and the players are heading off into the dressing room and heading off for tea, with England trailing by 9. 215 for 7 is where they will resume. Harry Brook not out on 33. And in coming here will be Dan Norcross.
Thank you, Isha. Well, what a dramatic day's cricket we've had. 11 wickets have fallen today. 4 in the first 29 minutes of the day that put England on top, with India bowled out for 224, and then
in this session, well, England were really well placed as they went into it, but they've lost 6 wickets in that session. How many runs were there, Zolt?
106 in 26.5 overs.
Quite remarkable. Harry Brook, 33 not out. England are still 9 runs behind. India, barring rain, are going to be batting again tonight, which means this game is moving along at an incredible pace. And now, we're going to have a completely different change of pace as I welcome 2 guests into the box I'm very excited to have alongside me. Sarah Fain, you'll have heard from many times before, Director of the MCC Foundation, and we'll be hearing a little bit more from her shortly. But first of all, Richard Verity, co-founder of the Alzheimer Project. Richard, tell us, what is the Alzheimer Project?
So the Alzheimer Project was set up in January 2020. It creates secondary schools in refugee camps, Syrian refugee camps primarily in Lebanon. And as importantly as that, it also has introduced cricket into Lebanon and increasingly into Syria as well. So for the first time ever, I think, we have cricketers playing in refugee camps around Lebanon.
Was that your plan when you started it? Because it's an educational project, but obviously cricket is a really large part of it for you.
Yeah, it is. I mean, I don't think we realised at the time how important or how useful cricket could be as an add-on to the education. The education is done very seriously. We create literacy in just 6 months, so far faster than most of us ever became literate. But these are very interesting students or children. You're going to hear a bit from them shortly. But what cricket is a almost mystical game that is inclusive, that brings together girls and boys in really perfect equality. And we have found that these children have simply loved the game and have owned it without any preconceptions. Yeah, this is not an Asian game, this is not a colonial game, this is a game that has no context, but very quickly becomes their game.
Yes, because I suppose we sort of think that a lot of the issues that we have in this country are that the game feels slightly rarefied, maybe a little posh, if you like, where, of course, they have none of those things coming into this at all, do they? Where predominantly are your students coming from? What's the sort of background of the people that are coming in?
So the background, they are refugees. They come from Syria. They live in really desperate conditions in the Shatila refugee camp or in the Burj al-Barajni refugee camp, or out in the Bekaa Valley where there are in fact tent encampments. The Shatila and Burj al-Barajni are kind of 21st century slums. These are, as you listen to them, you'll recognise these children as typical teenagers loving cricket, but they also have a life experience which exceeds mine in my 50s. They've seen war, they've seen ISIS, they've seen bombing, and yet they have a resilience and a joy that is that they manage to radiate and makes working with them the most fulfilling thing I've ever done.
Now, you say the most fulfilling thing you've ever done, so what were you doing before and what sort of sparked this?
Yeah, so as a management consultant, I mean, for 25 years I was helping different companies improve their share price. All good, but at a certain moment, both my wife and I had a midlife crisis. Important to synchronise those moments, to have it at the same time. And what we realised was that our lives had not really delivered a great deal of social impact beyond the immediate family. And so we had an opportunity to volunteer out in Lebanon to help Syrian refugees. And that was a pivotal moment. I mean, once we had started, we saw a group of children who were illiterate, who were desperate, but who also had a work ethic.
What sort of age are we talking about?
So the way we deal with 12, 13, 14-year-olds and then take them into a kind of a secondary school. So, I mean,
so still they would have had no primary education coming from Syria at that point, the civil war?
Yeah, so they've missed out on their education. I mean, it's a frightening situation. There's a whole generation of Syrian refugees who are illiterate, likely to be desperate, possibly will learn the wrong things, not the right things. And we realized that this was an opportunity for us. And so we started creating, firstly, just empowerment classes and cricket sessions. But very quickly what was required was schools, proper schools, that teach Arabic, English, maths, and then on top of that, why not music, hiking, and then at the weekends, cricket. It became the kind of the very critical, a very critical pillar for the education, not least because it allowed the boys and the girls to interact, and the girls to take leadership positions.
And I suppose, I mean, there's quite a lot, Andy Zaltzman will tell you, you could do, he's not here unfortunately, but he claims that you could do the entire national curriculum through cricket. You can do geography, you can do foreign languages, you can do maths, obviously. I mean, there are also, so not being too flippant here, but there are ways in which cricket can also add to core subjects as well, isn't there?
For sure, all of those things, but it really does affect a child in a very visceral way as well as an intellectual way. I mean, these are children that have never succeeded or failed in a controlled situation. Cricket offers success like you've never felt before, and of course, failure that you then have to deal with, but in a controlled fashion. So it's a game that we forget, having grown up with it ourselves, just how much it teaches and at how many different levels it teaches.
Well, you very generously gave me the opportunity to speak to two of your students, which I did via Zoom from Shatila in the Lebanon, and we can hear from them now.
Hello, my name is Mara. I'm 18 from Syria, from Deir Lissa.
My name is Edouard. I'm also 18 and I'm also from the northeast of Syria and I live in Lebanon.
So, well, first of all, I got to ask you both, how did you come to find yourself in the Lebanon?
I came from war. So what happened? ISIS controlled my village and whole Syria, and they took everything. They took the houses, the schools, literally everything. So they were treating people in a very bad way. For example, if a person makes a mistake, they cut their hand, and they do so many bad things. It was very hard because war came and literally war took my childhood, everything that I'm supposed to live like my childhood, playing, going to school, doing the things that I'm supposed to do as a child. Buildings were destroyed, blood were everywhere. I literally lost everything. So my family and I wanted to survive. So we decided to leave our village, which is Deir ez-Zor, and go to Lebanon. At this time, my father was here in Lebanon, and he sent people to take us from Deir ez-Zor to Irana. And we were in our way to Damascus, and the person who was responsible for us, he tried to sell us to ISIS.
This is an extraordinary story, and it's one presumably mirrored by you as well, yes?
We have some common things, but unfortunately, when I came, I started working because I was forced to help my father. I was prevented from education for about 7 years. At the beginning, I started working here, and sometimes I get in issues. I get violence from people because of racism. Every negative we've shared, but I met cricket before even Al-Sab'a, before even starting with them. At the beginning, it was weird trying to make my hands straight and my head straight, hitting something, hitting some weird shot, drive, cut shot, pull shot, these different names. But I really love it because as a teenagers, we love something challenging. One of the challenges was keeping your hand straight and something like that. After that, because we're passionate, because we felt cricket is really important for everyone and everyone who has the right to play, we started inviting everyone.
Leaving everything behind, leaving the family issues, leaving the community issues, leaving the poverty issues, and entering the playground. I feel like I'm the iron butterfly moving between the flowers. I feel happiness when I hit the ball. I feel how unbeatable I am, how strong I am, and how valuable I am. Because outside the playground, we are as girls, we are not valued enough. We are seen as like something in the corner. But inside the playground, we are seen as unstoppable girls, strong girls, and the girls who can make difference. And only people in cricket believe in our potential. When I started playing cricket, no one told me you are a girl, you can't do it. everyone was supporting and saying, you can do it, you can do it. And now I'm at a place as a cricket coach, and I am a left-handed spinner, which I can get the strongest batter in our team out easily because I use my brain, not my muscles.
And you're also, I believe, you're the captain, aren't you? So you're responsible for giving orders and ensuring that people actually take them. And that must be quite challenging coming from a society where it'd be quite unusual, I would have thought, for a woman to be in that sort of a position.
Being a captain for the female team is easier than being a captain in a mixed team. For example, boys outside the Salmon cricket community, I tell them, like giving them instructions or orders, they might say, well, you are a girl, we are stronger than you are nothing, go home. But it is different in Al Sama cricket community. Boys are respectful, they are valuing girls, because at Al Sama, we are 50% girls and 50% boys, which we are playing cricket together, being in body together, helping each other, because we believe in equality. So for me as a captain, if I give you instructions, he will not be mad. But for example, before this process progressed, for example, I told Hamoudi, he's one of our team members, Hamoudi, go and stand in the middle position. It was like, once you are telling me to go, it's not allowed. Why you are telling me I'm stronger than you, I'm the good batter, you are nothing. But then when I explained for him, I used the diplomacy with Hamoudi. Okay, Hamoudi, you are the strongest batter. I believe in you. You are a good batter. We all saying that you are a good batter, but you need to listen for me in order to win the match.
Is there any ambition, do you think, when you finish your studies, perhaps, to become internationals? I mean, I don't know the Syrian cricket team. I'm not sure if one exists yet, but there's a very amazing story of the Afghanistan men's team that they gathered together in refugee camps in Peshawar, and before very long they'd got a team together, they made their way through the leagues, and they now end up playing in World Cups. Is there an ambition for both of you perhaps to start a Syrian men's team and a Syrian women's team?
Absolutely. In 2027 we will have we will be registered and we will be join the Olympic, and absolutely we have some strong team. They are planning it right now because we have some great cricketers. That's why I'm inviting everyone to come and test us, because we want to get ready for this ICC tournament as well.
Well, they were absolutely amazing to talk to. I spoke to them for about 15, 20 minutes, and because of the tea break, we couldn't fit it all in here, but they're such an inspiration, and extraordinary young people. Sarah, the MCC Foundation is supporting Al Sama. What is it about Al Sama that got you interested?
First of all, can I say I know that all the kids in Lebanon are listening into this. So hello, Maram, hello, Luai, and hello to you all. We're so proud of you. What got me into this was that I was working in Afghanistan with the cricket project, and I was introduced to Richard, who was just starting his project in Lebanon. And I instantly recognized a passionate maverick. And Richard invited me to Lebanon. And once I met those kids and I saw what he was doing, and I saw what the cricket was doing for them, I really wanted to support. And as soon as I got to work for the MCC Foundation, which is all about transforming lives through cricket, I thought that would be the most incredible project to support. So it's become one of our flag projects.
Well, I've seen quite a few videos of you guys out there. Can you sort of describe for me, Richard, how the cricket is played? Because a really obvious question that comes to mind is, in a sort of tented community or a refugee camp or whatever, where's the space? How do you do this?
Yeah, so we have one great piece of good fortune, which is that in Lebanon, also in Syria, in fact all around the Middle East, the one thing that is extremely common is AstroTurf football pitches. Small size, large size, and these lend themselves perfectly to playing cricket. So we have those facilities, we then bring in the equipment. The real issues, of course, is to try and make sure that the coaching is of a high enough quality that we actually start playing proper cricket quickly. And that's very much the intention. This is not entertainment, this is not
frivolous.
This is actually meant to be an attempt to actually create cricket of the highest quality. And as soon as you tell the students that, their eyes widen and their enthusiasm knows no bounds.
Sarah, you've worked a lot with young Afghans, and we know the story of Afghan cricket. I mean, it's a pretty sad story now for Afghan women cricket, but nonetheless, there was that period when the men were coming through, and you've had a lot of Afghan refugees come through various programs, and you've seen how the Afghan men's team can go. Is it realistic? I mean, it'd be a wonderful story if suddenly there was a Syrian men's team and a Syrian women's team. The kids there sound absolutely besotted with the notion. Can it happen?
I think that what I saw right from the beginning with the Afghan men's team was their incredible desire, their absolute determination to succeed on the international stage. And that's really what got them there. And I think what's hard for us to understand is if you live in circumstances like they do in Lebanon, in the Syrian refugee camps there, cricket is really a way out. It's your whole life. You will play cricket for your life. So if you have that mentality in a team, I see nothing stopping you growing, developing, and the game growing. Already Rich has got 1,000 kids in his program. There were 100 when I started. In the recent bombardment, the kids fled to Syria and they started coaching their friends out there with cricket. So I can see it spreading. I think in countries like those where there's so little hope and there's not much joy, I think something like cricket it's eminently possible for them to become a national team.
Well, they really want to be challenged, don't they? I mean, what we didn't have time to put in there was, I seem to remember asking, what's your vision? What do you want next? And they said, well, we want teams to come over and play us because we'll beat them. They were very, very confident of this. And so they laid down this challenge.
Yes.
And I promised to go and commentate. So we've got to find some more opposition, haven't we?
Yes. So if you're a cricket team out there, not wanting to go to Corfu, but wanting to go to a different place, cricket with an edge, come and tour. We would love to play you, and we'll play good cricket against you. If you're a cricket coach, we have internships, and we absolutely need, cricket coaches to come and teach the finer points of the game, particularly in the hardball sessions. So there's plenty of ways to engage.
The players are about to make their way out. It's, as ever, it's tea, it's short. And before we do go to the action, can you let us know, Richard and Sarah, how you can support the Al Sama project?
Yeah. So as we speak, we have, last time we looked, 2,700 children on a waiting list for our schools. So we have an almost infinite demand, both for education and also for cricket. And of course, if people come and support, then we'll be able to meet that demand. So go onto the website, www.alsamaproject.com, and you can donate there, you can engage there, you can come and visit us. We love having visitors. Dan, we extend the invitation to you at the start. You'll be welcomed in a way that you'll remember.
Well, I was welcomed on that Zoom call. I'm sure I would be very much welcomed. Sarah, MCC Foundation supporting this. You see this project going on for many years yet, I presume.
I do. Honestly, it's a wonderful project to support. I'd encourage anybody to go out and see it. And when you meet those children and you see the joy that cricket's bringing, it's just absolutely wonderful.
Sarah Fane, Richard Verity, thank you ever so much for coming on to Test Match Special. It's an incredible, inspiring story. And if you can help out in any way, please, you know where to go. By the way, we just had the crowd standing in ovation for the money that's been raised today for Graham Thorpe. £107,751, I think, came up on the screen. It's been Graham Thorpe Day today, and it's been hugely well supported. But now we've got the final lengthy session of this day with the game precariously balanced, you'd say. England 215 for 7. It's time to hand over to Jonathan Agnew, who's going to take you through the first 20 minutes after 2.
Right, thank you, Dan, and to all to our guests there as well. Sarah Fane, always welcome in our box, of course. 215 for 7. What an afternoon that was, and the game's really moved on. Looks like it might be crossing our fingers and dodging a shower or two during the course of this last session, but let's hope that it all passes by. If we do lose some time, they still had half an hour on today, believe it or not, so there's lots and lots of cricket to come today, and it's pretty high pressured stuff too. Gus Atkinson is the new batsman, and he's facing the first ball now as Krishna bowls. He plays that quite confidently up to mid-off, and there's no run. So that's the end of the over that was hung over, as it were, from tee. And it's 215 for 7, floodlights going on. It's been a terrific day today, Michael. I must admit, I've loved every minute of it.
Yeah, it has. I mean, it's the story of 2 sessions. England dominated the morning, 4 quick wickets, and then smashed the ball to all parts. Then Duckett got out playing the reverse sweep to a seamer, caught behind, not seen that before. And then the afternoon just belonged to India. A couple of good balls. I mean, the 2 balls that got rid of Ollie Pope and Joe Root, they were tremendous balls. And then a few mistakes. Zach Crawley trying to pull the ball. That shot from Jamie Smith down the back end. And then you're looking at players like Jacob Bethel and Jamie Overton, just not played any cricket.
No.
Jamie Overton out second ball. Jacob Bethel, an in-swinging Yorker, did for him.
He played. I was sitting over there with. I was going to see Nathaniel down there, who's raising bowel cancer awareness with his trombone. I was sitting actually square. That shot that Bethel played, the rasping, it went straight. Oh, it was a fantastic shot. Right, we've got Siraj down, who's bowled brilliantly in the afternoon. He's had a change of ends, and his first ball of this spell is steered by Brook down to deep backward point, of squarish third man, if you like. And they take a run. 216 for 7, 8 behind.
Well, it's been one of those series where, at lunchtime, let's be honest, I think the talk around our box, I guess, was England get 350, 400. That's what they were looking like. And then whole India out. When's it going to finish?
Yeah, well, game over. Series done.
Yep.
Not at all. England are 8 runs behind. They've got precious little batting, really, now.
Gus Atkinson's got a ton.
Well, he has got a ton.
Test ton.
Yeah. It's still vulnerable, though, isn't it?
He'll play his shots.
Yeah. Well, I wonder what Brook will do. At the moment, it's Atkinson who fished and missed there. It's just doing a lot for a lower order batsman. The nibble and the movement and the swing and the bounce.
Well, you tell me, as a bowler, when you've not played a huge amount of cricket, you can bowl 1 or 2 bad kind of overs all through, and you get into your groove because you're going to bowl again. Bowl another over. As a batter, you need time in the middle.
Yeah, you do.
Just to get your flow. And you look at Ben Stokes over the course of the series, the first few games he looked lacking in rhythm, and then suddenly he found his rhythm in the 4th match. Like so Bethel and Overton, Gus Atkinson, how much time has he spent in the middle? Batting a lot.
None. Siraj runs in, bowls to Atkinson. It might have been actually dropped a very difficult chance, so he smashed it back at Siraj, who's now wringing his right hand. And it all happens very quickly, but I think that was it'll go down in the toughest of books as a drop chance, but it's hit round about his wrist, and it's his right wrist, his bowling wrist, in other words, and he's in a fair amount of pain. But hit back at him. They did well to get a hand there, really, in the follow through, but that's a nasty blow in that fleshy part of the thumb.
Yeah, I think that's what saved him. Actually, I think it's hit the kind of fleshy part of the hand, just below the thumb. But it was hit so hard.
Yeah, it was a savage. I mean, you can't. People will mark that down as a chance, but I'm afraid I didn't. Yeah, that's not counting for me. He stopped it, basically. He saved 4 runs. 216 for 7. Atkinson, not yet off the mark, waits for Siraj, who's got to the end of his mark now. He's still flexing his hand, sort of grip the ball. This might hurt a bit when he lets go of it. Off he goes now and bowls on the leg stump, and that's flicked away to fine leg. And Atkinson is now off the mark and takes a single, and so the deficit is now 7 runs. Brook 34.
Yeah,
what's he going to do here?
Well, I'm interested to see what Shubman Gill does. Actually, he's got a fine third man on the boundary. He's got a cover point behind square on the boundary, wide fine leg, and a mid wicket on the boundary. Extra covers going back, mid offs going back. So it's only really mid-ons now going back, so 2 slips and everyone else is spread out.
A single wherever you want it. Siraj again bowls, and Brook drives well too. He's pierced the gap on the offside. The crowd willing the ball into the boundary. It doesn't quite go, but they pick up 2. When you see Brook play like this, you wonder why on earth he plays those wild, suicidal swipes early in his innings.
He's very lucky, Aggers, because 2 or 3 of those early swishes, one went past the leg stump and inside edge, and how he got away with that top edge, just over extra cover.
He's just such a good player. Yeah,
exactly.
Obviously, why do you have to do that? Just get in and bat. It's a beautiful shot, that square drive. Perfect balance. Almost went for 4. 219 for 7. Brook waits. Siraj runs in. Bowles trims down the pitch now, and then the ball is half stopped by Jarrell. And they scurry a single, which is good timing because that gets Brook up to this end. And he'll keep the strike for the start of the next over. I
But
think.
tell me, the last ball, why did they have all the
I
fielders
don't know.
still out?
Shubman had his eye off the ball there. They were all out. There was a single anywhere. So
I think on this kind of surface, I wouldn't spread the field completely to Harry Brook. I don't think he's in yet. He's 36 from 39. I don't think he's playing as well as Harry Brook can play.
Try and bowl him out, you mean?
Well, yeah, I have one or two. I have a mid-wicket back and a cover point back, but everyone else up.
Yeah.
Try and get him out. If he gets a couple away, you can also always put them back. But once you've kind of set this as your tone, it's always difficult to bring them back in then, isn't it?
And it's difficult as a bowler because in your mind you're not actually trying to bowl him out really, because you've got everyone back. So there's a single here again wherever he wants it. There's two slips. And then a ring of fielders more or less on the boundary. They're saving two. Saving four. And Krishna bowls, and that's chopped away down towards a squarish third man. They've taken one. Think about the second. Throws on the way, and Brook is scrambling for his ground. He makes it. Very good running. He had his eye on two there. And it's Sudarshan down here. Deemed not quite quick enough, so he's been sacked from fine third man. And he's coming up to second slip. It looks like Nayar's going to come down onto the boundary here, so they don't want them to get two. So Sudarshan at second slip, Captain Gill at first. Brook twiddles his bat. He's now on 38. 222 for 7. He can trail by just 2 runs. And Krishna, who's worked pretty hard today, runs in again, bowls to Brook. It's short and pulled out towards long leg. Only be 1 run there. Siraj.
Where's
Sunhat throws it back.
Where's KL Rahul? He took a great catch just before.
He did.
Tea time off Prasidh Krishna. It was a big catch to get rid of Jamie Smith. He's not
on the field.
Where is he?
No, he's not there. So that might raise an issue about when he bats.
Gus Atkinson, when he's got the bat in hand, it doesn't come across as that he's thinking about defence.
Krishna rushes in from the far end, bowls, and there's a thrashing shot there from Atkinson. Ball, sadly, doesn't really go very far. It's just popped out to cover. A lot of effort in there.
I don't think his mindset is, wait a minute, I've got Harry Brook down the other end. He's 39. He's a world-class performer. He was only a few weeks ago. He was the #1 batter in the world. I'm just going to bat, try and survive for Harry. He's thinking, if it's up, it's off. If it's short, it's off.
Yeah, that was quite a flamboyant stroke, that. Man on 1 not out. 223 for 7. Krishna again comes in, bowls to him. Oh, another swipe outside the off stump. And it goes past the inside edge. And now it's Brook's turn to be bemused, just as Root was when Brook was starting his innings and played these 2 horrible hacks. And you saw Root's face, and he just sort of rolled the eyes and looked towards the heavens.
Surely Harry goes down to Gus and say, look, Gus, just hang in there, please.
Well, I think he might have said that.
I'm seeing it all right here. I'm playing quite nicely. You don't need to... we lose 1 wicket now, and Josh Tong comes out there. We could be all out.
Yep.
Parity.
But I think he said something there. Krishna again comes in, but he's charged him and sliced that away out to deep point. I don't think he came down and said steady on. Gus, play for me, because he charged.
Run towards the danger, Aggers.
Well, the scores are level, however they've got there, with an extraordinary shot from the number 10. And, he's number 9 now, of course. Perhaps trying to play like a number 9. But, he has got 100, of course, his name. But that was, with a batsman on the other end, he's given himself room, charged, and then square driven out to point.
Oh, the last ball on the field still spread.
Yeah. Krishna comes in, bowls on well. It's a bouncer down the leg side that's done its job. We'll say that. It's kept Brook down at that end. He wants a wide, but he's not getting it. So 224 for 7, and Atkinson will be on strike for the start of the next over. The scores are level.
Harry Brook's just pretending to play the shot that he would like to have played to that ball, which is like a tennis shot, but high up the smash.
Yes, I think he's saying to umpire Dharmasena, how can I reach that? He was just trying to demonstrate what shot he might have played, but it was borderline, to be fair, I think. So 224 for 7, Atkinson 2, Brook 39. Floodlights are on. There's low dark cloud over to the west, but the rain is coming from behind us, so we're not going to get much warning of that if it comes from the north.
You still think it's going to rain?
Well, no, we're on the edge. We're right on the fringe, so fingers crossed. 2:24 for 7. There goes Siraj and bowls. Oh, that goes straight through Atkinson. He didn't move really. It just went whistling between bat and pad and grazed the leg stump.
Well, that's the threatening delivery from Mohamed Siraj. That ball that pitches outside off and nips back. The one that did for Ollie Pope, it came back a long way.
Yeah,
it's very similar to that delivery to Gus Atkinson. It just bounces over the top of leg stump. Joe Root got one as well, didn't he? Again, nip back.
Lots of shouting going on up there. I think Shubman Gill was offering some sort of instruction to Mohamed Siraj.
My guess on the back of that delivery that he might dance down this ball. Might go and meet the danger.
Well, I think the other modern saying is opening up the offside, isn't it? I think we might see a bit of that going on now. Here's Siraj running in, bowls to him. Oh, he played it nicely. Flick that away into the vacant mid-wicket area, and England go into the lead. Crowd have had a great day. I did enjoy going round to the Barmies under the scoreboard round there. It was fantastic. Get all the atmosphere under the stands, and of course you don't get when you're sitting up here.
Yeah, well, Ellie on 5 Live, she's sat in the stands. She's down below, just to the right of the press room. There's no space in her usual box up here, so she's out in the terrace.
You really get it, don't you?
Yeah, it's great.
Buzz out the bars, people dashing here and there. Brook on strike, Siraj bowls, tucked away. Now, will they get 2 here? They shouldn't. And it's fielded by Deep.
I remember one of my first tours actually on Test Match Special to South Africa, and we were outside commentating at most venues actually. The Centurion I think was the first. We were outside Durban, outside there.
Yeah, a lot outside.
Sri Lanka's been had some good trips in Sri Lanka commentating outside. You've commentated from the fort.
The fort. Yes, that was an interesting experience. 2:26 for 7. Siraj on his way, runs in, bowls, and this is pushed away by Brook into the leg side. There's all sorts up there, iguanas, monks, and all sorts wandering around. And,
great place, Gaul, isn't it?
Yes.
Great areas of the world that we're lucky to go and tour. Gus Atkinson, he must have an incredible eye, you know, because he does get right in behind it. Well, off defence was as good a defensive stroke that you could play at all time in the world. That looked wide.
Yeah. 2:26 for 7. He's on 3 now, and Siraj wheels round in front of us here. That's a white marker we can see alongside a pile of sawdust. And on he goes again. Atkinson waits. Siraj runs in, bowls to him quite wide. He's slashed that away down to third man. A chase for the fielder. He's not going to get there. That's a useful boundary. Home crowd enjoying that. Lead by 6.
Well, the tail end runs. I mean, you look at India throughout the series, they've had pretty much nothing from the tail enders. They were cleaned out this morning quickly. You go back to Headingley. They lost the last few wickets on both occasions quickly. And this England side, even Josh Tong can hold a bat.
Yeah, can.
I reckon Josh Tong will be batting 9 for India.
230 for 7. Last ball of the over. Atkinson on strike. Siraj bowls to him and he's studiously forward, says no. So that's picked up by Jaiswal at point. It means that Brook will be on strike for the start of the next over. Now then, apparently it's raining north of here, and Mike on a train on the way home thinks it's coming our way. We're right on the edge.
Yeah,
there's rain on the way down. I never know if it's Holborn or Holborn. A Londoner will have to tell me which one it is.
Holborn.
It is Holborn, is it? That's why I didn't say it. I wasn't sure.
And you played for, was it Leicester?
Leicestershire. And Luga Baruga's about 10 miles away from where I live. I was stopped by an Australian once, driving, saying, "Mate, it's a good tell me the way to Luga Baruga." I said, "I beg your pardon." In Loughborough. Krishna bowling, and that's punched away hard by Brook down to long off, and they take 1 run. Luga Baruga. No, I've never known about. So you said Holborn, didn't you? As I remember. Okay, I'll remember that just in case I need it in the future.
Well, it says 5 o'clock. We might get a bit of a sprinkling. I wonder if it's worth a bouncer to Gus Atkinson. He's just looked over his left shoulder, so maybe he's expecting it.
Krishna runs in and he bowls. He was expecting it, but didn't necessarily get it. He got a more of a long hoppy sort of a ball, really. It wasn't a fiery bouncer. And he's just pulled it to mid-wicket. Well, my thing says rain will start in 29 minutes.
Yeah, I said 5 o'clock.
And not very much.
What's Winvis saying, out of interest at the moment? Who's they got in front?
I don't know if I believe Winvis.
No.
I think she's a bit fickle, Winvis. There's Krishna again bowling. Oh, what a shot! Well played, Gus Atkinson. He just stood there and planted that down the ground. It's gone racing past the bowler. He looks a bit crestfallen as a result of that. You don't want to be treated like that by a lower order batsman. What a shot, though.
Oh, he's got a great eye.
Yeah.
This is, good technique as well. The front foot goes towards the line of the ball. Look at the pose.
He has posed it. Well, Krishna's quite an angry man. I don't know if I'd have held the pose necessarily like that in front of his face, but anyway, we'll see what comes up now. 2:35 for 7. Krishna on his way again, bowls on the off stump, and that's well stopped in the gully. Little fiddly little shot down there towards third man. Rahul's back on the field, by the way.
Yeah. Yeah, he can play Gus Atkinson. You don't get a lucky Test match century, do you? He played so well at Lords, where he's hit the ball to Warpath. I think we watched that innings thinking, oh, surely he'll get out in a minute. And he kept on striking it. And he looks in quite nice order here. He's 11 from 15. They lead by 11, England.
Breeze tugging at the flags on the roof of the pavilion at the far end of the ground from us. That's the end that Krishna is coming from. Past umpire Raja. He bowls short. Oh, he's towed this. It's going to be caught. And Atkinson's flurry comes to an end. He took on the short ball. He's played a couple of lovely shots there. Perhaps that was a little bit over-ambitious. And he's just lobbed a catch to mid-on. And England are 8 down. A nice 11. And the lead is 11. But he's rather lured into that, I think, by Krishna.
Well, he's got 4 now.
Yeah.
Frosty Krishna, he's bowled nicely. He's bowled quickly. Yeah, he just gets into the mode of hitting boundaries. And it was just onto him a little bit quicker than expected. A nice simple catch. Akash deep at mid-on. Well, what an afternoon India are having here. Winvis, Andy?
Well, before that wicket, it was 61% England, 38% India. But I don't know if that factors in the fact that Wokes can't bat or not.
I thought you'd think Winvis would know that Chris Wokes is in.
Yes, I'd have to. I can message the Winvis people.
Your data system can't be that accurate if you're not putting into the system that England are down.
She's too fickle for me, Winvis. She floats in the wind.
Really? Do you think she makes it up a bit?
Well, I've got India favourites in my head.
Oh, you think so? I mean, England down to 10.
Yeah. England got to bowl much better and more consistently than they did in the first innings.
I'm just looking at Josh Tong here, who's walked out with a real small arm guard. It's hardly protecting.
Oh.
You usually protect all your forearm, don't you, with it?
You do.
It's got a really tiny one. All the drums are beating, the Indian fans, the Bharat Army.
Yep, they're in town.
Yeah, they're around. The caps are on back to front. The Indian flags are being waved.
It's a great atmosphere. They're down to our right. I can see them now through the window. So it's wonderful, wonderful atmosphere, and a really, really tight game. Series depending upon it. Krishna wants his 5th wicket, and he's bowling to Josh Tongue, the last batsman. He's hit on the pad. There's an appeal, a bit high from here. Umpire Raja says that's not out. And it's 2:35 for 8, and I suspect Harry Brook now has licence.
Yeah.
To play a few shots.
Yeah, I hope he's clever. The best in the business, batting with a tail or batting when you get the field that spreads, is Ben Stokes. He does it incredibly well. You go back to that hit at Headley in 19 last week, actually.
Yes.
When India started to spread the field, he just seems to still wait for the right ball. Doesn't try to hit every ball. And that's what Harry Brook. He should have an area where he thinks he can get the boundary. Probably square the wicket on the onside. That's quite short. I guess into cow corner. If it's a length delivery, he might be able to get it there. So he's just got to wait for the right ball.
Well, the field is scattered, as you'd expect, and there's still one slip. But now the extra man goes out into the leg side, out towards sort of cow corner, really. So there's a single everywhere. Boundary is not quite so easy as Siraj bowls, and he turns that away into the leg side and decides not to run. It's a comfortable run there if you wanted it, all the way down to the leg side boundary, but not taken. Gill's got something to say. He's coming up from mid-off, he's clapping his hands. I suppose probably actually he's got to come and receive the ball, because there's no one obvious to give it back to Siraj. And then Gill runs out to the boundary again. So there's one slip, everyone else out in the deep. Siraj on his way, bowls to Brook. Oh, he goes for a sweep shot. Where's he hit that? He's hit it for 6. Well, he ended up flat on his back, and he's swept Mohammad Siraj into the Bedser stand. And I mean well into the Bedser stand. What an incredible shot. And Siraj doesn't look very happy about that.
Oh, we've seen some shots today, but that is right up there. I think the reverse kind of pull ramp, if you like, from Ben Duckett, that was down to a similar region, but that's gone a long way.
He's fallen over as he's played it, or at least his balance has taken him off his feet. And he's played that flat on his back and hit it over deep square leg for 6. I don't know how you practice that.
Oh, I don't think you do. I think you just instinctively play it out in the middle.
What's Siraj going to bowl now? He's on his way to Brook and pitched up and driven away, not timed though. And Deep will field that below us at deep mid-on. What a shot.
I wonder how many of these shots you see on a Saturday now in the leagues, up and down the country, or in kids cricket, where Rishabh plays the kind of ramp roly-poly shot. And that's a Rishabh shot, isn't it?
It's a length ball outside off stump. That would have missed off. And he's got his front foot to where the line of the ball, and then swept. Like you're playing a spinner, but vertically upwards. Now the next one cuts back and wraps him on the thigh pad. Still he doesn't run. There's 2 balls to go, so Gill will now presumably bring his field in. And this is where Brook has a chance. Let's have a look. So far, the Indian captain hasn't waved his fielders in, which is what you normally see at this stage. He's walking up very slowly now from mid-off. Again to receive the ball. No, the field's staying deep. Rahul saying, "You sure, captain? They want to bring him in?" And Gill says no. 2 balls to go in the over. Brook on 47. Siraj, arms pumping, over the wicket he goes. Bowls to Brook, who tucks that away into the leg side. They'll take that single. So there's 1 ball here at Josh Tongue. Find the Yorker that did for Bethel. That might be good enough.
Yeah, all that ball that nips back onto the stumps, that's a harder ball to face. Decent length, try and trap. Josh Tongue just in front. Harry Brooks walked down, I'm pretty sure, surely he's saying, look, just defend. Just give me a chance next over to strike another couple boundaries. He's more of a defensive-minded player, I think, Josh Tongue, with his batting.
I think he knows his limitations.
Yeah, I think he can hang in there, though.
242 for 8. Here's the last ball of the over. England lead by 18 runs. Last pair together. Siraj bowls. That's very nicely played by Tongue. There's a single there if you wanted it, but obviously they don't take it in the circumstances. Brook will be on strike, and it's 242 for 8.
It's raining.
Where's that come from? Yeah, it is. There's a flurry of arms from umpire Dharma Sina. We've got ground staff, stewards, all sorts running on. I don't think it's raining very hard, but they're bringing the mat out to protect the pitch. So up to half an hour can be added on this evening. And as the players go off and play stops and everyone leaves the field, I look at my clock. Unfortunately, it's end of my stint. And some thoughts from you, Michael. And Isha Gur's coming in.
Yeah, it's just a little bit of light drizzle, and the lights are taking effect. It's quite gloomy out there. It's quite dark. And I would think India will be quite happy with this, because the forecast tomorrow is a lot better. And obviously they need to get one more wicket. Can't imagine that Chris Woakes is going to come out and bat. And then if they can be batting for the majority of tomorrow when it's nice and sunny, that's the forecast, it could be a better day for batting on Saturday. The carpet's down on the 22 yards. It's a different kind of, you see all the old school covers at some of the venues. You see the hover at Lord's, and here at the Oval they use a carpet down the 22 yards and then just the normal covers over the top, the sheet. It's similar to Sri Lanka. How are you, Ish?
Very well, thanks, Michael. Yeah, that drizzle just getting a bit heavier here across the ground at the Oval in South London. There has been a lot of rain coming through the north, but it's just pushed on through here with the lights on. And it's grey and gloomy out there as the spectators are taking cover, umbrellas going up. Nice pass there from Aggies as England, well, they lead by 18 runs at one stage.
Got the good or the bad news, Ish?
Oh, go on, tell me.
Good news is you look good in your headband.
Thanks.
Bad news is it could be raining for an hour or so.
How much fill have you got in you? As we see a helicopter flying above, surveying the scene. But you're right, that the covers are interesting covers, aren't you? You would have thought that here at the Oval they'd have the hover covers by now.
Well, they have the wheelie covers down here, but they don't seem to use them for test matches. I'm going to ask.
Maybe they think it's just a quick passing shower, but you just said that you reckon it's about an hour.
Well, they've been using the sheets all week. We had a bit of heavy stuff yesterday, and the sheets came out. I think it's just the way. I'm going to ask Lee, actually. He's been in the news this week, the groundsman, hasn't he? I'm going to ask him about his sheets and why he uses sheets compared to other grounds that use the hover or the wheelie covers. Do you know anything about covers, Deep?
Welcome, Deep.
Thank you. Not much, because in India we're used to these old school covers. I don't think I've seen those wheelie ones, the hovercraft ones in India at all. And talking about drying pitches, we were talking about it yesterday, weren't we? You reckon those covers, they help the pitch to dry up a little bit because they have those fans in them, isn't it?
Oh, the hovers?
Yeah, the exhaust fans and stuff like that.
I'm not too sure. I mean, only a grounds person can let us know that. I'm not the expert on covers, but I do know that the sheets in Sri Lanka, when you get some heavy rain, they work.
They are amazing.
They work, and they get the tyres, don't they, to make sure that the sheets stay down. And
stones, tyres.
Hundreds of ground staff.
Yeah, they're sitting on them in the rain. And in India, actually, there are quite a few grounds where they cover the whole ground itself. Eden Gardens, they do it,
Which you would think is quite sensible.
Yeah, exactly so. Exactly so. Because I still remember a few years back, it rained for a couple of hours and it was torrential rain, and the pitch was covered, the square was covered, but the outfield wasn't. The game didn't happen because of the wet outfield. So, yeah, I mean, they obviously changed the drainage system and then got covers for the whole ground.
The drainage in Bangalore now, which just sucks the life out of everything.
True.
But it does mean that as soon as that rain stops, you're pretty much out there in an instant, aren't you? It's a quick turnaround. But the ground staff are sort of, there's a bit of urgency about them here, but maybe not as urgent as we've seen.
My forecast suggests that around this region we may get rain 5 till 6.
Okay.
Maybe a little bit beyond 85%, 80%. So it doesn't look tremendously well. But it can disappoint, I guess, and it's not always correct that the app that I have on my phone. I think from India, Deep, they'd be quite happy to finish the day now, wouldn't they?
Oh yeah, that they should be. I mean, ideally speaking, one more wicket, and they're, you're getting into bat and maybe over there, and, you've got 10 wickets in hand. Whatever lead there is, 17, 18 runs, you move on. But yeah, I mean, what a comeback. It's been a fabulous last session, 106 for 6 in that session for India. And just the simple things, isn't it? They got the simple thing right, which is just bowl in the right area and let the pitch do its bit, because the pitch still has a lot in it for the bowlers. So you just come and just bowl in one area. And
was absolutely brilliant from them. And that is something that has been kind of missing right through this series. Indian bowlers, they haven't been consistent with their areas as much as you would like them to be.
Very gloomy conditions here at the Oval. The lights are on. It is very grey skies. And the ground staff just waiting around the covers at the moment. But well, it seems to have eased off a little bit, the drizzle here. On day 2 of this 5th and final test match, England 2-1 up coming into this test. India having to make the play after Ollie Pope, first time captaining in this series, winning the toss and electing to bowl first under leaden skies, able to bowl India out for 224. They needed 4 wickets this morning. They rattled through them. 4 for 20 is what they extracted this morning before they came out all guns blazing, really. Well, it wasn't all guns blazing necessarily, but they were looking to be positive and aggressive. Zach Crawley and Ben Duckett, at one stage they were 101 for 1 after 14 overs. So they were going at a fair clip, and the Indian players rallied round. There must have been a chat at lunchtime because they came out bowling with a lot more control and able to pick up those 6 wickets. So now the score stands at 242 for 8, and I imagine that Chris Woakes will not be batting after the injury to his shoulder yesterday and will take no further part in the match, even though he's gone for a scan and they are monitoring things. So India, you would have thought last night, would have sensed an opportunity there with England being a bowler down. So a lead of 18 then for England, and the game is nicely poised, as we've seen right throughout the course of this test series. You know, there's been a real tussle between the teams, and I guess while we are waiting for this rain to clear, as we see another grey cloud to our right just hovering above us here at the Oval, we can maybe reflect back on the series as a whole and talk about who's done well and the new era for Indian cricket in the absence of Virat Kohli and Rohit Sharma. Shubman Gill is captain. Well, he made a real statement in that first innings, go all the way back to the 20th of June at Headingley. 147 to him. He's gone on to make 722 runs at an average of 90 deep.
Yeah. Listen, there were a lot of questions before the series. The least concerning him would be the captaincy bid. Was more to do with him, the batter. Away from home, didn't have 100. His highest was Australia, 91, if I'm not wrong. And his average away from home was quite miserable. And so I think the first thing that he did was get that straight. First test match, first 100 outside India, or rather in what we call the Sena countries, South Africa, England, New Zealand and Australia. First 100 out of the way. I think that also helped him kind of settle down in his new role as the captain. And once you start scoring runs, and Warnie would tell you better, once you start performing, then your voice in that dressing room gets louder, you're more assertive, and then you're not worrying as much as compared to if you're not performing as a leader, as a captain. And I think the best thing that happened with him and his tenure, start of his tenure, is just got that 100 in the first test match itself. And then obviously he hasn't looked back since. And a lot of credit to him, the kind of hard work he's put in to be successful in these conditions. And that is what I really like, because in this day and age, you know, if you look at modern day generation and batters I'm talking about, their game is based around white ball cricket, and then they try and manage red ball cricket. And not too many people you see making those changes. And his changes were quite fundamental in terms of the bat swing, keeping your hands closer to your body, changing from a back foot, horizontal bat player to being more straight down the ground kind of a player. And when you see that, those efforts from him or from anyone, you know that it will pay dividends, and that's what has happened. And that has been heartening to see, him wanting to be successful and ready to make sacrifices for that.
Yashasvi Jaiswal picked up a century in that first innings as well, and KL Rahul contributing with 137. And so those two kind of settling into their role as openers for India. But we have to remember all the way back to that Headingley test where Ben Stokes won the toss, elected to bowl first, which he likes to do, Michael. And India were able to post 471 before England responded with 465. They were able to chase down the runs in the end, 373 for 5. But they were up against Jasprit Bumrah, who was looking good. And it felt like a real tussle even from that first Test match.
Yeah, I mean, that first Test match, if you look at the amount of drop catches that India put down, that's really where the difference lied between the two sides. And Edgbaston, India played great. Ben decided to bowl first once again, and Shubman Gill and co, they got on a nice slow wicket Edgbaston and made hay. And then there was the partnership of Harry Brook and Jamie Smith was incredible on day 3, where they put on 300 quickly. 300 quickly, but India found a way. I mean, if you look at the whole series and you start looking at, I guess, sessions that have been won by either side, I bet you if you counted up the sessions that India have won, it's probably more than England. But England have found a way of winning the key moments and winning the key battles at the right time. That win at Lords was really down to Ben Stokes' brilliant run out of Rishabh Pant, the brilliance of his captaincy, that long spell, bowling Jofra Archer on that 5th morning. And India just looked like they froze a little bit in the chase. And Manchester was just a slab of concrete that we don't really need to talk about.
You almost strike that off the list, don't you?
Yeah, it was a wicket that got the better of pretty much everyone by the end of the 5th day. But this has been probably the first pitch that, I mean, you'll tell me more, that an India player, when you're young and you're thinking about playing in the UK, I would think this is probably the first pitch that India have looked at. This is probably what we expected at Headingley. They've had 4 pitches that have been dry, flat, and very much subcontinent-like. And this is the first week, really, that they've looked down and gone, this is actually what we expected from the first Test match. And I guess all the young Indian players that you've mentioned, Ish, and they've got some incredible talent. Yeah. This is probably the conditions that they expected to play throughout the whole series.
No two ways about it. And also not just the pitch, the conditions as well, raining, in and out. You know, you're going out to bat, there's a little spell of rain, you're out again, and those things, they all add up to this whole experience of playing in England and being away from home. And it's good to see they've handled it well. I mean, could have done better, but they've handled it well. There's no two ways about it.
We'll get to the bowlers in just a moment, but just back to England. There was pressure on Zach Crawley at the start of the summer. He picked up a century against Zimbabwe. Top score of 84 since then, and an average of 30 with 212 runs. Zach Crawley for this series. Ben Duckett came out with that 149 off 170 deliveries in the second innings of Headingley. Looked absolutely brilliant, and even today was completely outstanding, looking to mix up the rhythm of the bowlers coming out of his crease, looking to use the ramp. 365 at 52. Ollie Pope, always questions about him. He's got a century in the very first Test of this series in the opening innings, and then 71 in the last Test match there. 257 at 36. Joe Root, well, he was always a class above the rest. 403 at 67. Harry Brook 317 at 45, and Jamie Smith 424 at 84. For India, well, players have contributed at different times. Yashasvi Jaiswal, probably a few question marks over him after that initial century. Then KL Rahul's been the rock. Sai Sudarshan has come back in. Still trying to prove himself at number 3. Shubman Gill, the standout. Karan Nair, again, waning in terms of his career, so you would feel that this was a big moment for him in this Test match. And Ravi Jadeja, well, he's just tried to hold things together and save Test matches a lot of the time. 454, an average of 113, with Washington Sundar contributing as well. When you look at England, what sort of questions need answering, do you think still?
Well, I think they've kind of all been answered, but not in a powerful way. So Ollie Pope at number 3 was a question. He answered that in the first innings, then he went missing for a few games, and I thought last week he played great. I thought he was playing really well here, actually. His balance looked fantastic, and then he gets a good ball from Mohammad Siraj. So, Ollie Pope, he's fine. He'll be on the plane and he'll start in Perth. Zach Crawley, Zach has just delivered what Zach delivers. Every now and again he plays in innings, you go, wow. But in between all that, there's a lot of inconsistency. I would say to Zach, though, Old Trafford, he played great. He got to, 84? And then he just makes a little error against Jadeja. It was a soft dismissal. And if he wants that average to go up from 30 and, say, take it to 35 to 38, well, he's going to have to make the starts count. So, again, today he played brilliantly, played some tremendous drives, but the dismissal, and full credit to India, actually, in the afternoon. It's the first thing. If you look at Australia when they've played against England, they spread the field. And England are getting really good now. When the field spreads, they go, OK, we'll just take the singles and we'll take the twos. We're not going to take too many risks. And what India did all afternoon is they kept the field up and said to England, go on, try and hit through the kind of inner circle of fielders. And square leg was up and he tries to take on the pull shot. You get 64, and that's an opportunity missed for Zach to go and get a 120, a 150, and that's when your average starts to get a little bit more in favourable kind of numbers. But yeah, England will be going to Australia. What will they go into? Probably October-ish or mid-October, and the top seven's pretty much settled now. I don't think we'll be talking about what that top seven's going to look like going to that first Test match in Perth. We know that Zach will open with Ben Duckett, Ollie will be at number 3, Joe Root, Harry Brook, Ben Stokes, Jamie Smith. That's the 7, and it's really the first time in a long time that England will arrive in Australia. And I'm not saying it's a rock solid, consistent top 7, because as we've seen today, they make mistakes, but there'll be no noise going into that first test of who may and may not play. They're all fit. They start. I go back to 10 and 11 when England won in Australia. They had a rock-solid top 7, a 7 that had played together for a period of time. And that's what England are going to arrive in Australia with, a top 7 that's played a number of test matches together. They all know each other. There's areas of concern, there's areas of improvement, and they're a bit flamboyant at times, and they go running towards the danger. That's what they did today, and it was fantastic for the opening partnership. Now the back end, you think, they've made a few mistakes, which has allowed India back into this test match. But I've liked what I've seen so far this series. I've liked a number of things about the England side that has been a bit more mature. They've won moments from areas of concern in the past where they would make plenty of mistakes, and particularly day 3 at Old Trafford when they just batted the day out. I thought, yeah, this England team is starting to learn. I guess some of the old memories have come back today at times. There's been a few little areas of concern, but on a green top with the ball doing something, I'm not totally against being a bit more flamboyant when the ball's doing so much.
I guess the other thing we've learnt in this series, or been reminded of, is just how important Ben Stokes is, not just as the captain, but the overs he offers with the ball. Obviously trained incredibly hard to get himself as fit as possible for Zimbabwe, and then for this series, you just think back to him bowling 2 10-over spells into the wind at Lord's. But often someone, when it's a dead pitch, that can just extract that extra bit of bounce. But then showing again his prowess with the bat, with that 141 at Old Trafford. He is such a key player when it comes to going down under.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, every day that he's out in the field and bowling, and it's his bowling really that's been extraordinary since that test against Zimbabwe. He's been the pick of the England bowlers, and you're thinking, getting 20 wickets on good pitches, you need Ben Stokes. And now obviously Gus Atkinson, he's going to be a great addition. He's not played a part at all until here throughout the series. So Gus Atkinson, Ben Stokes, Jofra Archer. England are getting a cartel of quicks that if they're all fit, Mark Wood, if he can get back. Obviously Josh Tongue, he's been wayward here, but he's picking up wickets. They're starting to gather a group of bowlers that you would hope on decent surfaces should be able to get opportunities to take wickets. But you take Ben Stokes out of the team in terms of leadership. He's here this week and he's probably having an effect because he's here, but if you suddenly had him out of an Ashes series, I'd give England no chance without Ben Stokes. With Ben Stokes, I think you can win every single series that you're playing because he's that good.
Let's move on to the bowlers then. You talk about the fast bowling cartel there, and we've seen so many teams go to Australia and they just haven't had the depth of bowlers that can bowl 85 plus miles an hour to really threaten the Australian batting lineup. And quite often they're getting injured in the first 2 test matches, so you need that depth to be able to have someone to come in and fulfill that role, Michael.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's why you look at Ben in this series, he bowled more overs this summer than he has done in any other series, and look what's happened, he's picked up an injury. So you start looking, can Ben bowl for 5 matches in Australia in the heat on those slabs of dropping wickets with the Kookaburra ball? That's going to be debatable, and will he have to be used a little bit sparingly? He kind of had a resting week at Edgbaston, didn't he, where he didn't bowl a great deal, and then he still picked up quite a nasty injury. So he's going to need some backup. He's going to need a little bit of support, and that's why I look at Gus Atkinson. He's a big player for England because of his batting, because of his obviously ability to bowl with the old ball, the new ball. He bowls wicket-taking deliveries, and if you can get 3 test matches out of Jofra, that's going to be a big play in the Ashes series. And then you're looking at Bryden Carse, who I think's a tremendous cricketer as well. So England have got enough. They've got enough within the tank, but don't try and do it without Ben Stokes. I don't think it's going to be possible.
Got a bit of movement in the middle. Does it look like they're taking the covers off there? I'm Just a couple of umbrellas down. See a bit more blue sky up above us here in the commentary box, and in the distance are the grey clouds. So, yeah, covers are coming off here. So hopefully we'll have play not too far away. England then, the lead of 18, with 2 wickets remaining, but we are expecting Chris Woakes not to bat, so that'll be just 1 to get for India, and they have fought back tremendously well after lunch. What can we learn, do you think, Deep? Obviously, we talk about the fast bowling supplies, and certainly on that last tour to Australia, they were so reliant on Jasprit Bumrah. I mean, you know how important it is to have others around your lead bowler.
Yeah, I mean, India won series in Australia 2018 and again in 21, 22, and that was on the back of obviously your fast bowlers with Jasprit Bumrah, Mohammad Shami, Ishant Sharma, Umesh Yadav, predominantly them, and Mohammad Siraj in 21, 22. 21, 22 was an aberration because almost everyone played. Natarajan came and played. Navdeep Saini played, everyone played. But I think one important thing is you've got to keep your bowlers fresh. You've got to keep rotating them. You can't have, I mean, Siraj in this series has played all 5 test matches. I mean, but it is a very rare thing to happen. So you've got to have a battery of fast bowlers who are ready to come in as and when required, because it'll be very difficult otherwise to, come in and play all 5 test matches and bowl at your best right through those 5 test matches. I think that's one of the big things. The other important thing is, and again, having played against Australia as well, is if you can give it back to them, at times, I mean, they can be a bit of a bully then. If you give it back to them, then it becomes a tad bit easier. So I think it's very, very important. And this team, obviously, when you look at this English side, they have it in them. Right.
Deep, I look at, so Zach Crawley is the perfect example of that. He's been picked for this England side for many, many kind of series now, and he's played, 59 test matches for almost like this tour to Australia. He's the player that England have kind of backed and given so many opportunities because they feel that his style of play on Australian wickets will be successful, and I totally get that. But what he has to do is when he gets to 30 and 40 and 50 and he's played the way that he plays, he has to get big scores. 50s and 60s don't win you an Ashes series overseas against the Kookaburra ball. You need players that can get you big hundreds, and Zach's just got to get that little bit better. When he gets in and he's playing, it's not all about boundaries.
Yeah.
He's got to be able to bat for a longer period of time and get those 130s, 150s. If he can get into that position of getting to 50 by playing the way that he plays, well, he can get 100, but he might just have to rein it in slightly. When Australia start tinkering with the short ball theory, start throwing it wide of off stump with a packed offside field, if he thinks he can just keep chasing it, there's a chance that he'll keep getting 50s and 60s, and that's just not going to be enough to win England an Ashes series down under.
And what I meant by saying that was you've got to be on your toes, thinking as well, because you've got Stark, who's very different, then you've got Hazelwood, who's very different, and then you've got Pat Cummins. So Pat Cummins is so much like Ben Stokes. He'll come in, bowl long spells, and he'll come in and do the hard work, and he'll be at you all the time. And Hazelwood is very different. So as a batter, you've got to be a little aware of what's happening, especially because they are so different in how they approach, how they pick wickets. And that's where what Wani said. If you look at, again, I'm looking back at 2018 and 21-22 India series, which India won. You had at least one centurion in every test match that India won. And when I say centurion, there'd be 150, 140, and then you had maybe 1 half century or a couple of half centuries. So that takes you to 350, thereabouts. And that's what you need. You can't expect 5 guys getting 50s and getting to 350. So whoever gets in, gets that big 100. Everyone else contribute. You get to that 350. And that's the other thing in this series. It can look a little defensive as far as India is concerned, but India has actually managed to score apart from 2 innings, the second innings of the Lord's Test match and the first innings here, where India hasn't scored 350. So you still have to score those runs. Yes, 20 wickets are important, but you still need that 350 thereabouts to stay in the game.
Yeah, but I think, Isha, we're there every year and we kind of see the pitches that the Australians have been playing on in the last few years, they're completely different. To my time, they were flat. Might do a bit for the first 20 overs of the Kookaburra, and it might wear and tear down the back end. The footholes come into play. Warney would fizz it into the footholes. But over the last few years, the pitches have been a lot more difficult to bat on. And, you know, the times where you used to think, oh, you need 450 in the first innings to really compete. I reckon if you get 650 runs across the test match, 600, 650, I think you're going to be very competitive in Australia these days.
Even this series, even though the scoreline wouldn't suggest that, but it was a close series. India lost 4-1 that series, but it was quite close.
Well, they had a chance at Sydney if Jasprit Bumrah had been fit.
Second innings, yeah.
Yeah, it was 3-1, wasn't it? The drew in Brisbane.
Sorry, yeah, that's right, 3-1. But then, again, if the whole series, I mean, it was the first 35 overs. If you jog your memory back, again, from 35, 40 overs onwards, for example, let's say Travis Head, every time he came after 35 overs, he didn't get runs. Or rather, before 35 overs, he didn't. The moment he came before that. But after that, he's got runs. He scored runs the way he does. So, that's the other thing. I mean, you've got to be quite aware of that bit with a new cooker.
He's such a big factor for them, isn't he? Travis Head. There's a few boos going out around the ground here because the covers have just been put back on, even though it is a lot brighter here. That rain doesn't seem to be abating, so they just decided to bring the sheets on again.
Well, it's coming from behind us.
Yeah.
And I'm guessing that
it looks dark there.
Lee and his team, he's probably known more than we do that maybe it's coming over this stand that we can't really see behind us.
Yeah, the J.M. Finn stand, yeah.
Maybe there's a big dark cloud that's on its way, and Lee's got his team ready to go with more covers by the looks of it. He's a character, isn't he, Lee? I think he had a bit.
He's working hard, isn't he?
He had a bit of a pop at Harsha Bogler this morning, which is
Oh, did he?
Well, Harsha questioned that his team getting the sheets on quick enough yesterday, knowing the rain just came from nowhere. I think Harsha said they were a bit slow, so he had a bit of a pop at Harsha.
Oh dear. Okay. Harsha's not afraid to have a pot back, is he?
No, he did have a little bit of a pop back at Lee, but he's been in the news as the groundsman here at the Oval.
And so is Gautam Gambhir.
Yeah, I mean, listen.
How will he be reflecting on this series so far, do you think?
I think generally he would be happy. He would be happy about the fact that this young team has fought. What has been really good about this series is there have been quite a few, tactical errors, strategic errors, tactical errors, but I think individual performances and talent and heart has kind of ironed over those. You know, we've been talking about selection issues, bowling changes and things like that. So I guess, just pure performances from individuals have kind of ironed over a few of those issues. I think he needs to just, whether it's the team management, whether the captain, because obviously he's a new captain, he needs a bit of hand-holding, how they want to take this forward, this whole relationship. That's something that I guess one of the things they need to look into, because like I said, even for that matter today, it was brilliant from Siraj, Akashdeep, Prasidh Krishna, getting back into this game, and there's been these individual performances right through the series.
Have you seen enough from the rest of the bowlers when Jasprit Bumrah isn't there?
Yes, I think you have to start looking at life beyond Jasprit Bumrah, because you never know. You can't be so dependent on one bowler. But the good part in terms of fast bowling is after this series, India aren't really playing a lot of series away from home in these kind of conditions. So again, there would be a little more reliant on spinners, where you already have Jadeja, Washington's come in and done well. You have Akshar Patel there as well, and a few other left-arm spinners like Sutar, left-arm, really good left-arm spinner called Manav Sutar. All these guys are there. So spin-wise, you're all right. Fast bowling, yeah, one of the things I believe Moni and Gautam have to do, along with obviously Shubman, is try and pick this battery of 6-7 fast bowlers and work with them, invest in them, and get them ready for this next cycle.
There was a period, wasn't there? There were a lot of out-and-out quick bowlers coming through, maybe 5 or 6 years ago, with the Glenn McGrath Pace Academy, the Dennis Lilly Pace Academy as well. Are you seeing enough coming through?
There are bowlers, definitely, yes. But the thing is, you see a lot of the fast bowlers and would be wide ball cricket. So obviously because IPL and everything else, there are quite a few bowlers coming through in wide ball cricket. It's the red ball cricket that they need to focus a little bit more on, red ball cricket. And again, because the fact that in India, domestic cricket, back then again in 2016, what also happened was for domestic cricket, it was mandatory to have 4mm grass, lively 4mm grass for all games. So automatically, a lot of these fast bowlers came through. But that has again changed in the last few years. You're back to having normal pitches in first-class cricket again. So that's where again you've got to start to look at maybe not having 4mm grass on every game, for every game, but you've got to find a way to kind of, for example, Prasidh. I mean, even though he hasn't played a lot of cricket, but he's around for a while. His first-class day was 2014. Because of injuries and everything else, he hasn't played a lot of cricket. So, you do have bowlers, you have options, but time to invest in them.
Well, I think this is good news. The covers are back off again, and the crowd are happy about that. Hopefully they don't come back on again. It does look brighter, and hopefully that dangerous-looking cloud above us.
Your favourite lights, Isha, are doing a job, aren't they, look?
They're pointing in the wrong direction, Michael, look.
They're not working.
Well, that's because they're all facing down and towards the stand.
You're right. It's like if you're sat in that stand over there, it's like you're on a sunbed.
But the idea is to provide light for the play, isn't it? Not for the stand.
Deep, do you agree with Isha that these floodlights aren't facing the right way?
I agree they aren't. I mean, it seems like they aren't. I'm sure they are. But they have kind of a shade on top of it. It's not like the old school floodlights with like huge circular, whatever lights. But these are quite science fictional.
AI lights.
AI lights.
I'm sure we'll have some AI generated lights at some point. There is a lot of movement out there, and it does look good, so I'm hoping that we'll get news of play soon, and England will resume on 242 for 8 with a lead of 18. India making 224, and you were talking about Prasidh Krishna. He's a real wicket taker, isn't he? He's got a knack of taking wickets, and he's not afraid to get stuck in as well in terms of chirping the opposition, and we have seen a lot of feistiness between the two teams across the course of this series. It's been very entertaining.
It is, and that just adds to the whole theatre of Test match cricket, isn't it? So, I mean, I definitely don't mind it. Yes, he is, and for the first time in this series, we saw the real Prasidh Krishna. I thought he was bang average in the first few innings, the first few Test matches. Were a little better the last innings that he bowled, but here today, because he gets extra bounce, he's got good release, he gets a lot of backspin on the ball, so it hits the bat harder, it skids through, and all of that was quite evident in his spell this afternoon. So yeah, I mean, Prasidh Krishna definitely. Akashdeep. Now the other concern is how do you keep them fit? I mean, that's the next big concern.
And there's so much cricket being played as well, so those big covers are just being pulled to one side, and that carpet being rolled up as we speak on the pitch, which will reveal the pitch. If no further rain, we have a restart of 5:25, which is 10 minutes time, which is great news. So quick turnaround here at the Oval, day 2. And England will be able to get batting again with Harry Brook resuming on 48 and Josh Tongue having just made it to the middle.
Does that mean we can play till 7:30?
Yeah.
Oh, that's great.
But depends on light.
That's fantastic. Well, your lights will be on, so fine. Play till 12 o'clock tonight, and they can play in the streets as well because they're facing that way.
I'll tell you who won't be happy is the England bowlers, because they were hoping to put their feet up for the whole day and maybe come back tomorrow fresh.
Yeah.
And with a bowler down in Chris Woakes, they might be, they most certainly will be bowling tonight. So
Yeah, that is one of the downfalls of the Baz ballers when they come out and play with so much kind of flamboyancy and aggression. That by doing so, they run the risk of being bowled out cheaply. Even though they've scored a decent rate of knots, they're going to be out there fielding. I've just seen the Chris Woakes dive on the boundary. That happened late last night. It was awful. Just happened in front of us. That left shoulder. It's clearly a bad one. You could see straight away. Yeah, and England will be out there. Well, Harry Brook will hope he can bat for half an hour, 40 minutes if he can. He'll be scoring quickly, and England might get a 50-60 run lead. At the minute, it's only 18, which is not enough. But I guess the one thing that England will say is that with the clouds around and the lights on, it's not a bad time to try and get 3 or 4 quick wickets tonight. Whereas tomorrow, when the so-called sun might come, that's the whisper and the gossip that it might be sunny on day 3, and it might improve the surface, and it might be that little bit easier to bat. And if India can bat nicely against the seamers and England have to turn to Joe Root and Jacob Bethel, well, I think India will fancy scoring a few.
Yeah, Shubman Gill will be looking to bat prime time on Saturday. The captain, he's loved scoring runs on these pitches here in the UK, although he was out cheaply in the first innings after a dodgy run out. Halfway down the pitch, said yes, and Gus Atkinson, brilliant with the pick up and throw. Michael Vaughan, good fill. Thanks very much for that. Deep Dasgupta is going to leave us as well, and I'm going to shoot out as well as Phil Tufnell comes in here. So, series on the line. England 2-1 up. India looking to try and make the play. At one stage this morning, it looked like England were going to get an extensive lead with Ben Duckett and Zach Crawley at the crease. 100 they made in just 14 overs before the first wicket fell. And, well, India with a massive fight back in the afternoon session, picking up 6 wickets before we had tea, and then another wicket to fall to make it 242 for 8. Phil Tufnell then can talk us to the build-up here and the resumption of play, as Simon Mann is going to step in after you.
Evening all, evening Ish, you're off. Looking splendid in your headband. Suits you. Like it. Another enthralling session. It's been a breathless day, a test cricket. Wickets, runs, bit of chat, bit of confrontation. Yeah, a bit of controversy as well. So, it's really sparked up this last test match here at the Oval. It's something always happens at the Oval. Which way is it going to go? I'm not quite sure. Harry Brook is the guy, though, who can, if Josh can just hang around with him, he is someone who can just blast a quick 50 or 60, and he's very difficult to bowl at. But nip and tuck at the moment. England want more, that's for sure.
Yeah, definitely. Here's something, Tuffers.
Yes.
If Tongue were dismissed of the last ball of the over,
yes,
would it be sensible for Chris Woakes to come out and bat and stand at the non-striker's end, so Harry Brook at least has 1 over of potential
carnage,
hacking, clobbering, and whatever. If he gets out, whatever. But you might take, if things went your way off that over, you might be able to take, say, 12, 15 runs.
Could be crucial.
Which could be crucial at the end of the...
Well, it's been nip and tuck all season. It's been nip and tuck all series, hasn't it? So you're right, that could happen. You've always got a cunning plan, Simon, haven't you? You're always...
You've got to keep that mind active, Tuffers.
Very knowledgeable.
You can't just sit on the couch and just go to sleep all afternoon.
No, you can't. But
perhaps you can, I don't know.
But you're right, it might be very, very handy. Or I don't think so. Listen, that might happen in the second innings, but I think it was quite a serious.
The only thing is, I suppose, if Harry Brook is blasting away and you're Chris Woakes standing at the non-strikers, and mind you, you're not incapacitated in terms of your leg movement. It's just, but if one were to be drilled back and hit you on the shoulder, I suppose there's that's. It's an unlikely event. Anyway, just something that struck me. If Tongue were to be dismissed off the last ball of the over, and there was an instant where I think actually before they went off. Yeah. He played out the last ball of the over, pushed it out towards deep backward point. But if he'd been dismissed off that ball, Chris Woakes could have stood at the non-striker's end and Brook would have a free over swinging.
I think it's a reasonable decision. Listen, if anyone's going to do it, Chris Woakes will do it. He's a brave lad, isn't he? been round the block, bags of experience and fight. So I think they'll just see how it goes. Be interested to see if he's got his pads on up there, but I mean, he must be in a lot of pain. I'm sure he's had a few jabs.
Well, that's the point, isn't it? Yeah, it might be feeling horrible feeling.
Yeah. Sometimes you've got to do it, though. It always throws these...
Well, Rishabh Pant came out.
Well, absolutely. He had a
the
waddle
last
out
game.
there and tried to do his bit. I think perhaps second innings he might do it, but not this first innings. What I do know is that all these runs, England will be thinking pretty much count double. You know, if they get 40 or 50 lead, that could be on this deck with these conditions, could be worth 70 or 80.
Do you think India have had the better day, though, ultimately?
I think it's pretty much even, isn't it? You know, England came out the blocks absolutely gung-ho, really rattled India. And it's a shame, really, that Duckett got out in the way he did, because they really were shaken by the way that England went about the task. But then, they had that lunch break, got regrouped. I saw Morne Morkel having a chat with them, and they come out and really did put a shift in and dragged themselves back into the Test match. I mean, there will be a winner either way here. It's not going to be a draw. No. So it's either going to be 2-2 or 3-1. So and probably like a one innings game from here on in, isn't it? So whoever plays the best from here on in is going to win the game.
So the situation is the players come back onto the field after a break for very light rain. I mean, at times it was barely raining. You were thinking, come on, get the covers off and get the game moving. I was one of those, actually, if it had been a one-day match, I'm not sure they'd have come off.
Played through it. Very fine, wasn't it? Just drizzle. What has happened here, though, a little bit? I think I might have been on with you yesterday, saying that England do have a little bit of luck, don't they? They do have a little bit of luck when they play home series. I mean, if they do lose the wicket here, a little bit of rain on the pitch, under lights, can play till 7:30. India will be going, blimey, we've got the rough end of the stick again.
Yeah, the only other side of that, though, I remember speaking to Gus Atkinson last night, saying, well, you've only got a 3-man attack. So, yeah, I suppose it'd be good if the batters could sort of extend the innings, so we can have a bit of time to rest.
Well, yeah.
That's not happening, because England bowling this morning, and they're going to be bowling fairly soon, you'd think. Now, Harry Brooks on strike. It's 242 for 8. The lead is 18. I mean, could they get it up to 40, say?
Yeah, that would just be handy. That would be very, very handy. I don't think England played it particularly well, did they? Smith, loose shot. Gus Atkinson scored the most immaculate 11 I've ever seen, and then just mistimed one. Perhaps he could have hung around with Harry Brook, because it's a big field here. There's lots of twos. You could run them ragged a bit, but he decided to sort of play his own game as well.
So we're about to go, and we've got one slip, and everyone else is basically not quite on the boundary, but they're scattered deep on. 4 on the onside, 4 on the off, and the slip, the keeper and the bowler. Presumably you've got to wait for the clock to tick round to 25 past. I mean, it's absolutely ridiculous, isn't it? Everyone's out there ready to go.
And play. There we go.
There we go, let's play. 242 for 8. Brook on strike. Krishna bowls, and Brook semi-pulls there, guided pull out towards a deep square leg. And so what we're going to see here, as we all know, is Brook just biding his time at the start of the over. I thought he played a brilliant shot before the break, where the Rishabh Pant
roly-poly pull, roly-poly sort of frying pan,
and he hit it for 6. And he also, because he was targeting that short boundary down there as well, at that fine leg by the dressing rooms, by the dugouts. But there's a big boundary here. It's not easy to hit it over the top. Field out. Krishna bowls. Brook drives. Goes up towards mid-off. I suppose what he does have here is a bit of a net for the first few balls of the over, just to play himself back in.
And if you're clever, it says it's a big field, the Oval. You can, if you just sometimes don't try and hit the 6s and 4s. Just try to knock it into gaps and make sure Josh Tongue's got his running shoes on.
Prasad Krishna, who's picked up 4 wickets. He's not had an easy time of it in this series, but he's profited today. England at one stage were 142 for 2, I should say. Prasad Krishna looking for a 5er, goes in and bowls to Brook down the leg side. He tries to tickle it away, he misses it. And it's not taken cleanly by the keeper. They could have run a by, they decided against it, because that was the 3rd ball of the over. So what do they do here? What does Brook do here? Does he take the single off this ball, or does he wait for the field to come up and then try to thrash one?
Yeah, I'm not quite sure. Josh Young, but the ball he did face looked very secure. But you just feel that the pitch has got a ball in it.
Yeah,
that's what England.
That's the problem of the tail, isn't it?
Yeah,
really?
You've just got one that even the top boys won't be able to keep out.
So this is the fourth ball of the over. 242 for 8. Prassi Krishna goes in and bowls to Brook, who drives, takes one hand off the bat there. Well, he could have taken the single off the fourth ball of the over, decides against it. What do India do now? Do they bring the field up, or do they just keep everyone back and say we'll have one ball at Josh Tongue? No?
Yeah, I don't agree with that.
So we're now into that scenario I talked about, Tough, was that if Brook did take a single here and then Tongue's on strike for the last ball of the over and then he was out, Chris Wokes could stand at the non-striker's end.
Absolutely, but the England team usually come in with 2 balls to come, don't they? But India have done that 3 times now with Harry Brook in. They're happy with the one delivery.
Prassi Krishna bowls to Brook, and Brook drives back past the bowler. They run through for a single this time, so Tongue will have one ball to face. It goes up towards straight along off. Brook's closing in on a half century. That was his 49th run, so 49 off 54 balls for Harry Brook. 243 for 8. The lead is 19. England clearly would have been hoping for many more than that.
After that rollicking start.
92 for no wicket. But India forced their way back into the game this afternoon. I mean, that middle session, Pope and Root and Bethel were bowled out, weren't they? They were bowlers' wickets rather than gifts from the batters. All out LBW. So the field closes in now for Josh Tongue. And Prassi Krishna looking to finish it off. Bowls to Tongue. Good delivery as well, but well played by Tongue. Digs out a full delivery, straight full one, a Yorker length ball, plays it into the offside, so on we go. With this kind of phony war that happens at the start of the over. 243 for 8.
No rabbits about now, is there? Josh Tongue looks pretty secure, doesn't he? Good full, quick Yorker there. Manages to get his bat down nicely there, kept it there.
Well, he was slated to come down at number 11, he's obviously coming in at number 10. He's, probably, he's far from being the worst number 11 that England have ever fielded, I would say. No, Toffers, I wasn't talking about you. I've been worse than you, Toffers.
Oh, no, he looks solid. Yeah, and can definitely just sort of hang around and provide support.
Where are we on Siraj's bowling figures? Zoltz, what have we got for him?
He has rather curious figures of 3 for 83 from 15 overs. 0 for 31 from his first 4. Then his second spell was 3 for 35 in 8 overs.
So he's looking for his 4th wicket. Krishna's already got 4. And here is Siraj in the Vauxhall end, bowling to Brook. It's full, it's driven firmly by Brook. I mean, that would have been his 50. It was a nice shot out to Shubman Gill, who's on the long off boundary. But not going to run in this circumstance.
I just saw Harry having a look, as you say, down to the groundsman's hut there. That is the shortest part of the boundary. So if you want to play the big shot, it is going to be that pull or that sort of roly-poly ramp.
Yeah.
Is that the new name of it? I quite like the roly-poly ramp.
Roly-poly ramp, it does its job, doesn't it?
It says what
as a description.
Yeah, it does what it says on the tin.
Yeah. So 243 for 8. 4 on the leg side boundary, 4 on the offside boundary. They've still got the slip in because you could just find the outside edge. There's enough in the pitch for that. And Siraj with his white headband on, bowls to Brook, who cuffs that away towards deep backward point. Picks out the fielder, Jaiswal, so it's no run.
I mean, what England don't want to do is just sort of like have a nothing period here, really, didn't you? Because it's going to be, the sun is meant to pop its head out tomorrow, isn't it? So it's probably going to be a good day.
So you want to bowl tonight, you mean?
Well, you'd like to think so.
So a good session tonight. Well, what are we, 5:30? I think play can probably go on until 7:30 now.
Yeah, I know, absolutely. Under lights as well.
Yeah, although it's some cloud above, but also a bit of blue sky as well. The weather's clear. There's a rainbow to our left. Siraj bowls. That's clouted away by Brook. Out towards deep extra cover. Gill runs round, knocks it back inside the rope. This time they come back for 2, and that's a half century for Harry Brook.
Yeah, well played. Skittish start, wasn't it? I think we were talking earlier that we just thought that this could be a big day for Harry Brook. You know, he scored fantastic runs, obviously, and a world-class player, but we just felt that with that top order gone, he was the guy to perhaps just get England to a lead and then try and increase it, and he played nicely.
I think he's broken his bat, or he wants some tape around his bat.
His 50 came in 57 balls, 1 6 and 5 4s, his 22nd test, 59 centuries amongst those innings. It's his 3rd 50-plus score of this series, made that 158 in the second test, 99 in the first Test. He's played just 30 tests, 49 innings for those 22 50-plus scores.
Siraj going in to bowl to him. And he plays into the onside. They're off for one. They're going to look for two here. Brook is touchdown for the first. He's coming back. No, he's not. Tongue slips as he gets back. As the throw goes in over the wicketkeeper, and then Brook wants a second, but he can't get it. He goes back to the non-striker's end. The upshot is 1 run. All sorts happening there. They would have got it if they'd gone for the second, because the throw was wild and over the keeper's head.
Craig, I told you Josh Tongue, as he got his running shoes on, he's gone about 3 or 4 great big paces down and then slipped and just about managed to throw himself back into the crease.
Yeah, his mistake there was he was running on the next wicket over,
Yes.
which is quite green. So rather than running down the side of the one we're playing on, he's run on the green bit. So he slipped there.
Yeah, memories of Michael Atherton at Lords,
Yeah.
that was. He ran down that.
2 balls left in the over for Tongue to survive or thrive. Siraj goes in and bowls to Tongue, who's forward, showing the full face of the bat up towards mid-on. Solid defensive shot.
Absolutely. Immaculate. Yeah, that is a good forward defensive. He knows his role here, Josh Tongue. It's going to have to be a good ball to get him out.
The lead is 22.
Just to finish that on Brook, currently averaging over 57 in Tests, over 2,700 runs. The only other England players with over 2,700 in their first 30 Tests, Jack Hobbs, Herbert Sutcliffe and Kevin Peterson.
Good company.
Not a bad trio, that. 246 for 8. 2 slips in the gully. Last ball of the over. Siraj bowls to Tongue. Short, he ducks underneath it and it flies through to Jarrell. So on we go into another over with Brook on strike at the start of it. England inching forward. Brook trying to score when he can, and because he's so powerful, even with 4 men on the boundary on either side, that there are some gaps, and there, as you say, Tuffers, there are some 2 gaps potentially as well.
Perhaps it might be, and listen, if the ball's there, give it a clout, but it might just be though a little bit more subtle.
Like a 1-day 2.
Yes, that's it.
To the edge of the circle.
Yeah, just look to knock it with beautiful weight.
What you don't want is for Josh Tongue to pull a hamstring or a calf sprinting backward 2.
No, don't say that.
With England down to 3 remaining bowlers. Brooks swapped his bat, so he did damage his bat, and he was signalling to the dressing room, and I think the umpire said, well, can you continue with that one? He said, well, I suppose I could, but now he has changed it. And having another chat with Tongue. It's the start of the over, so Brook is on strike, and we're back to everyone on the boundary again. I say on the boundary. There were 1 or 2 who were in a bit, so deep mid-wickets in a bit, deep covers in a bit, but everyone else is pretty much on the rope, as you would be.
It's a big hit out to the leg side there.
Rassi Krishna looking for his fifer, bowls to Brook, gives himself some room. He gets down towards deep third. And it went down there very quickly. I thought he got 4 for a moment, but Jadeja is down there. Lurking.
I didn't see him there.
No. He was just below our window, and he emerged. So the WinViz has England at 55, India at 44.
That's about right. Would draw 1%.
Draw 1%,
I'm
yeah.
not seeing that.
246 for 8. England with this small advantage. Brook 52 not out. Rassi Krishna bowls to Brook, who guides it away into the offside. Now that's one. Well, that's not quite 2. That's 1 3/4 there, which is quite good enough. Aaron Nair comes in to pick up.
We've seen a lot of this, haven't we, during this Test series? Do we think it's good for the game, or is there something that we could?
It's quite dull, isn't it?
Yeah, it is a bit.
It's dull cricket, really.
Yeah, not quite.
But all captains do it.
Yeah, I don't know whether they're sort of. Perhaps you can't have everyone out on the circuit. Perhaps a bit like you have a ring, and you have to have at least 4 or 5 in it or something. I'm not sure. We've seen a lot of it this summer.
Brook waits for Prasid Krishna. Oh, and he's struck on the pad. They're inside edge onto the pad. The ball goes away into the offside, and they could have got an easy single. They decide against it. That was the 3rd ball of the over. Yeah, because of course 1-day cricket, everyone started to go out on the boundary, and they brought the circle in as a result of that, didn't they? Test cricket, that hasn't happened. No. Generally there isn't a need for it because you've got the fielders up, but in this situation we do see a lot of this. It happens the whole time, and it does make for sort of quite dull passages of play.
Yeah.
Right, this is the 4th ball of the over, and Krishna goes in and bowls to Brook. He gives himself some room and digs it out into the offside. He's off for 1. I don't think he's going to come back for the second there. No, he would have been run out. Karen Nair throwing the ball to Jarrell on the bounce by the stumps. Brook was putting pressure on the fielder, as you're supposed to do. Couldn't come back for the second. So, and Tung here has got 2 balls to survive against Prashid Krishna, who's taken 4 for 62. He's in his 16th over. The seam bowlers have bowled a lot today, but I suppose it helps that they got off the field for a bit there, just a bit of a break. So what have we had? How many overs has Jadeja bowled?
Just the 2.
So the seam bowlers have bowled, what, 40? Oh, do the maths for me.
The 49 between them. There's the 49th. Quite evenly split now. Deep bowled 17, all within the first 40 overs. Siraj has now bowled 16. This is Krishna's 16th.
Yeah, and that's the thing. If England could have extended, but could have, whatever ifs and buts. Tung waits. Prashid Krishna bowls to him. He's guided that away. Diving save in the gully. They decided against the single. They could have taken it, but that meant Brook would have been on strike for the final ball of the over. Was that worth it? Was that worth a gamble there to take the single?
I don't know, really. I mean, I've been in these situations quite a bit, as you say, batting number 11. You usually get it wrong eventually, and you mess up your counting and how many balls to come and what have you. Can be infuriating though, especially, but it's such a big field. If it was like a smaller field, if you could climb in and get yourself 40 or 50.
Prashid Krishna bowls to Tung. He plays a nice looking shot into the onside, clips it to mid-wicket. Well, that might have gone before, but he handed it straight at the fielder, who's Shubman Gill. It's the end of the over. 247 for 8. Tung has survived 7 balls now for his naught. And then Brook is trying to play in adventurous fashion, middle, back of end of the over. Giving himself some room, just trying to find the angle to hit the boundaries, really.
Yeah, there's not many gaps, as you say. It's such a big field that even if you do hit the gap, one of the guys can cut it off usually. But this is his opportunity, perhaps, to play that roly-poly around the shortest part of the ground.
I'll just do this ball from Siraj to Brook, and I'll bring Jonathan in. Siraj goes in and bowls to Brook, and Brook covers up a ball that seems to keep a little bit low, plays it down towards slip. 247 for 8 then. The lead is 23. Jonathan's coming in to pick up the commentary, Thomas.
Yep, they're just slowly inching their way into the lead by 23. And you get the feeling that any lead on this kind of pitch is pretty handy to have. Haggers.
Yeah, 23 then. 247 for 8. Floodlights on. And Siraj trying to finish his innings off. 247 for 8. He runs in bowls. Oh, and he has finished it off. He's bowled Brook for 53 off an edge of the bat. Brook looking to guide the ball away into the offside. And England are all out for 247 for 9. They lead by 23. Brook played well there. 53. Did what he could, really, in awkward circumstances with the tail enders with him. But India are going to have to bat towards the end of the day here. There's still plenty of time left, as long as there's no weather interventions.
Well, in a funny sort of way, that might work to England's favour, that little inside edge. Get them out there. You waste another, 20 minutes, half an hour of messing around and not scoring too many runs. It feels a little bit worthless, but now, right, you get yourself going again. It's still doing it. There is some cloud cover, even though there's some blue sky as well. Get bowling. That's how you're going to win this Test match. 10 wickets.
There's still a lot of time left, because we can go through to 7:30.
2-3 days off.
An hour and 40 minutes of play left tonight. As long as there aren't any interruptions. But bowling figures wise, well, Mohammad Siraj, he's been terrific in this.
Yeah.
He's just run in and run in and run in.
Yep.
4 for 86.
He deserved that.
Akashdeep 1 for 80. Prashid Krishna 4 for 62. And then Jadeja just bowled a couple of overs. But those quick bowlers doing all the work. And they'll, of course, have to do it again in England's second innings. I can't see the spinners having much of an impact on here. Big Lee arrives on the heavy roller.
Makes it a little bit heavier.
Well,
that's a whopper roller.
Up he comes, yeah. That's going to. So that's what India have requested anyway, to try and squeeze the life out of this pitch. It's a big innings. This you see Test matches lost in these third innings.
Yeah, I mean, handy again for England that you've just got that little. You've just taken a bit out of that session, haven't you, as well? So you've only got your 3 main seamers. You think that they're going to be doing the bulk of the bowling, that's for sure tonight. And you just go, right, lads, come on, you can put your feet up in an hour and a half. Give it everything.
Yeah, well, they're going to have to. And there's only those 3 bowlers. We talk about it a lot. There's some quite gloomy prognoses of Chris Wokes I've seen around. Whether there's been some more information released, I don't know. But certainly, if you look around, it's pretty much been written out of the Ashes. And word being that he probably faces an operation. Now that has not been come out of the England camp officially, but that suggests that he's got a pretty serious dislocation of the shoulder, which is real shame for Chris.
I mean, the only upside of that is that it's his left
side.
As I say, if it was your bowling arm, that would be really, really tricky.
Anyway, that's it certainly suggests he won't be taking any further part in this game, regardless of whatever's going on. Don't forget you can watch clips, BBC Sport website, the app, and today at the Test is on BBC Two and the iPlayer from 7 o'clock. It's been quite a hostile afternoon. You might want to watch it actually. All the bits and pieces going on. Deep's escorting of Duckett from the field.
I didn't like that.
No, nor did I. I don't think Duckett did either.
No.
But you just don't know what's gone on there, do you?
No.
There was the Krishna Root row, which was pretty spiky, and you don't often see Joe Root getting involved like that, who's clearly provoked. The umpires stepping in. So it's been a very hostile afternoon. It's been terrific cricket.
Yeah.
Really has.
Well, I think it's been the best. I mean, we've seen some glorious batting, haven't we, over the past 4? And some good spells of bowling as well.
Yeah.
But, I mean, you know...
In terms of hard-fought series, Tuffers, this would have to be right up there in ones that we've seen. And I'm talking about Ashes as well.
Yeah.
This has to be right up there.
Absolutely. No quarter asked for, none given, you know. We're going to keep you out there. We're going to do everything to wear you down. I mean, it's been exhausting. I mean, we're exhausted. All we've been doing is eating lunch and tea and having a chat about it. God knows what the players are like. I mean, it has absolutely been stamina sapping, hasn't it?
It really has. Yeah. But in terms of all the ingredients of it and the way that the initiative has ebbed and flowed and all of that, and that little bit of needle as well. You throw all that in, it's been a compelling series.
And I think it boiled down beautifully. It's virtually a one innings game now, isn't it, in the last Test match?
Yep.
You know, India could easily be sort of 3-0 up, or England could be 3-1 up, you know, or whatever. So I think it's come down, I think it's perfect the way it's panned out, that now the best team in a one innings game sort of, okay, listen, India can't win, obviously, but, you know, they'll see that as a great result, leaving England 2-all.
Danger man here for me.
KL Rahul. Jaiswal hasn't scored many, has he?
Hasn't scored many.
No.
And if he has a Jaiswal blitz, he could be dangerous. But England had to be absolutely on target. The rather wonky radars of yesterday have got to be more finely tuned, and Overton and Tongue are practicing now in the middle. They're warming up. There's a coach at either end with a mitt on.
I mean, there's not a lot of experience there, John.
Well, there isn't. And there's, I mean, Atkinson is a bit of a go-to line and length if he has to. I mean, he's a bit more attacking than that, but he's not a Wokes or indeed a Stokes, someone who bowls long spells, tight, and makes scoring runs difficult. So it's will be very interesting to see how these ones go now. Atkinson there bundling and bowling, getting himself loosened up.
It's going to be interesting to see India's approach as well. I mean, as you say, Jaiswal, if he gets going, he's a bit of a dasher, isn't he?
Yeah.
Or are they going to look to sort of try and get there and wear down that 3-man England bowling attack? How are they going to play it?
Jenny Hawkins sent us an email. Hello, Jenny. The lack of rest between and the frequency of Test matches must contribute significantly to the player injury rate, she writes. In the 60s and 70s, we had 5 tests over the course of the summer. Each visiting team had time to acclimatise, and if I remember correctly, played against each individual county. Certainly most. They didn't play against, perhaps not each, Jenny, but they certainly played against a lot of them.
At least half a dozen.
Yeah, I don't recall such an injury rate as we have at the moment. It must wreak havoc with a player's career. Well, we sort of talked about it yesterday, didn't we, with the chairman of the board. I mean, just the squeezing of these series and the lack of respite, the lack of opportunity for players to find a bit of form, and we've certainly had that on tours before, where you just feel a batsman's got to go and play an up-country game in Australia or whatever, a state game in India, whatever, just to get some form, or people who haven't played the chance to go and get a game. But it just doesn't happen anymore.
Well, Kuldeep hasn't bowled a ball, has he?
No.
He didn't even. He's come all the way over here for what, 5 or 6 weeks, and
it was quite sad yesterday. He wandered out for a look at the pitch. Did you see at the end of play?
Did he?
Yeah, there was. He potted out with Arshdeep, who also hasn't bowled a ball. Just the two of them, and they looked at the pitch, potted about it. Well, yes. So that's what one looked like. And then potted back off again. It was a cup
of tea.
It was rather sad.
Yeah. Because at least, if you're not involved in the Test squad, you play, say you're playing against the counties and trying to impress and the state you claim.
Get some form.
Yeah.
There was a greater opportunity for other players to come in for those who are out of form, whereas now, these days, if you're not in the starting 11, unless someone gets injured, that's pretty much it, isn't it?
Yeah.
You're carrying the drinks for the whole series.
And I remember Middlesex playing obviously all wanting to play at Lords, the touring sides. There were great occasions.
Yeah. Love playing a tourist.
Yeah.
Apart from the West Indies.
Well, yeah. Full houses.
Yeah.
People really sort of... And also for the players, that guy who perhaps, always been on the fringes and never quite got that England call up. That was his chance to go out and sort of, I got 100 against the West Indies.
Yeah. Well, Lee's finish is rolling. The ground staff have swept up. And the stewards, and there are plenty of them, can make their way off now because the umpires are coming out. And we have here, again, a really, really exciting hour and 40 minutes of play, maximum of. And how many overs remain, I wonder? Let's have a look on the board. It's not there.
I think it's 33 maximum.
Okay.
Just another thing that's crept into mind here as well, as you say, you were talking about the bowlers and not a lot of experience. Ollie Pope, captaining, if a couple of partnerships develop.
Yep. Well, he's got Joe Root out there, isn't he? He's some experience to. I'm sure he'll offer what he can. England are in quite a tight huddle there.
Yeah, it's like the old rugby boys.
Well, it's more like a cuddle than a huddle. And Ollie Pope's having a conversation. You can see him addressing his charges there. I'm not quite sure what he's saying to them. It'd be great to be a lip reader, wouldn't it? For all sorts of reasons. It'd be rather nice to be able to lip read what people are saying. But
I think he said, "Come on, lads, this is the whole of the summer."
Yeah.
On this.
But you'd think they know that.
Well, yeah, but sometimes it's good to reaffirm positive messages.
Did you have huddles?
Yeah.
It was a bit of huddles for after you.
Yeah. Plenty of cuddles, but then no huddles.
One of the reasons it's been such a compelling series is the first innings in 3 of the tests have been really close. Just 6 runs between the teams at Leeds, 4-7-1 India, 4-6-5 England. Both teams at Lords scored exactly 387, and here just a 23-run gap. 2-2-4 and 2-4-7, the two scores. He had something similar in the 23 Ashes in the 5 tests. We had 3 first innings gaps below 30, which does lead to compelling match narratives. And just to show how different this game has been, the combined first innings scores in the first test at Leeds totalled 936, 994 at Edgbaston, 774 at Leeds. There were 1,027 runs in the 2 first innings at Manchester, and here just 471, so 300 runs lower than the next lowest scoring match in the series.
Each run is significant in this match, and they need a new ball bowler, and that's going to be Atkinson. He's going to bowl from the pavilion end. Yeah, so Jaiswal, he hasn't. I mean, he scored that lovely 100 up at Headingley in the first game. Hasn't been quite the same since, but he's dangerous. He's dangerous. And he's on strike. Atkinson's going to bowl the first ball. And here he comes now from the far end. He bowls to Jaiswal, leans back. Oh, it's a brilliant piece of fielding. Oh, brilliant piece of fielding by Duckett at Gully. That had 4 runs written all over it. It was that flashing shot off the back foot from Jaiswal. I mentioned he's dangerous. That had 4 runs written all over it. And Duckett there has flung himself full length to his left and fielded that at the Gully and saved an absolutely certain 4 runs.
Well, I think Jaiswal's seen the way Duckett and Crawley played, and I think he's going to take a lead for that there, but I think it's spot on, Josh.
Yeah, I think so.
First ball, absolutely slashed it.
I think you've got to strap in here. Atkinson again comes in, bowls, and Jaiswal allows that one to go by. Yeah, he could, I mean, I suspect Gautam Gambhir said, go on, get out there, let's play that attacking game.
Yeah, really try and put them.
Grab this.
Yeah, put the put the pressure back on just this three-man pace attack. Now, I suppose India only had 3 paces, didn't they?
Yeah.
And they managed to get the job done, so it's not the end of the world.
But if he gets out through doing it, and then that pressure starts to build, and another wicket falls, so this third innings of a Test match is often, it can be pivotal. Jaiswal waits, Atkinson runs in, and he bowls to him. That's a nice delivery of good length. Jaiswal calmly plays it back up the pitch. Atkinson grabs it.
How many overs did England last for there, Andy?
51.2.
Yeah, it wasn't long, was it, this morning? We was having a bowl this morning. You're sort of scratching your head as a bowler, going, crikey, how are we in this position again?
Well, India was 6 down this morning.
Yeah.
So there's been a lot going on today. Bearing in mind also there's been that rain break. 3 slips, Duckett in the gully. Atkinson scampers in, bowls. Oh, and beats Jaiswal. That really climbed. That almost knocked Jamie Smith off his feet as he gathered that. Really took off.
Still happening.
Whew.
Still happening.
Yeah. Barmes off for another rendition of Jerusalem from the scoreboard area to our left.
And it's all those scrambled seams and wobble seams that's doing it. I mean, I was watching Siraj and Krishna as well. They were all bowling that, and it just bites into the surface.
Atkinson again, a scampering run, moves in bowls, and Jaiswal. Oh, again that goes through. As Jaiswal played no stroke, and Smith took that round about a shoulder high. It's really flashing through.
Yeah, on the rise.
Yeah. Yes, he could have been standing another 5 yards back, and that would probably still carrying it sort of shoulder height to him. Really went. No runs on the board as yet in India's second innings. KL Rahul is at the non-striker's end waiting. As Atkinson bowls the last ball of this first over, and he comes now, bowls to Jaiswal, who once again allows that to go by. So we saw one attacking, flashing stroke to the first ball. This is a reminder of what he can do, and then after that, just calmly allowing it to go through outside the off stump. So it looks as if Josh Tongue then is going to bowl the second over.
Needs to.
Well, he didn't know quite what's going to happen here, because he really was. He was. Well, it was all sorts, wasn't it? Licorice all sorts.
I tell you another one who used to terrify me in county cricket, who bowled a little bit like Josh Tongue did, but probably a bit quicker.
Not Devon.
No. Do you remember Andre Van Troost?
Oh, well, I never had to face him.
No, I mean, he was a bit spray and then would bowl at
very quick,
absolute, rocket at about 95 mile an hour, and knock middle pole out the ground. It's very difficult to set yourself.
I don't think we ever played against Andre Van Troost.
Yeah.
He was
sharp.
Yeah.
Hit poor Jimmy Adams, didn't he?
Yeah.
Knocked him out.
So KL Rahul's on strike, and he's playing a few shadow shots there, and then like a boxer, he's up on his toes, jumping about like in the corner. He still hasn't taken guard yet, which he's now finally doing.
He needs to start better, Josh Tongue. He was, just to set the tone.
Yep. And finally, KL Rahul marks his guard. Scrapes away and bends at the knee, looks around the field. More or less guess what it's going to be. I think 3 slips a gully, point mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and fine leg. It's a completely orthodox field, and now he's finally ready. And Tongue can set off from this Vauxhall end. He's there now, and he bowls a good delivery on the off stump, and Rahul carefully steers it along the ground to Duckett. Fielding in gully, and there is no run. The lights are on, but we do have blue sky around at the moment. Cloud is high enough to see most of the approaching aircraft to Heathrow. So we couldn't do on the first day yesterday, could we? It was so low. You could hear a rumble, and that was it. No runs on the board at the moment for India as Tongue bowls outside the off stump. Quite an inviting one there, but Rahul allows that to go by. So India still 23 runs behind. Rahul, I imagine, will just play his usual solid, careful, but pretty way. He's a lovely player.
Oh, very
Beautiful
good
driver.
Yeah, we've seen that cover drive a couple of times this summer.
Tongue. The shadows of the floodlights at his feet. Moves in, bowls. Oh, well, he's let that go straight over his stumps. And that was left on length. I never quite understand how a batsman has the guts to do that, because it's straight, it's a length, and he's played no shot at a ball that's gone, well, certainly over middle stump. Might be even straighter than that.
Yeah, middle.
I mean, middle and leg.
Yeah.
If you can't be much straighter than middle, like, if you know what I mean. But yeah. that has gone right over the stumps.
That is a good leave. That's a brave
Really
leave.
Tongue again runs in, bowls, and this time it's played away down to Duckett. I wonder if he left it because he thought it's going to be going away from him. So in other words, he just sort of misread the ball, or whether it was actually done
on
the length.
I have talked to batsmen about this, and you see them when they shadow bat, let's say, before the start of play and everything. They look, don't they, at areas.
Yes.
And they sort of mark out areas in their mind. That's short of a length. That's a good length. That's and so. They're looking. I mean, it all happens in a flash. Though.
Well, it does.
They see it plop in that short of a length, and they just automatically just think to themselves, leave it.
Tongue bowls. Rahul covers up.
Yeah, but
a shorter ball to mid-on.
Yeah, it's a similar delivery.
He played that
one.
He played that. I just wonder if he thought Tongue was going to swing that one away. Actually, he just misread it.
Perhaps, but you do see them. They look. No one ever told me that. But they look at areas. Right, if I see it land there, that's just outside off stump on a full length, and so that means that shot. Perth was terrible.
You could leave virtually everything there.
Yeah, you could leave our volleys were going over the stumps.
Yeah. Rahul's ready again, and now Tongue, elbows jutting out, moves in, bowls to him, and that bounced a second time through to the wicketkeeper, which was a little bit surprising. But no runs on the board then. 2 maidens have started, and I wonder if India might feel they've really just got to try and grab a bit of initiative here and not let England's bowlers dictate terms. But they've only had 2 overs, and India are 23 runs behind. Tougher, some thoughts from you, and then the next 20 minutes, Daniel Norcross.
Well, it's going to be interesting to see how Ollie Pope juggles his bowlers. Of course, there's the spin of Joe Root to be used as a little bit of a breather for the seamers. A little bit of Jacob Bethel as well, but there's no real other seam bowler. Harry Brook I wouldn't class as a bowling seamer.
No. Atkinson, it's a Jaiswal who drives for 4. Beautiful shot. Very full. A lovely, languid drive.
Afternoon.
Afternoon. Well, I think what England have got to be looking at here is there's an hour and a half's worth of play as Phil Tufnell takes a break. Good evening. And Everly Rainford Brent joins us. Is that they've got 3 seamers. They've got to rotate them much as India rotated their 3 seamers. There'll be a bit of pressure on them to take some wickets, of course, in this session. It's still doing a bit. We've seen it's jagging around. It's a good opportunity here for England as Atkinson bowls a ball that's left on length. Flies through to Jamie Smith.
That was only the second boundary off Atkinson in the match so far. He bowled 21.4 overs in the first innings, just 1-4, taking 5 for 33. That was the 7th ball he's bowled in the second innings.
Yep, he was bowling this morning, picked up those 3 extra wickets that took him to 5. And Ebony, hello.
Hello, good evening. I was almost going to say good morning there.
Well, Stefan Schemmel said at the start of the day's play, England are 1 good batting performance away from winning the series, as Atkinson is in. This is punched off the back foot, but with no timing up to mid-off, no run. I might say that India are 1 really good session away from getting a stranglehold on this game.
I agree. I think, as we've talked about the bowling attack being weakened without Wokes, they've mostly got through the trickiest part to bat, which was yesterday, even though it's still offering plenty for the bowlers. But you're right. And Shubman Gill, I can't imagine him giving his wicket away in the same sort of way.
You can't really, can you? Atkinson in again to the left-handed Jaiswal. 3 slips in place and it's guided past 3rd slip, thick outside edge. I say guided. I think it was a false shot. It runs away for 4. Past the left hand of a diving 3rd slip. 8 without loss. The deficit now 15. But the other way to look at it is that England, in a way, have got 2 bites of the cherry here. They can have sort of 20-odd, 21 overs at India with relatively fresh bowlers. We've only bowled half an hour today. Feet up, rest, sleep, come back. The ball's still doing stuff, although this ball has been doing stuff after 35 overs as well, as Atkinson with his scurrying approach is in. It's flashed away past a diving backward point and down to the boundary for 4. A bit short, a bit wide. So after conceding just 1 boundary in 22 overs, he's conceded 3 in the last 5 balls. Nod of approval from Andy Zaltzman.
That was a luscious shot, I have to say. Offered a bit of width. Not often you get that from Gus Atkinson, ones to really let your hands go through, and he climbed right into that.
Yeah, Bethel went Sabutio goalkeeper style for that. For people who are old enough to remember Sabutio goalkeepers, they were just basically sort of on an angle. Atkinson in again. Jaiswal lets this go by. It wasn't far from off stump. Goes through at a good height to Jamie Smith. There's carry still. The heavy roller will stop doing its work after a while. There may be some divots in there. Deep Dasgupta thinks there are divots.
India used the light roller, didn't they, between?
No.
They did. Well,
Did they?
Deep said they did this morning.
Oh, no, yeah, this morning.
This morning, yeah.
Yeah, because they probably wanted it to
have
take
something
wickets.
in it for...
And then, once they only had a deficit of
Let's
20
get in there.
a heavy roller with Lee Fortis on it.
And then...
It's a very heavy.
Get stuck in, flatten it out. How long do you
Yep.
think it gives you?
I don't know. What do you
There
reckon?
must be a science to it. There must be a stat somewhere.
Must be, mustn't there?
Hour?
Dunno.
Soften the first hour? First session?
Possibly. Don't know. I don't know how we would know. Someone at CricViz might be taking note. KL Rahul on strike, start of a new over. Tongue in to him, wide of the off stump. It goes through on the bounce, second bounce to Jamie Smith. There's no run. It's been a feature of Tongue's bowling in this match that you have absolutely no idea from ball to ball what is going to come out of that hand. And yeah, we've just seen a pitch map of the, what is that, 5 balls that are throbbing very wide of off stump.
Spraying. It definitely looks like his wrist. Yeah, he's got quite a...
But when he gets it right, it's a
active
nightmare.
wrist.
KL Rahul comes forward and guides the ball into the gully region. It's picked up by Duckett. There's no run. 12 without loss. The deficit just 11 after India's 3-seam. Basically, it was a 3-seam attack. Recovered from an appalling first session to rip through England. A lot of LBWs. Ebbs, a lot of balls jagging back. There's real movement in the surface, isn't there?
Yeah.
At the moment.
At the moment, yeah. It's definitely... we talked about would it die down sort of after the start of day 2. Well, it's definitely been lively.
Tongue in again. This is nicely driven, but to short extra cover where Pope does the fielding. There's no run. I've just seen that Andy's got a laminate of the wine list at Old Trafford on his score pad. I don't understand this. Have you seen this?
There must be a reason.
Explain
here,
yourself,
Andy. Or
Zoltan.
are you prepping for next year's test or something? Get your orders in early.
Goes back a long time. Goes back to the
COVID.
COVID summer when we stayed on the ground at Old Trafford.
Such fond memories, clearly.
And I'd.
Tongue's coming into bowl. That's why Andy stopped talking. 3 slips in a gully. In Rahul tucks this off his pad. Might just have been thigh pad. It runs down to fine leg. They get a single. 13 without loss. It was a
leg ball. I needed something to stop the ink going through my score. I use marker
Is that what
pens
you call it?
on for some things on my scorecards. So it was just to stop the ink going through, and there happened to be a couple of laminated
wine lists.
menus lying around.
Oh, are menus?
I think there's menus.
Doesn't remind us. What have we got in there? Got a couple of cheeky reds. There's a...
No, it's just the. I might have the menu on the other one. Anyway, well, I've kept them since. Good to reuse.
Absolutely.
Plastic-based goods.
Sustainability. Yeah.
Circular economy and all that.
We don't want to put that into the seas and oceans, do we? Right, Tongue's going to bowl to Jaiswal now. From round the wicket. 3 slips, gully, and a leg slip. As he drives nicely, but up to mid-on, where it's fielded by Gus Atkinson. There is no run. Nick has sent us a WhatsApp on 0330 123 1826. What an incredibly frustrating afternoon of cricket, says Nick. England have played right into their hands by getting overly emotional. We'll lose this comprehensively now.
Nick is dumb.
Well, I'd say Nick's quite emotional there.
Yeah, Nick. I'm not. I still think this can go either way here, Nick.
Dial it down.
Target, it's cut away, and it's going to run down to the boundary for 4. It went between third slip and gully into the ground. And Jaiswal picks up another boundary and moves to 16. I have to say that the substantive part of that, which is that India are in quite a good position, I do have some agreement with. But did they throw it away? I mean, there were a lot of
I don't think they got
LBWs.
overly emotional.
And Atkinson played a pull shot that got himself out in a way, but I'm thinking the dismissal of Root was a good ball.
Yeah.
How many LBWs were there? 4.
We had 4 LBWs, and then Brooke was bowled playing on.
When he was also batting with a number 11.
So the openers are both out playing aggressive shots. Duckett tried the reverse scoop, but they had a huge amount of success and up to that point. So in terms of risk reward, I think that was justified. And then the 3 LBWs, Pope, Root, and Bethel were all
good balls.
Very good balls on the stumps. Bit of movement.
So KL Rahul has taken guard and moved bits of dirt and dust away. Not as much in the way of dust. It's got a damp scene out there, very green, emerald green. As Atkinson is in to the right-handed Rahul, who plays off the back foot, pushes into space in front of square on the offside. Bethel goes after it from point and keeps the scoring to 1. Jamie from Swansea. There's something happening here. England have thrown away the chance of a big first innings lead here. I'm sorry, but Duckett's dismissal was a ridiculous shot for a test opener. I mean, I'd argue that the 6 he hit was also a ridiculous shot for a test opener.
He plays a lot of ridiculous shots and plays a lot of ridiculous innings for test openers, but successfully. So, I mean, obviously every ball is a decision, but it sort of, in context, it sort of made sense. But there's always a risk with it, and the risk had got them to 92 for naught in no time.
You can understand the frustration, though. It's out there. Atkinson in again, driven masterfully through extra cover for 4. That is a beautiful shot. And Atkinson, who was so parsimonious in the first innings, well, he's gone for 4 boundaries now. And that was, it was a brilliant shot. It was on the up. It was to the right of quite a wide mid-off. And it's beautifully played.
Jaiswal is moving. That sort of rhythm is just clicked as he's come out today. That back foot cut, and then this one on the front foot with the full flow.
He didn't move his feet when he was out in the first innings, and it's almost like he's had a pep talk there. Atkinson into and round the wicket. It flashes away into the gully region, picked up by Duckett on the bounce. No run.
I think the other thing as well, I think about India, because they have a very different style. I can't see failing sort of the Shubman Gill, the KL Rahul types, the more steady bowlers. I think they could end up just posting something a little bit more meaningful this second innings that becomes a threat for England.
Oh, could very much so, couldn't it? Well, they're in, say, the box seat. They're 1 run behind with 10 wickets in hand, with a perhaps slightly tired and depleted England attack as Atkinson is in again, left alone outside the off stump. There's no run. The first few overs, of course, with a heavily lacquered ball. Seen it a lot at the Oval. We've seen it a bit in this Test match. Doesn't necessarily do as much as when that lacquer comes off. But at the moment, signs are very good for India. We saw how England's openers attacked that new ball.
Yeah, I think the other thing as well is once you've put the bowlers away for a few boundaries and they feel on the back foot, that you don't always hit those areas as sharply, even when the lacquer's off. So
Atkinson in again, 3 slips in place. Jaiswal drives and it's dropped! Dropped by Harry Brook at second slip. He parries it away. It was hit fiercely, but it's run away to the boundary for 4. He got I think he got 2 hands to it. He's rubbing his right hand, but that was a genuine chance. It would have been a good catch, a sharp catch, but it was very catchable height. Around about shoulder, maybe head height, flashed away off the front foot. It was full. He's gone hard at it. Well, it's slightly above head height, but all he's done is parried it down to the boundary for 4.
everything was right about that. Got that fuller ball tempting Jaiswal. Got the reverse hands going there. Harry Brook saw it early, but he just clutched at it at the last moment.
I bet that reaction time would have been tiny. India in the lead now. Atkinson in. Defends. Back of a length ball. Just goes back to the bowler. No run. Atkinson finishes his over. He's bowled 3 overs, none for 21. 5 boundaries in that time. But One of those could genuinely have brought a wicket. Jaiswal 24, Rahul 1, 26 without loss, India.
Oh, he didn't move his feet very well there, Jaiswal. He sort of just rooted on the crease and threw the bat at it. But it was catchable. Look at that. He was set perfectly. Hands, he reacted and then just clutched.
He actually almost, I think he thought he was going to be out, because when you see his reaction after it, he's so disappointed. He knows he's edged it, and he starts to walk towards the pavilion. And then looks around and goes, oh, we've got 4. Annabelle and Jamie are on the M4, by the way. I'm going to tell you all about them in a moment. As Josh Tongue prepares to start a new over from the Vauxhall end, the right-handed Rahul runs away from us. Rahul always beaten on the outside edge. Just propping forward. Goes through low to Smith. On the subject of emotional WhatsApps, we'd like to say a big thank you to the whole TMS team for keeping us company on our road trip around France over the last 10 days. The perfect travelling companion. We're now en route to our 3rd of a total of 9 summer weddings. Oh, you poor things. Hoping for an England breakthrough.
You get weddings in clusters, don't you?
You do.
It's polygamy gone mad, that, isn't it?
When you're a certain... Tongue in has driven through extra cover. It won't be 4. Pope's after it. Wasn't perfectly timed. They'll get a couple. 28 without loss to the left of Pope in a sort of wide extra cover. Yes, 9 weddings. The thing about weddings, I'm not as much of a fan of weddings as I should be. You've just got to be sort of...
I thought you would like the night out. You're a night out sort of dancey guy, aren't you?
But it's just being unfailingly happy and pleased for people all the time.
Are you the sort of get a gift type or not? You know when the pre-wedding list comes out?
Oh, crikey, it's a good point.
Hey, would you
actually.
like... These are the things that we would like. And you
The
look
last
down.
wedding I went to, I think I've forgotten to do that. You just reminded me on my to-do list. Tongue in. Oh, beats the outside edge. Another beautiful ball. This is so Tongue in this match. 88 miles an hour. Rahul coming forward tentatively. Misses it due to the keeper, no run. But 9 weddings, that could cost you a lot.
That's a lot.
I mean, what are you looking at? Sort of minimum 50 quid or something per present, and you've got to get
50
there.
quid, come on, Dan.
Just a vase of some kind, isn't it?
100 minimum.
100?
For a wedding?
900 quid, and then you've got to go to all of them. You get blind. I mean, that is serious investment. Tongue into Rahul, beats him again. Oh, he's got the edge. England are convinced. Hassan Raza is unmoved, and so is KL Rahul. It was a lovely ball, and Pope's coming to talk to Jamie Smith. Did he get an edge? He's got his hands outstretched. What do you think? Surely, someone tell me. Oh, I don't know.
no one sold it.
I don't know what to do. Oh, he's walking. I think he's walking away. He's not going to do it.
He's not sold. No one sold it. It was an absolute jaffer of a delivery. Honestly, he's been bowling some gems. That wrist has been seriously moving right behind the scene, angles in, and just squares him up.
That's miles away, isn't it, from his bat? But they must have heard something.
Did
his bat flick his pad? Or did the ball flick the pad? Has it flicked the top of his back pad? Jamie Smith went straight up. But his bat was, I mean, I'd say nowhere near it. It wasn't anywhere near it. And let's see. Yes, the back pad flap. As Tongue is in again. And this is, guided down to 3rd slip. Trying to leave the ball alone and it back on the bounce. It's all happening in this Tongue over.
Oh, he's definitely started to find his radar, hasn't he? And how much of a threat he looks when he's bowling those beauty deliveries back to back. He's got the length right as well, hasn't he? That sort of searching length.
Now we're just going to see if it's LBW when it hit the back pad. Well, it was missing, but only just. Missing by a tiny fraction. We just see the previous ball. Tongue in again. And Rahul is beaten on the outside edge once more. What an over that was from Josh Tongue. Absolutely brilliant over. He got his radar spot on there. Beat the bat 4 times. 28 without loss at the end of the over. 6 gone. The lead is 5. Jaiswal 24, Rahul 3.
Yeah, 4 plays and misses and an edge. So 5 what we call false shots out of the 6 balls.
Well, maybe he's just finding that rhythm now.
He's definitely got it, hasn't he? I think he's handled. You know what I was thinking earlier? He's handled that bad period quite well. Some bowlers, when it goes wrong, the head goes down, the body. He actually, there was a few smiles. He kind of let it go. Maybe he just knew.
Well, does it help if you bowl a couple of jaffers as well?
Yeah, true. He kind of, there was the extremes.
Because he's ended up with 3 for not that much. And that's so you can sleep at night there. You can sort of forget the 11 wides in the first over.
All right, sweep that under the carpet.
Yeah, quite right too. 3 slips, deep gully, and now a deep backward point and a deep square leg. What are they going on? What's going on here? Are they going on the short ball ploy immediately? The ball's doing stuff, especially if on the pavilion end. Atkinson in, starts a new over. It's tapped into the offside. There's a great big gap because point's gone, and an easy single is taken. Jaiswal to 25, 29 without loss. What's happening, Ebony? Why have they done that?
Done what? Well, I
Puts
don't
out
know if
the
it's a
deep
double
point and
bluff
the
because
deep
it
square.
makes. They did it to Jaiswal, and I'm wondering if, for him, they want him thinking that there's a few other plans. He's more likely to play loose at the moment. I don't know. I don't want them to go to a short at any stage right now. The ball is moving,
happening,
getting it on a length. It's popping about. So the only thought could be just encouraging him to think, play freer, let the hands go through. Who knows?
Rahul waits, touches his pad, takes guard, is ready. Atkinson into him. He works this up to mid-on, there's no run. Full ball.
Yeah, much more attacking KL Rahul.
Well, KL Rahul, he's on 3 from 18 and he could have been out on a number of occasions so far.
5 in the last over.
Not through really any fault of what he's doing, to be honest. He's just sort of trying to cover off stump. Just hasn't found the nick. As Atkinson comes in now, 3 slips and a gully. And Rahul, leaves this alone at the last minute. Good carry through to Smith, just outside the off stump, goes over sort of off stump.
Whilst you're on BBC Sounds listening to Test Match Special, you can also get the TMS Daily Quiz, the last one of the current run, went up this morning. What's to do with the question was, so yesterday England bowled 6 deliveries called wide in the first 29 overs, so 1 every 4.5 overs.
Atkinson comes in once more to Rahul, right arm over the wicket. And Rahul lets this go by harmlessly through to Smith.
What is the average overs per wide in Test cricket in the last 10 years? Men's Test cricket, yes.
Nice question. I think quite high.
Average overs per wide in Test.
Overs bowled per wide called in men's Test cricket. So we had 6 in the first 29 overs yesterday, costing a total of 15 runs.
I'm going to go for 65.4.
65.4 overs.
I mean, I can't think of many, other than yesterday, I can't think of many wides in Test cricket. Let's go...
Maybe even more than that.
Let's go a little bit higher.
Atkinson in, left alone once more.
No.
No? Going to go lower. Higher?
I can't think of wides getting called that often
They
in
don't
Test
get
cricket.
called that often, no. That's why I'm starting to think 65.4. I'm not sure I go to a Test match and see even 6, 7 wides. I'm going to go higher.
Would you say you see a wide in an average day of Test cricket?
No. Oh, maybe 1. Good point. 86 overs and 2 balls.
I'm going to go 70.
Atkinson is in. Rahul flicks this away into the onside, but straight to the forward square leg. No, Ron, obviously we can't give the answer because that's the point, isn't it? Or are you going to give it now?
Well, the answer is within today's show. So if you want to find out the answer, maybe I'll give it by the end of play. People can mull it over. Maybe email us in or text us in.
Come on, Andy.
I'm getting out of the way.
Are you done?
It's time for Simon, yes. More from you.
All right, thank you. Well, I'm going to be crunching on that stat. I'm just thinking I don't often in Test cricket see wides, but then there could be the odd one that sneaks in, but because it's just part of a bigger picture, it goes missing. Well, either way, Josh Tongue, who was bowling those wides yesterday, has really found his radar. That last over to the right hand of KL Rahul was almost magic, really. And now he's got the left-hander Simon on strike.
Well, Tongue sets off and then walks his run, lost his footing. So we've got an hour and 10 minutes cricket left. India are 6 runs ahead in a fluctuating day. England desperate for a breakthrough. Here's Tongue bowling very full. It's very well bowled and well played by Jaiswal. Yorker length dug out. Runs down into the gully and there's no run. Watery sunshine beaming down on the oval, and the lights are on as well. We did manage to get through until 7:30 last night. Of course, we're only in early August. England have been very close to making the breakthrough. Jaiswal has counter-attacked. He's 25 not out. He's been dropped by Brook. We feel England need to make the most of this evening session. Tongue bowls. Oh, a huge white from Jaiswal. He misses it. He's through to the wicketkeeper. It's a bit like watching Ben Duckett earlier. He tried a couple of those and missed it. I mean, it came from nowhere, that, from Jaiswal, running down the pitch and trying to smash it over long on. Completely missed it.
That was a solid moment of madness, wasn't it? I guess it might be just feeling that he's getting on top of them at the moment. He's moving the ball around corners. Sometimes you just think, right, let's try and counter-attack, throw him off. But equally, you need a bit of control to execute the shot.
Yeah, there was no control. Head up. The ball went over the top of the stumps. 3 slips of gully, a leg slip. Josh Tongue goes in from the Vauxhall end and bowls to Jaiswal, and Jaiswal tries to force that way into the offside. They're off a quick single, could be a run out. The throw misses from the gully. After a remarkable bit of cricket, that Jaiswal's another dicey shot. I think inside edge onto the pad, rolled away into the offside, and they decided to take it on and duck it, hurled the ball at the stumps and missed. And Rahul was under pressure there. So England, they're close, but not close enough.
I mean, there's a lot of things that was going on. He almost thought the ball was going to hit his stumps and tried to kick it out.
It would have been out as well. The throw would have run him out. Yeah, he put the dive in, Rahul, but he was short. Duckett was not far away from the stumps. He might hope to hit from there.
Oh.
Yeah, well, Rahul's pretty lucky there to get away with that. It was a strange single. 30 for no wicket. India fighting back after England had counter-attacked well earlier. India losing their last 4 wickets for 6 runs, and England 92 for no wicket, and then the fight back from India. Tongue bowls to Rahul. Rahul is forward, playing that into the onside. Intent only on defence. Sun fully out now. What was Jaiswal dropped on? Results by Brook at slip.
He was dropped on 20, and Rahul's run-out chance was on 3.
Thank you. I mean, the problem for England, we've been saying it ever since it happened yesterday, is the fact that they've only got this 3-man pace attack. India, well, basically bowled England out with 3 men, 3 bowlers, 3 pace bowlers, but they always had the backup option of knowing they had Washington Sundar and Jadeja in reserve to bowl some overs if necessary, even though it was a surface when you want to be bowling the pacers. Tongue bowls Rahul full, driven gloriously through the offside towards deep point for 4. Well, he pitched it up and Rahul was into the shot. And India moved to 34 for no wicket. And they got there quickly as well. They're only in the 8th over, so 4 and over. They're 11 runs ahead.
First one offered in a while, that was pitched up and he really capitalised. The others had been just back of a length and had been that sort of awkward height to play. He lays into this one lovely.
So we're 5 minutes away from what normally would be the scheduled close, but there's still an hour's cricket here, an hour's battle to continue. And Tongue in the sunshine, up to the stumps and bowls to KL Rahul, who plays that with a flinch there in defence. If it bounced a bit more than expected, pushing it away into the offside. And there is no run. It's the end of the over. 8 gone. India 34 runs already. Just wiping off that England lead of 23. So effectively 11 for no wicket. And forecast suggesting a good batting day tomorrow. The best day for batting in the match so far. The surface is turning a little browner, but there's still that green tinge. It feels that there's still plenty there for the bowlers if you can get it in the right place and just be patient. And we saw from India today, actually, they were behind the game. It was 142 for 2, and Siraj bowled that spell. He nipped out 3 LBWs. So that's the template for England, really. So what have we got? Overton now. And He's not had a great game so far. No runs, no wickets. Back in the England side after 3 years. Good time to step up, really, and join in. And the pressure will be on him, though. Jaiswal's changing his bat.
He had his bat break in that last innings as well, didn't he? So they always have plenty in the tank.
Not surprised the way he larrups it.
Just thinking, I mean, for them, they'll be thinking, once you get one, maybe two spells under these bowlers, then they start to sort of wear. And if they've still got plenty of wickets in hand, then you can capitalise. So far, they've started to get past first change, or into first change. How long? Another hour tonight.
Just at the moment, it has the feel of the last time these two teams played against each other at the Oval, where India were bowled out relatively cheaply on the first down of pitch. It did a bit, and England got a lead. Actually, it was a 99 lead in that match, but then India batted so well in their third innings and put the pressure on England and bowled them out on the final day. Has that feel about it? It feels like advantage India at the moment. They're ahead, and they've got those 10 wickets, and England's attack has that one bowler missing. So, big spell here from Overton. Goes into bowl to Jaiswal. Jaiswal thinks about playing and then takes the bat away, lifts it high and then strolls off towards square leg. You can have a man back for Overton bowling to Jaiswal at deep backward point, as well as the 3 slips and a gully.
Atkinson's opening spell today, 9 for 22 from 4 overs. Didn't have that catch dropped. He only conceded 18 in his first 14 overs in the first innings, finished 5 for 33 from 21.4.
I suppose that's the benefit of getting rid of Jaiswal early, as he did in the first innings. Overton bowling from the pavilion end to Jaiswal, and Jaiswal sort of shapes to play at that, and then doesn't really make a convincing effort to play at it, and it goes through to Jamie Smith. And you feel that Jaiswal could give it away, but if he doesn't, I mean, if he plays in this fashion for another hour or so, then you do wonder about the size of England's task in the final innings of the match.
He's not quite Bazball style, but he's got the twitch, hasn't he? You can just feel he's itching.
Overton goes into bowl to Jaiswal, up and over to a short ball, and he's carted that away. It's gone for 6. Over deep third. Well, brilliantly played. Overton marching back, turning his back on the batter who's just lifted him for 6. Oh, wonderful, thrilling stroke from Jaiswal. He's up to 32 already from 26 balls, and India 40 for no wicket, and cantering away from England.
Yeah, he's definitely itching there. Saw one that he could ride, get underneath, both feet off the air. It's quite a classic for him when he gets that sort of extra bounce. He loves to ride it.
Well, thrilling stroke. I mean, magnificent shot. As you say, both feet off the ground, actually, when he played it. Overton tries again. Bowls to Jaiswal outside the off stump, crunched away towards deep backward point. And it's a bit like the Duckett and Crawley counter-attack at the start of England's innings, this from Jaiswal. And that seemed to be, threatening India's thin first innings score. And now India doing that back to England. 41 for no wicket. The lead is 18. KL Rahul comes down to take strike, takes a fresh guard against Overton. Umpires have changed ends, the third innings of the match, so Kumar Dharmasena is up at the pavilion end now. Hassan Raza at square leg. In the sunshine, Overton sets off, goes into bowl to KL Rahul, and it's a straight ball, and Rahul is quietly forward. You feel at the moment as a bowler, I think I'd rather bowl at KL Rahul, even though he's got hundreds of runs in the series. Jaiswal, he's on the march, isn't he? Taking it on.
Yeah, KL Rahul looks set for a long stretch, doesn't he? He wants to build his innings, wait for that ball that's in his arc, whereas Jaiswal, in the back of his mind, every now and then he's got that twitch. Should I take him on? Should I play that aggressive shot?
The win-viz has England 48, India 51 now. Overton bowls, and again a flinching defensive shot from KL Rahul. Hard on the bat from Overton, down into the gully, picked up by Duckett. It's the end of Overton's first over in the second innings. He went for 7, and India are 41 for no wicket. They lead by 18. Just Siraj and Prasidh Krishna have bowled India back into this game, both taking 4 wickets. I mean, quite expensive. 4 for 86 from 16 and 4 for 62 from 16, but they picked up the wickets. Some careless batting from England towards the end of the innings, but in that middle session, India bowled so well just to force their way back into the match. It's going to be Tongue to continue. So we've seen Atkinson bowl 4. Tongue, this is his 5th over. This is the problem that Ollie Pope has got, is trying to manoeuvre a 3-man attack for, what, an hour and 40 minutes. 41 for no wicket. Tongue's bowled well, though, and he's looked threatening. Goes in now to bowl to Jaiswal from round the wicket. Jaiswal's forward, guiding that down into the gully. Duckett picks it up and shapes to throw at the stumps at the striker's end. Doesn't release it because Jaiswal doesn't leave his ground. Some of the best weather of the day now at the Oval. The lights are still on. Shadow being cast by the JM Finn stand, about a third of the ground in shadow. But the pitch in sunshine might not last the whole of the last hour. Here goes Tongue to bowl to Jaiswal. Jaiswal drives, easing the ball up towards Ollie Pope, fielding it mid-off, and there's no run. The crowd is thinned out a bit, big crowd in today at the Oval. I'm sure there'll be another big crowd here tomorrow as well, if you've perhaps taken a view. A few white and green seats vacated. So much can happen in the last hour. It's a vital last hour for both these sides. And this tight game, 41 for no wicket. Tongue moves in and bowls to Jaiswal. Jaiswal guides that away, and that's gone down to deep third, and that's 4 as well. Tongue turns his back and walks immediately back to his mark, and Duckett has to go and get the ball off the rope at deep third in front of the groundsman's hut. And Jaiswal continues this belligerent start to India's innings. He's up to 37 and India to 45 for no wicket. It was a really good shot. Again, 2 feet off the ground. It was quite close to him, guided away down through that slip cordon. Really nicely played. 45 for no wicket. The lead is 22. Here goes Tongue, tries again, bowls to Jaiswal. Jaiswal's forward, turning into the onside and picks up a single to the left of Atkinson at mid-on. Jaiswal moves to 38 and India to 46 for no wickets. So Alistair Cook is here.
Finally, I've been waiting here 3 minutes, 29 seconds, Simon. You just say hello to me.
When Test Match Special was in its infancy and into its mature years, some riser wouldn't speak during the over.
Really?
Yeah.
So do you want to go back to that?
No, I like chatting to you, Cookie. It's nice.
I didn't see it there. I was saying that...
Just give you a bit of time to collect your thoughts.
I was thinking that it's about now that one of the sides gets a wicket, when you think one side's getting in front and you think there's about to a wicket any stage.
Tongue bowls to Rahul, and there we go. Caught that first slip. KL Rahul fencing it one. It went low to Joe Root, who took the catch, and England have made the breakthrough. Rahul's series with the bat is over. 46 for 1. KL Rahul out for 7, and Tongue has bowled well. He's deserved that, and he's made the breakthrough. There we go, Alistair. That's why I made you wait. So you could actually, the perfect timing.
I was desperate because I really wanted to say it before the wicket fell, or else I'd have been accused of saying it after the event had happened. And Tongue does deserve that. He has bowled so much better, with a lot more control, and asked so many questions of this Indian opening partnership, and it's thoroughly deserved that he gets the breakthrough. And again, this game is moving forward at a great rate of knots. There's no reason why England can't pick up 2 or 3 more tonight. There's balls in there. The opposition for India to really have to battle hard. Jaiswal's key, isn't he? Jaiswal, you feel as he's the one for this England side. They're desperate to get out. There's another hour of him playing in this way. That lead goes up to 70 or 80 by tonight, and they've given themselves a real good chance.
Well, they did have the chance to dismiss him. Harry Brook, actually, I mean, the way Brook has caught this summer, I mean, you think of that brilliant catch he took against Zimbabwe, and he took a good one in the first innings here away to his right-hand side. You kind of expect him to catch that. It went quickly, and it was to his left and quite high, but you'd expect him to catch. He got 2 hands away to his left-hand side, and a reprieve for Jaiswal on 20. So Sudarshan is out there on his home ground of the Oval.
I think everyone who's played international cricket has played for Surrey, haven't they,
just
the
about,
last 5 years?
Yeah. Sudarshan, who battled hard in that first innings, was 38. He was dismissed eventually by Tung, and Tung is up against him now. And this is one of the best spells that I think Tung has bowled for England. Okay, he's taken out the tail at times, and he's looked threatening here. And he's finally got his wicket. There's a short mid-wicket in and a leg slip and a wide mid-on for Sudarshan, as well as 3 slips in the gully. Tung bowls to him, and Sudarshan jams the bat down on that one. It goes to that man close in on the onside at short mid-wicket. And that's the end of Tung's over. 5 overs, 1 for 16. How long can they keep him going? I think they'd like him to bowl a bit longer. There's still 55 minutes left. Just looking at the replay, it wasn't a great shot, was it, from KL Rahul? I mean, it was perhaps a tired shot. It was an end of the series type shot from KL Rahul, batting a long time in the series, fenced to one outside the off stump. And Joe Root, wearing his Graham Thorpe headband, took the catch low down.
Yeah, I think you've been very kind on Rahul. I think we should be kind on how well he has played in the series, but that was I don't want to say lazy, but it was a nothing shot. The ball actually wasn't quite as good a ball as I thought in real time.
Overton bowls, and Jaiswal struck on the pad there, looking to shovel that into the leg side. No real interest from England there. He pitched outside leg stump.
Yeah, that ball's 5th or 6th stump, wasn't it? That was a very comfortable leave. All summer we have seen him leave that with great authority, and for whatever reason, he tried to fiddle with it. Whether the fact he'd only he only scored 9 off 29 balls, he thought, I just need to score a few runs. But it was a very unusual KR.
Yeah, it was.
Was that right? 29 balls, I guessed.
It was 7 off 29 balls.
Almost.
Overton. Now, can he join in? England need him to. He goes in, bowls to Jaiswal, very wide of off stump. Jaiswal ignores it and then does that characteristic stroll off towards square leg. 46 for 1, 23 the lead.
KL Rahul's series has finished with 532 runs in 10 innings, average 53.2, 2 centuries, 2 other 50-plus scores. This is the first game of the series in which he's not reached 50 in either innings, and he was just 10 runs short of matching Sunil Gavaskar's 542 runs in the 4-test series of 1979 for most runs by an Indian opener in a series in England. He's in the top 10 for runs by openers in a series, visiting openers in a series in this country.
Overton bowls to Jaiswal. Jaiswal, it's a bit tucked up by that, manages to force it away though towards backward point. Jacob Bethel hairs in from the boundary and picks up. He doesn't throw it, actually holds on to it. And Overton walks back to his mark. Jaiswal takes one more, moves him to 39 out of 47 for 1. Well, you played in 5-match series, lots of them I imagine. I mean, do you get mentally worn down?
Depends how well you're batting.
Well, Rahul's batted very well, hasn't he?
Yeah, I suppose you'd have to say that if you bat 10 times in a series against international bowlers, at some stage you will make a mistake.
Yeah. Overton bowls to Jaiswal, to Sudarshan rather. Sudarshan, again, it's a shot we've seen so much where he holds the bat on the line of off stump and the ball is outside the off stump, just covering his stumps. It looks as if he's played and missed, but he's holding the bat inside the line.
And when I say mistake, I mean, a shot you want back. Not just a nothing shot, an indecisive push. Certainly the opener. You have to make so many good decisions over such a long period of time that eventually you make a poor decision.
Yeah.
When you bat as well as you have, and especially how he plays, not being that aggressive, soaking up pressure.
Overton to Sudarshan, again wide of off stump. Sudarshan plays the line of off stump again through to Smith.
It's curious from Saidul, isn't it? Because I don't know how much red ball cricket he has played in general, but he's renowned for T20, isn't he? That's why he's been picked really.
Highest run score in the IPL.
Yeah, and just in the last innings and a half, he has started to play inside the line. Like, you'd say most other batsmen will be leaving that with the bat traditionally high, hands, head high and let it go. And he's decided for whatever reason he's looking to play everything and then put him in the line. I want to know why he's suddenly come up with that theory.
3 slips in the gully, leg slip. Overton bowls to him wide of off stump. This time he does have time and he can line to that, lift the gloves high. And it's through to the wicket-keeper, Jamie Smith. End of Overton's over. It looks like drinks are coming onto the field at 20-7. There's still 50 minutes play left. India are 47 for 1. They lead by 24. Jaiswal has 39. Sudarshan is yet to score. Andy Zoltzman's got something for us, and then it will be Jonathan Agnew.
He got a first ball duck in the second innings at Old Trafford in the last test, trying to leave the ball in the traditional manner with his bat, and he didn't quite get his bat out of the way. It sort of went off the face of the bat, wasn't it, off the under edge to Harry Brook and slip. So is it? I mean, only 3 days in between games. Is that enough to make a technical change, Alistair?
It seems a strange option to take, but maybe he just feels comfortable. Maybe in his mind he's saying, right, I want to bat at every ball, I want to play every ball, and as soon as I see it outside my left eye, as it would be, I can leave it. It just seems a bit of a defensive method, but it worked well from the first innings. He soaked up quite a few balls, and he's 70-odd balls.
Yeah, he did. Well, what a game of cricket. Extraordinary. India lead by 24. But they resumed 6 wickets down. They lost 4, then England lost 9 to be all out, and now another one's gone down as well. And it seems the ball seems to have done a bit more today.
Yeah, it has.
And in apparently less favourable overhead conditions than yesterday, where it looked to be absolutely tailor-made to swing around all over the place. It did a bit. But today it seems to have done a little more.
Well, Gus Atkinson gave us a little insight in his mind last night in the interview, saying he didn't feel this pitch would flatten out as much as other first-class wickets here at the Oval has done this year, and he's absolutely spot on today.
Yeah.
Now, what reason could we say that it's nipped more? Has it hardened up a little bit, so it's nipped quicker, and therefore it looks like it's moved more? Actually, maybe it nipped a lot yesterday, but just nipped from a slower, so it was a bit more comfortable to play on.
There's been some swing today as well, isn't there?
Of England have the bowlers bowled better today than they bowled yesterday. But actually, England didn't really consistently hit their straps. They bowled some good balls, but they were, you would say, a little bit wayward yesterday, maybe?
Yeah, I think they were. I think they have bowled a bit better this evening. Tongue has bowled nicely. He really gave KL Rahul all sorts of problems there, for he finally edged that one. So a leisurely drinks break has come to an end, and England will keep the pressure on here. Jaiswal, we talked at the start of this innings, potentially very dangerous the way that he plays. 39 not out of the 47 runs on the board. All the clips and highlights and so on are available, of course, in the usual places, BBC Sport website. And today at the Test, BBC 2 from 7 o'clock, or you can watch at your leisure on iPlayer. There's lots to see today.
It's going to be one of those shows. I do feel sorry for the guys back home making it, because it's on air as the story hasn't finished. The last half an hour could be dramatic and drastic.
Yes, there's still 45 minutes of play left today. And of course, we'll have our podcast after that. Now, 3 slips. There's a third man, a backward point stroke deep gully, mid-off and mid-on, and 2 out on the leg side as Tongue goes running in and bowls to Jaiswal, a bouncer, which goes flying down the leg side. He gets inside the line of that. Not going to be tempted with those 2 men out on the boundary to our left. 47 for 1, and of course, what Pope has to juggle here is there's 3 seam bowlers, but then India had the same situation.
I don't think tonight will be an issue. You know, with 45 minutes, if you bowl 1 extra over in a spell, you're not doing any damage for your second spell. There is no second spell today for Josh Tongue, isn't it? He's going to bowl, maybe 6th, possibly 7th.
He's on his way again now. 3 slips crouching, runs in past the umpire, bowls on leg stump, tucked away by Jaiswal, runs the first one busily. The field already throwing that back down there. It's Liam Dawson. 48 for 1 in the 12th over, so India lead by 25. I did see Harry Brook practicing his bowling this morning, and it wasn't the filth that he served up at the end of the Old Trafford Test match, but I mean his seam bowling, which is more or less off the wrong foot and a bit eccentric, but it was as if he was saying, hey look, if need, I could bowl you 4 or 5 overs. So it wasn't that 34 miles an hour stuff that he served up the other day. 48 for 1. Sudarshan still looking for his first run, and Tongue bowls to him, tucked away just past that leg slip fielder. Down towards the boundary it goes. Dawson can't stop it. And Bethel there dived at full length It's an interesting field, that, because
it's because
he does play a bit.
He's very square on, isn't he? He's
Yeah.
very side on, sorry. So therefore he gets very cramped. So he can only really hit it fine. But I just feel
Do you want Tongue bowling? That's the thing.
I don't want John, but no, I want him to try and go away.
So do I. So
think
I'd rather have him actually at second gully rather than leg slip and get it going across him.
Yeah, if he leaves a few outside off stump, there's no harm. You'll get one in the right place.
There's Tongue again bowling, and that's the line we want, just outside the off stump, and he plays inside it quite deliberately, but that I think is more effective, and it's a bit of a lottery there. Let's face it, that leg slip, you're a bit of a coconut shy. It comes very quickly.
It's not gonna. I don't think he would hurt you there. Like, Tongue bangs away there.
Yep.
Goes a little bit fuller, shorter on that line with another man across.
Yep.
I understand. Like, you can see the theory behind it, but I just think in these situations where the pitch is doing enough, or actually doing plenty, you don't need to go and chase. No. On a flat wicket, this is probably a better field.
We're agreed.
For the first time.
His Tongue bowling is down that leg side again, and brushed away down to Dawson, coming up for the long leg boundary. Going for the second. The throw's on the way to Smith. Not a good throw. A poor throw. I think probably the batsman was home anyway. It was a scruffy return, half volley length, the sort of thing that the wicketkeeper hates, and ill-directed. So the second run taken. A good example, actually, of what happens if you do put the fielder under pressure. And they've got to pick up and throw quickly. They ran for that second.
A run out now would be disastrous.
Well, it's about the one thing today hasn't had. So Sudarshan settles over his bat again. A lone pigeon arrives at short mid-wicket, and Tongue in the shadows runs away, bowls, and that's turned away. Almost hits the pigeon, runs down to fine leg for another one. So if you think if he hasn't got that man at leg slip, it's going to make him bowl that better line outside the off stump. But that's what it feels like from here. But
they're saying it differently.
Yeah, but if he doesn't go straight to that fielder, then that's at least a run.
I agree. And actually, off that over, there's 8 off that over.
There were. Yeah.
And runs are at such a premium. You just can't guess how many they need, can you?
No.
And this wicket, will it still play the same tomorrow?
Are they whissing Wokes' accuracy though? Just banging away, length off stump. That's,
well, definitely they are.
These are attacking bowlers.
Of course they're going to miss it, but actually tonight's fine. Tonight's not the issue. Is that if you're Indian, can they get these guys? Are they still batting after lunch tomorrow?
Here's Overton, bowls outside the off stump. Sudarshan hides the bat again as Overton follows through. 55 for 1. I mean, it could be a long session tomorrow.
If India are still batting after lunch tomorrow with their main batters in, that England are in serious trouble.
Yeah.
These guys are, they are a little bit short in terms of match fitness as well.
Yeah. 55 for 1. Slips settling down. Overton moves in again, bowls, and Sudarshan takes the bottom hand off the bat handle this time, plays the ball to the leg side. Dawson is now at mid-wicket, 55 for 1 in the 13th over. The lead is 32 for India. They're still in control as far as England are concerned. It's still a manageable situation, but they need a couple of wickets here.
But also, they'll be pleased that this wicket is doing a bit, because if this is Old Trafford and they found themselves in this situation on day 2, the 3 seamers.
Overton moves in, bowls, and again Sudarshan hides the bat. Sitting sideways on, you probably think, oh, he's playing and missing all the time, but it's Mark Benson, before your time, the Kent opening batsman. He was
umpire, was he an umpire?
Yes, he was actually. Great one for hiding the bat. He's like a sort of curtain rail. Hide it away, and it's infuriating when you're bowling at him.
It must be quite hard to then play an attacking shot.
Yeah.
Because actually you're still in there, you're looking and you feel he's doing it, you're feeling crabby doing it, aren't you? Where if you pick your hands up a little more and look to score, you don't pull the bat in very often.
Overton bowls again. He hides the bat, a little bit of movement away. Smith takes it. How many test matches did Mark Benson play? He's a one tester, was he?
Yes. Got runs in both innings. I think it's sort of 30 odd and a 20 odd.
Last test of a year.
1986. I'm not sure it was the last test. I think it was against India in 86. I'll get his numbers up.
It's tough. If you get a couple of 30s and don't get another gig, it's tough, isn't it?
Well, that's what I was sort of assuming it was the last test of the summer, but we'll find out. 55 for 1. He was an international umpire for some years.
Was he an opener?
Yes. Overton's going round the wicket now, trying to get Sudarshan playing, and he does, pushing out to Pope at wide mid-off, 55 for 1.
That wasn't when a few of the players are coming back from bans, was it? When did Gucci come back?
No, Gooch came back in 85, so the ban ran from sort of 1982 for 3 years. The Rebel Tour of South Africa that led to those bans was in the 81-82 winter.
I'm trying to think of reasons why. You get a couple of 30s. No, sorry.
Yeah, it's unlucky, isn't it? Overton bowls a bouncer, which narrowly goes over Sudarshan's head. It was not by very much. 55 for 1, the lead 32. Time ticking away. There's 40 minutes to go of play today. The majority have stayed on here. What have you found?
Mark Benson played the third test against India, third and final test of that series, but then there was another series against New Zealand later that summer. Made 21 in the first innings, having seen Gooch and number 3 Belathi both out for ducks off Kapil Dev in the first over, in fact. Second over Belathi was out. Third over of the innings, Kapil Dev second over, and in the second innings Benson made 30. Never played again. Played one day international, scored 24 in that. Never picked again.
There's a new tongue over. The first ball fiddled away by Jaiswal. So one test, one day international.
That's a good effort.
Must be unique, is it?
I'm going to set you a challenge, though.
Okay.
Who is the best performance in a one test wonder? Who had the best performance? They never played again.
Well, just quickly on Mark Benson, he averaged 40 in 292 first-class matches. Played for Kent his whole career, I think 48 centuries. There's a guy called Andy Gontome, played for West Indies once in 1948.
Goes tongue, bowls short, swung away into the leg side, and he's caught. Oh, he's dropped it! Dawson's dropped it. He had it all lined up. Oh, what a miss. What a miss. And straight to him. Dawson saying, I didn't see it, but he seemed to be lined up. Would he go in the floodlights?
I think it's gone in the floodlights.
He had it. He got both hands on it. He was just going straight at him. It hit his hands and then came out. Oh, that's a nightmare moment. Jaiswal dropped on 40. Let's look at it again. Short, swung away. The man down there was Dawson. Rocking the reef. He really hardly had to move. He got both hands at it. And the ball just came out, and then he lifted his hands as if to say, well, I didn't see it, but he seemed to have it in his hands. Tongue bustles in and bowls an angry bouncer. Sudarshan ducks underneath it. It's taken by Smith. Oh, he'll feel horrible. It's
bad enough fielding. It's bad enough fielding as 12th man, and then to then make an impact like that. And he has got a good pair of hands, Dawson.
He had it in his hands.
He's beaten him for pace. I think he's hit his neck. He was in absolutely the perfect place and the position. His hands were fingers up, Australia style. It's definitely gone into those floodlights. Now, is there any need for them to be on?
I don't know the answer to that. But anyway, it was a chance. Jaiswal on 40. Tongue bowls outside the off stump. Sudarshan lets it go. Well, I wonder how crucial that will prove. He's looking into the sun as well there. He's got his sunglasses on. Maybe it's the sun he was looking into. It's shining brightly.
His sunglasses on his head.
They were. He didn't have them on, did he? Oh, we're sort of looking for excuses here.
But it's a poor drop. Whether the sun, for a man of experience, you know where the sun is, or you know where the floodlights are. You have to react to try and get him out of there.
Tongue bowls, hits an appeal flag before wicket, and we're looking a bit high from here. Some excitement amongst England's fielders. I think Jamie Smith saying that's going a bit high. Ollie Pope saying, did he hit it? It doesn't feel to any particular enthusiasm about the review here, although both teams have still got their full allocation of 3, and Pope's not interested in that. It was short of a length, so probably going over the top.
He's bowled really well on the spell. Lots of questions. He's nipped back in, and he's hit him the inside thighs. He's jagged back. Beat him for pace as well. But I think that was quite comfortably over the top of the stumps.
56 for 1. The lead is 33. Ball to go in this 14th over. Tongue rushes in, bowls. Sudarshan defends it. Played away to cover. Well, that over ends. Dawson comes trotting in from the boundary, take up his position at mid-wicket. And he'll just be praying that a large hole opened up from somewhere. Duckett's going over to say bad luck. And we're asking him what happened, and Dawson was saying, well, I didn't see it. But funny enough, he didn't know where the ball had gone immediately afterwards. He was looking for the ball. Didn't seem to see where it had gone, looking at the crowd reactions. Oh no. We're burying faces in caps and hats and hands and arms folded.
It's as if that guy's bowled the ball.
It is. He's still got it. He's still got his head buried, his face buried in his cap. It's not Dawson's brother, is it?
I mean, he's still going.
Oh no, he's furious. Look at him. Well, everyone drops catches. Some are more important than others. That just feels like it's a big one. Jaiswal on 40. 56 for 1. Overton from the far end moves in bowls, and that's flicked away. Out towards the boundary it goes.
Who's chasing it?
It's been pursued by Dawson. Can he get there? Can he get there? He dives. Yes, he does. And just keeps the ball in play. And they come back for 3. He'll just be praying that Overton's uproots an off stump or something here, gets him out.
Tonight.
Yeah.
ASAP. If he's not out tonight, poor Dawson will have the whole night to think about it.
The trouble is, 12th man, there's nothing you can do to make amends, really, is there? Unless you pull off a brilliant run out or something, but you can't take the vital wickets to win the match or score the winning runs. It's a horrible, horrible position to be in. 59 for 1. A rallying cry from the Barmy Army. Overton is going to bowl to Sudarshan. He's going to bowl round the wicket. He's trying to get the angle to make him play rather than hiding his bat all the time. He comes in and bowls, and he does hide the bat. But we have to think a little longer about it than from the previous angle. And again, he did hide the bat, though. All that effort, all that energy, it's infuriating.
Overton has bowled better in this spell as well.
Yeah.
And he started off with, although actually a little bit of credit, he did bowl well in the second spell, then he got the balls to swing more than any of the other 3 bowlers in the first innings.
3 slips, a gully, and that leg slip as Overton moves in. Bowls, edge, dropped! Dropped! Both batsmen have been dropped in successive overs. And the ball rolls down to third man. The batsmen scurrying runs as quickly as they can. Jaiswal's rushing back for the third. Crawley.
Just at the game at the moment, where every ball there is something happening. Every ball there's something on it. This was a drive, big drive from Sai, who's played very defensively in the last couple of Test matches. Is that Crawley?
Crawley's wringing his hand. He had a lot of it.
Low to his left.
Quite quickly.
Just waist high, maybe to left, maybe a little bit lower.
Both batsmen dropped in consecutive overs. Such a tight game. Overton again runs in, bowls. Jaiswal forward. There's a big gap there in the gully because they put a third man down now. 63 for 1, so that's effectively two for how many runs were added in that?
Well,
they
ran 3 off the second drop, 1 off the first drop.
There was a 2 out to deep mid wicket or a 3 out?
3 out to deep mid wicket.
So what's that? That's how many? 2 for
7.
2 for 7. Yeah, it just it flicked. It didn't really have much of it, did he? Crawley had both hands in the right place, but well, not quite the right place.
Well, he's gone waist high to his left, probably.
And the next one is pushed away into the offside, again going for that quick single. Very good running. Sudarshan moves to 11. Oof.
Probably, yeah, it's probably to his left foot, waiters on the left-hand side. And the replays come through a big drive. His hands look perfect, just the ball goes above him and it hits his left hand.
Yeah.
Beating for pace.
Well. 64 for 1 as a ball to go in the 15th over. India lead by 41. And 1 down, there should be 3 down.
It's just another example of side not being able to take their opportunity.
There's a full bunger from Overton outside the off stump that Jaiswal missed altogether. Well, that was an eventful 5 minutes. Jaiswal dropped on 40. Sudarshan was dropped on
7. Jaiswal also dropped on 20 earlier on.
Yeah.
Run out, missed chance for Rahul, and 3 of those out for 7.
Well, they've had the chances. Alistair Cook, reflect on that, and then for the next 20 minutes, Daniel Norcross.
Just to say, this is another indication of the side not being able to nail the opposition down. India could have been 60 for 3, leading by 40. There's still half an hour left of play. England could have picked up another couple more wickets and be 5 down. I'd say that they'd be miles ahead.
Well, they could have been bowling at Shubman Gill tonight, couldn't they? He's a big, big wicket here. You see a couple of these drops. Oh, Jaiswal dropped off Atkinson, and then that one down to Liam Dawson. That one, well, it feels like the more simple one, but the sun does come down quite low in that angle. He had his sunglasses on, but didn't wear them. Atkinson in, starts in the over, and it goes through low on the bounce to Smith. He had his sunglasses on his hat.
I first thought it was the floodlights. The floodlights, but are these the Surrey floodlights so special that the ball goes in and you can?
Oh, they're very special. Yeah.
Oh, we knew that. That's 4 chances, you'd say, isn't it? 3 drops and a run out.
Yes, the run out as well.
In 15 overs.
That one to Crawley was sharp. It's way to his left, but it's a very catchable height. He didn't have a lot of ground to make. Atkinson in, around the wicket. Sudarshan comes forward and guides it into the gully region, picked up by Duckett. No run. Andy?
I've only got space for 8 missed chances per innings on my score sheet.
And you've used up 4.
Yeah.
Well, that much to say it sound too mean. That's probably why you don't score the England women's team, who have missed a fair few over the series against India. Atkinson is going to continue around the wicket. 3 slips gully, backward point, extra cover. Down the leg side, taken by Smith. There's no run. So you reckon we've had 4 in 15 overs? I mean, obviously, if one of those goes down, the entire sequence of events thereafter changes. So, might have resulted in more opportunities, but also it wouldn't have resulted in the sequence of events that we saw. So we can clear that up. Atkinson's in his 5th over. He swapped ends. He was at the pavilion end. He's now at the Vauxhall end. Stuttering approach. He's in. This is defended on the crease by Sudarshan. There's no run as he plays it back to the bowler. Alistair Cook's taking a break. Deep Dasgupta is going to join us. And India haven't had the rub of the green necessarily. They've lost 5 tosses, and it was a bad toss to lose yesterday, but certainly being given opportunities here by England. Deep.
True. Both of them living a charmed life. 2 for Yashasvi, 1 for Sai Sudarshan.
And a missed run out. Atkinson in. Sudarshan just pushes into the offside. Back of a length ball, goes to point. No run. Jaiswal 45 from 41. Played some lovely shots. That uppercut for 6, but he's also played quite loosely. It's almost as if, I'm sure Ben Duckett might say this, taking a leaf out of England's opener's book.
Now, he can be in that kind of mind frame at times when he's looking to score runs, which he is in this innings. Yashasvi Jaiswal is playing many shots in this innings.
Atkinson in to complete the over. Sudarshan just defends again. Ball's not too threatening, just outside off stump. Picked up by Bethel, end of the over. 64 for 1, the lead 41, Jaiswal 45, Sudarshan 11.
But the English bowlers have bowled really well, especially that Josh Tongue spell.
Wasn't it 7?
Oh, what a spell. That's like a proper new ball spell. A 7-over spell. He actually was a tad bit unfortunate in that spell. Got only 1 wicket, should have got more.
Does it make you think that he's the sort of bowler who actually does need overs in his legs? There are some that don't. Atkinson's barely bowled, and in the first innings took 5 for, maybe a little bit leggy now on the second day, whereas Tongue looked all over the place yesterday, and today, that was one of the best spells we've seen all series.
Absolutely, yes. And one of those spells that as a batter you want to just see it off. You just want that spell to end as soon as possible.
Right, Overton is going to continue into Jaiswal, 2 slips and a gully. Lets it go by through to Smith, waist height.
The spell was 1 for 25. There's a drop catch in there. The CricViz data has 7 plays and misses and 9 edges in those 7 overs.
16 out of 42 balls. And no wides. Well, I say that because he bowled... How many wides in his first over?
11. His first over was 11 runs, 3 deliveries, 2 of which went to the boundary, so cost 5, which is the most runs conceded in wides in a single over of Test cricket.
Lovely. Overton turns, runs in now from the pavilion end. Jaiswal drives handsomely but can't beat Duckett, who's in the cover region now, just in front of square.
Talking about Yashasvi's mindset, you can see that in his body language. If you compare it to the first innings, there's this sense of urgency, the way he's walking around, bigger strides when he's walking.
But he's getting a stride in when he bats as well, isn't he? When you think about that first innings dismissal, sort of stuck on the crease, hesitant perhaps. Overton into him again. Bouncer, uppercut, and 6, I think. I think it is 6. Well, Joe Root thinks it's 6. Kumar Dharmasena agrees. And he's got it basically over first slip, and he's gone to his 50 with an uppercut 6. Uppercut, a ramp, really. He just let the ball come to him and guided it over first slip. There was about a yard over the boundary, if that. That is his 18th score above 50.
Yeah, and
Test cricket.
And against England, apart from that Lord's Test, he's got at least a 50 in every Test match that he's played against England. So there you go. Missed out on the first innings, second innings gets a 50.
Overton into him again. He drives. It came down the wicket and it's picked up by Overton, who throws back at the stumps. Misses. Jaiswal home anyway.
Yeah, but he's got to make it count. 2 drop catches. He's batting on 50. And he's set now. He's looking good. He's looking attacking. He's being proactive. But he's also, at times, just gives me the feeling he's not calm inside. He needs to just calm down, settle down a little bit.
You can check that out on the BBC website now, where we have clips of highlights as they happen. Overton is in. And that's all you get. The advances. It goes through to the keeper, no run. And today at the Test, is on right now. That is the miracle of television. The channel that it's on is BBC 2. But, of course, you can also get it on iPlayer on demand. If you're listening to us and you want to go back and find the highlights. So you could tune in at 7:32 and wonder how on earth it all happened this way. $70 for 1 ball left in the 17th over. Overton is in. Oh, lows that go at the very last minute. Hands to heads. End of the over. 70 for 1, the lead 47. Jaiswal 51 from just 47 balls. Siddharthan 11 off 27. A rapid 50. A couple of 6s in there.
Yeah, brought up his 50 with his second 6, 7 4s also in his first 50 runs, 44 balls. As you mentioned, his 18th Test 55 centuries amongst those against England. 9 50-plus scores in 10 tests, 3 centuries amongst those, including 1 in the first Test of this series. But he struggled in second innings this series so far. Scores of 4, 28, 0 and 0 before this one dropped, as I mentioned earlier on both on 20 by Brook at second slip and 40 by Dawson at long leg.
So Atkinson's going to continue. Siddharthan on strike on 11, 3 slips and a gully. On the Vauxhall end, Atkinson is in. And Siddharthan, he's beaten on the outside edge. A beautiful ball from Atkinson. Just left him a trifle. Speed down a little bit for Atkinson in this spell so far, it looks like. That was 81 miles an hour. It was a bit quicker yesterday and I think this morning. But that has left Siddharthan nicely off the pitch.
Yeah, around the wicket, the angle, and then straightening after pitching. It's looking a little tentative, Sai Sudarshan.
Well, suspicious of the pitch and the bowling as Atkinson is into him once again. Oh, struck on the pad, he loves this. Up goes the finger. And Siddharthan was on the floor. It hit him low and it knocked him over. He's now going to come and have a quick chat with Jaiswal. It was a celeb appeal from Atkinson. He was convinced it's out. Jaiswal's not being very encouraging. The time is down to 3-2. They've gone for it. Height will not be an issue. Is it going down? Has Atkinson made the breakthrough? Well, they've
TV
gone
umpire
upstairs.
2 director, we have a player review for LBW. Original decision is out. I've checked the feed. It's a fair delivery. Can we go to front on, please?
I don't think there's going to be bat here because he didn't go up straight away.
And the only thing that can save Sai Sudarshan if it has done a little too much.
Oh no, that looks as
Okay,
out.
it appears there's no bat. We'll confirm that with Ultra Edge. Ultra Edge coming up. Yep, clear gap between bat and ball.
Interestingly, it's
And it
under
goes
his
on to
bat.
hit the pad.
That's
So
kept-
we can go to ball tracking when it's ready.
That's kept lower
Ball
than he
tracking
thought.
coming up. Impact in line and hitting the wickets. Hassan, stay with your original decision of out. I'll let you know when you're on screen. You're on screen now, signal now.
Well, he's got another one right, Hassan Raza, and England have picked up their second wicket. It's been a little while coming. Now, Sai Sudarshan is speaking with Ben Duckett. Harry Brooks getting in the way. There's been a bit of bad blood been going on today. Ben Duckett was the man who received a farewell from Akash Deep when he was out. And Sai Sudarshan's just hung around there to have some words with Ben Duckett. But aside from what that was all about, this is a ball that's kept lower than he thought. It's gone under his bat and hit his knee roll, bang in front of middle stump. Atkinson didn't even bother turning around to look. He knew he'd got his man. And I think so did Sai Sudarshan, to be honest. But he was convinced into a referral. India lose their second, and unless a night watcher comes out to bat, it's going to be, oh no, hang on, that does not look like Shubman Gill. That is Akash Deep.
Yeah, that's right. The Lord's Test again. In the Lord's Test, it was half an hour. We're talking about 18 minutes now. Yeah, that did keep low. I mean, he generally is not someone who would come onto the front foot, back of length deliveries. He plays it from the crease. He was walking out, then someone said something. Either it's Harry.
I think Duckett said something.
Yeah, maybe it's Duckett who said something. Then he came back then.
And Pope's come to put his arm round Duckett and say, no, let's not bother with this. But Duckett, don't forget, when Duckett was out, Akash Deep came to say a few words to him. And that's been festering, possibly, for some time. I mean, it's all nonsense, but it adds to the spice.
Yeah, adds to the theatre. Why not? As long as it's done within the boundaries. Don't cross those boundaries, it's fine.
So Akash Deep has come out tonight. Watch with 3 slips, a gully point. Atkinson in, and the crowd roaring him on. And clips his first ball in the air, out over mid-wicket. Fielder on after. It's not going to get there. It's going to be 4. Well, it's quite the shot. Timed it beautifully, but it was in the air. It could have gone to a fielder.
Yeah, Akash Deep, I really don't mind him playing a few shots because he's better off that way rather than defending. This one played it very early. I actually had no clue where that ball went. And he wanted to play square leg. It went over mid-wicket.
Yeah, I mean, that's gone nowhere near where he's expecting, but he timed it beautifully. 74 for 2, the lead up over 50 now. Atkinson into Akash. Gets one on the pads, it tickles it fine. I think it's off pad. Fielder should get round. Does. Dawson. And they'll get a single. Dawson out there, of course, for Chris Wokes.
Interesting that Lord's Test match, it was Shubman who was, I think, batting along with Akash Deep. No, sorry, it wasn't that. It was at Old Trafford. And actually, Shubman was protecting Akash Deep.
This doesn't make sense, does it?
It actually, to a certain extent, does. Yeah, I get what you're saying. I mean, his job is to protect both the batters who's supposed to come in and the next batter and who's there. Then, yeah.
Round the wicket comes Atkinson into Jaiswal. How they'd love to get him tonight. And he lets one go by. Outside the off stump, no run. 6th wicket in the match for Atkinson. And he's come back after injury. This game deliciously poised with 15 minutes to go tonight. England's bowlers hunting for another wicket. We see that ball again. It really has kept much lower than you'd expect from that length.
That is true. But something that Sai needs to figure out, Sai Sudarshan, he's generally a free-flowing batter. He loves playing his shots.
Atkinson in to complete the over. Jaiswal struck on the pad, goes into the onside. Going down, leg stump, no run. So, Akashdeep will be on strike on 4. 75 for 2, but 18 overs. It's been a pulsating day. Aggers has spotted something. What's Aggers spotting? The light is a light meter out there. There's a Megatron out there.
4 of them. It has gone dark. You can actually see the shadows.
It's weird because the overheads are blue, but I think behind us where the sun is setting, it is a bit grey.
I think Dharm Sena is having a chat with Ollie Pope and asking no seamers if they want to continue. The spinners can come on.
Oh, they're coming off.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to agree to that.
Right, so that's going to be what he has. Ollie Pope said, no, I'm not doing that. I'm not going to give you any spin. And why would he? So that will presumably be the close of play. And now they'll take the light meter reading. And that will be the light that we use for the rest of the game. Now, it's happened very suddenly. It's because clouds have come in behind the JM Bin stand at the Vauxhall end, obscuring the sun. You can see the shadows of the floodlights, but we finished today at 7:15. What an incredible day's cricket we have had. We've had, well, I'm not quite sure they needed a night watcher after all in that case. Deep, some thoughts from you, and then I'm going to hand over to Jonathan Agney.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a superb day of cricket. I mean, if you think about it, brilliant bowling, batting, entertaining batting when Ben Duckett was out there with Zach Crawley. That partnership, predominantly it's been the bowlers who've dominated day 2 as well. But yeah, I mean, first they posed the 4 wickets from the English bowlers. They bowled beautifully. Then obviously the partnership and the Indian bowlers coming back. It's nicely poised, isn't it, Aggers, this test match?
It certainly is. What a day. Fractious tempers have had all sorts, everything thrown in today. India losing their last 4 wickets for 20, 224 all out, and then England losing 6 for 106 in the afternoon session. And then India 2 wickets, but those 2 drop catches as well, reaching 75 for 2. So a lead of 52 to the close of play of only the second day, and with a very nice forecast due tomorrow. Then the game is moving on. The pitch is still nibbling around a bit. Yeah, we talked about the little bit of the temper out there as well, which has been a little niggle. This series has been played at a sort of a fairly high octane level, and there were a couple of send-offs today, which well, quite unusual, to be honest, especially the one that involved an arm being draped around Ben Duckett as he was seen off. But anyway, all that we should talk about in the course of the next 25 minutes or so. Deep Das Gupta's here. Michael Vaughan is here. Well, Michael, I asked you yesterday where your money was as far as this game's concerned, but how do you see things at this very moment? Lead of 52, 8 wickets left.
Well, I'd rather be India, with the fact that England obviously don't have Chris Woakes, and tomorrow I believe the sun's going to shine, so you would think that this pitch will quieten down a little bit. If it stays like this, it's going to be a great game because it's had pretty much movement throughout, and you know the standout partnership of Ben Duckett and Zach Crawley looked like it exploded England ahead of India, and then all of a sudden in the afternoon India remembered to bowl at the stumps. They bowled a bit fuller, and they made it a little bit more difficult. I thought the captaincy from Shubman Gill in the afternoon was outstanding because he brought the field in, and he said to the England players, "Go on, if you're going to play, you know, good shots, you'll get rewarded. But if you don't, there's a chance that we'll take 1 or 2 wickets." There was a couple of really good deliveries from Siraj to get rid of. Ollie Pope, who was playing nicely. Joe Root, who was playing the Joe Root way. So there are 2 really big moments in the afternoon session. And then on a pitch like this, when, you know, the Baz ballers arrived today, didn't they? They came back Baz balling. And I get it on this kind of surface. I don't mind them being a bit expansive when the ball's doing plenty. But by doing so, you make 1 or 2 mistakes, and the big drive from Jamie Smith and 2 players that have just not played any cricket in Jacob Bethel and Jamie Overton. No surprise that they looked a little bit vulnerable out there because, you know, if you're not going to play cricket, you're not going to get your body used to playing the game of cricket, and then you're expected to come out in front of 27,000 in a heated series, in a hot situation, with the likes of Mohammad Siraj and Prasid Krishna bowling nicely. It's not the game of cricket is hard enough when you're playing plenty, you're having lots of time out in the middle, but when you're not getting that opportunity to do so, then you're thrown into a series like this. No surprise that both those pair, you know, looked a little bit out of nick.
Yeah. Ben Duckett seems to be involved in these two issues, doesn't he? I mean, going off, there was that strange moment where Deep put his arm around him. There was definitely words exchanged. Duckett seemed to keep walking. There were a few words exchanged there, but you don't see a bowler doing that to a dismissed batsman. And then at the end, I think, if I'm right from here, Sudarshan seemed to be walking off perfectly innocently, and then something was said, and he turned around and he went back into the fray. So, I mean, Duckett does so.
I think that's
words to say.
Over the course of 5 matches, over the course of 6.5 weeks, when it's been very tight and there's been some great cricket, you're going to get little issues like this. And I've never looked down and thought it stepped over the line, but clearly they're at each other, aren't they? Both sets of players, and it's almost like they've had enough of each other. They're looking forward to when they can shake hands, and I'm sure they'll have a drink afterwards. But, it's going to be tense, it's going to be exciting, because when the game's so tight, you lose a session from here badly, you're going to lose the test match, and that's on both sides. So if India come out in the morning and bat brilliantly and score 100 quickly, and England bowl badly, and the likes of Jaiswal, who's had 2 lives, you can't give him too many lives. Well, they've given him 2 already. And that goes a long way to India winning the test match. If England come out and bowl brilliantly in the morning, catch well and get 4 or 5 wickets, well, they might only be chasing 200, 220, and I'd back them to get it on this kind of surface. So we're in for a brilliant last few days of this test series. I mean, it has been an epic. It really has been a brilliant series, and it's very hard to kind of throw a blame at anybody. I think this England side on this kind of pitch, I like the way that they played today. The only thing I say is, in terms of their selection, they have picked players who have been playing no cricket.
Yeah.
And to throw them into this hotbed of international cricket in front of this amount of people, with so many more watching, not just here, but on TV screens around the world, it isn't an easy game. Yeah, if it was that easy, anyone could play test match cricket. If you're throwing a 21-year-old into this situation on the back of one first-class match in our summer, I find that absolutely extraordinary. I don't think you're giving a kid the best chance of succeeding at this level.
Yeah, no, I totally agree with you on that. Deep, okay, Michael's shading it India's way. I must admit, I'm shading it India's way. I think I'm largely basing that on the absence of Wokes. And the prospect tomorrow of 3 seamers, largely attacking bowlers, having to try and do a job out there without the main containing bowler. That's what I think. I'm probably venturing that way. But how do you see it?
I'd agree with both of you. I'd say India's like a little ahead in this game right now for all practical reasons. About 52 for 2. It's been a low-scoring game. So, yeah, I mean, India ahead for sure. Reasons that you mentioned. But I think end of the day, it's going to be about pressure. And what I would want to see India so far in this series, this young Indian side, a lot of these young batters, they've handled pressure really well. And how they kind of, and it's been a long tour. It's been, 6.5 weeks, playing your last innings as a batter, got 1 more innings to go. And all of that, so it's, I guess there's a lot of things which comes into the fray right now. I mean, to just keep all of that away and just bat normally or bat the way you want to. The pitch will definitely get better. The forecast says the sun's going to be out. So, yeah, all of that, yes. It's just that, how do you handle? At Lord's, didn't handle it that well. At Old Trafford, did wonderfully well. So now, again, final test match, another big test of their character, of their skills as well. Because, see, the first spell, the English bowlers are going to come hard. No 2 ways about it. They will bowl their heart out. But then what happens after that?
Where do you go? Yeah.
Where do you go from there? Chris Woakes not available. So you see through that first 45 minutes or first spell, let's say 1 hour of those 3 seam bowlers who are going to come hard at you. Then it's going to get interesting. So first thing first, 1 hour, first spell, see that through, and then see where it goes.
Yeah, I suppose what we should remember is that, of course, India have only had 3 seamers as well. They bowled a lot of overs, or they had to bowl all the way through England's innings there, so they might not have much time with their feet up.
Well, the Baz bowlers have given the bowlers, 50 overs rest.
Yeah.
India now can't give the likes of Siraj and Prasidh Krishna 50-odd overs rest. They've got about well into the day on day 3. If they do that, they'll score. I think they'll score quite quickly. It's that kind of pitch where the ball flies around a bit, the drive looks available. There's been
Nice bounce for the cut shot on the pull shot. We've seen some amazing flicks. The flick that we've just seen from Yashasvi Jaiswal just over the top of the cordon was another example of the modern player playing a little bit the white ball stuff at Test match level. We saw that from Ben Duckett, where he reversed his hands and played a right-handed pull shot into the stands in the opening session this morning. So we're seeing shots that we don't generally see in Test match cricket. Brilliant entertainment, and I just think India have just got their noses in front, because if they bat well just for an hour or so tomorrow, well, England will have to turn to either a Joe Root or a Jacob Bethel, and that's when they might be able to climb in.
Danger man tomorrow for you to go, Jaiswal. I mean, he's got to 51, isn't he? I mean, he could make a mockery of all of this.
Well, he played well there. That was, Jaiswal looking at the ball to score. I think he's always a better player when he's staring at the ball, thinking, right, how am I going to score? How am I going to put some pressure under the bowler? And he did that tonight. He's got to start again in the morning, but one thing's for sure, if England get a chance, they have to take it. He's had two already. Two chances, the one down at fine leg, the one in the cordon. You can't give a player like that, who's so dangerous and scores so quick, you can't give him more chances.
Okay, right. You two got to go to the telly. Thank us indeed to Deep and to Michael Vaughan. Alistair Cooks will come and join me here right now. We should hear from Marcus Trescothick shortly, as well as a bit of insight from the England camp. We'll hear from him once he's done his interview as well. Bad luck ended play here, and so they're bringing on the covers and bedding down everything for tomorrow, which will be an exciting third day. Alistair's here. I can't really believe all that's happened today. I mean, it literally has had everything, really. From the drama, we've seen some terrific batting, some wonderful bowling. We've seen some spikiness and some hostility. We've had drop catches. I mean, all the sort of drama that you want, and is usually often spread out over 5 days. We've had in a day.
The bit which got me, England were 92 without loss in the 12th over.
Yeah.
And from that moment on, I lost 9 for 150. When we talk about Joe Root's reverse sweep off Bumrah in the India tour, was it Ranchi? Is that where it was?
I think so, yes.
And, that turned that game. Ben Duckett, after playing so well, I think I said, he's so good at getting those starts, and then has, in the past, then just knocked it around. I just wonder whether, that they just went too hard after they'd done the initial burst. Yeah, and it's still going to nip, and he'll say, well, I'd rather get out playing those aggressive shots, but it's such a high-risk shot at that moment when you had the opposition absolutely gone.
Yes.
They were 120 behind. The ball was flying. They had men out everywhere.
They kind of done it.
They'd done it, and they had. And this side, you've been talking about involving, but today they didn't come back from fifth gear. And they played beautifully. Those two, they were absolutely superb for 12 overs. And that shot, just those value the runs, you still can come back down a gear. That annoyed me a little bit, but for the cricket, absolutely brilliant.
And the spikiness, you don't often see Joe Root get sucked into an altercation like that. This is Krishna, the fast bowler, who appeared to say something which slightly surprised Root. Then Root nicked the next one, or hit it actually down through third man for 4. There were more words, and that's when Joe actually came back. Umpires are in. But you don't often see Root actually. He was really quite angry there.
But he was angry. Angry is a very good word for it, because he wasn't actually in much control. But why wouldn't you try and upset Joe Root? India, his record against India is superb. They've bowled at him over the last...
You think it was a plan?
Well, I don't know if it was a plan, but actually you can say it did work, because Joe Root only got 29. I know he didn't get out straight away, but 29 for Joe Root when he normally averages 60 against them is a success. So actually, fair play to Krishna. I just hope what he said was
within the bounds.
Within the line or whatever. I hope it didn't cross that line. I hope it was just good old honest sledging, which is allowed. You are allowed to, and it definitely got Joe Root out of his bubble. Whether that, if it had got out earlier, you could say it really affected him, but actually he then went through it. But why wouldn't you try and upset him?
And the umpires actually got involved once and then went back for a second go. Umpire Dharmasena was in there at the start of the next over as well, wasn't he? So, maybe it was something that was a bit more prickly than just a normal comment.
Well, whether we ever find out.
Yeah.
Joe's normally very good at just what's on the field, shake your hand and go, if it was.
Have you ever walked off with a bowler putting his arm around your shoulders and saying a few words?
No, I haven't. I've also enjoyed watching Marcus Trescothick saying what he would have done, because he was sort of caught on camera saying he was given the Conor McGregor flying elbow if that had happened. I've never been walked off that, and I've also never seen. I've never been involved with. When you're out and you're absolutely stone dead LBW, yes, you can hear the odd send-off. Then actually to have the nerve to turn back and have a go. Obviously, when Sai got out just before the end, he then came back at England. I'm like, normally when you're out, and you just have the walk of shame. The walk of shame. You have to get away. You can say what you want. It's a bit of a low blow when you send someone off verbally anyway, but. Then to stand back and turn around and walk back. So we're in for some fireworks again.
Yes. Is it inevitable? I mean, because there is so much, and this was during the afternoon session, all this went on, and there was so much at stake, wasn't there? I mean, India need to win this game, and so they obviously had a real session during the lunch break of just ramming home that message and what they were going to do to get out there and how important that session was. And they were very fired up coming out for that afternoon, which is right. It's inevitable. They have to win this game.
I don't think it's made it worse today with people having words at each other.
I'm watching on the screen now the deep Duckett business.
I'm sure we'll find out what was said. There's a rumour going round at the minute was saying Ben Duckett said, "You'll never get me out," or something. But I don't want to. And then obviously he did get him out. But you can't say it's not entertainment. It's both sides are desperate to win this game. It's absolutely desperate. And when you play over a 5-match series over 6.5 weeks, the niggles which start as fine. Then you go back and change. Did you hear what he said to me, or this and that? And it just builds in it.
Yes.
Brilliant tension, and it's not going away for the next 2 days.
What it wasn't, looking at it again, was two old mates there walking off together, saying, "Hey, well played, Ben. Nice to see us. Catch you later on." That was spiky. Whatever was going on there was not two old teammates, kind of holding hands and going off together.
No, it certainly wasn't. What I will enjoy is when Deep bowls at Duckett in the next inning.
Yes. Well, it has kind of set it all up. Most of us, I mean, Michael did, and I did actually. Deep did too. When I persuaded him, have kind of got India as favourites here. Do you think that's the right way, or where are you sitting at the moment?
I would say India. No, I'm going England are favourites.
Right.
I'm going England are favourites from here. I'm on the basis of everybody tells me this wicket gets better.
Yeah.
3 or 4, and my gut instinct at Old Trafford, even on day 3 when we saw a couple of balls keep low and then said, it's going to spin, it's going to keep low, and I thought, no, that's not doing it, and a couple of balls did, and it didn't for 5 days. So I'm going to say this pitch is going to get better. So I'm sticking with my gut.
Let's see if Marcus Trescothick reveals anything to Simon Mann.
Well, Marcus, another extraordinary day in this series, 350 runs and 15 wickets. How do you see it at the end of it?
Yeah, finely balanced. Very entertaining day's cricket. Lots of wickets, lots of runs. Some positive cricket from obviously the way we batted. Obviously trying to sort of push the scoreboard going and obviously put the bowlers under pressure. But they fought back pretty well. And obviously they've got what's their lead now? 50 odd, I suppose, isn't it? Going into tomorrow, it sort of sets it up quite nicely, really. And so, don't be late. Obviously getting through the gates in the morning.
England playing pretty positively normally, but was that effort from Duckett and Crawley at the start, was that a response to this pitch where you feel actually that if you do just try and hang in, that there's probably going to be a ball with your name on it?
Yeah, I guess so. I think you're right. We are that sort of side when pitches are like this to try and put pressure back on the bowlers by using your feet, changing positions on the crease, not playing necessarily conventional cricket. It's not, we've seen and we've had good experience in the past on playing on these type of pitches where good success comes from being sort of, what's the right word? Sort of being out there, trying to put pressure back on as much as you can do. Inventive, if you like, being brave in what we're trying to do. So it worked quite nicely to start with. Obviously, then we losing a couple of wickets in that middle period and sort of couldn't get the rhythm back of sort of being positive at that stage. But India fought back well, but it does set it up. And obviously, you see how they play and. Jaiswal coming out today has played pretty positively and had good success.
Is this the sort of pitch that you actually want to play on rather than some of the flatter pitches that we've had earlier in the series?
I think you always wanted something with pace in. You want a bit of life in the pitch. I think it suits our batters in particular. I think we're more attuned to livelier, bouncier pitches than oppositions, and obviously India in particular here. And I think we're pretty good on these type of pitches in the past. We've got good backup to say that this is what we're trying to do. Is this? It's probably on the further side of probably being the ball doing enough, but we're more than happy that the pitches are like this and that we're comfortable playing on them.
You've played a lot here, and the players in that dressing room have played a lot here. I mean, what are you expecting from it? Are you expecting it to continue like this, or do you think it might just flatten out a little bit?
I expect it with the amount of grass, and I think it was quite soft yesterday, and the rain around obviously kept it like that, and I think there's probably a few dents in the pitch. I don't think it really changes pretty much over the course of sort of 3 or 4 days, as county pitches do here. They're leaving with grass on, and it does a bit. I think it's either the new ball skids on a little bit more, or the roller does make an impact on what goes on the game.
It's been quite a fractious series. Let's face it. I mean, a lot of words said on the field. It's been quite visible. And it happened again today. I don't think I've ever seen Joe Root so animated on the field. Can you explain what happened there?
I think they made a comment, didn't they? He obviously tried to sort of get after him and sort of spark him up a little bit. Maybe, they've seen him play so well over the last couple of games and test matches that India tried to, a different approach on what it was, and Joe bit back, as sometimes he does. Normally he's the sort of guy who just sort of laughs and giggles and allows things to happen, but today he just chose a different route.
I mean, he's quite animated. I don't think I've ever seen him like that.
Yeah, sure. I think that comes and goes, and sometimes people do, some people don't. It's just everyone has their own method about sort of dealing with that sort of approach. And today Joe bit back. That's fine. It's like it doesn't make any difference.
And Ben Duckett as well. I don't think I've seen a bowler walk off, kind of like hugging a batter who's just been dismissed. What was your view on that? And what was his view as he came back to the dressing room?
He didn't really say too much. Strange, really. I don't think you really need to be putting your arm around someone, but I think nothing was really said, was there? There was no real words in what goes on. It was just like you don't really see it. So it was just like, okay, what's happening there? And we were chatting about it on the balcony there. It was like, I know many a good people playing county cricket would have just sort of said something or dug the elbow in or something like that. I saw a game here once with obviously 2 Somerset Surrey with something happened similar, but it is what it is.
How are relations between the two teams?
Still good, yeah, very good. A lot of respect, obviously. 2 very good teams going about their business, fighting hard to win a great series that it's been. So there'll be no animosity once the series is done.
And the challenge tomorrow is trying to manage a 3-man attack without Chris Woakes. How is he? He's been in the dressing room today. How is he?
Hey, good. He's in good spirits. Obviously, sort of see how it pans out, and I think there's more scans to happen and sort of more, look at it from the doctor's point of view before they sort of make assessments and really get a better assessment or better judge on what's going to happen in the longer term.
And how do you manage the 3-man pace attack tomorrow?
Well, you've got to rotate, of course. You'll see short spells of 3, 4, maybe 5 overs each, and then just keep rotating rounds, get as many overs out of the seamers as much as you can do, and then eventually, if you need to, you've got obviously a couple of spinners in Joe and Jacob to be able to sort of hold up an end if needs be. And let's not forget Harry Brook. Obviously, he may pay an impact with the seam, but with bowling seam just yet.
Oh, it's another cracking game, isn't it?
It's great entertainment. Obviously the series has been fantastic, isn't it? 4 5-day test matches so far, and obviously the chance of this one going to 5 days are very slim, but been very entertaining 2 days so far.
Marcus, thanks very much for your time.
Marcus Trescothick talking about it's difficult when you haven't actually been out there to know what's going on. He tried his best.
Absolutely, and he tried to answer as fully as he can without selling anyone down the river, which is kind of the art of a kind of a defensive interview.
Andy Zoltzman, what have you got for us today?
Well, let's start with that pyrotechnic beginning to England's innings, that 92 partnership for the first wicket in just 12.5 overs. They were on course for the fastest 100 opening stand in the history of Test cricket before a few dot balls and then Duckett's wicket ripped that stat from our grasp, Aggers. Crawley reached his 50 with 48 runs in boundaries. Only once in the history of Test cricket has a player reaching 50 had more runs in boundaries. That was Tim Southey on debut, who had 50 in boundaries when he reached 57 sixes.
Remember it well.
Amongst those.
Playing.
Crawley...
A losing cause, I hasten to add.
Yes. Crawley, 42 balls to reach his 50. And that's the 26th time since the Stokes-McCullum era began. The 17th time under Bazball that an England Open has had a 50 at a runner ball or better, and that had only happened 9 times in England's Test history before. In all, the sort of changing tone of the series in this match, looking at the combined first innings scores, in this match 471 in 121 overs. In the first 4 games, the first Test at Headingley 936 in 213 overs, the second Test at Edgbaston 994 in 240, at Lord's 774 in 231, and at Old Trafford 1,027 first innings runs in 271 overs. So we have seen something completely and utterly different. What's made the series compelling, despite the domination of the bat, has been the fact that games have been close. This is the 3rd match out of the 5 in which we've had a first innings gap of under 25 runs, and they were dead level in the 3rd Test at Lord's, 387, only a 6-run gap in the first Test, 23 runs in this game. And Josh Tongue, a superb spell, 1 for 25, had a catch dropped on 4 missed chances by England within the first 15 overs, 3 catches and a run out. Drew 5 false shots in 1 over from KL Rahul, and in all in the 42 balls he had 7 plays and misses and 9 edges in a superb spell.
Thank you very much. We can get some Indian reaction actually now. Simon Mann, as he's speaking with Prasidh Krishna.
Well, Prasidh, how did you see that day from an Indian perspective?
I think we did well. We could have started off a little better knowing what lengths to be bowling, but I think the 3 bowlers that turned up today, the job that we did, I think we're really happy, and I think there was a lot for us to learn from the lengths that they bowled and we bowled, so we have some experience in us now, so I think it was a good day.
And how satisfying is it for you to kind of really join in the series today?
Absolutely, it is very important for me because I came in here having a bit of an expectation as to what I would be bringing into the team, and then when things didn't really go as planned, I went back to the drawing board, did work on a lot of things, and then coming here and doing the job for the team, I think there's nothing more satisfying.
Is it actually nice to bowl on a pitch where there's something in it for the pace bowlers?
Absolutely, I think that was the expectation coming to England, but turned out to be a flat pitch in most venues. But I think here there is good pace, there is good bounce, which also means stroke making is a little bit easier. So I think I'm enjoying the challenge, I'm enjoying the battle, make sure we are on the right side of things.
Yeah, I mean, when you look to that pitch, do you think actually, this is a surface in which I can profit?
Absolutely, I think not just this. Every single time I looked at the pitch, I thought I could be getting more profit than what I did. But I think it's about learning the art yourself, experiencing what England is like or experiencing what Test cricket is like, and I'm happy to be going through the grind.
I'm going to have to ask you. I mean, it was a lively day. There was quite a lot of chat out there. What did you say to Joe Root to get him so animated?
I don't know why, Rooty. I just said you're looking in great shape, and then turned out to be a lot of abuse and all of that. But it's all good. I think both of us are real good mates off the field, and it's always good to be having that bit of aggression on the field, and enjoyed it for sure.
And how do you see the game overall? I mean, it feels like really in the balance.
It is in the balance. I mean, having played so many days of cricket in this series, it's still in balance, which shows that both teams are here to compete, and we're doing a great job.
Thanks very much for your time. Well bowled today.
Thank you.
Prasidh Krishna talking to Simon Mann. So the challenge for England tomorrow, Cookie, is this 3-seam attack, isn't it? 3-seamers. Not necessarily line and length merchants. I mean, Atkinson's kind of in there, but he's still quite an attacking bowler, isn't he? And control, that's going to be a bit of a key tomorrow.
Yeah, it is. It is, but if you actually look at the last 18 overs, they created 4 chances and a run-out chance as well. So India could have been 70 for 4 or 5. So I don't think they need to worry too much about the fact it's only a 3-man team. They just got to actually worry about where they bowl. And actually, Ollie Pope, I thought, captained quite well. To Jaiswal, he had men out. He didn't just go all in attack like he has done, I suppose, in the past.
Yeah. Well, it's going to be a terrific final day. The forecast is good if you're coming tomorrow, so there should be no problem from that perspective. You can watch highlights of it. It's been an eventful day on BBC iPlayer on Today at the Test, or you can watch clips on the website and the app. The TMS podcast is available on BBC Sounds. You'll also find a special programme about today's Day for Thorpe in memory of Graham Thorpe. And we're back on air tomorrow at 10 o'clock for our highlights half hour with the live build-up then from 10:30. Now, there's more live sport next on Sports Extra. We've got the Lee Leopards against the Warrington Wolves with Paul Rowley and first Matt Newsom.
Thank you very much, Jonathan. And Jonathan and the team at TMS will be back tomorrow, as he was saying on Sports Extra. Completely uninterrupted coverage of the third day of the test at the Oval. So join the TMS team there tomorrow morning. Here, though, we are in Leigh Sports Village, for a game between Leigh, who are at the moment arguably the form team in Super League, against the Warrington side, desperate to hit some form, desperate to get themselves back into the playoff picture, and of course the pressure always on a player and a coach such of the magnitude of Sam Burgess. So a big one tonight here in Super League, and a game upon which the goodies are very much up for grabs, and will have very different meanings for both these two teams. Alongside me for this one, a man who knows this parish extremely well, Salford head coach Paul Rowley, formerly head coach here, and you've had a long association with this part of the world, haven't you, anyway, Paul?
Oh, certainly have, and it's interesting. Greg Worthington, one of my old players, sent me a screenshot of a picture 10 years ago today where we was lifting the league leaders shield on this very turf. So time flies when you're having fun, so to speak, but it's a great venue, and we've got a treat tonight. Great weather, everything's set up, two fantastic teams, equally desperate for different reasons.
Yeah, Leigh Leopards, well, they're coming to this one. I mean, the enforced break, I mean, some teams were probably gasping for the break, Paul. Some teams were probably, to some extent, thinking, well, we'd rather just keep playing. I'm not sure where. I think you'd probably put Leigh in the bracket of wouldn't mind it playing. They've knocked off Wigan, Hull KR, Saints in their last 3 games. Not just the results though, Paul, the manner upon which they've done it. It's been adventurous, it's been attacked.